Chapter 1. Su Ling want a duo queue? Su Ling turned around and saw Lu Zihao. While many were unfamiliar with Lu Zihao, his gaming ID, Zeta, was quite renowned. After all, the legendary miraculous walker was still making waves in the jungle. At this moment, it was only the end of Season 4, just days after the global finals, where Samsung White had triumphed over Royal Club to claim the championship. Zeta, at this point, was somewhat chubby and rather dark-skinned, appearing quite shy-nothing like the more liberated version of himself that would emerge later, especially after his encounters with Miraculous Walker. "Sure, he'll play mid, just let me have the position," Su Ling replied. "You're just a substitute. In the starter, what position are you talking about?" Lu Zihao retorted. "Lu Zihao, you'll regret this." Ah, this line felt oddly familiar. Wait, isn't this from a Naruto fanfiction? Wrong scene entirely. Are you coming or not? If not, they'll start without you. All right, they'll take top lane," Zeta smugly declared. "Su Ling, don't get your hopes up, you won't be able to snatch my starting position." Su Ling remained silent, recalling that Lu Zihao's mid lane position would soon be taken from him. The sudden transference to this world stemmed from an offhand comment Su Ling had made. Thanks to the assist from Captain Dragonfly and Genshin Brother during Season 13, LPL nearly achieved an unprecedented sweep of the top 4, making them quite proud. Then, he witnessed one of the most ludicrous matches in over a decade of engagement with League of Legends, where a certain sports apparel brand showcased their mid-jungle synergy in a dismal manner. The complete absence of a single dragon over 3 games left him infuriated. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a loss, in fact. Su Ling had initially predicted it. After all, the adversaries were LPL's original and ultimate foes, and no LPL team had ever lost a best-of in the World Championship. However, this was nothing like a proper competition. Even wildcard teams wouldn't perform so poorly. It was blatant, shameless performance art, prompting Su Ling to transform into an online analyst, passionately dissecting the match across various platforms, such as Hupu, Huya, Douyin, and Weibo. Unexpectedly, while criticizing certain foreign players for their lack of professionalism and attitude earning millions, yet failing to uphold their duties, Su Ling found himself facing a comment from a female fan that caught him off guard. At least their Korean players have a commendable professional attitude. They don't slack off, maintain a positive mindset, and focus on the game. Some of our own players are preoccupied with relationships, fanfare, boasting, money-making, match-fixing, and indulging in other games. For a moment, Su Ling was at a loss for words. While the comparison was indeed exaggerated, there was a grain of truth in it. Reflecting on Faker, who had steadfastly upheld his principles for years, Su Ling couldn't help but question the rationale behind many players in his region. Was it merely a contest of cleanliness or prowess in other games? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Upon glancing at the photo of the opposing fan, he noted her striking beauty, feeling an urge to persuade her online, or, failing that, offline, to demonstrate the power of a lethal rhythm. Days later, he watched as T1, under Faker's leadership, defeated yet another e-commerce brand. Soon after, they triumphed over a social media communications team, claiming the S13 Championship. Su Ling could no longer contain himself. A single Faker had battled LPL for a decade. Initially, one could blame the mid-jungle synergy, but in subsequent matches, 2 Korean players proved to be more reliable than their homegrown counterparts, demonstrating a stronger desire to win. As for the championship battle, it was purely a matter of skill disparity and tactical execution. Su Ling could only vent his frustration. "If I were a professional player, I would certainly maintain my principles, uphold the necessary professional attitude, self-discipline, and rigorously demand excellence for myself, leading LPL to victory and ultimately dethroning Faker, ensuring that this game is dominated by Chinese players." Then, everything went black, and he felt a jolt as he arrived in this new realm. After the memories fully merged, Su Ling realized he had embarked on a decidedly different path than in his previous life. Though he possessed considerable talent, he had never chosen to become a professional player, and that talent had gradually faded as he grappled with life. In this life, he found himself at IG, having been there for half a year without playing a single match. Though he was merely a substitute for mid laner Zeta, he could still be considered a professional player. Despite being largely unknown, he belonged to the category of substitutes who didn't even travel to the competition venue during matches. It was likely that no audience member was aware of his existence at IG. Yet, he had descended to the level of a brawler. The thought of playing in a match was merely a joke, surely. No one was serious about that. Ding! Ling knew that upon crossing into this world, he would receive a system. Initially, he contemplated reporting to the relevant national authorities to request the issuance of a system. Be it a godly system or a supernatural one was indifferent to the specifics, merely desiring compliance. Excitedly, he called out in his mind, "System, please introduce yourself." After all, who doesn't know that those with systems tend to fare better? This system is the rune system. By completing tasks issued by the system, you will earn runes and equipment to enhance your dominance in the arena. Is that it? I've stripped down for this. System, I'm thrilled to have you here, but you've deprived me of my starter gift pack, and that makes me quite unhappy. Did Ling, a seasoned bookworm, truly believe he would go ungranted a starter gift pack? This was common knowledge in the system community. Such matters had long since circulated. Now issuing the starter gift pack, Storm Gathering Customized Enhanced Version, earn 1 free attribute point each month and 10 free attribute points each year, with a limited time experience card valid for 12 months. Dagger. Equipping it increases 2 points in operational attributes. What on earth? If I hadn't mentioned it, would you have truly kept my starter gift pack for yourself? Alas, despite shouting internally for quite some time, the system remained unresponsive, suggesting it was likely crafted by a high-dimensional programmer with limited intelligence. Open personal panel. Name, Ling. Age, 16. ID LG. Rank, Grandmaster. Operation, 75. Exceeds the acceptable threshold for professional players, but to true experts, it's merely novice level. Lane, 72. Decent fundamental skills, but suffers from a limited hero pool. Damage output, 68. Quite average. Team fight, 67. Ordinary. Support, 63. You're merely a mid-lane spirit. Expecting you to provide effective support could take a lifetime. Survival, 64. Your positioning in team fights is awkward, leading to untimely deaths. Development, 73. Your developmental capabilities are commendable, though teammates may find it challenging due to your penchant for securing kills, farming minions, and monopolizing jungle camps. Awareness, 74. You've watched numerous matches and analyses from your past life, leading to a decent understanding of vision, minion waves, and ganks. Your commanding ability is satisfactory. Version understanding, 76. Though you hail from a different era, you've long since faced the realities of life, so your grasp of the current meta isn't exceptionally high. However, with the complete merging of memories, an increase is inevitable. Points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Runes, Storm Gathering Customized Enhanced Version, earn 1 free attribute point each month and 10 free attribute points each year, with a limited time experience card valid for 12 months. Equipment, Dagger automatically equipped, increases lane attributes by 2 points. Overall evaluation, standard substitute level. If you take the stage, you're either useless or bound to fail. Ling felt a sense of dismay. Were his stats truly that poor? And what was with that evaluation? What did it mean to be a spirit bound to the earth? Kills? Nonsense. If you were to ask why didn't secure kills, he merely maneuvered, avoiding confrontation. What did it mean to be useless on the field, or to fail utterly? Did they see him as a bug? At this rate, even stepping onto the stage seemed a challenge, let alone claiming a championship at the World Championship and ending Korea's dominance in this game. Recent transitions have been severe, fueling our motivation to update more rapidly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Current task issued. Reach the pinnacle. Do not emulate certain players who neglect ranked matches, deeming them inconsequential while indulging in other games. Ranked scores and divisions are the most direct representations of a professional player's strength. Before the conclusion of the season, reaching the pinnacle of a national server will reward one with a random rune, 500 points, and 5 free attribute points, while failure incurs no penalties. The annual novice welfare task stipulates that winning a single ranked match in Season S4 will yield 10 points in the King tier, and accumulating 100 points allows for the exchange of 1 free attribute point. Achieving a consecutive win streak of 5 games grants an additional free attribute point. Su Ling pondered for a moment. The rewards for both tasks were indeed substantial. However, his current lack of strength rendered him incapable of meeting the competition's demands, hence the provision of novice welfare tasks. Presently, he stood at 250 points in the King tier, and he recalled that the top-ranked player in S4 was the formidable Dopa, whose final rank points exceeded 1,200. To surpass him, Su Ling would need approximately 60 victories. Assuming a win rate of 60, he estimated that around 200 games would be necessary. Ultimately, if he succeeded in completing both tasks, he could amass 1,500 points, equating to 15 attribute points, in addition to the 5 attribute points and a rune. Moreover, consecutive victories would also contribute to his attribute points. Should he acquire these, he believed he would no longer be considered weak among professional players and could ascend to the competitive arena. Determined to seize this opportunity, he understood that while the system's task bore no explicit penalties for failure, not accomplishing it might mean bidding farewell to the competitive scene. Though those ranked players were indeed formidable, Su Ling was resolute. With increased effort and relentless grinding, hope remained, and he could continually augment his attributes. However, time was of the essence with the season's end fast approaching, and he needed to act swiftly. Coincidentally, Lu Zihao invited him for a duo queue, and he eagerly accepted. The two engaged in a delightful duo queue, with Zitai, boasting undeniable prowess, considered a prodigious talent, though his trajectory had inexplicably shifted over time. His greatest achievement in his professional career was a defeat during National Day, which subsequently elevated Huna's market value. Yet, at this moment, Zitai's strength undoubtedly eclipsed Su Ling's. Otherwise, he would not have relegated Su Ling to the bench. Additionally, since Su Ling had originally been Zitai's substitute, playing mid lane, the necessity of choosing top lane and jungle roles for their duo queue felt quite unfamiliar. Thus, Zitai began to lead Su Ling on a scoring spree, even achieving several streaks of 5 consecutive wins, allowing Su Ling to accumulate attribute points. However, as their rankings improved, the opponents became increasingly formidable. Their journey to rank up grew more arduous. Eventually, they managed to secure another victory, with Zitai executing an extraordinary play as Oriana, completing a remarkable comeback. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement of reaching 1,000 points in ranked play, earning the rune Joy, which temporarily increases operation by 0.5 points for each enemy hero defeated in a match, up to a maximum of 5 times. Oh my, what a benevolent system. It seems to sense that he might struggle to fulfill the tasks, and thus offers a gesture of goodwill. With this rune, given the combat environment of the national server, it would quickly reach maximum effectiveness, translating to an impressive 2.5 points in operation attributes. Su Ling silently expressed gratitude to the system and stretched lazily. Impressive. My son Z, you exhibit the aura of a great emperor. During this time, Su Ling had transformed from his formerly cautious demeanor, becoming more talkative, and the enjoyable journey of climbing ranks with Zitai fostered a growing camaraderie. Get lost, you scoundrel. By the way, Zitai, I heard you have an older sister who's 10 years your senior? This question had lingered in Su Ling's mind since his arrival in this world, but he had hesitated to ask due to their initial unfamiliarity. Where'd I have an older sister? Didn't you find a girlfriend who's 10 years older than you? Zitai could no longer contain himself, slapping the table. Which scoundrel told you that? Don't worry about who told me, just confirm if it's true. Hey, the game is starting. Hurry up and pick a champion. Ultimately, Zitai evaded the question, choosing to dodge it. In the final days leading up to the conclusion of the ranked season, Su Ling had ascended to 1,000 points, but a piece of unfortunate news arrived. Zitai had commitments that prevented him from continuing their duo queue, leaving Su Ling without assistance. Su Ling observed as Zitai made several phone calls, noting that the voice on the other end was distinctly feminine, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Could this be the 10-year older sister? Su Ling contemplated investigating, but the temptations of the task rewards outweighed his curiosity. Securing a championship was of utmost importance. Fortunately, after a period of strategic development, Su Ling's attribute data appeared promising. allowing him to maintain control even at this rank. With an hour remaining until settlement, Su Ling stretched once more and opened the ladder. Dopa held 1239 points, placing him at the top, while he himself was at 1236 points. This was evidently the final opportunity. Su Ling discreetly opened Huya, where Dopa was awaiting the start of a match, indicating that he too recognized the significance of this final game. With a sigh, Su Ling closed Dopa's livestream and clicked to start his own game. Upon entering the hero selection interface, the absence of Dopa's ID was noted, indicating he was on the opposing team. This marked the final game that would determine the #1 player in the national server. The victor would claim that esteemed title. Observing the enemy selection of Twisted Fate confirmed Su Ling's suspicions that it was indeed Dopa. In this decisive match, the opponent was clearly taking it seriously. Opting for their signature champion, Su Ling decisively chose Oriana, stating, "If you play support, then I shall play carry." Oriana, a favored mid-lane champion, has remained a staple across various patches. If one cannot master Oriana, they cannot be deemed a competent mid-laner. Furthermore, Oriana is incredibly versatile. Whenever in doubt about champion selection, choosing Oriana is invariably a sound decision. In the late game, a single ultimate can turn the tide of team fight. Additionally, Oriana was Su Ling's most proficient champion. With the opponent selecting their renowned hero, how could Su Ling not approach this match with utmost seriousness? As for the inquiry regarding why not choose Fizz, had Dopa not stated that if Fizz auto-attacks a minion upon entering the lane, he is already at a disadvantage, how could Su Ling dare to select him? The landing phase between Oriana and Twisted Fate proved rather uneventful. As both champions focused on farming. Just over 6 minutes into the game, Twisted Fate suddenly accelerated his wave clear, and Su Ling realized that the enemy was nearing level 6, likely intending to push the wave and provide assistance to the side lanes. A flash of gold signaled that Twisted Fate had reached level 6, while Su Ling was still 3 minions short of the necessary experience. Su Ling quickly pinged to signal his bottom lane duo to retreat. But his teammates, blinded by the low health of the adversaries, were unwilling to back off. As anticipated, Twisted Fate promptly activated his ultimate. Glancing at the minion wave beneath the tower, Su Ling saw he was just 1 minion away from leveling up. During his teleport, a tower shot would assuredly eliminate a minion, allowing him to reach level 6. Thus he hastily activated his teleport, though this support would cost him a significant number of minions. In the past, Su Ling would have prioritized farming over supporting, but recent adjustments had inclined him towards a more supportive playstyle. However, the teleport was somewhat delayed, and by the time Su Ling arrived, Twisted Fate had already collaborated with Ezreal and Janna to eliminate his ally, Thresh, while their AD carry, Misfortune, was left critically wounded. Su Ling aimed to save his AD carry by casting his puppet master beneath Ezreal's feet. But Ezreal swiftly used Flash, executing a basic attack to dispatch Misfortune. Fortunately, Su Ling had refrained from using his ultimate, or the situation would have been entirely untenable, with the bottom lane duo eliminated. Ezreal and Janna had both reached level 6 and gained a substantial health boost. Consequently, the 3 enemy champions turned their attention towards Su Ling. Twisted Fate's abilities were off cooldown, while Janna's Q was ready, and her Howling Gale was charged and aimed directly at Oriana. Su Ling's Intel Core i7 processor was working overtime as he contemplated his options. He still had Flash available to escape, but with Janna, Ezreal, and Twisted Fate pursuing, he risked conceding 3 kills, alongside losing the mid-lane minion wave and the dragon. Su Ling glanced at the low health of Ezreal and Janna. "Let us go," he thought. Courage is the 7th item for a professional player. Regardless of the position, Su Ling would rather stand and fight than kneel and survive. This was merely a game, not a matter of life and death. So why shy away from confrontation? Should he concede the dragon, the tower, and the kills, allow the crystal and the inhibitor to fall without resistance? Su Ling used his E to pull back the puppet, followed by an R flash, catching 3 enemy champions in the process. Not only did he evade Janna's gust, but he also eliminated Ezreal in a decisive blow. However, Oriana's early damage was insufficient to finish off Janna, who shielded herself and still had her ultimate available. There was no way Su Ling could secure the kill. Twisted Fate's W was off cooldown, leading to a yellow card that immobilized Oriana, followed by a Q that secured Su Ling's demise. Overall, this engagement had been a significant loss for Su Ling. He had sacrificed a large wave of minions in the mid lane, obtaining only one kill. While the enemy Ezreal claimed two, and Twisted Fate netted another, Su Ling's side, reassuring himself that there would still be opportunities. His late-game impact would surpass that of Twisted Fate. However, his team S Lee Sin seemed to think otherwise. Despite Su Ling's continuous signals urging caution, the level 5 Lee Sin boldly ventured out, executing a flash into a Q sonic wave, followed by a resonating strike that Su Ling sensed impending doom. Janna still had her ultimate. As feared, Janna unleashed her monsoon, causing Lee Sin's kick to miss and instead forcing him away. Twisted Fate initiated his card selection, leaving Lee Sin with no choice but to flee towards the river. Unexpectedly, a monkey emerged from the brush, delivering a swift blow to Lee Sin. Fortunately, a minion had just fallen, elevating Lee Sin to level SIX. In a state of panic, he attempted to kick the monkey, hoping to escape. Unfortunately, he struck the monkey's decoy instead, and Lee Sin ultimately fell to Twisted Fate's gold card and a follow-up Q to once. Dopa had suffered a similar fate due to a Lee Sin's blunder, compelling him to learn the first phrase in Chinese, Banxiatsi. However, at this moment, Lee Sin was facing Dopa and inadvertently assisted him. Su Ling realized the situation had turned dire. The enemy had achieved a 1-for-4 trade, with Ezreal and Twisted Fate both claiming kills, while their jungler had also perished. The enemy team would now secure the dragon, and when considering the minion waves in the bottom and mid lanes, the economic gap had likely widened to 2,500 gold as expected. The enemy secured the dragon and subsequently upgraded their items, significantly amplifying their damage output. Recent coding issues have motivated us to enhance our updates at an accelerated pace. So please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Card is not a particularly strong champion in the landing phase, while Oriana remains relatively stable, allowing Su Ling to hold her ground. However, the situation in the bottom lane and the jungle is dire. Su Ling's teleport has a lengthy cooldown, whereas Card's ultimate has a much shorter one in the ensuing skirmishes. Card provides continuous support, and within a mere 12 minutes, the kill count escalates to 3-11. Aside from Su Ling securing a kill in the bottom lane early on, the top laner Pantheon has managed to solo kill the opposing Treant twice. Nevertheless, Pantheon becomes exceedingly weak in the late game. And Card has yet to make an appearance in the top lane, as expected. In the following moments, with the assistance of Card and the enemy monkey, the Treant activates his ultimate, Vortex of Revenge, to reduce damage and then chooses to tower dive. Su Ling finds herself in a predicament. Any attempt to assist would only result in her own demise. Thus, she seizes the opportunity presented by the enemy Card and jungler, fervently farming minions and devouring jungle monsters, whether they belong to her side or the enemy's, even pushing down the enemy's mid-turret in the process. However, the kill score has now reached 3-14. Time swiftly progresses to the 20-minute mark, and the enemy team decides to initiate the Baron. Except for the blind monk who attempts to contest the Baron, the others display no desire to join in, opting instead to focus on farming minions and jungle camps. In no time, the enemy secures the Baron, and the blind monk fails in his attempt, inadvertently gifting a kill to the enemy. The enemy team returns to base. But the enemy Ezreal has different plans, stealthily approaching the blue side's blue buff to commence his nefarious deeds against it and its two accompanying minions. Su Ling hurriedly marks this opportunity, as it is their sole chance. Otherwise, the enemy could return home, replenish their resources, and potentially execute a decisive push. Pantheon flashes in from the ghostly realm with a W, stunning Ezreal, and begins dishing out damage, while Thresh follows up with his Q, Death Sentence, successfully pulling Ezreal in. Unfortunately, their combined damage proves insufficient to eliminate Ezreal, who swiftly uses Arcane Shift to distance himself, and then flashes towards the river. Just as it seems Ezreal is about to escape, Su Ling arrives in the nick of time, casting her doll towards Ezreal's landing spot, followed by her ultimate command, Shockwave, which secures the kill on Ezreal. With the bounty received, Su Ling breathes a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, The enemy had secured the Baron, and the blind monk had initiated a surrender vote. Initially, Ling possessed only a chalice of harmony, sorcerer's shoes, and a worthless amplifying tome, making it likely that the enemy could have executed a decisive push. However, now Ling can finally purchase a Rabadon's death cap. The difference in damage output between an AP champion with a death cap and one without is monumental. Subsequently, Ling decides to lie in wait in her own jungle. Indeed, the enemy, wary of Ezreal's death, plays cautiously, opting not to advance recklessly, instead choosing to create vision and await Ezreal's resurrection to strike again. Ling manages to ambush the enemy Janna and even forces Card's flash out. Even if the enemy Ezreal respawns, they can no longer push forward, granting the blue side a moment of respite. However, having weathered this storm, the next wave soon arrives as the Baron respawns. Ling calculates the time and realizes that the enemy's double carries still have flashes on cooldown. This is their final opportunity. As the enemy is unlikely to grant them another chance like before, we must fight. This is our last chance, Ling types in the chat, marking the direction of the Baron pit as she heads towards it. Perhaps caught off guard by Ling and her team's rapid approach, the enemy opts to abandon the Baron, seeking to eliminate Ling's squad instead, only for Ling's team to start retreating. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the enemy jungler Monkey and Ezreal find themselves on low health, leaving observers bewildered as to how they are enduring the damage. Perhaps driven to frustration, the enemy Treant flashes in, using his ultimate to ensnare Misfortune. However, Misfortune reacts swiftly, activating her Make It Rain just as the Treant casts his W, propelling herself backward and evading the follow-up. After leaping over the Treant, she unleashes her ultimate, knocking him back. Seeing the enemy's 5 champions congregating near the blue buff in the river brush, Ling makes a snap decision. She flashes in and casts her doll, followed by command Shockwave, pulling in all 5 opponents. Ling's farm has been commendable, having died only once and claiming many resources that her teammates could not access. In addition to the recent bounty, the enemy had maintained an advantage throughout, resulting in a lack of tank items, and aside from the Treant, they were relatively squishy. The Treant had also failed to activate his ultimate to absorb damage in time, resulting in a single ultimate ability that left all but the Treant on the brink of death. Even Janna fell without having had the chance to cast any spells. Crucially, Pantheon stunned Ezreal with his W, allowing Misfortune to secure the elimination of the most fed champion, Ezreal. The Treant activated Vortex of Revenge, and the monkey charged in to unleash his ultimate, which proved effective until the blind monk kicked him away. This time, he did not kick the doll, as the current monkey doll does not release its ultimate. Card attempted to retaliate by selecting cards, but Misfortune dispatched him in a few hits. Although the monkey ultimately killed both the blind monk and Pantheon, Misfortune and Ling's Orianna survived, while the entire enemy team was wiped out. Orianna, Misfortune, and Thresh proceeded to claim the Baron. Although the economic disadvantage had not been completely overturned, the gap had significantly narrowed, with the added advantage of the Baron buff. The blue side's combat power was now even greater. Ling returned home to update her equipment, acquiring a Void Staff. The enemy Treant remained quite tanky, necessitating some magic penetration. The tides of battle had shifted. Ling's team, having risen from a previously dire disadvantage, began their counter-push. Perhaps feeling the pressure of the reversal, the enemy team displayed overly ambitious positioning, presenting Ling another opportunity to swiftly eliminate both Ezreal and Janna alongside her teammates. Although Card managed to kill Ling in the process, he too fell to Misfortune's onslaught, leaving only the monkey and the Treant to face the 4 respawn champions of the blue side, utterly powerless to recover. Ultimately, the monkey met his demise, while the Treant barely escaped. The 4 champions advanced with determination. The Treant attempted to obstruct their path, but was easily kicked away by the blind monk's ultimate. With Misfortune's rapid attack speed, she swiftly demolished the enemy base as they respawned. Witnessing the blue victory, Ling smiled and sighed in relief. A month of relentless effort, grinding daily for ranks, had finally borne fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reaching the pinnacle. The host achieved the rank of #1 in the national server before the season's end, earning the reward of the Conqueror rune. The attributes of the first game each day remain unchanged, while each subsequent game grants a temporary increase of 1 point to each attribute, stacking up to 4 times, along with 500 points and 5 free attribute points. What an incredible reward, specifically designed for a best-of-5 scenario. Moreover, each attribute receives an additional point. Should the best-of-5 be played out fully, each attribute would ultimately gain 4 points. Such power, is this the might of the foundational runes? Recently, with severe transcoding issues, we are more motivated than ever to update swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Exiting the game interface, Ling arrived at the settlement screen, only to discover the enemy players were engaging in a frenzy of interaction, most of which involved criticizing Ezreal for not returning home after the Baron and disrupting their offensive momentum. Unfazed, Ezreal retaliated, continuously mocking his teammates for their low damage output. Ling chose to ignore the commotion and instead added Dopa as a friend. In terms of performance, Ling had indeed fallen short. Dopa's early game tempo was impeccable. Had this been a professional match, the enemy team would not have permitted such opportunities. Who truly believes that a 10,000 gold deficit could be overturned? Aside from certain domestic clubs in the streaming room, Dopa glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his computer. Realizing he was out of time, he opened the ranked ladder, and the top rank was none other than the Oriana from earlier. Thus, Dopa stood up, bowed towards the camera, and began to speak rapidly. While a few viewers understood Korean, the majority were left bewildered. However, translator Mia promptly clarified. Dopa expressed his gratitude for everyone's support, but lamented that he failed to maintain the top score. Our teamwork in the late game was lacking, granting the enemy several opportunities. However, their mid laner was exceptionally skilled, releasing abilities with great precision and timing. Almost instantly, the screen filled with an influx of comments. It's all about teammates throwing. The streamer didn't lose that the king of Korean solo queue. Who is that Oriana on the enemy team? A professional player? Quite impressive. Impressive. Wasn't it just due to Ezreal throwing a few times that they won? Selling bamboo rats at 3 yuan each or 10 yuan for 3.4 video clips. Add VXXXXX. Upon receiving a friend request from Ling, Dopa hesitated for a moment before accepting. Seeing this, Ling promptly sent a message stating, "You are quite impressive that I hope we can compete again next year to see who can reach the top." After Mia's explanation, Dopa understood the meaning and began typing a lengthy response in the chat box, only to realize that it was all in Korean. Ling replied with a question mark, and Dopa could only respond with an OK. Ling closed the game, stood up to stretch, and then sat back down to exchange the 500 points from the task reward along with the previous 480 points for free attribute points. With the additional 5 points from the task, he accumulated a total of 14 free attribute points. After some contemplation, Ling prioritized adding points to operation, landing, damage output, and team fights, proceeding with the allocation. Name: Ling. Age: 16 years. ID: LG. Rank: Grandmaster. Operation: 80 landing, 77 damage output, 70 team fight, 70 support, 65 survival, 65 development, 73 awareness, 74 version understanding, 85. This attribute cannot be enhanced through point allocation. Points: 80 free attribute points, 0 runes. Storm Gathering Enhanced Beginner Version gains 1 free attribute point each month, and 10 points annually, with a limited time experience card valid for 12 months, 11 months remaining. Joy: participate in killing an enemy hero once each game. Temporarily increases operation by 0.5 points. Max increase 5 times. Conqueror: the attributes remain unchanged for the first game of the day, and for every subsequent game, each attribute point temporarily increases by 1 point, up to a maximum of 4 times. Equipment: short sword, automatically equipped, increases landing by 2 attribute points. Overall evaluation: you have fully reached the level of a professional player and can even serve as a key player in some weaker teams. Start your true professional career and ascend to the stage. Gazing at this attribute panel, Ling finally smiled, feeling that all the hard work had finally borne fruit. However, his joy was short-lived as a notification chimed, indicating the end of the novice protection period and the system's upgrade. Ling's expression darkened. Indeed, the previous system tasks have been significantly easier, particularly the joy talent, which had come unexpectedly, and the rewards were exceedingly generous. Future tasks would undoubtedly be more challenging. Although many had started to notice the IDLG due to Dopa's influence and were aware of his ascent to the top, many remained unaware of who LG truly was. Furthermore, many dismissed the achievement, believing that only the truly talented professional players had participated in S4, and that the loss of valuable ranking time had allowed LG to rise. Many even claimed that if it weren't for Dopa's teammates' mistakes, LG would never have become number one, unaware of their thoughts, and with the clock striking midnight, Ling took a shower and then went to bed in the dormitory. The next day, after a leisurely sleep, he stretched and woke up. While washing up in the bathroom, Ling caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and exclaimed in surprise, "Guanxi, you've traversed here too." It made sense. If Yanzu was reading this book, how could Guanxi not have crossed over? After finishing his grooming, he stepped outside for a bowl of noodles before returning to the training room to continue gaming. As for the cafeteria, would a gaming addict have breakfast? Even though the rankings had been settled, Ling insisted on maintaining his attitude and not emulating certain individuals. Just because one had talent didn't mean they could act recklessly. After all, Faker possessed ample talent, but still dedicated himself to rigorous training. He powered on his computer. A stocky figure burst into the room, rushing over as soon as he spotted Ling at the computer. Ling, your scheming is too devious. Did you think mid lane wouldn't work out, so you decided to play top lane instead? I was wondering why you kept playing top lane in ranked matches. Turning around, Ling realized it was Z, who had vanished for a few days. Weren't you off looking for that older sister who's 10 years your senior? You're back already? Z's expression was a bit awkward, but he quickly regained composure. Don't change the subject. Did you already know we were getting replacements? Only then did Ling understand what he meant. It turned out 2 Korean players were arriving. One was Kakao, one of the 4 great junglers of OGN, and the other was Rookie, who was a partial transfer. Kakao was apparently in dire need of money, prompting IG to make a high offer for him. Rookie was a bonus acquisition. To be fair, these 2 Korean players were quite impressive. Without their contributions, IG wouldn't even have made it to the World Championship. Furthermore, Rookie later became a pillar for IG, leading them to survival in several instances and ultimately guiding them to victory in S8. Frankly speaking, this was IG's most profitable transaction to date. Your words imply that you just learned about this too. How could I have known? I've been busy grinding ranked matches these past few days. In reality, Ling was not only aware, but had detailed knowledge that not only Rookie and Kakao, but also the 10 players from Samsung had come LPL. Ling realized that his chances of being a starter were diminishing, whether in IG or any other team, as the club would never allow their high-value Korean imports to sit on the bench while letting a rookie like Ling take the stage. From a dialectical perspective, the arrival of Korean players indeed bolstered the combat effectiveness of LPL teams, contributing to 3 championships later on. However, the emphasis and cultivation of local players were entirely undermined, leading to a situation where only the strong were bought. As long as Korean players remained in the scene, victory would be elusive. Relying too much on others would ultimately diminish one's gaming skills. Even the so-called domestic top laners and world-class mid laners could be dismissed with a mere smile. Recently, with the severe influx of new players, it had motivated them to update more rapidly. Please exit reading mode. Thank you. Ling, Heo, you're here. The manager wants to see you in his office at AS. It was during the transfer period. It seemed they were discuss contract matters at AS. They chatted. Ling, didn't the season in last night. What rank did you achieve? Good fortune smiled upon me. I secured first place. Your boasting skills are getting sharper. What would I gain from deceiving you? I encountered Dopa in the last match and won, surpassing him by 12 points. Impressive. Ling let us keep it low-key. Arriving at the manager's office, they found the club manager, Shaluo, seated within. What were you 2 discussing? Hurry over. We need to talk about your contracts. Upon entering the office, Shaluo wasted no time and spoke directly. I believe you both have heard that we will be acquiring 2 Korean players. So our team will not retain many members. Zitai, your previous performance has been commendable. You may consider switching positions at AS for the contract. We will proceed according to last year's terms. Ling, You are still quite young. Perhaps you should return to your studies. Please, manager. Su Ling just achieved first place on the national server a few days. Su Shaoluo appeared surprised. When he initially recruited Su Ling, the latter had shown promise. But that talent seemed to have plateaued, resulting in no notable achievements in ranked matches, let alone in training or actual competitions. To his astonishment, Su Ling had indeed reached the pinnacle of a national server. Su Shaoluo glanced down at his computer, confirming that Su Ling was indeed the #1 ranked player, a club manager. Su Shaoluo was certainly more competent than the lackluster reputation that had circulated in later years. After a moment of contemplation, Su Shaoluo said, Su Ling, here's the deal. After all, we were once part of the same organization. You can stay, and your compensation will remain as before. What do you think? Ultimately, Su Ling began to display a hint of talent, prompting Su Shaoluo to decide to retain her. After all, there was no signing fee involved, and the salary was modest, merely 5,000 a month. Spending such a trivial amount was hardly a concern that Su Ling pondered briefly. The teams capable of reaching the World Championship this year were IG, LGD, and EDG. Each of these teams bore their own flaws. IG had a strong Korean mid-jungle duo, while LGD, despite their commendable strength, exhibited stubbornness and an improper attitude. Moreover, during the World Championship, when faced with multiple AP threats, their Widowmaker struggled, leaving Su Ling puzzled. Perhaps it was a matter of financial woes for the others. As for EDG, they were quite commendable, with a positive team attitude and competent double carries, yet they merely relied on Jin Chuan Deng during the championships. Su Ling's position was mid-lane, and in all three teams. The mid-laners were formidable. She feared she would find no opportunity to shine. In the top lane, LGD was also not a viable option. Thus, it came down to IG and EDG. After the mid-season, EDG's top laner would likely be benched, presenting an opportunity. Even though she might replace Sitao in the top lane for IG, their bot lane remained too weak. Deep down, Su Ling leaned towards EDG, though she had not entirely dismissed the other teams. She resolved to observe further. Manager, I need to think it over, she stated. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoluo's expression darkened. You must consider this carefully. Not mistake reaching rank 1 on the national server as an impressive feat. It is merely the result of professional players being at S4, granting you a fleeting chance. How many casual players have stepped onto the stage only to be reduced to mere shadows? Join another club, and you might not even be afforded a single opportunity. Thank you, manager, but I have decided to ponder this further, Su Ling replied, attempting to maintain her stance. Su Shaoluo intended to reprimand her. But just then, a staff member announced, Manager, the principal has arrived with the Korean players. All right, I'll be right there, she responded, then turned to Su Ling, declaring, Since you've made your decision, I want to retain you. Move out today and vacate the room promptly. Do not delay the Korean players' usage. With that, she exited, muttering, What an audacious individual, mistaking rank 1 on the national server for being a champion at the World Championship. Truly excessive. Su Ling, why didn't you stay? No matter, you could continue as my substitute in the top lane. Get lost? Who wants to be your substitute? Come, help me pack my things. Are you really leaving? Is there any doubt? Su Ling's belongings were minimal. She swiftly packed up, and the two made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Principal Wang, Su Shaoluo, and 2 Korean players who were engaged in cheerful banter. The atmosphere amiable. Spotting Su Ling burdened with luggage, Su Shaoluo displayed a look of disdain, while Principal Wang merely glanced at her and then ignored her, for no one pays heed to the thoughts of the weak. Rookie and Kakao were curious enough to observe for a moment, yet refrained from inquiring further. In that year of 2016, at the entrance of IG, Su Ling felt as insignificant as a lackey. She vowed to double her efforts, to step onto the stage, and to seize victory after victory. After hailing a taxi and loading her belongings, she turned to her companion RZ and said, RZ, play well after switching positions. Don't let your hard-earned spot at the World Championship slip away. Get lost, just watch. I won't surrender to anyone. After leaving IG, Su Ling found a hotel, preparing to trial with other clubs in the coming days. However, she soon realized that many teams had already solidified their rosters, some even incorporating Korean players. Su Ling, the rank 1 on the national server, Were not all professional players once high-scoring casual gamers before stepping onto the professional stage? Only the weakest of teams, with no prospects, might consider her, and even then, under conditions akin to IG. Merely a few thousand to be dismissed. Faced with no alternatives, Su Ling opted to return her hometown. Coinciding with the upcoming New Year's celebrations. Back home, Su Ling found little warmth from her parents, who had initially agreed to grant her a year. Half a year had already elapsed. There's still half a year, remarked her father, Su Dechong, before he resumed ignoring her. Fortunately, during her time at IG, she had saved a considerable sum by living frugally and often sharing meals with Z. Su Ling activated her broadband and procured streaming equipment, preparing to embark on a live streaming venture, for she could not afford to remain idle. With the new year behind her, the new season approached, and Su Ling was ready for her streaming endeavors. Ding! The system upgrade was complete. Below is the summary of system updates. Each ranked victory would yield a point, limited to the master tier. Accumulating 100 points would allow for the exchange of 1 free attribute point, with 80 points and above requiring 2 attribute points to increase by 1. Indeed, the previous period had been a protective measure for novices. Now, the difficulty had escalated exponentially. In the past, 1 ranked match could yield 10 points. Now, it was reduced to merely 1. Additionally, to enhance attributes above 80, 2 free points were necessary for a single increase. Reflecting on the time elapsed since her last point allocation, 3 months had passed, and the new year had come and gone. Su Ling had amassed 13 attribute points through the rune storm. She resolved to elevate the 2 attributes, support and survival, that had yet to reach 70, thus expending 10 points, while the remaining 3 were allocated to her landing. Consequently, all her attributes surpassed 70, eliminating any weaknesses. And both her operations and landing reached 80, making her formidable even among strong teams. The hero proficiency system was now available. Oriana, Twisted Fate A, Victor Dash, Jin Malphite B, Riven A Dash, and Dr. Mundo A Dash. Note: hero proficiency can only be increased through practice or system task rewards. This was the primary reason Su Ling had been unable to participate previously. Her limited hero pool rendered her susceptible to countering that a new task was issued: become the first master of S5. Currently, you have yet to successfully join a professional team. Commence your rank journey and be the first to ascend to master tier, ensuring others take notice of your existence. Task rewards: 1 random rune, 3 free attribute points, and random S proficiency for a hero. While this reward paled in comparison to previous offerings, it was still quite substantial. Her highest proficiency, Oriana, was merely A, leaving her curious about the sensation of achieving S. Su Ling swiftly booted up her computer and registered an account on a streaming platform. Her time at IG had been too brief to register earlier, and Principal Wong's endeavor with Panda had yet to gain traction. The newly created room lacked fame, and no one was there to draw viewers, resulting in a chilling silence within the stream. Unperturbed, Su Ling amended the stream title to aiming for the first master of S5 on the national server and clicked to begin her ranked matches. She glanced at her friends' list. Many had already commenced their games, including Dopa, an intimidating prospect, given his immense talent and diligence. Before long, Su Ling was immersed in a match, considering that the top lane appeared more promising this season and offered greater ease in joining a team. As well as the flexibility to play mid-top, she aimed to enhance her hero pool. Thus, from the outset of her ranked matches, she sought the top lane position. However, these were merely placement matches in lower tiers, coupled with her formidable attribute points, which facilitated her rapid ascent. Thanks to her high placement from the previous season, she began at Platinum, and her subsequent journey to higher ranks remained enjoyable, despite encountering 2 matches where teammates quarreled and disconnected. Nonetheless, Su Ling led her team to victory. Only 1 match saw 3 teammates lagging, leaving her powerless, as both allies and opponents were high-ranking from the prior season, highlighting the disparity in skill levels. Just as she ascended to Diamond 4, Su Ling stretched and noticed a message in the chat. As her streaming time accumulated, her skill and rank attracted a modest audience, albeit not many. Is it true that anyone, human or ghost, can reach master now? The bar for streamers is getting lower by the day. Indeed, those who used to wash feet are no longer around. They've all turned to streaming that I strongly recommend a return to traditional industries. There were also some who helped sue Ling with explanations, yet he remained unconcerned, even though he believed that those young ladies should return to the physical industry. Otherwise, it would be an utter waste. The chat box flickered, revealing that Air Z had come online. Duo Q. The conversation between father and son was refreshingly straightforward. Su Ling responded with a simple one, promptly pulling the other into the game. At this moment, with no built-in voice chat in the game, the two connected via YY. Hey Air Z, hurry up, Dad will help you climb the ranks. Get lost, can't you tell who the father is? Remember, as long as I'm around. ULL, always be a substitute. I'm live streaming. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Upon seeing Ztai's ID and hearing his voice, the audience in the live stream began to flood the chat with inquiries. Streamer. Were you previously with IG? Are you a professional player? Why Haven T, I seen you on stage. Professional player my foot. He is just a garbage substitute. Selling bamboo rats. 3 yuan each. 10 yuan for 3. Watching videos VXXX that Su Ling swiftly banned the seller. And the reason was solely to protect the netizens' property and mental being to as long as one follow those steps, they would see absolutely nothing, still getting scammed. And even facing threats later on, do not ask how Su Ling knew this. A friend had informed him. Thanks for everyone's support. The streamer was indeed with IG last year, but lacked the strength to appear on stage. Now, he is a full-time streamer and ranked first in the national server at the end of last season. The streamer primarily plays high-tier matches. Everyone can follow him to learn some skills and climb to higher ranks. Really, I just checked, and he truly was the first in the national server last year. Impressive. I thought he was just a mediocre streamer, but it turns out he is quite the expert. Laughing to death. This guy thinks he can teach me how to play League of Legends. Seriously, I'm dying of laughter. He wants to teach me, a bronze emperor, how to rank up. Soon, a throng of viewers flocked to Ztai's stream. The army of Ztai is here. Everyone step aside. The viewership in Su Ling's stream surged significantly. Before long, Su Ling entered the game. Sticking to the usual arrangement, Su Ling took the top lane while Ztai occupied mid. Though they occasionally switched, especially since Ztai had been assigned to the top lane, that Su Ling chose Rumble for this match. This champion is a must-practice for top lane, just like Orianna for mid. In every World Championship, no matter the version, mid lane always features Orianna, and top lane always has Rumble. They're truly a top laner who can claim to be formidable without knowing Rumble? Can a top laner who gets utterly demolished in lane be called the world's number 1? Have they genuinely mastered the art of kiting? Recently, the encoding has become severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you, Dat. He switched to the Galaxy Rumble skin, which indeed feels excellent. Upon entering the game, the Summoner's Rift had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to the previous season. Firstly, the map looked exquisite. What once resembled the map of a blood-soaked legend now resembled an authentic classic. It wasn't until after S7 that the map's graphics became truly pleasing, besides the map changes. The jungle underwent the most significant alterations. The two brothers transformed into stone beetles, yet they could not split, while the ghost became the magic claw frog, and river crabs were added to the river, giving birth to the infamous meme that a crab in the first zone could solo a king in the suburbs. Additionally, the dragon shifted from a team economy to a 5-layer Dragon Slayer buff, and the Baron buff received an enhancement from minions. Moreover, different jungle monsters now grant various effects when slain with Smite. Although one must carry Smite to utilize jungle equipment, due to the special effect from smiting certain monsters. Many top laners began to take Smite, such as a top lane Ram who sought trouble with a Magic Claw Frog right from the start. Returning to the game, Su Ling arrived at the top lane. Facing off against a Jace, another champion essential for the top lane, arguably one of the most well-rounded champions in League of Legends design. Glancing at the opposing Jace SID, the previously relaxed Su Ling immediately sat upright. It was not for any trivial reason. The opponent was none other than the renowned Xianxin. Upon seeing that ID, Su Ling's mind immediately recalled the significance of the first king of S6. For those who may still be unaware of my ascent to the top in S6, allow me to recount it once more. opening a new text document on the desktop to tee this moment. Xianshun had chosen his signature burst damage Jace, which relieved Su Ling. Had his opponent picked a Blood Mage build, it would have been utterly disastrous. However, let us not be overly critical. Xianshun was indeed a formidable player among casuals. A strong contender for the top spot on the national server. Everyone has their peak moments. Don't mistake a fleeting moment for eternity. Xianshun, are you aiming to challenge for the first king of S5? Are you trying to bolster your bragging rights? That one do. Let me adjust the timeline for you. You ought to return next year. No need to thank me. I just enjoy helping others. In this match, Su Ling executed a flawless rhythm, tearfully eliminating Xianshun 3 times, dominating the opponent. During team fights, a single ultimate ability cast down wreaked havoc. Long time no see. How have you become so strong? If you were still with IG, I fear you'd steal my position. Stay humble, stay humble. Before the system arrived, it was utterly useless. After the system came, it remained useless. Was the system even necessary? As they progressed in climbing ranks, the duo maintained high efficiency, with Su Ling and Erzi soaring through the ranks. Su Ling took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. First place, Dopa had encountered some misfortune, losing 2 consecutive matches. Trailing behind. Yet soon, Su Ling's streak of good fortune also came to an end as he faced peculiar teammates in 2 consecutive matches, resulting in losses. Both parties found themselves back at the starting line. Following that, Su Ling resumed ranked matches, occasionally queuing with Dopa, albeit as teammates. Finally, Su Ling reached the promotion series for Diamond 1. A successful promotion would elevate him to Master Tier, and with the rank reset at midnight, he would automatically become the first king. For the final match, Su Ling selected Makai. As for why he chose Makai. It was of course because the jungler with 7 Jongade S is well known. EDG recruits Makai for the top lane. Just a joke. The reality is that EDG seeks a top laner who excels with champions like Twisted Fate, Makai, and the Tree. After all, their Korean duo truly delivers, and the top laner merely needs to absorb damage. Su Ling thought of playing Makai to give the opponent a glimpse and perhaps add them as a friend, hoping to secure a spot with EDG. Ultimately, Su Ling executed several teleport flanks, targeting the enemy AD, successfully clinching victory in the match. Awkwardly, however, when Su Ling tried to add the team captain, he did not accept the request. The chat was flooded with mocking remarks. The streamer still wants to add a professional player as a friend? Thinking of going pro? Don't try to ride on the captain's coattails. High rank in solo queue doesn't guarantee success as a pro. Su Ling paid no mind, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. During this period, he had hardly encountered any professional players, and after finally meeting one, the request went unaccepted. Opening the ranked battlefield, he found himself alone at Master Tier. After a 20-minute reset, Su Ling became the first king. After all, Master Tier is not an achievement for just anyone. So when Su Ling revealed his rank, numerous messages flooded the chat. 666. He truly is the first king of the national server. I was previously blind to his skill. What does it matter? No matter how impressive one's rank is, they still have to stream here. My big shot. Listen to me and send a super rocket. Thanks to the big guy for the super rocket. Much appreciated. This mere rocket? Just a national server first. Who even plays on the national server anymore? Everyone else on the Korean server now. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that with South Korea clinching the championship title at the S tournament twice, and doing so with a crushing victory each time, it was evident to all that the skill level in the Korean server far surpassed that of the domestic server. Moreover, the Korean server boasted a better environment. Unlike the domestic server, which was rife with toxicity and unprofessional players. Consequently, professional players flocked to the Korean server for training, explaining why he had only encountered one notable player, the factory manager, previously, grateful for the support he received. He proudly announced that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the domestic server, stating that he would conclude the stream for the day and would venture into the Korean server for some matches. He encouraged his viewers to show their support by following him, thanking them before signing off. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and becoming the first king of the domestic server in the S5 season. Reward: New Rune. Aftershock: each time a champion is immobilized, all attributes gain a temporary boost for the current game. Free attribute points. 3. Rumble S proficiency. After a brief contemplation, Su Ling decided to exchange some of his 130 points for additional attribute points. Adding them to his damage output along with the 3 points from the reward that he opened his attribute panel. Name. Su Ling age. 16 ID. LG rank. Supreme King control. 80 landing. 80 damage output. 73 team fight. 70 support. 70 survival. 70 development. 73 awareness. 74 version understanding. 88. This attribute cannot be enhanced through points allocation. Points. 0 free attribute points. 0 runes. Storm gathering. Enhanced beginner edition. Earn 1 free attribute point each month. 10 free attribute points each year. 12 month limited trial card. Remaining 8 months. Joyful. Gain a temporary boost of 0.5 control for each enemy champion killed in a game, stacking up to 5 times. Conqueror. Attributes remain unchanged for the first game of the day. For subsequent games, each attribute temporarily increases by 1 point, stacking up to 4 times. Aftershock. Each time a champion is immobilized, all attributes gain a temporary boost for the current game. Equipment. Short sword automatically equipped. Increases landing attributes by 2 points. Overall evaluation. Your prowess is formidable among professional players. Hurry and join a professional team to embark on your journey to victory. Su Ling exhaled in relief. Yet upon reflecting on Faker's attribute points, which likely exceeded 85, he felt a sense of urgency to not become complacent. He swiftly purchased a Korean server account on an online marketplace, activated a speed booster, downloaded the game, and prepared to grind for ranks on the Korean server the following day. The recent surge in transcoding motivated him to update more rapidly, urging viewers to exit reading mode. Thank you. On the following morning, Su Ling rose early, freshened up, and gazed into the mirror. Truly handsome, he mused, I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry you. The woman who does will undoubtedly be the second happiest in the world, with the first being the reader's partner. After breakfast, he jogged around the village, maintaining his physical fitness, which is essential for a professional player. The intensity was quite high, given the southwestern mountainous terrain, although it was a concrete road. The steepness and curvature would likely deter drivers from other regions. Not to mention, the difficulty of obtaining a driver's license here ranked first nationwide. Upon returning home, Su Ling launched the Korean server client and began the game. As it was a new level 30 account with no ranked matches played, but possessing ample gold, he purchased heroes and runes before diving straight into the game. His ascent in ranks was swift, though his lack of Korean language skills necessitated communication through pings. Aware that he would likely need to communicate with Korean teammates in the future, he began studying the language while queuing for ranked matches. With the LPL spring split nearing its conclusion, it was evident that the influx of Korean players had significantly strengthened LPL teams. Previously, the ability to reach the finals and secure the runner-up position was not indicative of LPL strength, but rather a reflection of the weaknesses of Western teams. In contrast, when faced with the former OGN squads, the current LCK teams left LPL with little room to retaliate. The addition of Korean players granted LPL teams a fighting chance. However, Western teams were also progressing rapidly. By the time of the S13 World Championship, LPL teams, due to their arrogance and failure to adapt to the meta, struggled even against Western teams, let alone LCK teams. Nevertheless, with the presence of Korean players, the dynamics varied among different teams due to player styles and chemistry. Some Korean imports were merely there for financial gain and did not take the competition seriously, resulting in persistent gaps in strength among teams. Nonetheless, EDG, LGD, and IG showcased formidable prowess, ultimately proving their mettle by qualifying for the World Championship. Ding! A new task has been issued. Join a professional team. For someone determined to lead LPL to victory, how could one not join a professional team? Quickly join a team. Task reward: a random rune and 4 free attribute points. Su Ling initially assumed it was another task related to ranked matches on the Korean server. Given how long he had traversed this journey without qualifying for the World Championship, it was indeed a bit unacceptable. This was not a system that allowed one to languish in low ranks, fishing for points before soaring to prominence and dominating others. After ascending to the king rank, Su Ling noticed a marked improvement in the quality of matches, with players demonstrating superior game rhythm and strategy. It was no wonder LCK had long dominated the game. At the very least, the environment for professional players was excellent, while the domestic server had devolved into a haven for directors and actors in recent years. Earning thousands in a day and tens of thousands a month through mere acting, alongside video monetization, who would still aspire to be a professional player. After all, even non-core team members earned relatively modest salaries. And there was no need to shoulder the blame. Consequently, fresh talent remained scarce, and even as S13 approached, many core players were still those from years prior. The trajectory of history did not alter significantly with Su Ling's arrival. Ultimately, the spring split was claimed by EDG. Meanwhile, Su Ling encountered the factory manager a few times during ranked matches, even outperforming him on several occasions, leading to a friend request. After briefly explaining to his audience, Su Ling quickly ended his stream, stating, "Factory manager, I am your fan." This was the first line he felt compelled to utter upon conversing with the factory manager, as it was well known that such words would earn respect. For instance, during the World Championship, when a factory manager was outplayed by a fan's Lee Sin, many attributed it to a lack of skill. However, Su Ling understood that the factory manager was merely showcasing his prowess from a higher level, not catering to fans, thus embodying the grandeur of a great nation. "Thank you. Is your ID the same on the domestic server?" "Yes, I added you before, but you did not accept. I had matters to attend to." After that, "I accepted. Did you not see?" It was then Su Ling realized the factory manager had not rejected him. He had merely acted swiftly in closing the game. "Factory manager, do you need more players?" "Wait a moment." A long pause ensued, and Su Ling began to lose hope, thinking that EDG was still quite full at that time. Just as he was about to enter the hero selection interface, he received a message. "Yes, when can you come for a trial?" "I can come anytime." "All right, add me on WeChat quickly. We need to go to the SI in a few days." This upcoming SI was the inaugural event, ultimately leading to EDG, under the factory manager's leadership, claiming the championship, an apex achievement in the factory manager's career. Tomorrow works. Having confirmed the time and agreed on the details, Su Ling promptly shut down his computer and began packing his belongings. "Dad, I found a team. I'm going for an interview tomorrow." Masuda Chong raised his head slightly, quickly adopting an indifferent facade as he replied, "I don't care. There are still 6 months left if you don't achieve anything by then. You'll have to return to your studies." Su Ling understood that her father, though appearing cold, was actually quite attentive to her. Therefore, she reassured him once more of her commitment to achieving results before returning to her room. The following day, Su Ling rose early, taking the high-speed train before transferring to a flight. By 5 p.m., she arrived at the EDG base located at 695 Ling Shi Road in the bustling metropolis. Standing at the entrance, she first called the director, who informed her that someone would be down to meet her shortly. "Director, it's me, LG. Please follow me. Dinner is about to be served. I have already arranged with Abu to eat first before we proceed with your trial training." The director's demeanor was not one of indifference. Rather, it stemmed from the countless individuals who came each year for trial training, yet only a few met the necessary standards. "Thank you. Did you come alone?" "You aren't yet of age, so how will the contract be signed?" "Not to worry that if I pass the trial, I can send the contract home for my father to sign. We have made arrangements." The director nodded in understanding. Upon entering the EDG cafeteria, Su Ling was taken aback. The quality of the food was indeed subpar, far inferior to that of the private school she previously attended, which charged $3,000 per semester for meals and lodging. She chastised herself for not recalling this sooner. It was no wonder she had heard complaints from EDG's Korean players about the food. She had previously thought it implausible that anything could be amiss in such a place. Today, however, she realized she had been naive. Nevertheless, she was there to compete, not to indulge in fine dining. If the food was unsatisfactory, she could simply order takeout. With her previous salary from IG and earnings from streaming over the past few months, she had more than enough funds to cover her needs. After dinner, Su Ling was led to the training room. Upon seeing the director arrive with her, Abu approached with a smile. "You must be Su Ling, the director mentioned you. Your mechanics are impressive, and you have strong landing skills. You are here to trial for top lane, correct?" "Actually, I can play both mid and top. My skills are quite balanced. Last year, I was a substitute mid laner for IG, though I never got to play in any matches." "You were a substitute mid laner for IG?" Yes, I was there for 6 months. Abu furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with the director, silently confirming their thoughts. Please hold on for a moment. I need to handle something. With that, Abu stepped outside to make a phone call. This was not Abu's fault. After all, he had previously been with other teams and was unaware of Su Ling's background. They needed to clarify her contract situation to avoid any complications and to ascertain why she was no longer with her original club. Soon, Abu returned but did not enter the training room, instead calling the director outside. Are you certain she is exceptionally skilled? Yes, her landing is fierce, her mechanics are solid, and she has a vast champion pool. She consistently performs well in high ranks on Korean servers. What's the issue? Is there a problem with her contract? No, it's just that Su Xiaoluo mentioned she is quite lacking. How is it that she appears so capable here? They were about to head to the international competition, a major event hosted by Riot, and needed to focus on training. Recalling Su Ling's initial statement about being a fan, the director thought, how could he deny an opportunity to a supporter? Let us give her a chance for trial training. It will only take about half an hour. Very well. They entered the training room and clapped to get the attention of the players. Everyone, please set aside what you are doing. We were about to begin our practice match against IG, but we have a newcomer joining us for a trial. Let us welcome her and see how she performs in the top lane. Koro, let Su Ling play a match. Koro did not respond verbally, but nodded in agreement, though he was somewhat reluctant. Despite having won the Spring Championship, he remained grounded, aware that his success was largely due to his duo partner's performance. Su Ling chose to join EDG for the higher likelihood of winning championships and the greater chances of gaining playtime. Taking her place in Koro's position, Su Ling began her trial match. Upon entering the custom game, she immediately recognized the opposing team, with the top lane being occupied by Zeta, who had already transitioned to that role. However, Su Ling said nothing, as both trial matches and scrims were confidential. Having spent 6 months with IG, she understood this well. As they entered the band pick phase, Coach Abu inquired from behind, "Can you play Makai?" "Of course." "How could I not prepare for your team need for Makai?" "EDG's top lane must choose champions like him, which can yield quick results. With both carries being formidable, the top lane merely needed a reliable tank to absorb damage and provide crowd control. This strategy, including the later 4 Protect, 1 tactics, revolve around selecting supportive and tanky champions, allowing the AD carry to deal damage. Such tactics might work against domestic teams, but they would falter against LCK squads. The enemy's AD carry would likely outclass theirs. Even if the two were evenly matched, the other 4 positions would be at a significant advantage, making it impossible to win a 5-on-1 situation. Consequently, LPL teams fell into a misconception, believing that prioritizing the primary carry while allowing the other players to be mediocre would suffice. Over time, once powerful top and mid laners like Xiaohu and Le had also become lackluster. Initially, they were known for their assassins and warriors, boasting commendable records. If the primary carry faltered or became invisible, winning matches would become mere wishful thinking. That it wasn't until S8, when IG claimed the championship, that many realized the necessity for all 5 players to be capable of carrying the game to secure victory. Alright, then select Makai. You're the newcomer. Just stabilize the top lane, teleport to assist when needed. Protect the carries, and provide crowd control and tankiness in the late game. Understood. Su Ling did not argue. She was merely a fledgling in this realm and lacked the grounds to contest such directives. After all, Koro had been sidelined despite winning the S tournament. What chance did she have, having not yet even completed her trial? As the game commenced, Su Ling's Makai faced off against Zeta's champion. Despite knowing Zeta as a friend from within the circle, Su Ling showed no mercy. Even in a disadvantaged lane, EDG's requirement was merely to hold the top lane, yet Su Ling managed to solo kill Zeta twice. She became exceedingly fed, standing at the front line during team fights. The enemy team found it impossible to deal damage, and Deft's Jinx was able to output freely beneath Makai as protection. Realizing they could not secure a victory, the opposing team typed GG in the chat. Though the match concluded with ease, Abu's expression was far from cheerful. Su Ling, "Well, you played exceptionally well. There are significant issues. Why didn't you choose to teleport to the bot lane when there were 2 prime opportunities? Had you done so, the enemy bot lane would have crumbled." Additionally, those 2 solo kills were far too risky. The first almost resulted in your death, and the second was nearly thwarted by the enemy jungler's presence. If you had been caught, you would have missed the subsequent dragon fight, leaving our bot lane under immense pressure. Ling refrained from rebuttal, despite feeling that Abu's points were largely unfounded. Let us try another match. This time, use Gnar. In the next training match, Ling selected Gnar once more, achieving remarkable results as she solo killed Zeta's Makai 3 times. Zeta, clearly frustrated, typed in the chat, Koro. As frequent adversaries, it is evident that he knows Koro lacks the capability to eliminate him so many times. During the Baron team fight, Ling skillfully controlled Gnar, achieving a remarkable 4-man ultimate, swiftly concluding the encounter. This remarkable maneuver earned Ling a thumbs up from his teammates, the illustrious Korean duo Ice and Pawn. However, Koro felt a twinge of discomfort as he feared being relegated to the substitute bench by Ling. The day's scrimmage concluded here, and everyone was instructed to train individually. Ling, please accompany me to my office, Abu stated. Upon entering the office, Abu remarked, Ling, your skills are indeed commendable, yet the risks you take are excessively high. Should you fail to achieve the desired outcomes, your intentions may be exploited by the opposition, leading to your downfall. So, coach, have I passed the trial? Ling inquired. Abu believed that Ling was genuinely ill-suited to the EDG style. But considering Ling's gameplay and landing prowess, he decided to accept him. After all, it did not require a substantial investment. At most, merely 20,000 you have passed. You will serve as the substitute for the top lane. He concluded, Thank you, coach. Subsequently, Abu summoned the team's manager, San Xiao, to discuss the contract. Ling's monthly salary would be 10,000, and there would be no signing fee. He would be required to stream in conjunction with the team. But any gifts received would belong to Ling. The contract would be valid until November 30th of this year. For someone newly joining the team without a notable track record, this contract was quite favorable. Thus, Ling agreed to the terms, and for the formal signing, he would need to consult a lawyer the next day. If all was in order, the contract would be sent to Su Dechong for signing. It was no surprise that Ling was being cautious, considering the plethora of unfortunate cases from the future. Although the contract had yet to be signed, Abu had already introduced Ling to the team. Everyone, please be quiet. This is our new player, Ling, who will serve as our substitute for the top lane. I trust you will all cooperate and progress together. The reaction from the team was quite expected. Given Ling's impressive performance previously, it would have been unusual not to welcome him. Koro let out a sigh of relief, glad that his position remained secure. Hello everyone. I'm Ling. I look forward to your support, he said. Thus, Ling successfully joined EDG. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of joining a professional team. Rewards are now being issued. New rune. Treasure Hunter, participating in kills in each game can enhance developmental attributes by 1 point, stacking up to 4 times. 4 free attribute points. Previously, Storm Gathering provided 3 attribute points, and with points redeemable for 5 more, this totals 12 points. Ling promptly allocated 5 points each to team fighting and support, as his recent trial had demonstrated that his current skills and landing were sufficient, at least within the LPL. What he urgently needed was to shine in team fights and support. Otherwise, opportunities to play would be scarce. Moreover, with operation and landing both at 80, it would require 2 attribute points to increase by 1, which was not cost-effective. Additionally, he allocated 2 points to damage output, ensuring that all attributes, except for survival, development, and awareness, would exceed 75 points. That he opened the attribute panel. Name: Ling, age 16, ID LG team, EDG operation 80, landing 80, 82, equipment, short sword output 75, team fight 75, support 75, survival 70, development 73, awareness 74, version understanding 89. This attribute cannot be improved through allocation. Points: 41 free attribute points, 0 runes. Storm Gathering Enhanced Beginner Edition. 1 free attribute point can be obtained each month, with 10 free attribute points earned annually. Limited time experience card for 12 months, 5 months remaining. Joy: participating in the kill of an enemy hero once per game temporarily increases operation by 0. 5 points, stacking up to 5 times. Conqueror, in the first game of the day, attributes remain unchanged. Thereafter, each game sees a temporary increase of 1 point per attribute, stacking up to 4 times. Aftershock, after immobilizing an enemy hero. Each attribute increases by 1 temporary point for the remainder of the game. Treasure Hunter, participating in kills in each game can enhance developmental attributes by 1 point, stacking up to 4 times. Equipment, short sword, automatically equipped, increasing landing by 2 attribute points. Overall evaluation, congratulations to the host on successfully joining a professional team, yet you remain a substitute. Surely, you do not wish to spend your life next to the water cooler. So please strive to participate in matches and become a starting player. Recently, the encoding issues have intensified, providing us with more motivation to update at a faster pace. Kindly exit reading mode with a simple click. Thank you. Although Ling had joined EDG, his status as a substitute newcomer did not create any significant stir, nor was there any announcement regarding his arrival. Following his induction into EDG, Ling commenced participating in daily training. Additionally, the team's analyst began gathering data on Ling, including KDA, minion kills, tower pushes, damage taken, output, and ward placements. Ling could not help but marvel at how much the LPL teams had learned from the Korean squads, particularly in terms of operational strategy, which was markedly superior to that of other LPL teams. However, this was still insufficient. While they were formidable against domestic teams, how could they hope to triumph over LCK teams? A disciple cannot hope to defeat his master by merely mimicking surface-level strategies. The S13 squad had already demonstrated that by leveraging the unique characteristics of the LPL, aggression and relentless fighting, they could leave the opposition perplexed about their own strategies and emerge victorious. Of course, this required strong individual player capabilities. Otherwise, one risks falling even faster. Although Ling's addition provided the team with more options, his style remained somewhat at odds with that of EDG. Many of Ling's actions were too reckless and lacked stability. Despite achieving favorable results most of the time, no one believed such success could be expected consistently. Winning could also be accomplished through steadiness. Why take unnecessary risks? On May 6, Ling accompanied the team to participate in the SI. Yet throughout EDG's journey to victory, he never received an opportunity to play, remaining by the water cooler in the lounge. Perhaps due to Ling's presence, Koro felt a heightened sense of pressure, prompting him to train even harder. During the SI, Koro's performance improved remarkably, culminating in a pivotal moment where he executed a massive Gnar ultimate on 4 SKT players, leading to victory to AS. This was an international tournament organized by Riot, and the first time an LPL team had claimed the championship. A wave of accolades flooded in upon their return home, with some players becoming somewhat complacent. Ling was unaware of the specifics, but he diligently trained each day, continuously grinding for points and enhancing his proficiency with various champions. Meanwhile, Koro would stroll around the training room for a couple of laps before sitting at his computer, engrossed in his phone. Occasionally, after finishing a game, Ling seized the opportunity to glance over, discovering that Koro was browsing forums, social media, and Weibo, often bursting into laughter. Ling sensed that the moment he would step onto the stage was drawing near. Sure enough, just a few days later, tensions flared between EDG's management and coaching staff that Ling was unsure of who was right or wrong in the situation. However, from his perspective, it seemed that Koro was in the wrong more often than not. After all, the contract had been signed previously, and the salary had been agreed upon. Demanding a raise at this juncture was clearly unreasonable. No boss would ever agree to this if such an action were taken. Other competitors would undoubtedly follow suit, leading to the club's inevitable demise. Furthermore, as a professional player, becoming complacent after achieving some success and neglecting training, while indulging in the adoration of female fans, serves no purpose. Consider Faker. He embraces female fans as if he were mourning a loss, yet he beams with joy when interacting with male supporters. Though he has lost in Jing, he has grown stronger. Ling did not anticipate that despite EDG's decision to bench Koro, he would still remain a substitute. The club had made an unexpected transfer, bringing in a player named AJ. Ling was somewhat familiar with AJ from a past life, being a compatriot from Hong Kong, renowned as a dashing young man with an ancient charm. Although Ling was still a substitute, He was granted the opportunity to rotate into the game. Sharing a dorm with AJ, the charming young man greeted Su Ling with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. "Hello, my surname is Sure. Sure Wei how am, why surname is Sure." AJ was momentarily puzzled, not understanding Su Ling's exaggerated reaction. "Yes, what's the matter? There are plenty of people with the surname Sure on the mainland, right? My surname is Sure, and regardless of when I meet you, it is worth my surname is Sure, and riding with pen and paper is like a galloping steed. My surname is Sure, and with a golden list. My words are imbued with significance. My surname is Sure, and the vision of a lofty person is as shameless as the name suggests. Sure, unafraid of the wind and sand. Sure, praised by the masses. Sure, guarded by stars. Sure, a talented scholar among men. Sure, moving forward along the path. Sure, destined to win in life. Sure, all storms shall settle. Sure, setting sail to further fame. Memories of these catchy phrases flooded his mind. Su Ling found himself unconsciously shouting them out, even swaying his body to the rhythm. AJ's expression grew increasingly bewildered, and after a moment, he responded, "Brother, your literary talent is impressive, and you have quite the flair. You're from the Northeast, right? How did you know? I thought I had no accent." Observing AJ struggle to contain his amusement, Su Ling decided to end the jest. "Just kidding, I'm from the Southwest, quite the opposite direction." "Oh, I see that I was just joking with you. We'll be teammates from now on, so let us look out for each other." It must be said that while Su Ling refrained from commenting on AJ's skills, he found his personality genuinely pleasant and devoid of the arrogance often seen in many from Hong Kong. Thus, despite their competitive relationship, they coexisted harmoniously. As the summer season commenced, the LPL audience, eagerly awaiting the return of the SI champions, was taken aback to discover that the starting roster did not include the formidable champion top laner Koro, but rather AJ, the top laner from the relegated EP.HK from the spring season, who had a dismal record of 1 win, 5 draws, and 8 losses. It was a baffling decision to replace a champion with an underperforming player and an unknown newcomer. On May 23 EDG faced their first match against KG, a team that had only just ascended to the LPL after the conclusion of the spring season. Featuring players such as Sky, LXG, Assas, Wux, and Land.bys6, the Royal Club had acquired KG, resurrecting the team while also bringing in top laner Looper, mid laner Xiaohu, and support Ada, significantly enhancing the team's performance. However, their peculiar strategies, such as the use of Zyra, raised eyebrows at the World Championship. Before the match, Su Ling sat by the water cooler, perusing the comments on the forum. Although the forum had seen better days, with the likes of D-Bar and Du Naitai long past their prime, one forum had thrived alongside the rise of League of Legends. The Pressure Resistance Forum. Su Ling, a veteran of the forum and a level 14 deity, found the discussions rife with criticism regarding Edgy's decision to bench Koro. The majority of forum members condemned Edgy's foolish actions, while simultaneously lambasting the 2 new top laners. Some had even organized a group to launch an attack on Weibo at 8 p.m. As a substitute. Su Ling went largely unnoticed, but AJ was likely facing a harsh reality on social media. Observing the growing outrage, Su Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for AJ, considering they were both compatriots. As the summer season progressed, EDG demonstrated their strength, securing an impressive 10 consecutive wins in the regular season, even with AJ as the top laner. The realm of esports has always been predicated on results. With few exceptions, even though they had only secured the Void Championship, many still regarded Shun as the strongest AD. Consequently, the criticism aimed at AJ began to wane. That Su Ling also experienced the formidable influence of the fanbase. Understanding why Koro had become so complacent and why he had refrained from criticizing them in his past life, that it became evident that if things continued as they were, Edgy's spot in the playoffs was all but guaranteed. Moreover, facing Su Ling's lingering gaze daily, he reflected on his own 2 months of rigorous training, during which he had achieved several high ranks on the Korean server, even claiming spots in the top 3. Thus, Abu resolved to give Su Ling a chance to play. Su Ling, you'll be playing against IG tomorrow. Let's see how you perform. If he hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Well, just do your best tomorrow." "Thank you, coach. I will certainly give it my all." After waiting so long, Su Ling was exhilarated to finally receive his chance to play Ding. A task has been issued. First victory, make a stunning entrance. After all this time, how could he not seize the opportunity, making a grand debut on the stage? The task required him to secure a victory and achieve VP. The rewards included a new rune and 2 attribute points. A long-term task was also announced. Winning a match would grant 20 points, noting that BO1-5 would be considered one match. Determined to win tomorrow, Su Ling resumed his training, resolving to elevate his 4th account to rank 4 on the Korean server that night. Abu, observing Su Ling's unwavering determination, admired his diligence that Su Ling consistently trained the longest at the base, demonstrating exceptional commitment and hard work that Su Ling. Make sure to rest early tonight. You'll need your energy for the match tomorrow. All right, coach, I'll rest after this match, he chuckled, thinking how he could never afford to slack off. In his previous life, he had no system and struggled immensely. He recalled how he would quote lines from Hong Kong films after drinking with friends. I can only blame my bad luck. But I have never doubted my talent. Yet, as he uttered those words, he inwardly acknowledged his status as an ordinary person, even one who had fared poorly. This life had granted him a second chance, remarkable talent, and a system. If he did not strive diligently, whom could he blame? The notion of not becoming a slave to the system seemed absurd. His success and wealth would ultimately be his own. If it were someone else in his position, they might even strive harder than he did. On July 18th, the day finally arrived for IG to face EDG, marking Su Ling's debut on the professional stage. Let us go. Bring your gear and head to the stage, Abu instructed after QG and Up had finished their matches. Although Su Ling had joined IG around this time last year, he had never been to the front stage. As he stepped onto the stage for the first time, witnessing the vast audience with their fan signs cheering enthusiastically, Su Ling felt no trace of nervousness, only exhilaration that he shouted to the crowd. Shirima, your emperor has returned. However, he was quickly pulled along by the manager, who reminded him to keep moving. Hurry up. Don't block the way. Just wait. You can take your time in the jungle later. Don't expect me to assist you. You should be more concerned about yourself. Are you nervous for your first match? I won't help you with ganks that I know. Your signature move is the level 2 gankabot. You rascal. A group of individuals ascended the stage, filled with laughter and merriment. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, as the advertisements concluded, the scene transitioned back to the studio. Welcome back. Mercedes-Benz invites you to witness the 2015 League of Legends Professional League. During Janma, take the initiative to battle. Participate on Weibo with XXX to receive XXX. Hello everyone, I am Awad, I am PDD, I am Su Xiaoyan. Just moments ago, the match between QG and Up has concluded. And without a doubt, QG has triumphed with a score of 2-0. Indeed. Next up is the match between EDG and IG. Su Xiaoyan adjusted her headphones and smiled as she remarked, we have received some news. For this match, EDG South top lane will be contested by substitute player LG-AS. Su Xiaoyan provided commentary. A photo of Su Ling donning an EDG jersey appeared on the screen. With this explosive news, the barrage of comments began to flow. What is EDG doing? They have a champion top laner and yet choose to bench him. They utilize AJ, who performs adequately, and now they bring in a rookie? It's not that they don't want to use him. Didn't they say it's a rotation? Rotation for what? AJ was at least a former professional player with experience. What can this LG do? Wow, LG is so handsome. Mom will always support you. Get lost, Mom. Who asked your mom? I'm a woman. Then I think you're right, dear. You all know nothing. LG is quite strong. Watching the game as the camera focused on Su Ling, who was busy setting up equipment, he looked up and smiled at the camera, eliciting cheers from a few fans in the crowd. Back in the broadcasting room, PDD began to speak again. You may not know this, but I have some explosive news for you. Does Teacher P have information about this LG player? Well, as everyone knows, I was originally a member of old IG, and this LG is also a member of IG. He just hasn't played in any matches. During this year's transfer period, he didn't renew his contract and joined EDG in the summer season, but only now is he taking the stage. Oh, what does Teacher P think of LG's strength? I met him once last summer when he was a substitute for Zeta. While he has potential, he still has a way to go before reaching professional level. Recently, I chatted with Zeta, and he mentioned that LG had joined E2G. He even trialed with IG. What was the outcome? Zeta said he didn't get caught by the factory manager, but received a couple of lessons from LG, who was quite dominant, that he even wondered if LG had taken some performance-enhancing drugs. It's only been a few months since he last saw him, yet he has improved so much. Hey, Teacher P. Such comments are not appropriate. Laughter erupted in the broadcasting room. The barrage of comments resumed. This LG is so formidable. A substitute taking the starting position. This is a reversal of fate. I've long said that LG is impressive. He was the #1 in the national server last year, and this year he is the first to reach the rank of king. Currently, he holds one of the top 4 accounts in the Korean server. It was evident that this was a viewer who followed Ling's live stream, that he is handsome and so skilled. Mom truly loves LG. He is adorable, but I've already said for you to get lost. That is just diarrhea, da-da. Today's match certainly holds much intrigue. Yes, it's a showdown between former teammates and a rivalry between starters and substitutes. Ultimately, will LG successfully defeat his former team IG, or will IG triumph over EDG? Let us await the outcome. Recently, the encoding has been severe, giving us more motivation to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. In the first match, according to the rules, EDG was positioned on the red side, while IG took the blue side. Ling. Do you need me to ban any champions? No need. Just tell me what you want to ban. I'm just joking. I'll play a Trant. What is there to ban? It is all just a casual game anyway. Abu didn't press further and turned to discuss matters with the others. After much deliberation, the champions were finally selected. Blue side IG. Top lane. Rumble jungle. Lee Sin mid lane. Oriana AD. Bouncy Poppy support. Thresh red side EDG. Top lane. Trant jungle. Rek'Sai mid lane. Dark Sorcerer AD. Jing support. Alistar as the game commenced. Ling quickly departed and arrived at the Tribrush. Typically, Trant players have 3 starting items: Doran's shield, Crystal Flask, and Doran's ring. Facing Rumble, Trant was at a disadvantage in lane. However, Ling confidently opted for Doran's ring. Not for any other reason, but because he believed in his own prowess, confident that if AR were to come in, he certainly wouldn't have made the same choice. As they approached the river, IG's 4 members gathered and advanced towards EDG's 4, hoping to capitalize on the early strength of Thresh and Lee Sin. However, the members of EDG were already prepared, having anticipated the movements of their opponents. After Thresh missed his Q, the opposing team had no choice but to retreat to their jungle. The minion wave had also begun to march, and Ling and Z arrived at the top lane. Upon reaching the top lane, Ling did not immediately position himself in the brush, but took an advantageous stance near the riverbank, as he well understood that Z would likely have already prepared his red buff within the brush, waiting for Ling to venture in. This clever fellow has learned to be cautious, not entering the brush. S's Q skill was on cooldown. Z grew somewhat impatient as the minion wave reached the lane. Rumble emerged from the brush. Both players began to farm peacefully. While Rumble occasionally unleashed his Q to scorch the Trant, the latter remained within the minion wave, knowing Rumble would hesitate to continue his onslaught, for that would push the lane. Trant and Rek'Sai's crowd control was formidable. Should they engage, it would surely be a guaranteed catch if the minion wave was not in their favor. Noticing Rumble's Q was expended, Ling nonchalantly stepped forward and landed a basic attack on Rumble. Just as Rumble prepared to retaliate, Ling swiftly executed a Q, knocking Rumble back into the brush. When Rumble turned back, Ling emerged to last hit the minions, and after a few seconds, he dealt another basic attack to Rumble, recovering a small portion of health due to his passive, just as Rumble attempted to incinerate the Trant. Ling skillfully utilized his Q to push Rumble back, simultaneously adjusting his position to hit 2 low-health minions that this moment. The second wave of minions was nearing the lane, providing Ling with an opportunity to attain level 2 and launch his assault. Z, just wait for your father to present you with a grand gift. Although Z was Ling's closest friend within the circle, one must show no mercy to friends, lest it be deemed disrespectful. The second wave of minions reached the lane, while the blue side's first wave had but 1 minion remaining, and the red side still had 3. Ling advanced his position slightly. Intending to repeat his earlier tactic, ERZ, amused, began to scorch, thinking, clever fellow, trying that trick again. To his surprise, the Treant executed a straightforward basic attack on Rumble, recovering health, followed by another Q that knocked Rumble back and simultaneously dispatched 2 minions. With a flash of golden light, the Treant reached level 2. Upon witnessing this, ERZ exclaimed in disbelief, "How has this clever fellow become so devious?" Upon reflecting on my own experience, I find that I require 3 additional minions to achieve an upgrade. Previously, I utilized my Q ability to roast the opposing champion, yet it failed to draw the minion's ire. Meanwhile, the opposing tree champion, through basic attacks, was targeting me, resulting in their minions not engaging with me. Although my minions were attacking the opposing tree, providing me with some damage output, the enemy minions continued to assault my own that I had contemplated using my Q to simultaneously roast the enemy minions to reach level 2. But the tree's Q ability created a gap, preventing me from reaching the enemy minions. The tree then landed another basic attack, followed by a binding ability, ensnaring me completely to a T that moment. My Q ability was also on cooldown. Both sides were dealing roughly equivalent damage, akin to 2 women grappling and tugging at each other's hair. However, the tree was at level 2 and had passive abilities to recover health that I calculated the cooldowns and realized the enemy's Q was about to be off cooldown. And they were on the verge of reaching level 2 as well. Therefore, I executed a Q to push them back and followed up with a basic attack to regain some health before making my swift exit. Although the enemy champion reached level 2, they were slowed down. Had I chosen to invest in my W ability, I could have pursued the enemy, but my damage output would have been insufficient. Opting for my E ability, I found the enemy was already nestled among their minions, making it impossible to slow them down or inflict adequate damage. Ultimately, I selected my E ability and, in a fit of anger, unleashed a harpoon at the enemy's minions that in terms of health exchange. Although I lost a significant amount, the tree did not gain much, as they were already at a disadvantage in the lane, and the enemy minions had initially outnumbered my own. Furthermore, I did not require blue mana, and as I leveled up, the exchanges would become easier. In the broadcast room, the commentators remarked on the ferocity of the tree, who, in a single exchange, had nearly halved my health while only losing 1/3 of theirs, thanks to 2 passive abilities that restored substantial health. Indeed, the lane dominance of the LG team was impressive, showcasing remarkable skill. It was ultimately inconsequential, as I still possessed teleportation and a health potion. One might wonder if the tree's aggressive play was a result of prior communication with the jungler, preparing to assist in ganking me and thereby lowering my health in advance. However, the notion of EDGing the tree in a gank seemed dubious. As I pondered this, I quickly realized that such an exchange would be futile, especially since the jungler was making their way from the lower jungle to the upper lane and targeting me. That it was clear that the champion I selected was prone to being targeted by the jungler. Simultaneously, Kakao was also transitioning from the lower jungle to the upper lane, indicating a high likelihood of skirmishes erupting in the top lane. That in the subsequent landing phase, I maintained an aggressive stance, consistently asserting my control over the lane and health advantage. Aware that Kakao might soon attempt to gank me from the lower jungle, I contemplated the initiative of launching a preemptive strike against him to prevent his gank. Jungler, please join me as we invade the enemy's jungle. I shall provide you with a blue buff. After the blind monk completed his red buff, he ventured to the lower lane for a gank, albeit unsuccessfully, which hampered his farming efficiency. Consequently, he was unlikely to have cleared the upper jungle entirely. As it was my debut match, the jungler was particularly attentive, which likely explained his route from the lower to the upper jungle. After clearing the minion wave, I stealthily navigated into the river's brush. The opposing player, Zeta, did not sense any oddity, as I had previously lured him into a state of anxiety with my movements in the brush. However, after a brief moment, as the blue minion wave advanced, Zeta began to realize something was amiss, having not yet spotted the tree. Concurrently, frantic markings appeared on the map, signaling the tree's absence. Kakao, having been in position for several months, quickly deduced the meaning of the markings, especially since ISS is an English term, and many Korean players often employ English transliterations. Unfortunately, it was already too late, as the tree had revealed its presence on the map. Kakao was in the midst of taking the blue buff when he found himself forced to retreat. However, the jungler had already traversed the river and was lurking behind the wall near the three wolves. As the blind monk emerged from the brush, he unexpectedly encountered the jungler. With a swift Q ability, the jungler knocked the blind monk down, catching Kakao off guard. Seizing the opportunity, the tree ensnared the blind monk, followed by an E ability that deployed saplings, subsequently repositioning to push the blind monk towards the blue buff with a Q. This tactic made it increasingly challenging for the blind monk to escape, as both of us could follow with a flash if necessary, while the blue buff would also inflict damage upon him. The jungler activated W, Winter's Wrath, and due to the blind monk being incapacitated, it quickly reached its maximum stacks. Once the blind monk regained control, the passive of Winter's Wrath was fully charged. Even if he attempted to escape towards the second tower, he would still be ensnared by the jungler's E ability. Frost Field. I advanced a couple of steps, executing a precise Q to secure the blind monk's kill, although Kakao had placed a ward and was on the verge of using W to escape. It was too late. In the broadcast room, the commentators noted the tree's ferocity in pushing the minion wave, preparing to place wards. Indeed, the blind monk had transitioned from the lower lane to the upper jungle. An EDG had detected this movement. Preemptively guard against the gank. My timing in placing wards was impeccable. It was evident that despite being a newcomer to competitive play, I displayed remarkable confidence and audacity in my maneuvers. PDD boasted, "Yes, we IG players are bold, unafraid, and ready to engage." However, the tree's actions were not merely to place wards. It was an attempt to confront Kakao in the jungle. Meanwhile, the jungler had also arrived from the river, and we were poised to ambush the blind monk. Zeta and the top laner had yet to perceive the danger approaching Kakao. The tree in jungler's control was overwhelming. If they executed their combo effectively, the blind monk was guaranteed to perish, especially given his low health. Zeta seemed to sense the impending peril and began to rush over, while we observed the frantic ping signals on the map. Kakao also received the warning and began to retreat, but the tree had already entered his line of sight. As the jungler closed in, the blind monk found himself cornered. The situation escalated as the jungler's Q ability launched him into the air, followed by the tree's W ability to ensnare him, and another Q secured the blind monk's demise, leaving him utterly helpless. The jungler then activated W, but could the blind monk evade? He attempted to flash away. Yet the jungler's W had already reached its maximum stacks, ensuring the blind monk remained trapped. Thus, it seemed certain that Kakao would not escape. Either the jungler or the tree could simply flash in and secure the kill. However, the tree did not use his flash, which seemed overly confident, as the blind monk's W was likely on cooldown. Once he freed himself from control, he could easily escape with W, and with the second tower nearby. Neither the jungler nor the tree could afford to dive. The top laner, Zeta, was already on the way. The tree took a couple of steps forward, executed a Q, and then retreated. Although the blind monk had managed to escape control and placed a ward, he was swiftly dispatched by the tree's Q before he could activate W. Wow. This tree is incredibly self-assured. Indeed, it was rare for players to exhibit such confidence without using their flash. Few professional players would dare to take such risks. Had the blind monk managed to escape, the backlash would have been severe. Zeta had finally arrived, but he hesitated to engage, fearing the same chain of control that had just ensnared the blind monk, leading to his demise. This ambush from the tree and jungler was remarkably intuitive, successfully catching the blind monk off guard, significantly disrupting his rhythm. Fortunately, EDG's bottom lane featured Jinx. Had it been a champion like Misfortune, the situation would have been dire for IG's bottom lane. Now, the jungler and tree could consume the blue buff, solidifying their advantageous early game momentum. Jungler, grant me the blue buff. I shall demonstrate a solo kill on Zeta shortly. Take it! Take it! Initially, the factory manager intended to bestow the dual buffs upon Ling, especially considering he already possessed one. Thus, Ling returned to the top lane with his dual buffs in hand. Although he missed a few minions, he managed to secure a blue buff and a kill. Zitao, observing the dual buffs on the Treant, immediately donned the Mask of Pain, gaining an economic lead of over 2,000 gold against Ling. Upon their first encounter, Ling charged in with an Asian bind, followed by an E ability, and then a basic attack. Once the control ended, he employed his Q to push Zitao back, followed by another basic attack. Zitao found himself at a loss, facing the dual buffs, and with the enemy jungler still lurking in the upper jungle. He dared not retaliate and could only activate his W, attempting to retreat. As a result, he lost nearly half of his health. Zitao began to feel the pressure, his face reflecting the mask of pain. How could his old friend be so ruthless? The production team, eager for engagement, shifted the camera to Zitao, capturing his expression as the Treant dealt significant damage, leading the audience to erupt in commentary that the mask of pain. Did Rumble just get beaten down by the Treant? Zitao was being overwhelmed by a newcomer, once a substitute for himself. Was Zitao's prowess truly this feeble? Overpowered by a rookie who had never participated in a match before? Let us not be absurd. This was merely a case of picking up a kill in the jungle. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend with Zitao? This assist was undoubtedly orchestrated by the factory manager, playing Rumble and consistently being pressured by the Treant. While others swiftly arrived for support, why couldn't he? Critics should reconsider their understanding of the game. It had only been a few minutes, and already the Treant had acquired the Mask of Pain. Leading by over 2,000 gold, I can only imagine what fate awaits the Treant when Rumble finally unleashes his full might. What will happen? Perhaps just shedding a bit of bark. Ling was preoccupied with the match and truly did not anticipate that Zitao will be forced into the Mask of Pain. It was as if the gear of Longxing and Duke had transcended time and been bestowed upon Zitao. Yet one must admit, Peanut had indeed performed admirably in S13, while Longxing still owed him a debt. Recently, with significant changes in the meta, we are more motivated to update rapidly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. With dual buffs and flash at his disposal, Ling felt utterly unrestrained in the top lane. The enemy Lee Sin lacked flash and buffs, rendering him incapable of sticking to the Treant. Meanwhile, the opposing mid laner, Orianna, was merely a farming champion, and the support was unlikely to come for a gank. Although he lost some minion gold, he managed to reach level 5, and Rumble regained some health. Now he dared to claim his share of the economy, but Ling would not let him off so easily. First, he entered the brush and cast an E ability, then distanced himself from the brush, pressuring Zitao towards it. Zitao sensed the danger and did not fall for it, retreating directly towards the tower. However, it was already too late. The Treant executed an Asian bind, immobilizing Rumble. Zitao could only activate his W to mitigate damage and then unleashed his Q against the Treant. After controlling Rumble, the Treant, having prepped his passive, regained some health with a basic attack, followed by a Q that slammed Rumble into the brush. Though the Treant had not yet reached the post-rework power level, his E-cast in the brush caught Rumble off guard. Despite being blasted, Rumble broke free from control and hastily fled towards the tower. Killing the Treant was out of the question, given the health disparity that Ling maintained his distance, ensuring he could stick to the enemy, and continued with basic attacks. Rumble assessed the situation, knowing the enemy's skills would soon be on cooldown. He had no choice but to use Flash, or risk being killed, now within the tower's range. Using Flash meant that even if the enemy pursued, he would endure at least 2 tower hits, and the enemy's health would not withstand it. Even if he hit level 6, he would be unable to survive. Not to mention, he had already dealt damage to the Treant. Failing to Flash would spell his doom. But if he did Flash, he might survive, unless the Treant opted for a trade. Thus, Zitao decisively activated Flash, and Ling first hurled an E towards the minion wave behind him, then executed a Q flash towards Zitao's direction, successfully eliminating Rumble. The kill and the minion experience propelled the Treant to level 6. But as Zitao had anticipated, this position would expose him to 2 tower hits, which the Treant could not endure. Nevertheless, Ling remained unfazed, calmly attacked a minion to regain a bit of health, tanked the first tower shot, and skillfully dodged the second with his W that after securing the kill on Zitao's Rumble. The Treant danced before the tower, not in mockery, but as a promise fulfilled. They had agreed that should they ever meet in a match, the one who secured a kill would perform a dance. Back on the lane, with dual buffs, the Treant exerted his dominance over Rumble, applying relentless pressure that seemed almost unjust. Rumble had finally reached level 5 in the backline. Missing out on some minion gold, but gaining experience, which was not a total loss, as he remained formidable in mid-game combat. Suddenly, the Treant tossed out a sapling. What was his intent? The Treant, maneuvering from the river into the brush to corner Rumble, had made his intentions clear, but Rumble was not caught off guard. The Treant, acting decisively, initiated with a W that ensnared Rumble, followed by a basic attack to regain some health. Then, he slammed Rumble towards the brush with another Q. Was the distance sufficient? The sapling exploded at the edge of its range, leaving Rumble with no choice but to activate his W to absorb damage and counterattack. The control duration expired, and Rumble fled. But the Treant, armed with dual buffs, was a formidable opponent. However, they had entered the tower's range, and Rumble was forced to flash to avoid being killed. Yes, as long as Rumble used flash, the Treant would likely not pursue. At this range, he would suffer 2 tower hits, and even if the Treant hit level 6, he could not escape without taking damage. Moreover, the Treant still possessed dual buffs, albeit for a limited time. And with the minion wave at Rumble's doorstep, a trade could favor Rumble if he returned to lane. The Treant tossed an E into the minion wave, then executed a Q flash, successfully killing Rumble. But how would the Treant escape? His E obliterated a low-health minion, and the experience from both the minion and Rumble propelled him to level 6. After attacking another minion, he regained some health. The tower struck him, yet he survived, as the tower prepared to unleash another attack. The Treant cast W on a minion, evading the tower's aggro and just barely escaping its range. The Treant had survived. Astonishingly, he danced before the tower, greeting his former teammates. This exchange had favored the Treant immensely. Rumble had been slain and lost minions, likely leaving him silenced until he reached level 11 and his second ultimate ability. After pushing the wave, Ling returned to base. Initially, EDG's bottom lane had pushed too far, and with the Treant seemingly on the verge of being replaced, Ling planned to seize the opportunity to gank the bottom lane. However, with the Treant still intact, possessing teleport level 6, and his ultimate, if he teleported to assist, the level 5 Ling would be at a disadvantage against the level 6 Treant, especially with the low health of the bottom lane. Thus, Ling hesitated before ultimately retreating to the jungle to clear the freshly respawned red buff. Upon returning to the fountain, seeing Zitao teleporting to the lane, Ling remarked as he headed towards mid. "Let us take the dragon. I'm feeling incredibly strong right now, and no one can take me down." "All right, let's go," came the response that EDG gathered at the position of the little dragon, hastening the pace of pushing lanes in both the mid and bottom lanes. Upon reaching the river, the Treant positioned himself near the blue side's F4, and upon seeing his health, the opposing team lost all desire to engage. Early on, the clockwork was simply too weak, while Rumble had opted for teleport to farm and recover his losses. Even if he attempted to join, Rumble, lacking the small mask or magic penetration boots, and without his ultimate, would be of little use. Thus, the opposing team had no intention of contesting. They merely accelerated their push in the top lane, hoping to force the Treant to expend his teleport, which would leave him unable to assist in a gank on the bottom lane. However, Ling remained hidden in the river, momentarily disappearing from the enemy's sight. The members of IG assumed that the Treant was clearing obstacles for EDG to secure the dragon. Thus, they paid little heed. The Treant had become remarkably tanky. At this juncture, he had astonishingly secured 2 kills, and no one from IG could hope to threaten him. The Treant departed, presumably to attack the dragon, but instead, he returned to his mid-lane tower, cleverly positioning himself to control the mid-lane minion wave before advancing to the top lane. How audacious of the Treant! Did he not fear that the enemy might attempt to steal the dragon? Consequently, he wouldn't even need to expend his teleport. Calculating the timing, he would likely return to the lane just as the minion wave arrived at the tower, ensuring not a single minion would be lost, and he would maintain control over the wave as Ling sighed in relief. With the Treant absent, it was imperative to seize the moment to farm, lest he find himself ineffective in team fights later due to a lack of damage. Unexpectedly, just as he pushed the minion wave past the midline and prepared to send it into the tower, the Treant emerged from the river. The Rumble had likely not noticed this development. In this position, Rumble was about to be on the receiving end of a brutal onslaught, although the Treant was built tanky and could not eliminate a full health Rumble. Sending him back home to miss minions was certainly within reach. Upon spotting the treant, Rumble retreated immediately, but the distance was insufficient for escape. The treant ensnared Rumble with a W, followed by a sapling toss and a basic attack. Then a Q that pushed Rumble back a short distance. The control ended, yet Rumble was slowed. He activated his W, having opted not to use it to absorb damage earlier, but now for a hasty retreat from the treant's grasp. The treant relentlessly pursued, dealing significant damage despite being unable to secure a kill. Indeed, although there were many minions, the treant had grown so robust that he scarcely felt their damage. Rumble found refuge beneath his tower, leading the treant to cease his pursuit. Observing Rumble recall under the tower, Ling returned to the lane, satisfied to farm. However, he did not continue indefinitely. He merely aimed to keep the minion wave in front of his tower without allowing it to push in. Ensuring his tower would not target the minions in the bottom lane, Ling declared, "I will teleport to eliminate the enemy's bottom lane." As he spoke, he marked the blue side's triangular bush. Alright, semited at this moment. The bottom lane had just finished securing the dragon and was merely returning to their lane, while the enemy's bottom lane had long since returned home to purchase items. There was little choice. With such a hefty treant in the vicinity, what if the enemy chose not to contest the dragon and instead opted to dive the tower in the bottom lane? In fact, IG's bottom lane had pushed the minion wave towards the red side due to their earlier arrival. Ling decisively activated his teleport. The treant had reaped substantial rewards. He had lost not a single minion and had driven Rumble away, who now needed to return home to recover health, thus missing out on numerous minions due to not having teleport. There was no choice. Rumble had to retreat. As for Rumble, he indeed made his way home. This allowed the treant to return and push the wave towards IG's tower, ensuring Rumble would consume fewer minions. Yet, the treant halted his minion clearing and opted to recall. But what are the minions? This would allow the enemy to claim a significant number of them. This illustrates the disparity with future eras. At this time, streamers and even many professional players lacked a nuanced understanding of minion waves, or perhaps they had yet to reach the level of future players. No, the color, this treant is teleporting, and the destination is the bottom lane. The bottom lane is in peril. The positions of Thresh and Jinx are rather deep, and the treant, with his ultimate and tankiness, could withstand tower fire while eliminating Thresh and Jinx. The primary issue was that IG's bottom lane had not anticipated the treant's decision to abandon such a substantial minion wave in the top lane to provide support for the bottom lane. And moreover, there were no wards in place. However, this is understandable. The treant had already become quite formidable and could easily sacrifice some of his own growth to allow Jinx to become even stronger. After all, losing this bit of economic advantage was still preferable to letting Rumble grow too powerful. They noticed it. Upon seeing the treant teleport, the bottom lane began to retreat. Yet, it was too late. The treant had already arrived at the bottom lane. IG's bottom lane spotted the treant. Jinx executed a W to leap under the tower, only to be interrupted by the treant's Q. Thresh attempted to pull the treant back with an E, but was caught by the treant's W, forcing Jinx to use her flash. However, Jinx had already returned to the tower, and the treant unleashed his ultimate. The EDG bottom duo soon arrived. Alistar executed a devastating two-man combo, with Jinx following up with a rocket, securing the kill on Jinx. The treant still had ample health, while Thresh remained under the tower. The treant's Q slowed Thresh, even as Thresh's Q, death sentence, struck the treant. Yet, the treant was far too tanky and still had the damage reduction from his ultimate. Jinx laid down traps, rendering Thresh unable to use his flash, and the cooldown of the treant's W was likely about to reset. Jinx unleashed a barrage of bullets, and Thresh fell. However, the final blow was claimed by the treant's basic attack as he emerged from the tower, with Alistar providing a heal, leaving the treant with over 200 health. Impervious to death, the blind monk arrived. Would he catch up? EDG had already noticed the blind monk. He opted to retreat, for his flash was still on cooldown, and Alistar's control was also unavailable. Should he rashly engage, he would likely be left behind. The remainder of the match became quite straightforward. With a massively fed treant leading the charge, the opposing team found themselves unable to inflict any damage. In fact, Even when 4 members of the enemy team attempted to ambush him, they failed to kill the treant, ultimately losing 3 members to the arriving EDG, with only the blind monk escaping. The enemy team was rendered incapable of continuing, for not only was the treant fed, but the others were as well. Jinx and Oriana merely needed to output damage from beneath the treant's protection to secure victory. As the blue side's base crumbled, Ling celebrated his first professional match victory. Congratulations to EDG for securing this match. Indeed, the rookie player, LG, performed exceptionally well, arguably to perfection. The treant dominated Rumble in the early game, even venturing into the jungle to assist in killing the blind monk, disrupting the enemy jungler's rhythm, and subsequently providing multiple supports in the bottom lane and team fights, aiding the bottom lane in accumulating substantial economic advantages. Even as 4 enemies failed to secure a kill. Examining the match statistics, the treant boasted an impressive 5-0-11. His performance was impeccable in a 25-minute game. The amount of damage dealt by the treant was quite rare. This was not even his most astounding feat. Notably, he had participated in numerous supports while achieving the highest minion count on the field. Indeed, 265 minions, surpassing Def's 261 by 4. Recently, due to severe transcoding issues. We are more motivated than ever to update rapidly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Wow. The damage dealt by the treant. While Rumble managed only 2,500, I declare 1 LG equals 10 tie. This treant is truly extraordinary. To perform so well on his debut is remarkable. What of it? Was it not thanks to our Def that we won? Just look at the damage he dealt. An AD champion outperformed a tank by over 1,000 damage. Who truly secured the victory? Indeed. And how many times did the top laner assist in the bottom lane, securing numerous kills for the AD? Without the top laner's assistance, would the AD have achieved such a lead? KRD revels in undermining others' ambitions while diminishing its own prestige. EDG has always exhibited remarkable prowess, and now with the addition of such an exceptional top laner. Is the future of LPL not destined to be dominated by EDG? It was merely one match, and perhaps this was merely a moment of brilliance. How can a newcomer possibly rival the championship-winning top laner Koro? I fail to comprehend why SBEG has chosen to bench Koro. Indeed, what is the issue with the championship top laner receiving a bit more financial incentive? Why allocate such substantial sums to foreign players while neglecting our own capable athletes? As the broadcast resumes, the match's MVP has been announced without a shadow of a doubt. It is the formidable Tree, LG. Indeed, Tree's early lane dominance was impressive, providing support in the jungle, and later even managing to solo kill Rumble in a disadvantaged position, contributing significantly with high damage output and dazzling statistics. Meanwhile, EDG's players have returned to the locker room. Abu has commenced his analysis of the match. Ling, your performance was commendable, yet there remain numerous issues. Your first teleport to the bot lane was timely, indicating significant improvement in your support capabilities. However, having secured a kill and with your economy already elevated, it would have been prudent to allow your AD carry to claim the kill, thus ensuring their ascendance. Your tree has claimed too many kills without substantial benefit. I see, coach. Although Ling finds little rationale in this. The meta is ever-changing. Previously, EDG triumphed in the SI Championship by nurturing their dual carries, particularly the AD. While the top laner shone brightly, his role primarily revolved around providing crowd control and absorbing damage in team fights. Thus, they have favored this winning strategy. Other teams in LPL, having witnessed EDG's triumph over the seemingly invincible Korean teams employing this tactic and their ongoing winning streak in LPL, are surely inclined to adopt it. Moreover, in the previous 2 World Championships, the strategy of nurturing the carries to amass wealth led them to the runner-up position. Consequently, all teams have sought to emulate this approach. However, employing a 4-protect-1 strategy explicitly reveals your tactics to the opponents. Particularly against LCK teams renowned for their analytical prowess, IT is not merely their raw strength that poses a threat. Even with strategic finesse, they possess numerous counters. Furthermore, the meta is not static as the World Championship approaches. The tanky champions have suddenly begun to dominate the top lane. The top laners, accustomed to playing bruisers and providing damage and control, find themselves at a loss. with many champions undergoing revisions just before the World Championship. And given that the domestic servers meta has historically lagged behind that of Korea, Europe, and North America, LPL players remain oblivious to the extent of these changes, even if they wish to practice subsequently. Time is a luxury they no longer possess. Coupled with hubris and other factors, even champions like Malphite have been allowed to slip through a few drafts, resulting in S5 being a particularly dismal year. Following this, Abu delves into other aspects of the match, such as vision and support. Meanwhile, the team captain gives Su Ling a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "Well played." Pawn also offers Su Ling a thumbs up, cheerfully exclaiming, "XXX, Semida." Although Su Ling has studied a bit of Korean, this phrase eludes his comprehension, the only part he understands being Semida. As the time approaches, the second match is upon US EDGS players re-enter the arena. The cheers grow louder, and within a mere 10 minutes, Su Ling has garnered a substantial fan base. He smiles at the audience and waves, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic cheers from female fans. Su Ling retracts his hand, furrowing his brow, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. It is not that Su Ling has any issues with his sexual orientation, but the sheer size of some of his female admirers is quite daunting. Perhaps he should consider introducing them to Zeta. After all, Zeta has also gained weight, and they appear to share a certain resemblance. Furthermore, Zeta has managed to deal with an older sister who is 10 years his senior, so this 250-pound fan should be manageable as well. "Oh, dear son, I labor over your lifelong affairs, and it is only fitting that in this circle, I share the closest bond with you." Reflecting on how Zeta might react upon learning this, he smiles to himself and expresses gratitude, bringing Su Ling joy. "I hold Zeta dear, and Zeta elevates me. Su Ling, for this match, let us select a damage dealer for you, shall we? What would you like to play? Do you need assistance with bans?" "ILL play Rumble. No need for bans, prioritize supporting you all." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, it's fine." "Very well, we shall prioritize banning other positions, leaving yours for last in the broadcast room." The viewers are welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends Professional League Summer Split, where EDG faces off against IG in the second match. Indeed, in the previous encounter, EDG's rookie substitute top laner delivered an outstanding performance, achieving MVP in his debut. Now, the ban phase for the second match has commenced. Let us observe how both teams will proceed. Surely, Tree will not be let through again. Piao, as a former professional player, what do you predict your old team will do? I believe IG may opt not to ban Tree. They have another course of action. Are you suggesting they might prioritize a pick over a ban? Yes, based on the previous match and prior scrims, LGS landing prowess is formidable. Simply banning Tree does not address the underlying issues. The gap in lane strength remains. The optimal strategy would be to provide Zeta with a stable top lane champion, making Tree the ideal choice. This way, LGS offensive spear meets a shield, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. That makes sense. The ban phase is underway. Let us see how IG will respond. Initially, IG has chosen to ban Gnar, likely having been schooled by LGS Gnar during scrims. Thus, they swiftly ban Jar, as anticipated. IG selects Tree as their first choice. Now, we await LGS choice of champion that EDG is not rushing to select their top laner, opting instead for the previously dominant AD, Carry Jinx, and Alistar for the bot lane duo. As the final two picks approach, we await LG South top lane selection. EDG settles on Rumble, taking a bold stance that IG will undoubtedly select a potent early-game jungler to target the top lane. Indeed, IG opts for Lee Sin. Kakao, as previous performance on Lee Sin was commendable, and the early-game rhythm should pose no issues. However, he was caught off guard in the jungle by Tree, disrupting the tempo, and during the final team fight, he executed a clever play, kicking Jinx back. Yet Tree, being exceedingly fed and possessing ample crowd control, thwarted IGS advances. Frankly, LG appears overly confident. Kakao will certainly target the top lane this time, and Rumble's selection indicates he will be under scrutiny. Indeed, one can infer from the jungler's pathing in the previous match that the captain aimed to counter Rumble. However, Rumble exploded before the strategy could unfold. Nonetheless, LG's players exhibit such confidence. Perhaps they have devised a counter strategy. With Rumble and Rek'Sai, their early fight potential is commendable. If the captain visits the top lane frequently, Rumble might yet secure his development. The chat is ablaze concerning this draft. It's clear that LG has not regarded Zeta as a serious threat, opting instead for a teaching match. It is a jest. After all, 1 LG is worth 10 Zetas. Let us not engage in petty criticism. One match cannot serve as definitive proof. Indeed, to boldly select Rumble against a team with ample control and damage from both the jungle and top lane is audacious. In the previous match, Kakao simply fell victim to an oversight, disrupting his jungle rhythm. In this match, he must ensure Rumble is thoroughly punished. I do not care. LG is simply too impressive. The fans adore LG wholeheartedly. Is it truly the case that they can no longer even pretend to conceal their actions? Selling bamboo rats at 3 yuan each, or 10 yuan for 3, you sell your wares, yet I shall not purchase them. For those seeking to indulge in visual entertainment, please resend the link for the videos. As I failed to catch it amidst the barrage of comments, it appears that a rather clever individual is about to be deceived, potentially losing money and facing threats in the process. Recently, the encoding issues have intensified, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. BP completed. In the blue corner. We have EDG, top lane, Rumble, jungle, Rek'Sai, mid lane, Vladimir, AD, carry, Jinx, support. Alistar. In the red corner, IG, top lane, Malphite, jungle, Lee Sin, mid lane, Dark Sorcerer, AD, carry, Tristana, support. Threshed as the match commenced. Ling skillfully maneuvered Rumble, managing his temperature as he approached the blue buff near the river for defense. Given that the opponents were Lee Sin and Malphite, it was highly probable they would initiate an early invasion of the jungle. However, after a considerable wait, they did not appear, indicating that the enemy team, in line with the plan devised by the coach, was instead clearing from the bottom up, focusing on the more vulnerable Rumble. As the lanes began, Rumble and Malphite exchanged blows. Yet this match proved to be quite different from the last. Ling's attributes far surpassed those of Zeta, and his proficiency with both Rumble and Malphite was significantly greater. Rumble, without a doubt, was rewarded with an S by the system, while Malphite, aware that EDG would inevitably secure a victory, received an S, despite not reaching S. Zeta, having not spent much time on the top lane champion, was still unfamiliar with the mechanics. Rumble adeptly maintained the proper distance with his Q, landing hits on Malphite from the edge of his range. Whenever Malphite advanced slightly, Rumble would retreat, and, as Malphite pulled back, Rumble would pivot and resume his attacks. If this were not League of Legends, one might mistake it for a tango between two dancers. Back and forth they went, causing Malphite's health to dwindle significantly, while Rumble remained relatively unscathed. Nevertheless, Rumble was cautious not to overextend, as Lee Sin could arrive at any moment, and Malphite's reliable crowd control, combined with Lee Sin's early burst damage, could spell disaster for him. Furthermore, Malphite possessed a passive ability that made it difficult for him to be taken down. However, Zeta's performance was somewhat lackluster. He hesitated, questioning Lee Sin's absence in the upper jungle. Where could that Lee Sin be? Ling quickly marked the bottom lane, deducing that Lee Sin must be there, given Malphite's timid plays. "Coach, hurry down. We don't have much time. Come assist me in securing a kill, that if we fail, we can invade the enemy's upper jungle." Unfortunately, time was of the essence, as Thresh swiftly flashed in with an E, followed by a Q, ensnaring Jinx in a death sentence. Although Alistar's Q interrupted Thresh's second Q and Tristana's W, Lee Sin's sonic wave found its mark on Jinx. In this position, the outcome was inevitable, and soon Jinx was taken down by the enemy. Alistar, having used his flash, barely escaped back to the safety of the turret, observing Lee Sin's appearance in the bottom lane. Malphite grew increasingly timid, positioning himself further back. Upon seeing Rumble advance, and with Rek'Sai digging her way towards him, he promptly flashed back to a secure position behind the turret. Such cowardice was quite unbecoming. With Malphite already under turret, Rek'Sai could not afford to dive past the minion wave to engage him. Should Malphite turn around and use his ultimate to ensnare Rek'Sai beneath the turret, it could result in a disastrous double buff loss for them, leading Ling to suffer severe consequences. The ensuing landing phase, however, became rather mundane, although Lee Sin helped Tristana secure an early kill in the bottom lane. The top lane saw no progress Ling's steadily farmed minions, occasionally harassing Malphite, who was significantly impacted economically due to Rek'Sai's interference. By the time the first dragon skirmish approached, Rumble had already acquired a haunting guise and sorcerer's shoes, giving him a luxurious edge at this stage. The dragon fight loomed. Both teams gathered near the dragon pit. Rumble entered the river from the F4 camp, instinctively shifting his position to dodge Oriana's E, avoiding being stunned. Taking advantage of the moment, Alistar placed a ward in the dragon pit, while the enemy, relying on their bottom lane and jungle superior items, began taking down the dragon. However, the dragon's health remained substantial, prompting EDG to cautiously test the waters. Exchanging skills in a game of chance, the dragon's health dwindled. Delaying any further would allow the enemy to finish it off. The coach, resolute, decided it was time to engage. Lest the enemy complete their objective, Eco's Alistar seized a moment to flash in and execute a two-man combo on the enemy AD, and jungle.pawn's Vladimir followed suit with a decisive ultimate, catching 3 opponents, including the AD, jungle, and mid lane. Meanwhile, Rumble, having managed his temperature effectively, found a suitable angle to unleash his ultimate, catching 4 of the enemy team members, excluding only Thresh. The coach's Rek'Sai burrowed into the dragon pit to secure the dragon. But Lee Sin reacted swiftly, kicking Rek'Sai away, and with a second Q and smite, claimed the dragon for his team. Rumble activated his W for a speed boost and charged forward, unleashing his Q toward the escaping Rumble and Tristana. Malphite's Q and Dark Sorcerer's E aimed to repel Rumble, but Rumble skillfully dodged both skills with an E flash, delivering devastating damage to IG's carries in a desperate attempt to protect herself. Tristana fired her ultimate to push Rumble away, yet Rumble's damage had already reached its peak. More critically, Malphite was preparing to use his ultimate to control Rumble, aiming for a kill, and Dark Sorcerer had already committed his ultimate against Rumble. However, Tristana's ultimate inadvertently pushed Rumble away. Facing a weakened Rumble, Malphite had already expended his skills, and while Rumble couldn't eliminate Malphite, the latter was equally incapable of defeating Rumble. Meanwhile, on the front line, the previously underperforming Jinx had begun to rack up kills. She first eliminated the weakened Lee Sin, followed by Tristana, and then Oriana. The passive effect of her ultimate kept her momentum going as she adjusted her positioning, unleashing a barrage of damage, quickly securing Thresh as well. Seeing that he could not eliminate Rumble, and as his team began to falter, Malphite attempted to retreat with a Q, but Jinx, having activated her passive, swiftly closed the distance, claiming a pentakill. Ling marveled at Def's Jinx output, acknowledging him as the premier AD carry of S4 Korea. IP was strong in the landing phase, while ATA remained stable even while roaming. Both players possessed their own merits, ultimately leading both to victory. Yet the divine presence required a supportive figure nearby to maintain stability. In this regard, it fell short compared to IP. However, in terms of damage output, it could not rival Deft, despite claims of being the top AD carry. The output and landing prowess were lacking. Both players have secured championships, albeit one was a hollow title. The first god was Piglet, the S3 champion, who cunningly eliminated God's Vein with a sneaky Q under the tower. Following him was IP, the S4 champion, famously declaring he had never lost to Uzi in a best-of-5. Deft also earned the title of God, having faced IP numerous times, often finding himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he was hailed as the true deity, even clinching a championship in S12. Lastly, there was the eternal god, Bang, who captured 2 championships, consistently overshadowing Uzi in both encounters and accolades. Ruler also boasts an S championship and an MVP title, although he seldom triumphed over Uzi, earning the moniker Child of God. Yet, those in the know understand that this was merely due to LXG's reckless playstyle, leaving the 3-star teams bewildered. The title of champion truly deserved when one is merely a placeholder. GLS does not concern itself with past performances. You may have triumphed over him countless times, yet he remains oblivious to your victories. However, should you suffer a single defeat at his hands, you will find yourself in dire straits. Furthermore, when it comes to training attitudes and dedication, others are undoubtedly superior to you in every aspect. Apart from a penchant for cleanliness and a tendency to be overly enthusiastic, they excel far beyond your capabilities. Su Ling reminds herself to persevere, for even with a system at her disposal, it is not infallible. Those who ascend to the ranks of professional players, leaving indelible marks in the realm of League of Legends, are all prodigies in their own right. As Faker aptly stated, genius merely serves as the threshold for recognition. Recently, the coding has become quite severe, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you, Broadcasting Studio. The Dragon Skirmish is about to commence. Both teams have assembled on the battlefield. IG has initiated their assault on the dragon, which poses no issue given their advantageous bottom lane and jungle. However, their positioning is perilous. In this terrain, Rumble's combat prowess remains formidable, potentially foreshadowing trouble. The Alistar has initiated, and the Rek'Sai has also descended into the dragon pit. The dragon's health is dwindling. Can Rek'Sai secure it? Rek'Sai is abruptly kicked away by Lee Sin's ultimate, while the dragon is seized by Lee Sin's second Q, followed by his smite. Now that the dragon is firmly in IG's grasp, they must contemplate their retreat. The Vladimir has unleashed his ultimate on 3 opponents, and Rumble has also deployed his, striking an impeccable angle that scorches 4 members of IG. Rumble charges in, while Orianna attempts to push him back with an E, and Makai follows up with a Q. Yet, Rumble flashes, evading their skills with remarkable agility. Indeed, this Rumble executed an E-flash, landing onto Misfortune, who alongside Orianna finds herself under relentless assault from Rumble's Q. Misfortune unleashes her ultimate, managing to push Rumble away. But her health is critically low, and no one can restrict the Jinx on the opposing side. Jinx first collaborates with Rek'Sai to eliminate Lee Sin, triggering her passive, which compensates for any equipment disadvantage. With a decisive ultimate, she effortlessly dispatches Misfortune, followed by a basic attack to take down Orianna. Thresh stands no chance either, as 3 basic attacks combined with Vladimir's Q seal his fate. Jinx has secured a quadruple kill. Will she attain a pentakill? Observing that all her teammates have perished, Makai attempts to flee, using a Q to push Rumble back, but he succumbs to Rumble's E, which slows him down. Meanwhile, Jinx, empowered by her passive, swiftly approaches with a trap, blocking Makai's escape route, and then unleashes her W, the shockwave, to further decelerate him. Finally, a barrage of gunfire culminates in her securing the kill. Achieving a pentakill, if memory serves correctly, this marks the first pentakill of the summer split. Indeed, it is also the inaugural pentakill of this season. My goodness, after this sequence, Jinx is transformed from being at a disadvantage to the most affluent player on the field. Truly, she delivered substantial damage during that engagement. PDD tilted his head, noting that Rumble dealt the most damage in that exchange. Jinx merely collected the remnants of defeated foes, while it's fair to say she completed the cleanup. Attributing the damage output solely to her is questionable. In this engagement, EDG lost only 1 initiating Alistar, yet their economy has surged ahead, leading by 2,000 gold. The barrage of comments exclaims, "Wow, Rumble's ultimate dealt a tremendous amount of damage." Indeed, that flash was impressive, dodging 2 skills and leaving IG's carries severely wounded. Deft is extraordinary, achieving a pentakill. But isn't this the result of Rumble's efforts? Jinx is reaping the rewards while Rumble does the heavy lifting. What does the Broadcasting Studio understand about this game? Jinx's contribution appears inflated. With merely 1 ultimate and a W, alongside 7 basic attacks, how much damage can a well-farmed Jinx truly inflict? Is it merely the prowess of Korean imports? As the commentary flooded in, this reminder was quickly drowned out by the multitude of messages that in the ensuing match, IG sees an opportunity, with 3 members converging on the top lane. Given that the previously dominant Makai is now quite tanky and has secured a kill for Jinx, Rumble ultimately fell without taking anyone down with him, although Dark Emperor had to expend his flash to secure the kill. However, EDG retaliated, eliminating Makai and allowing Rumble to claim the kill. The teams then fell into a lull. But with Jinx's burgeoning power, EDG began to press forward, using the Baron to force IG into a confrontation. With no other options, IG was compelled to engage, yet the vision in the red side's jungle and the Baron pit was utterly obscured. IG continued to probe, sending Mackay and Thresh ahead, utilizing E and Q to scout for potential ambushes, wary of Rumble's presence in this terrain. With Rumble on the opposing side, one cannot help but recall a famous moment from the past. Back then, it was purely coincidental. IG should have learned from such mistakes. Observe how IG has now spread out their formation to avoid being caught by Rumble's ultimate. However, EDG has already initiated their assault, and IG remains unaware, engaging the Baron with alarming speed. Realization dawns on IG, and they hasten toward the pit, but time may not be on their side. The Baron is nearing defeat, and Alistar is already in position for an ambush. The Baron falls, secured by the jungler's smite. Hearing the roar of the dragon, IG hastily begins their retreat. Yet, Alistar has initiated a combo, catching Lee Sin and Thresh. Lee Sin reacts promptly, flashing to evade the attack. Although he escapes, IG is forced to withdraw entirely. With Edgy's pre-existing advantage and the Baron buff, they are now virtually unbeatable. However, IG has congregated near the F4 area, a precarious position. Should Rumble unleash his ultimate here, it could spell disaster. Rumble strikes, delivering a well-placed ultimate that catches 5 members of IG. All are significantly slowed. Orianna lacks a flash, while Misfortune attempts to escape with her W, only to be intercepted by Rek'Sai's timely arrival. Jinx releases her ultimate, hitting 3 opponents, yet IG manages to retain their lives. Conversely, Orianna and Lee Sin fall victim to Rumble's flames. Jinx, having triggered her passive, advances to claim her spoils. Rumble charges forth as well. Mackay, anticipating Rumble's potential flash to evade his Q, attempts to ensnare him with his own W, striving to buy time for his teammates' escape. Yet Rumble disregards Mackay's efforts, flashing directly to Misfortune, rendering Mackay's W futile as Misfortune is incinerated. Rumble has achieved a triple kill, targeting Thresh with an E, who is also unable to withstand the onslaught, granting Rumble a quadruple kill. With Mackay lacking a flash, his fate is sealed. Rumble, with his skills off cooldown, advances culminating in a pentakill. Heavens, we witness yet another pentakill, marking a rare occurrence in LPL history. 2 pentakills in a single match. Indeed, the terrain is simply outrageous. Rumble's ultimate dealt catastrophic damage to 5 opponents. Although Rumble had previously been taken down twice, he has still developed impressively, resulting in significant damage output. Securing the Baron and achieving a team wipe, EDG appears poised for victory as the other teammates push forward. Rumble returns to base, preparing for a teleport to safeguard the minion wave. Next, without a shadow of a doubt, EDG swiftly obliterated IG space, with IG having just 5 seconds left to resurrect. Is there enough time? There are still 2 remaining towers. EDG's advance is rapid. It appears they may not make it in time. The ball girl has revived, as has the little cannon, but only the base remains. The ball girl attempts to push the adversaries back, but only manages to displace 3. The little cannon leaps into the fray, but with Rumble's E followed by Q, the little cannon finds herself on the verge of death, forced to use her ultimate to push Rumble away. But what about the base? It's already too late. Thus, congratulations to EDG for defeating IG, marking their 12th consecutive victory in the summer tournament. Indeed, this is the prowess of the SI champions, even with 2 new top laners. They continue their winning streak. Moreover, our LG player, making his debut, secured 5 kills, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this match's MVP is also LG's. Indeed, let us take a look at the MVP of the second match. Unsurprisingly, it's LG, boasting a record of 6-2-12, along with the highest damage output on the team, surpassing Def's Kog'Maw by a staggering 20,000. How extraordinary! There's no denying that Rumble dealt significant AoE damage, contributing immensely to the overall damage output. The barrage of comments reads, "Another 5 kills. Is this match easier than my ranked games? I declare I shall henceforth be a fan of LG. Who is Deft? I'm not familiar with him at all. Rubbish, what does that even mean? Is my god Uzi's Vayne not more formidable when flanking the backline? LG is so impressive. Why did IG not retain him? Who knows? Is Koro not formidable? Even as SI champions, did he not return only to be benched? This year, LPL should be secure, given EDG's strength. Secure my foot. Have you not watched the LCK matches? The competition there's on an entirely different level. Some individuals have knelt for so long that they can no longer rise. Did we not win at SI? Presently, we in LPL are the premier region. This newcomer is somewhat terrifying. I checked his rank stats, and they're truly bloodthirsty. The hot topic in the comments quickly shifts to which region is superior, even overwhelming the script messages of the film selling brother. Recently, the transcoding has been severe, motivating us to update more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. The match concludes with EDG emerging victorious, marking Su Ling's first win in a match. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. A victorious debut. Making a stunning impression, the host, with 2 nearly flawless performances, claims the MVP and secures 5 kills, heralding his arrival to all LPL viewers. Task rewards are now distributed. New rune. Bone plating grants a temporary increase of 5 survival attributes each time damage is taken from enemy heroes. Lasting 1 minute. Cannot stack, cooldown of 3 minutes. 2 free attribute points. After embracing his teammates to celebrate his perfect debut, the group lined up to fist bump the IG players. Su Ling had merely seen IG's mid-jungle duo and exchanged smiles without uttering a word. He was acquainted with Kid and Shikuku, though not well. They exchanged a fist bump and a few words. When it was his turn to greet the most familiar heir Z, Su Ling received a playful punch on the shoulder. You're quite fierce. Can't you go easy on me? He jested. Wasn't he agreed that we wouldn't hold back when we met again? Besides, if I ease up, wouldn't he that imply I look down on you? Is that it? Surely not, surely not. Did I make Air Z retire with just 2 matches? Scram. You retiring wouldn't he make me retire? After some light-hearted banter, Su Ling took his leave. Alongside the EDG team, they bowed to the audience. Upon hearing the crowd's cheers, Su Ling's good mood instantly vanished. What on earth? Su Ling shivered slightly and then descended from the stage with his teammates. Back on stage, he picked up his equipment, and as he and his teammates returned to the locker room, Abu approached and said, Su Ling, you and the coach will handle the interview. All right, coach, setting down his equipment. Su Ling and the coach made their way to the interview area. The interviewers were not the familiar faces of Tua Zijia, Jean Marita, Xiao Yu, or Yu Jinei, who would only return to host LPL next year. This rendered Su Ling's prepared interview scenarios from novels utterly useless. The host was a male presenter, and Su Ling could not afford to make any frivolous remarks. Welcome back. We have the pleasure of inviting EDG's top laner LG and jungler coach to join us for this interview. Coach, LG, would you like to greet our audience? Hello, everyone. I am Kuli Air Lawu. Hello, I am LG, the Emperor of Shurima. I have returned. Their unconventional greetings immediately ignited cheers from the audience. LG, making his debut on the stage, has achieved 2 consecutive victories, both earning MVP. How does LG feel? Well, I'm quite happy, as I've finally awaited my opportunity to compete. We received intel that LG was originally an IG player. How did he end up at EDG? Well, I was a substitute mid laner at IG, and back then, my skills were rather lacking, leading to my being firmly planted on the bench by Zitai. However, towards the end of last year, I felt a breakthrough, and my skills advanced rapidly. After parting ways with IG, I encountered the coach in ranked games, tried out at EDG, and eventually joined. Was LG particularly harsh against his former team in the first match? Indeed, IG remains formidable, especially their mid-jungle duo. Top laner Zitai is one of my closest friends in the circle, so I had to approach the match seriously. Coach, could you provide an evaluation of LG as a player? I find him exceptional, particularly in his landing and mechanics. He performed remarkably well in ranked, which is why I reached out to him for trials. His performance today was also impressive. Thank you both for participating in our interview. After the interview concluded and they returned to the locker room, Abu announced some good news. To celebrate our victory today, let us head out for dinner, given the unsatisfactory meals at the EDG base. Everyone was delighted to hear this. How about we have beef? I don't eat beef. Su Ling instinctively pulled out his hand from his bag and made a gun gesture. The rest looked on in confusion. Su Ling awkwardly chuckled. I've been watching too many movies lately. That was just a line, a joke. Dinner was a joyous affair, especially for the 2 Korean players. After all, what delightful cuisine could be found in that small place? That so-called heavenly beef pales in comparison to Su Ling's homegrown Highland yellow beef. Upon returning to the base, Abu first reviewed the day's matches. Su Ling, your performance today was exceptional. Your landing and mechanics were impeccable. However, you were excessively aggressive, which doesn't quite align with our team style. Furthermore, in the second match, the 5 kills you secured were largely due to the coach spending most of his time protecting your development in the top lane. You were caught out twice afterward. Had the bot lane not performed well, we could have been in danger. Therefore, in the future, you should rotate with a J. Su Ling nodded in agreement. Alright, Su Ling did not argue. One cannot awaken a person pretending to be asleep, especially since he currently lacks the leverage to do so. If there is a reliable method to secure victory, why experiment with new strategies that entail the risk of failure? However, other regions do not share this mindset. They continually innovate with fresh tactics and even unconventional strategies. If you do not adapt while the opponent keeps changing, how can you hope to win in the end? Life seemed to revert to its previous rhythm, with Su Ling participating in training matches daily, though he played less frequently, as AJ often took the stage on a day without a match. Su Ling decided to stream once more. The missing person has returned. Su Ling has ascended to the competitive arena and exhibited remarkable performance. She is no longer the nameless amateur she once was. Previously, her live broadcast attracted only a few hundred viewers, and it is likely that many of them were bots. Now, with her recommendations featured on the homepage, a multitude of viewers has flocked to her stream shortly after she began broadcasting, including several who had seen her in the arena and sought her out. The overwhelming barrage of comments confirms that these are genuine viewers, not mere fakes. Hello everyone. I haven't been able to stream lately due to training, Su Ling explained to her audience right from the start. Oh my, it turns out the streamer is quite skilled. Someone joked .1 LG equals 10 tie. When did the streamer start playing games? Upon reading this comment, Su Ling chuckled and replied, I reached S1 with skate shoes, impressive. Right? After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Goodness, the streamer must be a time traveler to achieve S1 with skate shoes. Firstly, S1 is a ranking score without a tier, and skate shoes were not even released at that time. How could a professional player lie about such things? Look, here is an honest person, another viewer remarked. Didn't you see that the streamer was merely joking? Su Ling added, just kidding, I trained for 2.5 years. My talent is merely passable, that what you call passable and unremarkable. Of course, if you all put in the effort, you could achieve the same. Good job, here is a reward. After this, an ID sent a super rocket as a gift. Su Ling gratefully acknowledged, thank you for the super rocket sent by the S1 skate shoes reaching king. Wow, your name-changing speed is impressive. Following this, another wave of name-changed IDs sent gifts, all inspired by Su Ling's earlier comments, such as the professional player who trained for 2.5 years and the streamer who practiced for 2.5 years, yet remains unremarkable. Su Ling felt fortunate that her brother wasn't present at that moment. Otherwise, she might have faced some ridicule. The situation could have been worse if she had to bring her streaming room to court. It puzzled her how her flaws had been exposed, with so many viewers sending gifts. Su Ling sincerely expressed her gratitude. Earning money this way was not shameful. She reflected on her father, who worked as a security guard at a public kindergarten back home, earning just over $1,000 a month while also handling water and electricity duties. In his younger years, he toiled in the mines, which was even more grueling. His pay was meager, and he would return home utterly exhausted, with only his teeth remaining white from the dirt. The gifts she received in a short time equated to her father's wages for several months, all for just using her voice. Moreover, with a constant influx of viewers showering her with gifts, many of which were free but still in significant numbers, she realized that her share would only need to be divided with the platform, not with her club. This bounty could lead to prosperity. What more could one desire? Observing that some IDs were sending an excessive number of gifts, Su Ling decided to offer a gentle reminder. Thank you all for the gifts, but please remember to consume wisely. You can enjoy my stream for fun, but only give within your means. That if it doesn't affect your life or if you have extra money. Feel free to send gifts, but if it impacts your livelihood, please refrain. What I need most is your support and lively comments to boost the atmosphere. A streamer from an ordinary family. I understand how hard it is to earn money, so let us keep it steady. The barrage of comments echoed her sentiment. He genuine. I'm in tears. He the first streamer to tell me not to send gifts. He worried about getting banned for saying this. Su Ling reassured, that is not a concern. As a professional player, my primary focus is on competing, not streaming. The club provides my salary, which is sufficient for my needs. I believe you follow me for my performance in the arena. If I perform well, that's what matters. However, as a professional, if I play poorly, no amount of gifts will change that. This topic was delicate, and she wanted to advise viewers not to let their enthusiasm disrupt their lives. But she also didn't want to jeopardize anyone's livelihood, as that could lead to trouble for herself. She felt it unlikely that she would face a ban for merely stating this. Given her performance and the substantial attention she garnered, if this platform rejected her, others would undoubtedly welcome her with open arms. As the competitive season approached, most matches featured AJ in play. While Ling occasionally took the stage, her presence was less frequent, and though her performance was commendable, it did not match the effectiveness of AJ's gameplay. Ling's daring strategies often involved high-risk, high-reward tactics. While she frequently achieved her intended results, there were times when she faced setbacks, resulting in giving away kills or disrupting the rhythm. Previously, Ling's dominance in the top lane stemmed from her superior stats and familiarity with her opponent's strategies. However, no matter how skilled one is, overcoming multiple foes is a daunting task. When facing a coordinated attack from several opponents, her potential was inevitably diminished. Even during S5, when she claimed the MVP title in LPL, she was still subject to the fervent scrutiny of her competitors. In LCK, she was unperturbed by ganks, thanks to her strong teammates and effective strategy. If the focus remained solely on her lane, the other lanes would inevitably suffer. Yet in LPL, facing relentless ganks from opponents, she found it challenging to maintain her footing while her allies thrived elsewhere. In contrast, AJ's approach relied on steady execution, allowing the bottom and mid lanes to flourish. By mid-August, the playoffs commenced, and EDG naturally secured a spot, finishing in first place. However, General Fat's lingering back injury was a significant hindrance, causing EDG to lose a reliable carry. During the playoffs, EDG suffered a 0-3 defeat against LGD, a result that left many bewildered. Is this the champion of SI? LGD easily toppled the previously undefeated EDG, raising questions about the prowess of LCK teams. This match led some to believe that the championship was assured this year, resulting in a lack of serious preparation and study. Consequently, when the World Championships approached, they struggled to keep up with the evolving meta, strategies and tactics, ultimately leading to their downfall. Some even neglected training, indulging in other games while absurdly debating skin choices. Losing due to lack of skill is one thing. Losing due to attitude is truly shameful. In reality, LGD's victory was also aided by favorable changes in the game's version. In August, the game underwent updates. The era dominated by champions like Trant, Poppy, and Gnar was fading. While still usable, the new warriors and semi-tank champions held overwhelming sway. LGD's top player, known as Go, was the first to unveil Fiora in the LPL finals, breaking the traditional tank-dominated meta and emerging as a stable and high-carry potential champion. In summary, the landscape has shifted. The previous top lane dynamics have evolved. This lag in the domestic server's version updates has left many unaware of the changes. Particularly, the version used in LPL matches is often slower to update than that of the domestic server. Thus, after the competition, there was little time before transitioning to the World Championship stage, and many players had not even touched League of Legends during this period, leaving them unable to keep pace with the current rhythm. Ultimately, while there are objective factors at play, the primary issues lie with the players, coaching staff, and management. There are indeed channels to access the current version. Who among them lacks a Korean server account? Surely, they could have taken a moment to observe the popular champions in the Korean meta. In the subsequent match for third place, EDG was once again vanquished by IG with a score of 3. During Season 5, the prowess of the players was not as exaggerated as in later years, yet their adaptability was remarkable, sporting a flamboyant pink frame, the glasses of one player, who would later be known as a formidable talent, left AJ dazed as he wielded champions like Gnar and Fiora. Although they did not completely dominate, their mid-jungle synergy proved overwhelmingly strong, propelling IG into the World Championship. That moment, Ling was engaged in ranked play on a new account, having already ascended to the Master tier in the Korean server. He was commanding Draven, wreaking havoc on the battlefield, leaving a trail of carnage that might keep young viewers awake at night. With his merciless iron fists, he slaughtered foes, unleashing his blood rage, which exhilarated him, leading to a flurry of reckless strikes. One act for each unfortunate soul. Ah, baby, blood rage, he chanted joyfully, reveling in the sheer bliss of the moment. The sounds of Su Ling's laughter echoed through the training room. When Draven's blood rage activated, it seemingly diminished his intelligence by 50%. Just after achieving a pentakill, the opposing team surrendered, prompting Abu to approach and pat Su Ling on the shoulder. "What's this? Talking about snacks? Nothing, coach, just a catchphrase." After a moment's contemplation, Abu decisively said, "Su Ling, you'll be in tomorrow's promotion match." Left with no alternative, Abu reinstated Su Ling to the lineup, as it was inconceivable to put Koro, who had been sidelined for months, back on the stage. Tomorrow's match was crucial, determining whether EDG would secure a spot at the World Championship. That if they lost and failed to obtain the coveted ticket, Abu dreaded the thought of the backlash he would face online. How could a champion not qualify for the World Championship? I might as well resign as a coach. All right, no problem, but on September 5th, during the Season 5 promotion match, EDG faced off against IG, with Su Ling pitted against his old rival. Steadily in the broadcast studio, the scene was set. Welcome back to the Season 5 World Championship promotion match between EDG and IG, which is about to commence. Yes, we have received news that after a series of setbacks, EDG has brought in LG, who has not been seen for some time. The coaching staff must have realized that AJ was not in optimal form, prompting a timely roster change that we hope that with LG's return, the team can swiftly regain their momentum. The audience was vocal in their critiques, questioning the professionalism of the commentators who seemed oblivious to the issues at hand. Is it a matter of form? They were simply outplayed, one commenter lamented. They are just lagging behind the current meta. Look at the LCK matches, and then at ours, it's always the same champions in the top lane. Unfortunately, insightful comments like these were quickly drowned out by dismissive remarks. Don't worry. LG's absence was not a disaster. 1 LG equals 10 tie. Indeed, LG was well-versed in countering Zeta, rendering him nearly helpless against their strategies. Su Ling had no time to dwell on the chatter as he finalized his peripherals when the system notification chimed. Ding. Task released. Season 5 ticket battle. To become the strongest professional player, one must participate in the World Championship. Only there can you prove your worth. The reward for securing a ticket to the Season 5 World Championship was enticing. 2 new runes, 10 free attribute points, 1 new item, and random S proficiency with a top lane champion. Such generous rewards indicated that the stakes were high and victory was imperative. Currently, Su Ling felt confident against domestic top laners. But facing world-class competitors like SB, AR, and Sunday might prove daunting as the match unfolded. Su Ling found himself in the top lane, defending the river brush as always, while Zeta lay in wait near the dragon pit. Both players remained cautious, refraining from engagement until the minion wave arrived. As the minions clashed, both champions engaged in a standard landing phase, eliminating 3 frontline minions. Su Ling noted an opening in Zeta's positioning and adjusted his stance, moving closer to the opposing minions. Indeed, Su Ling's proximity proved too tempting for Zeta. With a calculated Q, Zeta struck at the opening, anticipating a trade that would yield health restoration and a quick retreat. However, the closeness of their positions led to an exchange. As Zeta's Q connected, Su Ling retaliated with an auto attack. Although Zeta's strike hit the mark, Draven's swift response with W canceled the follow-up animation, leaving Zeta and 3 minions stunned. This allowed the blue minions to unleash their fury upon Zeta, while her own minions, incapacitated by the stun, could not assist. Draven secured the final blow on Zeta. She found herself unable to retaliate, forced to retreat and evade damage from the blue minions. The broadcast shifted focus to the top lane, recognizing the intensity of this matchup between 2 highly skilled champions. The atmosphere was charged, signaling a departure from the usual tank-heavy games. Initially, both players exhibited restraint, yet the arrival of the minion wave ignited the confrontation. As the skirmish unfolded, Su Ling initiated with an auto attack before Zeta could respond. With a deft W, He not only restrained Zeta, but also ensnared 3 minions, effectively mitigating their damage and maintaining the upper hand. The confidence displayed by LG was evident, as he executed his strategy flawlessly. Securing an advantageous position against Zeta, in this skirmish, it appears that Riven has not suffered any losses, while Fiora seems to be at a disadvantage, having been struck twice by Riven's basic attacks, coupled with a W ability and the onslaught of 3 minions. However, the match is still in its early stages, and Fiora can regain health through her passive, thus maintaining a higher margin for error. The two champions have reverted to their regular landing positions, with both players standing slightly apart, each eliminating minions from the opposing backline. They're on the verge of reaching level 2, yet the enemy shows no signs of aggression. Now, let us shift our focus to the mid lane, where the confrontation is quite stable, featuring a twisted fate and a victor, with one being a wave-clear champion and the other a support hero. Significant combat is unlikely to ensue. The scene returns to the top lane, where a clash has erupted. Riven has achieved level 2 first, likely due to her prior engagement with the 3 enemy minions. She initiates with a Q, swiftly closing the gap to Fiora, then follows up with a W to immobilize her, commencing a rapid sequence of attacks before retreating. Fiora dispels the stun and attempts to retaliate with a Q. But Riven's third Q interrupts her, preventing Fiora from striking the side minion. Riven's skill execution is remarkably swift, exemplifying the true essence of a light-speed QA. Consequently, Fiora finds herself at half health. While Riven retains a substantial amount of vitality, Fiora begins consuming health potions as the equilibrium of the lane has been disrupted. Both champions soon reach level 3. Ling attempts to replicate her earlier strategy. But Fiora is well prepared. As Riven approaches with her Q, Fiora activates her W. The grand challenge to Ling chuckles, remarking that her own vision is superior. Instead of using W, Ling opts for E, dashing to the side, cleverly concealing the vulnerable position of Fiora's passive behind their stances. The moment Fiora's W concludes, Riven activates her W, stunning Fiora and unleashing a flurry of rapid QA attacks, inflicting considerable damage. Fiora attempts to escape with a Q, but due to the absence of a target, her speed is insufficient, and in this critical moment, she is left with no choice but to use Flash. Fiora thus finds herself in a precarious position, lacking both Flash and substantial health. After a moment of contemplation, she decides against returning home, for she is Fiora, capable of negating crowd control with her W, and possessing a Q that grants her considerable mobility. Relying on her experience, the ensuing skirmish is relatively calm, with no further confrontations. That Riven's occasional engagements consist merely of landing a Q or an auto attack on Fiora, who deftly evades with her Q. Despite chipping away at her health, Fiora manages to recover some vitality through her potions and leveling up, while also suffering a significant disadvantage in terms of minion farm. Ling, controlling Riven, quietly farms the minions, nearing level 6 with just 2 minions remaining. Suddenly, Ling notices Fiora advancing. With no vision, could this be a gank from the enemy Rek'Sai? However, both champions are level 5, and with Fiora in a weakened state and lacking Flash, Rek'Sai is not the reformed version and cannot hope to reach level 6. Even if Rek'Sai were level 6, the difference in attributes would be minimal, with her health in such a good state and possessing Flash. This might just be a chance for a double kill. Riven takes a couple of steps forward, striking a minion before retreating. Observing Riven's withdrawal, Fiora takes a few steps forward at this moment. Rek'Sai emerges from the river, burrowing towards Riven and executing a Flash knockup. Suddenly, a minion dies, allowing Riven to hit level 6. Riven swiftly turns around, executing E, R, and Flash in a W, not only successfully evading Rek'Sai's knockup, but also stunning Fiora. With her ultimate unleashed, Riven unleashes a barrage of rapid QA attacks upon Fiora, showcasing a ruthlessly aggressive style. Fiora, now critically low on health, attempts to time her W to block Riven's third Q, hoping to escape, as killing Riven has become an impossibility. With her health too low, even a burrowed Rek'Sai cannot secure a kill. Yet, Riven suddenly halts, refraining from executing her third Q or ultimate. Fiora's W goes unused. And as she anticipates dodging Riven's ultimate with a Q, She realizes that Riven has not cast her ultimate, but instead waits patiently for Fiora to Q before elegantly executing her Q. Moreover, Riven's third Q lands perfectly between Fiora and Rek'Sai, sending both champions flying. Thus, Riven successfully vanquishes Fiora. Turning her attention to Rek'Sai, Riven begins to auto-attack. Upon witnessing Fiora's demise, Rek'Sai recognizes the futility of battling Riven and attempts to flee. However, with both Flash and E on cooldown, escape proves impossible. Furthermore, given that Riven has already utilized E and W, her skills are nearly off cooldown, and with her ultimate active, Riven's attack range has increased. Ultimately, Rek'Sai is ensnared by Riven's E followed by W, leading to a decisive ultimate strike that claims Rek'Sai's life. In this one-on-two encounter in the top lane, Riven secures a double kill. Following this sequence, the dynamics shift dramatically, as both flashes are expended, and Riven accrues 2 kills. Having maintained lane control for an extended period, Riven pushes the wave into the tower, ensuring that Fiora will lose a significant number of minions. The ensuing skirmishes are straightforward, transforming into a showcase for Ling, who executes various elaborate team engagements and skill combinations, predicting enemy movements with precision. The team swiftly overwhelms IG, claiming victory in the first match. Congratulations to EDG for their triumph, dispelling the shadows of previous defeats. With the introduction of LG, the entire EDG team appears rejuvenated. Indeed, this match can be described as a personal exhibition of LG's prowess. It has become evident from previous matches that LG possesses a distinct individual style, favoring extreme landing and execution. Certainly, LG is audacious. In this instance, while most players would opt to flash away, LG charges forward. I respectfully disagree with your viewpoint. I believe LG's support is equally remarkable to you recall his initial match. That Alistar support directly enabled Deft's resurgence in the bottom lane, ultimately leading to victory. Now, the MVP of this match is undoubtedly LG's Riven, boasting an impressive record of 8-0-6. Thus concludes the first game, with EDG taking the lead, that we now await the subsequent matches. The audience expresses their sentiments, remarking that LG's dominance resembles a father surpassing his son to a son? No, a son's stance. Indeed, in the recent past, Zeta displayed remarkable prowess, swiftly mastering the newly revamped champions. However, upon facing LG, it seemed as if the game slipped from their grasp. I believe it is a matter of bloodline suppression. LG has a unique advantage over Zeta. What can one say? It is simply because LG is exceptionally strong. If that were the case, why did LGD emerge as the champions of the summer tournament? The strongest top laner should be a Go. Spare me the exaggeration. LG had previously faced a Go and defeated him with ease. Wasn't he that due to losses in other lanes, he didn't even manage a solo kill on a Go? Must one truly secure a solo kill? They were already repressed to such an extent. What's the rush? They've only won one match. IG's mid-jungle duo is merely a substitute. They are bound to win. ISNTDG's double carry even more formidable. Furthermore, their top laner is quite impressive as well. Watching the matches selling bamboo rats, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3 in the subsequent 2 matches, Ling continued to excel, exerting comprehensive pressure on Zeta. Although Zeta demonstrated considerable steadiness and opted for a resilient champion in Makai, the results were still underwhelming. Moreover, with the pressure alleviated from the top lane, General Pawn experienced significantly less strain, alleviating his back pain, thus allowing him to carry the game. He even showcased a memorable play with Gangplank. Meanwhile, Deft on the bottom lane also shone brightly, being a champion-level AD carry, with no issues arising in the top lane and maintaining pressure against the opponents. Deft also stepped up with impressive damage output. Ultimately, EDG triumphed over IG with a score of 3-0, securing their second ticket to the S5 tournament. As for the first ticket, it was undoubtedly claimed by LGD. The champions of the summer tournament, compared to the previous season's 3-1, this victory was considerably easier. During the fist bump segment, you were exceptionally skilled. How come you become so formidable with every champion? You weren't like this before. Just practice more. Think about what I was doing when you went to find that older sister who was 10 years your senior, that I was constantly honing my skills. And with practice comes mastery. Really? Indeed. Moving forward, keep pushing. I believe you will surely seize the final ticket. Best of luck until we meet at the World Championship. All right. After concluding the fist bump, EDG's players approached the front to bow to the audience. Su Ling's performance garnered him a significant fan following. However, something felt odd. Su Ling surprisingly did not notice the 250-pound female fan. Where did she vanish? Did she unfollow? No, that's not it. Why am I even thinking of her? Right, I was merely contemplating the economics of fandom. Yes, that's it. Upon returning to the lounge, Abu rushed over to embrace Su Ling. You played splendidly. Su Ling smiled, remaining silent, craving something more tangible. The boss announced, since we VE qualified for the World Championship, each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan, and we will dine together tonight. Feel free to order whatever you like. Su Ling beamed with joy. This money equates to nearly a month's salary. As for the other teammates, they too were delighted, though their excitement stemmed from the prospect of indulging in fine cuisine, especially since their salaries far surpassed Su Ling's, particularly the team captain and the two Korean imports. Their salaries were extraordinarily high. After dinner, Su Ling took a brief stroll to aid digestion before returning to the training room to sit in contemplation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and securing a ticket to the World Championship. Reward issued. New rune, Storm Gathering. Gain output attribute points continuously as the game progresses. 1 at 10 minutes, 2 at 20 minutes, 4 at 30 minutes. Future market allows for early overdraft of points. With a maximum overdraft of 1,500 points, requiring a subsequent repayment of 3,000 points, which must be settled within 2015. Failure to do so will result in a forced deduction of attribute points and a listing on the dishonesty roster, making this rune permanently unavailable. New equipment. Red crystal increases survival attribute points by 2. Free attribute points. 10. Top lane hero Fiora mastery. Wealth. I initially planned to practice Fiora, but now I can save a great deal of time and focus on honing my skills with the wandering champion, which is even more formidable than the warriors of this version. This future market is quite absurd. It resembles usury. However, it appears that this system was introduced to forcibly enhance one's strength, as my current abilities remain inadequate. After some reflection, I find myself possessing 12 free attribute points from the previous task reward of 2 points unused, alongside 1182 points, which when combined with the 1500 overdraft, allows for the exchange of 26 points. Adding the 4 points from Storm Gathering, that totals 42 attribute points. Su Ling prioritized allocating 4 points to his mechanics, as this yields quick results. Subsequently, he distributed points to output, team fighting, support, and survival, ensuring all his attributes exceed 80 points, achieving a balanced distribution. Recently, the transition has been severe, motivating us to update more rapidly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. After allocating the points, Su Ling opened his attribute panel. Name. Su Ling. Age. 16 years. ID. LG Mechanics. 82 Lane Control. 80. 82. Equipment. Short Sword 2 Output. 80 Team Fighting. 80 Support. 80 Survival. 78. 80 Equipment. Red Crystal 2 Development. 80 Awareness. 80 Understanding Aversion. 91. This attribute cannot be enhanced through point allocation. Points. 0 free attribute points. 0 runes. Storm Gathering. Enhanced Beginner Version. Gain 1 free attribute point each month, and 10 free attribute points each year. Limited time experience card for 12 months, with 1 month remaining. Elation temporarily increases mechanics by 0.5 points for each enemy hero kill in a match, up to a maximum of 5 times. Conqueror properties remain unchanged in the first game of the day. Thereafter, each game sees a temporary increase of 1 point for each attribute, stacking up to 4 times. Aftershock upon immobilizing an enemy hero. Each attribute gains a temporary point for the duration of that match. Bone plating. Each time damage is taken from an enemy hero, temporarily increases survival attribute points by 5 for 1 minute. Cannot stack. Cooldown of 3 minutes. Storm Gathering. As the game progresses, gradually gain output attribute points. 1 at 10 minutes, 2 at 20 minutes, for 30 minutes. Future Market allows for early overdraft of points, with a maximum overdraft of 1,600 points, requiring a subsequent repayment of 3,200 points, which must be settled within 2015. Failure to do so will result in a forced deduction of attribute points and a listing on the dishonesty roster, making this rune permanently unavailable. Note: 1,600 points have already been overdrafted, with 82 points repaid, leaving a debt of 3,118 points. Equipment: short sword, automatically equipped, increases lane control by 2 points. Red crystal increases survival attribute points by 2. Comprehensive evaluation: your strength is formidable even at the World Championship level, yet you only reach the caliber of a core member in a top 4 team. Aspiring for the championship remains a distant dream. Only by triggering runes might there be a glimmer of hope. Hasten to enhance your attribute points. With a sigh, the road to victory is undoubtedly arduous. It hinges upon the efficacy of the runes in the later stages, as well as the rewards from tasks during the World Championship, AS for now. It is imperative to seize the time to continue training, although points cannot enhance strength, as they will be automatically deducted for repayment. The proficiency with champions will not diminish. After today as competition, none anticipated Ling would stream, so upon seeing him go live, they were pleasantly surprised. Isn't the streamer fresh from a match? Having secured a ticket to the World Championship, why is he still streaming ranked games? What does finishing the match today have to do with streaming training tonight? Why should TI play ranked after obtaining the World Championship ticket? I observed in LGD stream that they often refrain from streaming for many days after a championship win. Even if they do, they play other games. Indeed, discussions about which championship skin to select have already begun before the World Championship. It is quite audacious that, as a professional player, neglecting proper training is unacceptable. I voiced a few opinions and was met with backlash. Ultimately, I was silenced and kicked from the chat. It seems the streamer is far more diligent. Whether training or competing, Ling has finally discerned whom the discussion pertains to. No wonder LGD was so sluggish regarding the meta in the previous iteration. It appears they scarcely engaged in the game after clinching the Summer Championship. Ling believes it is imperative to swiftly terminate this topic, lest it incites conflict. After all, the opposing fanbase is substantial, and one must consider the ramifications of targeted assault on oneself. While he remains unperturbed, he worries about the potential repercussions for his family from those unhinged netizens. Therefore, Ling hastily clarifies, this depends on the circumstances of each team, that MY talent is relatively lacking. So, I must resort to extensive training. Wow, the streamer is incredibly impressive today. How did that Riven execute her combo? It's quite simple. First, you XXX, and then you XXX. Ling meticulously elaborates. Mastery of such skills is contingent upon innate talent, as well as on-the-spot performance, timing, and one's state of mind. Given that Ling possesses a fixed attribute panel, he is untroubled by the prospect of opponents gleaning his tactics. Besides, even if others scrutinize his gameplay footage repeatedly, only the true experts can replicate his finesse to AS for the audience. Few can truly grasp these skills. Even if Ling were to instruct them as meticulously as New Oriental, they would still struggle to comprehend. He is serious. I'm in tears. He genuinely intends to teach me. What does it matter? Just watch. I learned it. It's simply this, then that, and then I double killed. Eyes. Got it. Hands. No, you don't. How amusing. The current netizens boast with increasing audacity. Do they think it's free? You didn't double kill. You were single killed instead. Already mastered it. Just hit the rank of king. Though he may not fully comprehend, it certainly seems impressive. Ling chuckles at the barrage of comments. No wonder people claim that the bullet comments are more entertaining than the live stream itself. They genuinely are. Those who haven't grasped it need not fret. With enough practice, mastery will come. The comments continue to flood in. Streamer, what do you think about the online remark suggesting that Zeta is quite weak? Streamer, they say you're Zeta's mentor. How do you view this? Every time Zeta encounters the streamer, he turns into a soft-shelled shrimp. You know why, streamer. Is there a grudge between you and Zeta? Why do you always defeat him so decisively? Indeed, I watched the stream today. Zeta ended up in tears at AS for how I view it. Naturally, I used VOD. Wait, no, it was Shu and Fei. That is not right either. I used 91. How can they speak of Zeta like that? Only I could chastise my own Zeta. Outsiders should remain silent. That Ling remains fiercely protective. Did Zeta truly cry? When I approached for a handshake, he seemed perfectly fine. Consequently, Ling resolutely elucidates, I've observed the comments. Many viewers are inquiring about Zeta. Allow me to clarify our relationship. As you may know, I joined IG during last year's summer tournament, making Zeta my teammate. Moreover, I am his substitute, and he's been quite considerate, treating me to numerous meals. I've previously stated that Zeta is one of my closest friends in the industry. Comments, the better the relationship, the harsher the approach. That notion does not hold as professional players. It is our duty to compete to the best of our abilities. At that time, I was his substitute, confined to the bench by him. It would be absurd to claim he lacks skill. Now that we've transitioned to the top lane, I may simply be more suited to it. Hence my slightly superior performance, for claims of me dominating him. That is unfounded. Perhaps my prior knowledge of his gameplay gives me an edge in our matchups. His recent performances have been commendable, and his prowess with warrior champions has been exceptional. I still have faith in him. I believe IG will secure the final ticket to the World Championship. That mid-jungle duo stability, and yes, Zeta is also commendable. Comments, high emotional intelligence. Mid-jungle duo stability, and Zeta is commendable. Low emotional intelligence. Even if Zeta relies on mid-jungle support, he can still coast into the World Championship. One can clearly see the strong rapport between the streamer and Zeta. Even though Zeta seems to have been psychologically affected by his defeats, the streamer continues to advocate for him. Ling refrains from further elaboration, as the more he speaks, the more convoluted the explanation becomes. Regardless, I firmly believe that Zeta will showcase excellent performance moving forward and will indeed enter the World Championship. Let us leave his topic behind and commence the game. Recent transitions have been severe, which only fuels our motivation for quicker updates. Please, kindly exit reading mode. Thank you. In the previous life, IG ultimately triumphed in the lower bracket, securing the final LPL ticket to the World Championship. The mid-jungle duo remarkably propelled IG into the tournament. However, Zeta's performance has been less than stellar. Could he truly be suffering from the psychological impact of his defeats? Ling nonetheless decided to call Zeta. Incredible, my dear Zeta. You've made it to the World Championship. Just kidding. What level do you think I am? How could I possibly fail to qualify? As Ling and Zeta grow increasingly familiar, Zeta's demeanor becomes ever more abstract, seemingly evolving toward the state he held in their previous life. Perhaps Ling has awakened the latent potential within Zeta, prompting an early realization of his capabilities. Train diligently. Do not concern yourself with others. If you enter the World Championship and fail to reach the top 8, you'll be thoroughly trounced by the European and American teams. Ling feels compelled to issue this reminder, as he truly wishes to avoid witnessing the humiliations of the past, such as the national holiday defeat that led to a surrender. Moreover, they managed to expose the opponent's top laner, Hyuni, in a single match. Indeed, during Ling's stream, he noted comments alleging that LGD's players engaged in no training or ranked matches, opting instead for other games. Upon investigating during his live session, he confirmed that the opposing team was, in fact, playing Dota 2, and tentatively remarked, aren't they training? What if they can't even compete against the European and American teams? At this point, he fell silent, only to be met with an onslaught of comments. A team that must participate in the bubble tournament to earn a ticket is attempting to teach the summer champions how to play. Hilarious. You spend all day training and ranking, yet where's your championship? Exactly. What championship do you possess? A championship in the void? Honestly, what they choose to play is none of your business. Is it wrong for them to have confidence? Just because they haven't reached king rank doesn't mean they can't trounce you. Lunar Empress players rejoice. A championship skin is on the horizon. The SI champion is EDG. LGD trounced EDG. Do they fear the European and American teams? This year's champion will be LGD. Mark my words. I chose them as my idol. While some comments argue that such an attitude is misguided, noting that recent meta shifts have been significant and that European and American teams have improved tremendously, as well as the formidable nature of the Korean teams, the audience remains immersed in the confidence stemming from their previous SI victory, believing the Korean teams to be mere shadows of their former selves. Moreover, considering the previous 2 seasons where the LPL teams decisively defeated their European counterparts, one cannot predict the outcomes of future matches, just as it is unfathomable to believe that Su Boss would owe 20 trillion and subsequently declare bankruptcy. Few would trust such claims, and many would deride you for it. Witnessing the audience's unwavering attitude, Su Ling opted for silence, closing the house-checking feature before returning to his streaming room to commence gameplay. Soon, a fervent group of fans followed Su Ling into his live stream. Eager to voice their opinions, Su Ling refrained from privately contacting anyone from LGD. Recognizing his own position, they are currently in the limelight, and given their lack of familiarity, he has only exchanged a fist bump during matches. It would be a rarity for them to heed his advice, and should they choose to retaliate, the fervent fans could very well expose him in real life. However, when it comes to his old friend Zeta, Su Ling felt it appropriate to offer a word of caution. Could it be that those European teams, known for their opportunism, are truly incapable of winning? Zeta remains entirely unconvinced that they would falter against their European counterparts. Do not underestimate the European teams. Several of them have Korean imports this year, and I've watched their match videos. Their team fights are impressive. Oh, really? Really, why would I deceive you? Also, practice with the newly revamped champions, especially the dominant warrior top laners. Very well, then. After hanging up the phone, Su Ling sighed, hoping that LPL could endure this darkest of years. Many believe that the bleakest year was when the S7 finals were dominated by the Koreans. But that was manageable, as the LPL teams were eliminated by them. However, this year, LPL didn't even face off against Korean teams. They were merely dispatched by the Western teams that had previously been overpowered. He hoped that his arrival could change all of this. In the days that followed, Su Ling dedicated himself to training earnestly, immersing himself in ranked matches and tirelessly honing his skills. The only interruptions were for the LPL expedition ceremony and a brief trip home to handle his passport. Dad, I'm going abroad for competitions. Su Daqiang looked at his son, realizing that he had indeed made a name for himself in the gaming world, even competing internationally. However, Su Daqiang still felt that it would be better for him to focus on his studies. Dad, if I win the championship, there's a prize of several million, and I could earn tens of millions in a year. What? The championship prize is several $1,000,000. You can make that much playing games? That is only for champions. How many teams are competing? 16. Is it difficult? It is, but I'll work hard. I have a 70% chance that in reality, Su Ling only had a 40% chance. Well, then do your best. The conversation between father and son was simple and straightforward, yet efficient and imbued with deep paternal love. Returning to his room that evening, Su Mu sought out Su Ling's son. I heard from your dad that you guys barely made it to the World Championship. Is it really that hard to win? Su Ling realized that his father, who had always opposed his gaming pursuits, had been quietly watching over him. It's fine, Mom. I have confidence. After returning to the EDG training room, Su Ling resumed his streaming and training. Streaming allowed him to interact with his audience, turning his monotonous training into something enjoyable, and he was also able to receive gifts. After all, Su Ling was not one of those big streamers or star players with guaranteed contracts. Naturally, he streamed as much as possible to gather gifts. How do streamers manage to stream every day and play ranked? Su Ling found it puzzling. If he didn't train or play ranked, was he supposed to play other games? In his previous life, he could barely sit still during a 45-minute class, yet he later worked diligently for 12 hours a day, earning a meager wage. He would pile his books high, thinking it would shield him from the teacher's gaze, only to end up obstructing his own future. Now, earning $10,000 a month plus gift from streaming, he brought in around $230,000 in gifts each month. This high income would still be substantial even after 8 years, so what was there to be dissatisfied about? Not training every day, how could he justify that salary? If someone earned millions without professional ethics, that would indeed be strange. As a professional player, wasn't it normal to play ranked and train daily? Others had already begun celebrating in advance. Streamers need not exert themselves any further. Regardless, at least the streamers maintained a positive attitude. Losing didn't make it shameful. Streamer, do you have confidence for this World Championship? Do you think you can win? Su Ling tilted his head, feeling confident, but estimating his chances of winning at about 40%. Laughable, still 40%. The championship will definitely go to LGD, right? What team even thinks they can challenge for the championship? Without Uzi at the World Championship, there's no prestige in winning. Ling glanced at the barrage of comments, noticing that most held a pessimistic and mocking attitude, especially given that EDG had previously been thoroughly defeated by LGD. Unexpectedly, some comments sought to find their own relevance that Ling chose not to elaborate further and logged off, as he was set to depart for Paris the next day and needed to rest. Recently, the encoding issues have been severe, providing them with more motivation to update faster, so he urged everyone to exit reading mode. Thank you. The next morning, Ling took a shower and styled his hair in front of the mirror. He no longer marveled at his handsome features, having grown accustomed to them. Today promised to be another day full of hope. Returning to his dormitory, he began his final preparations, having mostly packed the day before. Soon, Ling joined his team as they headed to the airport, ready to embark for Paris. At the airport, he encountered two other teams from LPL. Observing IG's demeanor, it seemed somewhat subdued, while LGD appeared exuberant, as if they were already celebrating a victorious return home. After a 12-hour flight, the EDG team finally arrived in Paris, despite leaving in the morning and enduring a lengthy flight. It was still noon upon arrival, and the time difference was a bit disorienting, although it was merely 7 hours later than back home. Had they been in America, their day-night cycle would have been completely reversed. Today was only the 27th. There was still ample time before their first match. The EDG's first match was scheduled for October 1st at 6:30 p.m. Paris time, which translated to 1:30 a.m. on October 2nd back home. Thus, they had several days to adjust and acclimatize. Upon arriving at the hotel arranged by Riot, they settled in. Ling initially wanted to find a place to practice, but his teammates called him over. Come on, Ling, let's go out and shop. It's a rare opportunity to be in Paris. We should buy something nice to take back. What should we buy? Bags, cosmetics, famous luxury items, gifts for girlfriends and family. Ling felt bewildered. Was it really worthwhile? Many of those luxury items were likely produced in factories in Zhejiang, China, merely adorned with labels. The quality in domestic wholesale markets was often superior, with more innovative designs at significantly lower prices. As for gifts for his family, if his mother found out he spent thousands on a handbag for her, she would likely be furious, chasing him down for it. Girlfriend? Ling was only 16, and his life revolved around gaming and training. Where would he find a girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. Besides, shouldn't we be focusing on training? We need to adapt to the gaming environment here. Relax, the team manager said, that if you don't buy gifts for others, how will you have a girlfriend? And as for training, there's no rush. We have time. The time difference is only a few hours. We reused to staying up late anyway. Ling hadn't anticipated that the manager would be so accommodating, but he looked around, half expecting Li Zongheng to jump out and say, "What's the matter? I need to see my lawyer." The sequence of events has been utterly reversed. It is not about giving gifts to others, for it is others who should be gifting you as their girlfriend. It is precisely because this individual is your girlfriend that you choose to bestow gifts upon her. What is particularly striking is Ling's observation of the crowd's approving expressions. Li Zongheng, upon witnessing this, would undoubtedly yield and call you big brother. Surely, all his anecdotes are gleaned from your collective experiences. Ultimately, Ling could not withstand the persuasion from her teammates and decided to join them for an outing, believing it would be beneficial to relax and broaden her horizons. Upon descending the stairs, she discovered that two other members of the LPL team were eagerly awaiting her at the bottom, suggesting that they had made prior arrangements. With more people present, familiarity would foster a sense of camaraderie, making it easier to navigate any unforeseen circumstances as they strolled along the illustrious champs. Yes. The ambience was undeniably distinct from that of her homeland. Occasionally, she spotted black men accompanying white women, while numerous white couples embraced one or even several black children. Ling mused that the Gallic rooster seemed to be transforming into a Gallic black hen. The team members continuously entered and exited upscale boutiques, their chatter punctuating the air. They exhibited a generous spirit, soon laden with shopping bags of various sizes. Ling, however, refrained from purchasing anything whenever she encountered a design that piqued her interest. A glance at the price tag would prompt a frown, leading her to lose all hope. A wallet priced at over 10,000 yuan equated to her entire monthly salary. Was this not an unbearable burden? Moreover, with mobile payment systems being so convenient back home, what use would a wallet be if it would merely gather dust? Even if she were to buy one for resale in the domestic market, she could procure hundreds of them. Ling recognized that part of her reluctance stemmed from her financial constraints, while her teammates were affluent, earning tens of millions annually, and thus would not feel the pinch. On her way back, she witnessed several pedestrians being robbed, and shortly thereafter, she encountered a protest that was violently suppressed by law enforcement. Indeed, while the foreign landscapes were breathtaking, they were accompanied by a stark reality. In the end, Ling returned to the hotel empty-handed, unlike her companions who were burdened with their purchases. Once back, the group's enthusiasm waned considerably as they prepared to rest, feeling a twinge of hunger. Ling contemplated having dinner. Although the French cuisine paled in comparison to her beloved Chinese dishes, she found it quite delightful. The innovative preparation and meticulous presentation made for an enjoyable occasional indulgence, leaving her quite satisfied. After her meal, as she made her way back to her dormitory, Ling inadvertently bumped into a man. He apologized, and she chose not to dwell on the incident. However, a few minutes later, while waiting for the elevator, she was startled by the sound of a ringing phone. Initially dismissive, believing it was not her own, she soon realized the volume was unusually loud and emanated from her person. After rummaging through her pockets, she unearthed a Nokia phone. Could it be that the man from earlier had slipped it into her pocket? It dawned on her that he must have done so when they collided. First, she retrieved her own phone and activated the recording feature before answering the call. Remaining silent, she listened as the caller stated directly, "Ling, we would like to ask for your assistance. And of course, we will offer you a generous reward." Although the voice spoke Mandarin, it bore an unnatural accent, suggesting the speaker was either a foreigner or a second or third generation Chinese expatriate. "Who are you? Why did you place a phone in my bag? What assistance do you require from me? You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply know that if you assist us with a small favor, we will offer you a substantial reward." "What favor?" "You need only play the game according to our specifications. That I am merely a substitute. I may not be able to assist you, and I refuse to comply." "Not true. Though you are a substitute, you will definitely have the chance to play. If you follow our instructions during the match, we can offer you a reward of 1 million yuan. I will not engage in match fixing. We do not require you to fix the match. We only need you to play as we instruct. Isn't that the same as fixing the match? I will not agree. 2 million. If you agree, you can provide us with your account details now, and we can transfer the funds immediately. That I've already stated that I will not agree. 3 million. This is my final offer. Given your monthly salary of just 10,000 yuan, this is an exceedingly generous sum. That Ling fell silent. The amount was staggering, almost alarming. 3 million yuan for merely throwing one match, while she suspected they might only pay for the first match. She feared that once she acquiesced, they would leverage that initial compliance to coerce her into further misdeeds, threatening to withhold payment otherwise. However, 3 million was a sum not easily dismissed. Not every player enjoyed such a lucrative salary, as most professional players earned around 20,000 yuan monthly. Excluding the star athletes, 3 million represented a decade's worth of earnings, a considerable amount. Moreover, even if she played honestly, there was no guarantee of securing a championship. Thus, engaging in match fixing seemed more lucrative. It was no wonder that some inexplicable plays occurred during competitions. While Ling could not definitively claim that all players were compromised, she was certain that some were not above reproach. "I will not agree. You would do well to abandon this line of thought." Ultimately, Ling remained resolute in her decision, aware of her own potential and the legitimate opportunities before her. Accepting such a sum would jeopardize her future earnings, which could amount to tens of millions or even billions. Regardless of the promises made by the other party, it was likely they would retract their payment once the competition concluded, using the threat of exposure to force her compliance. Such tactics were commonplace. If Ling were the orchestrator of such schemes, she would employ similar methods. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. "You wretched scoundrel, I will offer you 4 million. This is my final offer." Ling promptly ended the call and reviewed the recording on her phone, confirming all details had been captured. She then entered the elevator and returned to the team as quarters. Upon arrival, she immediately sought out Abu and San Shao, who were deep in discussion. Su Ling, why haven't you rested? Is there something amiss? Manager, coach, it's like this. I just received a phone call. She proceeded to explain that someone had contacted her, soliciting her to engage in match fixing for a monetary reward, and requested their assistance in communicating with Riot Games staff. Both men stood in shock, their expressions betraying their disbelief. What? Someone is attempting to recruit you for match fixing. Yes, that I have recorded the entirety of the conversation. Please assist me in reaching out to Riot. Otherwise, I may struggle to clarify the situation later, and it could adversely affect our club. Understood. Recognizing the gravity of the matter, they promptly contacted Riot. Before long, representatives from Riot arrived at the hotel. A sturdy man wasted no time, directly addressing Su Ling. Mr. Su Ling, you claim someone has approached you regarding match fixing. Is that correct? Yes, sir. This is the phone that the man placed in my bag, and here is the recording of the call. Su Ling handed over the phone and placed her own device on the table to play the recording. Thank you, Mr. Sood. We will take your phone for investigation to ascertain the details. That is acceptable. However, I've already shared the recording with my parents and informed them of the situation, should I face any unjust treatment. I trust they will expose everything to the media. Additionally, I hope you can provide me with a legally binding document confirming my innocence once your investigation concludes, as I intend to have a lawyer review it. The complexities of society are overwhelming. Often, one may find themselves unjustly accused, yet prudence dictates the need for self-preservation to avoid personal harm. The burly man cast a glance at Su Ling before responding. Very well, Mr. Su. You possess remarkable insight. Rest assured, we shall conduct a thorough investigation and ensure justice is served on your behalf. However, we kindly request your discretion regarding this matter, as we do not wish to compromise the integrity and dignity of our competition. Indeed, that is acceptable, sir, that as long as my innocence remains intact and my participation in the competition is unaffected, I shall forget this incident, Su Ling replied. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Su, that I wish you the best of luck in this competition. Thank you. I am determined to secure the championship, the burly man smiled, remaining silent as he exited the room, phone in hand. Recently, the frequency of re-encoding has intensified, fueling our motivation for faster updates. We kindly ask you to exit reading mode. Thank you. The final investigation yielded inconclusive results. Just as Su Ling had anticipated, it was implausible for a professional betting house to be easily scrutinized. Su Ling's sole intention was to vindicate his innocence. Unwilling to bear the stigma of match fixing, the organization chose not to disclose this information, opting to suppress the issue instead. Nevertheless, it provided Su Ling with the opportunity to authenticate his innocence, and he engaged a lawyer for notarization. After all, caution is the mother of safety. However, the lawyer's fees were exorbitant. The funds that could have been spent elsewhere were now allocated here. In the ensuing days, perhaps influenced by this incident, the club's management became significantly stricter. Whether it was dining or other activities, the team was now under unified arrangements, and any outings without prior approval were strictly prohibited. Other teams, particularly LPL, seemed to have caught wind of the situation, as they too began to enforce stringent regulations ahead of their matches. It was also possible that the impending competition necessitated heightened training, e.g., commenced scrimmages against various teams, particularly with their Taiwanese counterparts, due to their familiarity and amiable relations. As they were not in the same group, in the top lane, Su Ling and AJ alternated appearances. Although scrimmages often concluded midway when either side felt it was sufficient, Su Ling sensed that this S5 season had seen significant improvements in both Taiwanese and European teams. As for the Korean teams, their precision in landing, effective support, adept management, and flawless team fights were nothing short of terrifying. Although Su Ling did not exert his utmost effort, the opposing teams also refrained from revealing their full prowess. The S5 World Championship featured a total of 16 teams, 3 each from LCK, LPL, EU, and NA, along with 2 Taiwanese teams and 2 wildcard teams. The group stage was divided into 4 groups. Group A, CLG, FWQ, PNG Group B, FNC, IG, HQ, C9 Group C, SKT, EDG, H2K, BKT Group D, LGD, KT, TS, OG-EG situation in Group C was not particularly favorable, especially with the formidable SKT in Group A, making it challenging to secure the top spot. The other two teams included H2K from Europe, whose mid laner was the renowned Yuelun. No1 remembers the losers forever, unless that individual is Yuelun. The legendary duel between the two assassins saw Yuelun's full health Zed being slain by the nascent yet peak level Zed of the Demon King, leading to Yuelun's dreams shattering like bubbles. In the bubbling tournament point, one of the highlights of this S5 was whether Ryu could successfully avenge the Demon King, seeking to clear the stain on his name. The greatest suspense lay in mental fortitude. Only by letting go could one achieve greatness. Yet Su Ling, having glimpsed the future, understood that the once inexperienced faker had matured, and the Demon Kings of this year and the next were to be feared even more. Ultimately, Yuelun could not conquer his inner demons, and EDG faced no issues against H2K. BKT, a wildcard team from Thailand, posed little challenge, so EDG's advancement seemed assured despite the presence of SKT in Group A. The uncertainty lay in whether, with Su Ling's inclusion, they would emerge as the top seed or settle for second place. Group D, where LGD resided, was deemed the group of death. KT was an established powerhouse among Korean teams. Though they often faced misfortune on the world stage, frequently falling to LCK teams that, in S8, they did not encounter any Korean teams but faced the soaring IG, ultimately being vanquished. TS and OG were also strong contenders from Europe, while LGD, as the LPL Summer Split champions, raised concerns for Su Ling due to the recent arrogance of LGD's players, their lack of training, and their penchant for leisure in Europe, that it was difficult to find a reason to believe LGD could secure victories. If the patch changes were minimal, LGD's raw strength might suffice for success. After all, just last week, Riot had released the rankings. LGD's AD carry ranked 20th, with Wei Shun in 4th and PYL in 6th. Group B featured IG, FNC, HQ, and C9, which was also recognized as a group of death. However, many believed IG's advancement was unlikely to be a problem, with Kakao at 3rd and Rookie at 5th in the rankings. The mid-jungle duo was not to be trifled with. However, Zitao was crushed by FNC's top laner Huni, raising his market value significantly. Coupled with the inability of the bottom lane to perform, even a formidable mid-jungle could not secure victory, leading to their failure to reach the quarterfinals. Nonetheless, FNC and OG were indeed impressive, being top 4 teams, despite both suffering 0-3 defeats against KU and SKT. But this year's KU and SKT were truly formidable. Among the top 20 released by Riot, EDG had 3 representatives: Deft at 7th, Pawn at 9th, and Clear Love at 10th. The undisputed top player in the rankings was Faker, with only 2 individuals outside of the LPL in the top 10. The other 8 were all LPL players. However, this list was notorious for being misleading. Advancing with the raw strength of IG and LGD was entirely feasible, but both the draft phase and the team's conditions were bewildering. Su Ling's absence from the list was unsurprising, as although he had performed admirably in the LPL, his limited appearances rendered him less relevant as a reference. The mission was announced: Group Stage Slayer. To claim the championship, how could one not excel in the group stage? Aim for victory in the group stage matches. Mission reward: 8 free attribute points for each victory, regardless of whether the host participates or not. Another mission was announced: reach the quarterfinals. Every year, the top 8 become ever stronger. If one cannot even make it to the top 8, they might as well go home and rest. Mission reward: a new rune, a new item, and 12 free attribute points. Su Ling contemplated. Reaching the quarterfinals was undoubtedly achievable. He recalled that last time, EDG had lost 2 matches to SKT in the group stage. This meant he had to strive to participate in and secure victories against SKT in those 2 matches. Though the decision was not entirely within his control, which posed a slight complication, on October 1, 2015, Paris time, the EDG team departed from their hotel, ready for the competition, with the group stage taking place at the Pullman venue in Paris, France. The exterior of the venue gleamed in gold, reminiscent of the lavish bathhouses of northeast China. The opening match featured IG against FNC, scheduled for 3 p.m. However, in the previous iteration, IG had chosen to forfeit on this notable day. EDG's match was the 4th, slated for 6:30 p.m. against BKT. Before the matches commenced, there were performances and clips of interviews. Such matters were of little concern to Su Ling, as he was merely a substitute. EDG's paw and the team's manager featured prominently in the interview segments. When Faker appeared on the big screen, the audience erupted in cheers, and Su Ling could not help but reflect, a true hero should embody such greatness. He then resolved in his heart, that position is within my reach. The inaugural match commenced, featuring IG pitted against FNC. Su Ling silently cheered for his good friend, hoping that history would not repeat the tragic fate of their previous life. The unfortunate news was that IG was positioned on the red side, necessitating the use of 2 ban slots for the champions Thresh and Gangplank, whose prowess was deemed too formidable to be left unchecked. LGD, skeptical of this strategy, ultimately returned home in defeat. To be frank, the performance of IP could already be considered exceptional. That Riven darted about, delivering substantial damage. However, a single strike from Thresh's Q proved lethal, which seemed rather unjust given the current state of the meta. Nevertheless, it was a shared reality, as all teams were contending within the same constraints. While others adapted, could they not do the same? The battle officially commenced. In the blue corner, FNC's lineup featured top lane Rek'Sai, who, despite being unable to employ Smite as in the season's early days, remained a formidable force. Jungle Elise, mid lane Azir, AD carry Jhin, and support Yuumi. Conversely, in the red corner, IG fielded top lane Riven, jungle Kha'Zix, mid lane Victor, AD carry Ashe, and support Thresh. Overall, both teams' compositions appeared reasonably balanced. Yet their success would ultimately hinge upon gameplay execution. Nevertheless, due to the necessity of banning Thresh and Gangplank, FNC's lineup favored their preferred and most adept champions. IG's roster was also commendable, with Kakao piloting a champion he excelled with. In top lane Riven having previously secured victories with this champion, FNC thrived in the late game, while IG excelled in the mid game. It would now be a matter of performance, shortly after the match began. As both teams remained within their respective bases, a pause ensued due to server issues, delaying the match's resumption by 56 minutes. The opening animation showcased an upgraded map, which was significantly enhanced compared to previous years. Featuring a trophy in the middle river adorned with the year 2015, eliciting cheers from the audience. Both top laners assisted their junglers in securing buffs, with FNCS support, Yuumi, managing to snag a small wolf from IG. While FNC's top laner, Huni, soloed 3 wolves, arriving at the lane with a level advantage over Riven, who was delayed by Thresh tardiness. However, FNC soon gathered 4 members to the bottom lane, inflicting considerable damage to the outer tower. Meanwhile, Riven and Kha'Zix seized the opportunity to eliminate the blue side's blue buff, but by the time Riven teleported back to the bottom lane, the tower was already severely weakened. The opposing Rek'Sai, having soloed the 3 wolves, reached level 3, surpassing Riven, who was still at level 2. Fortunately, Zeta managed to stabilize his lane, despite the pressure exerted by Elise's earlier visit and a well-placed ward, allowing him to capitalize on an opportunity to deal substantial damage to Rek'Sai. Su Ling furrowed his brow. While Zeta's performance was commendable, it still lacked the necessary finesse. Riven, unlike champions such as Renekton or Fiora, required an unequivocal advantage upon selection, lest she become ineffective. True to form, Riven failed to seize opportunities, and upon Rek'Sai's return home, FNC pushed down the already weakened outer tower, reaping the gold reward. As the match progressed, Elise hovered near Zeta, threatening his development, indicating that they recognized Zeta as a potential weak link for IG. At the 11-minute mark, Elise attempted to ambush Rookie's Victor in the mid lane. Azir's displacement pushed Victor back, allowing Elise to follow up with her E ability, but Rookie's quick reflexes enabled him to flash out of danger. By the 13th minute, neither side had secured any kills, yet the Ashe, who had initially focused on farming experience and gold, was unexpectedly taken down by the opposing top lane duo. FNC's economy was buoyed by meticulous lane management and the destruction of 2 towers, granting them a lead of 2,000 gold. They accelerated their offensive, and following the destruction of another tower, Jhin activated his ultimate to gain speed in a successful 4 versus 2 engagement in the top lane. They eliminated Thresh, extending their gold lead to 3,000 t the 15-minute mark. Yumi's E-Flash caught Thresh yet again, allowing Azir to push him back into the fray, where Jhin dealt the finishing blow. Securing the kill, this led to a 4,000 gold advantage for FNC T16 minutes. IG attempted a counterattack, with Ashe landing her ultimate on Rek'Sai. However, the proximity rendered the control short-lived. Kha'Zix followed up with his ultimate, aiming to pull Rek'Sai back, but the latter's frozen heart made her too resilient to be slain, allowing her to escape while IG's mid-tier tower fell, resulting in the outer towers and all lanes being dismantled and a gold lead of 4,000 for FNC. At 18 minutes, a dragon skirmish ensued, where Ashe targeted Azir with her ultimate, but with Azir possessing Cleanse and supported by Jin's E to absorb damage, IG ultimately lost 3 members in exchange for only Azir. By the 21st minute, FNC initiated the Baron, with Kha'Zix attempting to flash in for a steal, but Azir's well-timed ultimate pushed him back against the Baron wall. The economic disparity ballooned to 8,000. Subsequently, FNC methodically advanced, steadily encroaching on IG's territory and demolishing their second tower. By the 25th minute, the economic gap widened to 11,000. The trajectory of the match became glaringly evident. It is uncommon for any team to recover from such a deficit. At 29.5 minutes, FNC initiated Baron, drawing IG into a team fight where Rek'Sai initiated, resulting in a clean sweep of 0 for 3, leaving only Ashe and Kha'Zix to retreat to their fountain. The now formidable Rek'Sai tanked the tower, advancing from the high ground to the fountain, impervious to damage. The high ground and inhibitor tower now resembled continuous beams of laser fire, inflicting minimal damage. A significant factor in the current meta's emphasis on tanky champions, FNC proceeded to dismantle the high ground tower and the crystal, subsequently preparing for the Baron. Ling clenched his fists. It was here, in the previous life, that IG surrendered, and he fervently wished for a different outcome in this life. Could there not be even a hint of a butterfly effect? Fortunately, an absurd scenario like the National Day surrender was averted. In truth, Zeta's spirits were faltering, tempted by the thought of surrendering, but he recalled Su Ling's admonition against capitulation and managed to suppress the urge. Naturally, he recognized that victory was unattainable. Thus he turned to his teammates and declared, "Let us make one final stand. At least we should take down 2 of them." His teammates concurred. Ultimately, FNC secured the Baron and pushed towards the mid lane. This time, IG did not falter. They seized the opportunity to engage, eliminating Azir and Elise. Albeit at the cost of all 5 of their members, FNC ultimately destroyed IG's nexus. Without embellishment, it was evident that IG's team simply did not match FNC's caliber. Their top and bottom lanes were thoroughly outclassed. However, the outcome was markedly improved compared to the previous life, as they did not surrender outright, especially on such a momentous day. They fought valiantly, even if the impact was minimal. Witnessing this result, Su Ling exhaled in relief. After all, his journey through time had indeed altered the outcome. If change were possible, then why could the original champions of S5, SKT, not be supplanted by EDG? The recent severe encoding issues had only fueled their motivation, propelling them to update faster. A gentle nudge to exit reading mode would be much appreciated. Thank you. Next, the subsequent match continued, featuring HQ versus C9, with C9 emerging victorious. In a revenge match against the formidable Faker, H2K faced off against SKT. Yuluin's performance was commendable, yet the disparity in strength between the 2 teams proved insurmountable, leading to SKT's victory. The highly anticipated match between EDG and BKT approached, with the EDG team congregating in the lounge, finalizing their preparations. The previous match had seen AR's Fiora execute a flawless performance, securing a triple kill and solidifying SKT's victory. Furthermore, although only 3 matches have been played in the World Championship thus far, the trend of dominant top lane fighters was evident in both scrims and official games. After much deliberation, Abu finally said, "Su Ling, you'll take the first match." Su Ling was taken aback. He had anticipated AJ would be sent in, particularly since BKT was not a formidable adversary, and it had been initially agreed upon that AJ would take this match. Alright. This first match will feature you as the fighter in the top lane against a weaker team. Let us proceed with some initial testing to accumulate experience. Before long, the members of EDG receive the notification to take the stage for the competition. Once on stage, Ling set up his peripherals and took a moment to gaze at the densely packed audience below, resolutely vowing to commence his journey to victory from this very moment. The band phase began. Heiji eliminated the opponent's favored champions, Yasuo, Elise, and Lulu without issue. BKT initially banned the General's card champion, which was reasonable, but their subsequent bans were puzzling as they opted to ban only Thresh and left Gangplank unbanned, instead targeting Rumble. This decision left many scratching their heads. However, to everyone's surprise, the opposing team allowed Gangplank to be picked, showcasing it as their signature champion, and the General wasted no time, decisively selecting it for Ling. Meanwhile, the opposition chose Braum and Rek'Sai. The two teams continued to select their champions. Ling, which champion will you play? How about Darius? He is particularly effective against this type of team. Sounds good. Unexpectedly, the opposing team rounded off their selections with Zed, a choice that caught everyone off guard. Ultimately, the draft phase concluded. The blue side A-to-G comprised top, Darius, jungle, Skarner, mid, Gangplank, ADC, Jinx support, Thresh. The red side BKT featured top, Malphite, jungle, Rek'Sai mid, Zed, ADC, Vayne support. Braum. As the match commenced, Darius arrived at the river near the Dragon Pit, accompanied by the General Skarner. Both teams remained calm, refraining from any skirmishes, even withholding their skills for a mere test of waters. At the 130 mark, Darius and Skarner occupied the Scuttle Crab, each earning 15 gold. Ling chuckled, remarking, "We're ahead by 30 gold at the start. This is a solid lead." Upon hearing this, all four teammates turned to look at Ling, a moment captured by the camera eye in the commentary booth. Zika and Wawa were providing insights. Zika, astonished, inquired, "What just happened? Why are all four players looking towards LG? Is something surprising going on?" The match proceeded, indicating it was merely a momentary communication issue. Returning to the game, Ling followed the General as they farmed the jungle, first savoring a frog, then assisting the General with a blue buff. Meanwhile, BKT's Vayne was left alone in the top lane, with her support and top laner aiding the jungle. This was a clear indication to EDG that they should contest the blue buff, and given that EDG had already placed vision on the red side's blue buff, Deft and Eco swiftly moved to secure BKT's blue buff. This exemplified the issues of weaker teams. The draft phase had significant flaws, and strategic decisions were lacking, proving that it wasn't merely a matter of individual player skill. Darius and Skarner completed their three-wolf camp and prepared to invade the lower jungle in search of a fortunate target. The opposing team S3 champions arrived in the mid lane. Malphite and Rek'Sai were both level 2, flanked by Braum, while the mid lane Bush lacked vision. Furthermore, Gangplank at level 2 had chosen to level his E ability and used it, revealing his position to the enemy. Thus, as Gangplank attempted a double-barrel shot at Zed, the three opponents emerged from the brush. If Malphite could land his W on Gangplank, their combined damage would surely eliminate him. However, what no one anticipated was that upon emerging from the brush, Malphite used Flash, prompting Gangplank to instinctively do the same, only for Malphite's ultimate to inadvertently hit a minion, with Malphite failing to secure Gangplank. BKT's four members were forced to retreat, each returning to their respective lanes. Turns out that Malphite was just being a nuisance. One remarked that, "I think so too." Ling chuckled with the General, who had initially thought Gangplank was doomed. Surprised by Malphite's miscalculated flash onto a minion, Braum returned to the top lane to assist Vayne in farming for a while, placing a ward before heading back home. Malphite moved to the bottom lane to farm while Rek'Sai went to clear the three-wolf camp. At this juncture, Skarner and Darius had cleared the lower jungle and were poised to invade the opposing lower jungle, hoping to catch an unsuspecting enemy. Upon arriving, they found the three-wolf camp already cleared, leaving Darius and Skarner to occupy a Scuttle Crab for some gold. Thresh soon joined them, although the trio was spotted by Rek'Sai's ward. However, Rek'Sai placed a ward near the frog, seemingly unwilling to relinquish it. Meanwhile, Malphite was farming under the bottom tower, with Rek'Sai moving towards him. ISNT that a death wish. Su Ling exclaimed into the mic. Engage, dive the tower, take them down. They're the only two we can dive. Although Braum had yet to appear in Edgy's vision, his fundamental skills were lacking. Specifically, while placing a ward between the first and second towers, he failed to assess the positioning of his own minion wave against the enemy's, resulting in a newly placed ward being spotted by enemy minions. EDG utilized this vision to ascertain that Braum would be unable to arrive in time, thus enabling them to dive. This is the nature of weaker teams. If one detail is exploited, it can lead to catastrophic consequences. Had Braum accurately calculated the minion positions and placed the ward without it being seen, EDG would undoubtedly have refrained from diving tower, especially considering the 4v3 scenario with the enemy still under tower. Furthermore, Rek'Sai had the opportunity to escape, but instead chose to approach the tower. Pushing the minion wave to the tower, Deft first placed a trap under the tower, preventing the opponents from retreating towards the blue side. EcoS Thresh initiated with his E ability, catching two opponents, then tanked the tower damage while Darius unleashed his Q to wreak havoc. Skarner targeted the unflashed Malphite, delivering a punishing blow. While Thresh flashed out from under the tower, Rek'Sai attempted to flash in for a kill on the wounded Thresh, but fell victim to Darius' SQ. Jinx had already dispatched Malphite, and as Thresh emerged from the tower, he turned back to land a Q on Rek'Sai. The four then dispatched Rek'Sai under the tower's protection. They pushed the tower. Braum finally arrived, but being just one champion, he posed little threat to the united front of EDG. Just as EDG was relishing their successful tower push, Malphite teleported right onto the scene, brazenly appearing in front of Edgy's four members. Eco's Thresh wasted no time, hurling his Q at Malphite's landing point. Thresh pulled Malphite towards the tower, while Braum, still at level 1, could do nothing but attempt a Q on Darius. Darius repositioned, landing a Q that struck both Braum and Rek'Sai, recovering a quarter of his health. After being pulled in, Malphite was further delayed by Thresh SE, and Skarner SE connected as well, stunning Malphite, even though Braum managed to weaken Jinx with his ability. Malphite managed to walk back to the tower, but due to the slowing effect from Jinx's recent kill on Rek'Sai, Malphite ultimately could not escape. He was finally taken down by Jinx's fishbone rocket launcher. In this engagement, Jinx secured 3 kills while the other 3 members garnered assists. And Jinx also claimed both buffs. It was evident that BKT had imploded, not due to Edgy's prowess, but rather due to their own blunders. Initially, Malphite's miscalculated flash onto a minion, followed by Rek'Sai's ill-fated decision to accompany Malphite to his demise, and finally, Malphite's reckless teleportation contributed to this debacle. Thus, the 4 bandits returned home. Satisfied with their exploits in the broadcasting booth, both teams commenced their standard opening strategies, aiding their junglers in farming. Indeed, the general side operated with a duo, while BKT moved with 3 players, accompanied by an additional support. BKT's trio arrived at the mid lane bush, unbeknownst to General Pawn, who had no clue what the general had leveled at level 2. Pawn executed a double kill in a critical moment. Yet the opposing player had already managed to escape. Should he use Flash? The Treant utilized Flash, but alas, his attempt at a binding was in vain, ensnaring only a minion instead. Nevertheless, Pawn's captain relinquished his Flash as well, which is understandable. After all, who could have anticipated a W hitting a minion? Consequently, the Treant wasted a Flash and squandered precious time. One might ponder whether this misstep could become a foreshadowing of future events. It is indeed possible. A Treant without Flash is certainly a target. Both teams have retreated to their respective territories, with the Treant accompanying the Excavator to clear the 3 wolves before heading to the bottom lane. The Excavator also used Smite on the wolves, acquiring a wolf spirit for some reconnaissance. The Treant has now arrived at the bottom lane to farm, while up top, Braum placed a ward, though it seems to have been discovered. Indeed, the map reveals 3 signals from EDG, indicating that Noxus and Scorpion have ventured into the BKT jungle, with Thresh also entering the jungle, setting up for a pincer attack to EDG. However, remains blissfully unaware of their presence, and has been detected by the wolf spirit. Oh, why did the Excavator place a ward at the maw of the abyss? Perhaps he is reluctant to relinquish control over it. Zika. as a former professional player, possesses a profound understanding of the game. Yet this ward seems illogical. It practically reveals the excavator's position to EDG, allowing them to approach the treant with impunity. Moreover, Brahm's position was compromised due to that very ward, rendering him unable to assist in time. As anticipated, EDG advanced toward the bottom lane. But wait, why is the excavator also moving toward the turret? The treant is surely doomed. Is this a case of brothers falling together? The two found themselves cornered by EDG's 4 players beneath the turret. Jinx first set a trap, sealing off one route. Who would tank the turret first? Thresh took the lead, striking the opposing duo with his E ability, while Scorpion and Noxus charged toward the vulnerable treant, who lacked flash. Thresh flashed in, and the excavator followed suit, aiming to eliminate the turret-tanking Thresh. However, Noxus landed AQ, hitting both enemies, and Scorpion began tanking the turret. The treant was swiftly dispatched by Jinx. Thresh turned back, landing a Q on the pursuing excavator, who could not escape and fell to Jinx as well. What a profitable exchange. EDG commenced pushing the turret with renewed vigor. Only a late-arriving Braum remained. But at level 1, he was powerless to intervene, merely watching as EDG demolished the turret. Yet, the turret's health was too low to withstand the push that, lo and behold, the treant teleported back into the fray. Thresh's Q, Death Sentence, ensnared the treant upon his arrival. Braum, in a state of frantic desperation, could only hurl a Q at Noxus, but Noxus quickly regained health with a Q of his own. Thresh reeled the treant back in with his E, while Scorpion unleashed his abilities, rendering the treant incapacitated. The treant broke free from the control, but found himself unable to escape. Jinx, wielding a red buff, slowed him down. Jinx switched her fishbone rocket launcher and delivered the final blow, slaying the treant. The reasoning behind that teleport remains elusive, especially with 4 enemies standing nearby. Indeed, teleporting into the midst of 4 adversaries, especially when a level 2 excavator was nearby, now replaced by a level 1 Braum, was a recipe for disaster. This teleport was undoubtedly a grave error on the treant's part. Following that exchange, BKT's early game faltered significantly, and it can be said that they will remain silent for quite some time. Jinx secured 3 kills, while the other 3 players each contributed 3 assists. Furthermore, their turret sustained considerable damage, leaving it vulnerable to imminent destruction. That it is unlikely that the turret will fall just yet. Pushing too early would make Noxus an easy target, rendering the situation unsafe. A more opportune moment will surely present itself. Indeed, EDG retreated to base. At 4.5 minutes, they had amassed an economic lead of 1,800, nearing 2,000, an immense advantage. Def's items are astonishing. He has progressed from a Doran's blade to a BF sword, not to mention possessing a pair of boots. This is simply outrageous. He is poised to switch lanes to the top, leaving Vayne at a loss. Moreover, it is not just Vayne who is at a disadvantage. Noxus, Thresh, and Scorpion all boast an item lead of approximately 400 gold over their counterparts, rendering the other lanes equally unplayable. Recent transmogrifications have become increasingly severe, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. SU Ling's Noxian champion has re-entered the fray, confronting the recently revived treant. With utter composure, Nox merely stands his ground, rendering treant incapable of securing any last hits, as he can only poke from a safe distance using his E and Q abilities. Meanwhile, Jinx, adorned with opulent equipment, ventures to the top lane to trouble Vayne. Armed with a BF sword, Jinx swiftly overwhelms Vayne, who bears only a single Doran's blade, forcing her to retreat home in a state of low health while Jinx commences the siege on the top turret. Perhaps realizing the futility of the matchup in both the top and bottom lanes, the opposing team relocates their duo to the bottom lane, maintaining pressure on Nox. This strategy resembles the tale of Tianji racing horses. Despite the fact that neither the high nor low-tier champions on the opposing side can match the prowess of EDG, BKT attempts to pit high-tier champions against low-tier ones, ensuring at least one lane can cultivate an advantage. As a result, Jinx revels in her success, decisively demolishing the top turret. With the turret down, she, along with Thresh and the jungler Skarner, converges on the mid lane, preparing to replicate BKT's earlier ambush, this time. However, the target is T that moment. Zed had just utilized his W, E, and Q, making him vulnerable to EDG's advance. The captain initiates with a slowing ultimate, while Thresh emerges from the brush, tossing a lantern backward for Jinx to catch. Zed, unable to use his W due to its cooldown, opts to flash toward the turret, yet is met with Thresh's E or Q upon arrival, leaving him with no choice but a flash toward the river. However, Skarner arrives from the bottom jungle, landing his E on Zed, while Thresh applies a weaken, rendering Zed immobile with two sources of slow. Forced to buy time with his ultimate, hoping for his W to come off cooldown. Zed finds himself in dire straits at this critical juncture. Jinx's damage, bolstered by her equipment, proves overwhelming, particularly with three formidable allies by her side. Ultimately, Zed cannot escape and is swiftly eliminated by Jinx, just past the 7-minute mark. Jinx has amassed 4 kills, flourishing in her advantage. Although Su Ling's Nox faces a two-man threat and cannot assert dominance as he did against Treant, he is not under pressure, given his team's superiority and the absence of vision from the enemy. Knowing that Brown must secure vision to avoid being ambushed, Su Ling waits until he has cleared the minion wave. Jinx, having just secured another kill mid, heads down to confront Vayne, intent on applying relentless pressure. Meanwhile, Su Ling recalls to base, purchasing a Doran's blade before heading to the top lane to face Treant at the 9-minute mark. Both top laners finally engage in a formal duel to avoid collapse in lane. Treant has opted for a build of double Doran's blades, a ruby crystal, and cloth armor, perhaps underestimating Nox, who has only 3 assists and a meager gold lead of 400, and believing himself to be level 6 with damage reduction. Treant feels secure in the matchup. However, Su Ling senses Trent's lack of respect and resolves to demonstrate his prowess. Nox begins by landing a Q, successfully applying a bleed effect on Treant, igniting Su Ling's excitement. The slaughter commences. Nox refrains from advancing hastily, knowing that such an approach would alarm Treant. Instead, he feigns a normal landing phase, last hitting minions while casually approaching Treant. A single auto attack, followed by a swift W application, grants Nox 3 stacks of his passive. Realizing the threat, Treant attempts to repel Nox with a Q, but Nox deftly sidesteps with a spacewalk, quickly following up with another auto, applying 4 stacks of bleed. Treant, sensing danger, flashes away, but Nox follows suit, executing an E into an auto attack, achieving 5 stacks before delivering a Noxian guillotine. The intent behind the immediate E and auto attack was to prevent Treant from activating his ultimate to mitigate the execution damage. At this juncture, Treant manages to activate his ultimate to reduce damage, but his health is already critically low. Nox swiftly delivers an auto attack, followed by a Q that secures the kill on Treant. With the enemy turret already dismantled, escape is not an option for Treant. Nox secures his solo kill in the top lane. Chaos unfolds in the mid lane as EDG initiates their own play. Thresh throws a lantern against the wall by the river, then promptly flashes into the mid lane, while Skarner snatches the lantern and drops down. Realizing an ambush is underway, Zed attempts to flee with his W, but Captain's ultimate lands, slowing him down. Skarner flashes forward, pulling Zed back into danger. Thresh expertly lands a death sentence, while Zed, having just used his W to escape, has no option but to use his ultimate to buy time. However, this proves futile, as Captain swiftly claims Zed's life with a decisive Q. Thus, in under 10 minutes, the kill count stands at 6-0, with Captain claiming a single kill, Jinx 4, and Nox 1. The gold disparity reaches 5,000, with BKT trailing significantly. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, it appears that BKT is destined for defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ling pushes the wave and devours the opposing Rift Scuttler before returning home. Satisfied at this point, Nox is equipped with lavish items, including a black cleaver, boots of mobility, a Doran's blade, and a ruby crystal. Upon arriving at the lane, Su Ling glances at Trent's equipment, crafting a pair of ninja tabi. Having been thoroughly educated in their previous encounter, Treant now plays cautiously, keeping his distance and avoiding any engagement. Su Ling muses that Treant has likely been studying the art of experience gathering. demonstrating a level of caution that is both oddly familiar and somewhat pitiable. However, they remain unaware that Su Ling is a master of experience gathering, affectionately dubbed the Zen master of the Oasis. No one understands the nuances of experience gathering better than him. At this moment, the onus is on Su Ling to feign vulnerability, knowing that even such a tactic would not entice Tran to engage unless he chooses to approach as an excavator appears. Su Ling feels confident about securing a double kill, though 3 enemies would pose a challenge. Remaining patient, he continues to apply pressure. The excavator might venture top, he asserts, marking a spot near the enemy's red buff. Why not take your leave? No worries. The 2 of them lack damage and durability. With my superior equipment and level, I'm already level 9. They're bound to be a gift if they approach. Let us play it safe. Zed is also absent. There's still time. As long as they can eliminate me in one combo, I'll secure a triple kill. I'll come to assist you. Hurry up. Don't lag behind. There is no time for delays. You little rascal. The initial advantage was overwhelming, especially since it was the first game and they were up against a weaker team, which emboldened them to play so aggressively if they were to face SKT. Such audacity would be ill-advised. Su Ling would likely find himself benched thereafter. However, even against SKT, they would struggle to establish such a dominant lead. True, during S7 they once achieved over a 10,000 gold advantage, only to be overturned. If they did not retreat, I would take a step back to see how well they could endure, while maintaining a safe distance to prevent the enemy from delivering simultaneous damage. Indeed, as Nox retreated, the opposing tree advanced aggressively, prompting a knowing smile from Su Ling. After previously cowering, the enemy now dared to approach. Should they leave him unchallenged, I would stream my consumption of their demise. Upon the tree's advance, Nox swiftly retaliated with a Q, inflicting bleeding damage. Unable to resist, the excavator burrowed out a tunnel. The tree ensnared Nox with a W, but this time there were no minions to aid. The excavator emerged forcefully, launching Nox into the air, and the 2 began to pummel him. Though both opponents had built tanky items and their crowd control was manageable, their output was limited. Nox, while somewhat weakened, remained alive for the moment. Just then, a shadow emerged from behind the wall near the stone golem, and Zed teleported into Nox's path, poised to unleash his abilities. Su Ling chuckled. The bait had finally been taken. He unleashed an E, ensnaring 3 foes, then followed with a Q that struck all 3 enemies, restoring 36% of his lost health. This recovery elevated Nox from 1/3 of his health to over half. Zed, realizing this too late, hastily ignited Nox, but the latter had already regained vitality. Aware that Zed lacked both flash and his ultimate, Su Ling struck Zed with a basic attack, followed by a W. Zed attempted to flee but was ultimately struck down, his health already diminished by 4 layers of bleed. 1 Noxian guillotine would suffice to end the life of this severely underdeveloped Zed. Oh baby. As the Noxian guillotine fell, Zed collapsed. With Zed eliminated, Nox gained a blood rage and turned to unleash a basic attack on the excavator, marking him with blood rage. Oh baby. Another Noxian guillotine claimed the excavator, who was nearly a half health. The tree, seeking to escape, attempted to cue Nox to push him back, but Nox was too swift, landing a crippling blow that slowed the tree. Oh, baby. Nox leaped forward, finishing off the tree. Come to catch me? How amusing. Is the crispy rice delicious? It's truly delectable. Nox secured a triple kill, and astonishingly, his health returned to over half. Impressive. Su Ling? Semida. Remaining low-key, EDG's other members seized the opportunity to take down the mid-tier tower and subsequently claim the dragon. At 13 minutes, the kill score stood at 9-0, with a gold difference exceeding 9,000. With such a disparity at this juncture, even SKT would find it difficult to turn the tide. The remainder of the match unfolded simply, as EDG brazenly pushed the second tower and invaded BKT's jungle resources, leaving BKT helpless. Attempts to sneak a peek resulted in repeated encounters with Thresh and the captain, leading to the loss of 3 additional kills. Meanwhile, Nox remained unchallenged in the top lane, forcing Su Ling to engage in the mundane task of farming minions. At 19 minutes, EDG assembled at the top lane, while BKT gathered their 5 members for defense. Faced with EDG's offensive pressure, Zed made a fateful misstep, ultimately falling victim to Thresh's death sentence from behind the wall. Kinks, armed with an infinity edge and a gale force, delivered a basic attack that left Zed severely weakened. Nox followed up with a crippling blow, immediately executing Zed with the Noxian guillotine. Zed had yet to escape control when he was dispatched. Subsequently, Skarner seized the moment, flashing beside Vayne and using his ultimate to drag her out. Kinks landed a basic attack, and Nox unleashed AQ, transferring his blood rage to both Vayne and the excavator. Nox leaped again, delivering the Noxian guillotine to Vayne, securing a double kill. Following this, the Captain-S cannon barrage rained down, severely injuring both Braum and the tree. Nox applied a crippling blow to the tree, then executed him with the Noxian guillotine, achieving a triple kill that a basic attack on Braum marked him with blood rage, followed by an ultimate that claimed Braum's life, netting a quadra kill. The excavator, attempting to flee, was met with Nox's ultimate, though the damage fell short, allowing the excavator to escape through a tunnel. However, Kinks' ultimate pursued, striking the excavator with a rocket, though he survived. The bleeding from Nox ultimately finished him off. With AQ, Nox concluded with a pentakill. This marked the first pentakill of the tournament, achieved by EDG's top player, LG. At this juncture, BKT had no hope of reversing the outcome. EDG swiftly pushed down BKT's top lane. Faced with no options, BKT ultimately opted to surrender. The match concluded at 19 minutes and 25 seconds, with a kill score of 17-0. A gold difference exceeding 14,000, and EDG having secured 2 dragons, without losing a single tower in the broadcast room. The current economic disparity was stark, with over 9,000 at the 13-minute mark. Indeed, there was a considerable gap in strength between the two teams. Early on, BKT had made significant errors, including the tree's initial flash W onto a minion and the excavator's ill-fated decision to protect the tree, resulting in a double kill. Subsequently, EDG's 4 members remained in the bottom lane, while the tree teleported in, granting away another kill. As for the later attempts to capture Nox, that was somewhat understandable. But the decision to engage 3 players against him was flawed, leading Nox to seize the opportunity for a triple kill. The player LG was audacious indeed. Yes, his skills were remarkable from the summer split. It was evident that LG was unafraid to take risks, demonstrating dominance even while playing a tank like the tree. Now, EDG had gathered all 5 members at the top lane, attempting to push down the enemy's inhibitor tower, while BKT readied themselves for defense. Currently, both the inhibitor and turret have undergone changes, replaced with laser beam attacks, post-revision. The initial damage of these towers has significantly decreased, yet they become increasingly potent over time, surpassing their former strength, facilitating tower dives, and making fighter champions in the top lane a mainstream choice. Thresh stealthily positioned behind a wall, unnoticed by BKT. With a swift Q, Thresh ensnared Zed. Kinks, firing her rocket, delivered a basic attack that left Zed with minimal health. Nox quickly followed with a W, then unleashed his ultimate, dispatching Zed before he could break free from control. Skarner charged in, flashing to grab Vayne, who was promptly overwhelmed by focused fire. Nox unleashed a rampage, followed by his ultimate, claiming Vayne's life and securing a double kill. Nox soared into the fray, while the captain unleashed a double barrel, severely damaging both Braum and the tree. Nox executed a W followed by his ultimate, achieving a triple kill. Another basic attack and ultimate secured a quadra kill. Was a pentakill within reach? The excavator attempted to flee, but Nox could not catch him. But a desperate ultimate was cast, albeit insufficient to secure the kill, allowing the excavator to dig an escape tunnel. Kinks' ultimate, however, pursued relentlessly. With a resounding boom, the excavator was struck by the rocket. He survived, but the bleeding from Nox ultimately claimed him. Using Q, Nox concluded with a pentakill. This marked the first pentakill of the tournament, achieved by EDG's top player, LG. Thus, BKT had no chance of a comeback in this match. EDG proceeded to demolish BKT's top lane. With no alternatives, BKT ultimately chose to surrender. Congratulations to EDG for their victory in the first match of the group stage. The IT is incredibly exhilarating. Following our IG team's defeat in the first match, EDG achieved victory in a nearly overwhelming manner, with LG's Aatrox showcasing unparalleled dominance in the top lane, dispatching foes with a single strike, ultimately claiming 5 kills. Recently, the pressure has intensified, fueling our motivation to update swiftly. Please kindly exit reading mode. Thank you. The comments flow in. Impressive, my LG. What do you mean your LG? That is my LG. The Tran appears to be an ally. Initially flashing into a minion, leading to a collapse across all lanes. Indeed, the entire match was filled with enigmatic maneuvers, and later on, there was an attempt to duel the advantageous Nocturne. A quintuple kill at the World Championship is truly remarkable. It's laughable. 1 strike per opponent. That IT really is akin to harvesting vegetables that TO think they conceded defeat. Heavens, surrender at the World Championship. Thankfully, it wasn't IG that surrendered. If IG had forfeited on this day, I would never support them again. Yes, I would rather die standing than live on my knees. Congratulations to EDG and LG for the 5 kills. What's that? It's all thanks to Deft. All the damage was dealt by him. Didn't you notice? Isn't it only possible for a Korean player to achieve a 5-kill streak? Aren't the ADC's kills merely opportunistic? The early game was dominated by the support and jungler's rhythm. The top lane's 1v3 securing 3 kills, and you all pretend not to see it. Without damage output, what use is a good rhythm? The damage was all Deft's, did you not observe? After the match concluded, EDG and BKT shook hands and were subsequently interviewed, due to Ling achieving a 5-kill streak. He garnered significant attention, leading to interviews with 3 media outlets, an English interview, a domestic one, and an LCK interview. Given it's a Riot Games event, Ling's first interview was conducted by an English-speaking host. The interviewer, Shox, a tall blonde beauty, was indeed quite lovely, though her Western features were somewhat more robust, and her skin appeared rougher. If she were to sway a bit, it would be overwhelming. I should find an opportunity to introduce her to Jitai. Now, we are pleased to have LG players for our interview. Please greet our audience. Hello, everyone. I am LG's substitute top laner from EDG.OLG. If you hadn't mentioned you were substitute, I would have been utterly convinced by your performance in this match that you were a starter. You believe your performance could earn you a starting position? Well, in our team, it ultimately comes down to synergy. My playstyle is quite aggressive, but it lacks stability. Any mistakes can lead to severe consequences, so we generally rotate based on the coach's considerations for different matches. Wow, LG, you're the first player to achieve 5 kills in this World Championship. Congratulations. Thank you. Your gameplay is impressive. Are there any players you wish to face in this World Championship? Yes, I would very much like to duel with Faker. Well, as a top laner, why do you wish to challenge Faker instead of AR? Because I originally played mid lane. I only transitioned to top after joining EDG. That explains it. SKT and EDG are both in Group C, and your match is approaching. Do you have confidence in defeating them? Yes, I am very confident. And what do you believe your goal is for this competition? From my perspective, coming to a tournament is undoubtedly to secure the championship. My objective is, without question, the championship. Wow, LG is quite confident. Thank you for the interview, and I wish you success in your upcoming matches. Following this, Ling also participated in a Sino-Korean interview, where the topics were similar, congratulating him on the 5 kills, inquiring about his goals, and expressing hopes that he would achieve his desired results. Thus, the first day of the competition concluded, with Ling joyfully accumulating 4 free attribute points. The following day, the first match featured KT against TS. And without a doubt, TS was directly overwhelmed by KT. Ling's expression turned grave. It is evident that the 3 strongest teams in this World Championship are the 3 Korean squads. And with KT being so formidable, one can only imagine how powerful KOO and SKT must be. The second match showcased LPL's LGD against the European team OG. The players of LGD are well known, while OG's top, mid, and jungle players are seasoned veterans, particularly mid laner XPK, who has been a stalwart since Season 1, leading Fnatic to victory at the S13 World Championship. Surely, no one is unaware of Kassadin's infamous backdoor play. However, these players are all aging. To be frank, if we consider true strength, LGD should not lose to them under any circumstances. The player rankings provided by Riot are not without reason. It all depends on whether LGD can maintain their composure. LGD is on the blue side, while OG is on the red. The ban phase begins. LGD banned Varus, Gangplank, and Nocturne, while OG banned Malphite, Lee Sin, and Rek'Sai. Observing the bans, Su Ling sensed impending trouble. This makes no sense. Why ban Gangplank on blue side? Are you afraid the opponents 1T ban him? If they don't ban him, you could simply select him for yourself. This champion has previously seen play in LPL and has proven to be quite powerful. Thus, they unwittingly saved a ban for the opponents, leading them to ban Lee Sin and Rek'Sai. LGD's weakest position has always been jungle, despite their adept jungle control. Their aggressive playstyle can yield dual benefits, aligning perfectly with LGD's ethos. Fierce in the early game, capable of initiating team fights in the late game. However, their favored champions are limited to those few: Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Gragas, and perhaps adding in Sejuani. The issue is that Gragas and Sejuani have been nerfed, and now, with Lee Sin and Rek'Sai banned, they find themselves in quite a predicament. The final champion selections also reveal significant issues. Due to the bans, they ended up with a rather peculiar composition. A 4 protect, 1 setup with a top lane Malphite, jungle Cho'Gath, mid lane Lulu, support Braum, and ADC Kog'Maw. However, LGD is not RNG. They cannot execute a 4 protect, 1 strategy. Their summer split championship was achieved through a collective effort, not relying on a single player. Furthermore, they opted for Malphite first, attempting to counter the opponent's Jace and Orianna with Malphite and Cho'Gath. This not the sort of decision one would expect from a silver rank player. Upon seeing your Malphite, the opponents immediately pulled out Vladimir. How can Malphite contend with Vladimir? Additionally, before they selected Malphite, the opponents had already chosen Orianna, Elise, and Annie, 3 AP champions. Yet they still insisted on picking Malphite. Has the coach not done their homework? OG's top laner, Soz, a former Fnatic player, possesses extensive competitive experience. Having participated in multiple world championships, Soz's champion pool is primarily composed of AP top laners. It was Soz who led OG to a miraculous comeback last year with Rumble. Did they not anticipate the opponents would select an AP top laner? One can only say that this draft phase was abysmal, with both players and coaches at fault. Currently, LGD style bears a striking resemblance to S8's IG, relying on individual player strength to find rhythm and win matches. Yet now they resort to a 4 protect, 1 strategy. This is akin to ignoring the sword at their side and opting for nunchaku instead, resulting in failure to reach the opponents and instead inflicting harm upon themselves. IP is not a deity. Without support, he cannot perform. Last year, ATA roamed freely, yet they remained stable. Now, they specifically seek to protect him for growth. It is truly a case of attacking other strengths while neglecting one's own weaknesses, instead of focusing on their strongest skills. They have chosen to engage in what they are least adept at, as anticipated by Su Ling. The subsequent matches unfolded accordingly. IP successfully demolished the first tower, thereby stabilizing their economy. However, the top jungle synergy left much to be desired, seeming as if they were not the same players from the summer season. Initially, TBQ gifted away a kill, followed by a crucial misstep from the Stone Man, who flashed in but failed to execute his ultimate. By the 10-minute mark, the Stone Man found himself out-farmed by the opposing Vampire, who had amassed double the minion kills. The Stone Man was further humiliated, succumbing to the Vampire in a one-on-one confrontation under a fully intact tower. Meanwhile, due to the Clockwork Girl securing first blood, she became quite affluent, collaborating with the Spider to take down the mid-tier tower. The key issue arose in the top lane, where the Vampire completely dominated the Stone Man, treating him as if he were a mere child. Although IP managed to recover some ground through individual prowess, securing 2 kills, they nonetheless lost their second top tower. The match continued with both sides exchanging blows. The weaker composition relied heavily on personal skill to maintain some semblance of stability. Yet, TBQ appeared lost in the jungle, flashing only to collide with a wall, prompting Su Ling to question whether the opponent had purchased their skills, or if TBQ had received a similar call as Su Ling had previously. In a 4v5 situation at Baron, LGD executed a flawless team effort, resulting in a favorable 0-for-3 exchange. However, at the 34-minute mark, the Clockwork Girl managed to hit 4 opponents in her ultimate, effectively melting LGD, who were already struggling to TBQSQ with the Chu Yuxian was wasted, followed by a devastating ultimate from Annie. Akin to the contract of a skateboard shoes, leaving Su Ling utterly perplexed. Soon after, OG pushed down LGD as high ground and eliminated the Stone Man, achieving a staggering 0 for 5 result before transitioning to Baron. As LGD respawned and approached Baron, TBQ again attempted to charge his Q on the Clockwork Girl sphere, only to be swiftly eliminated by her ultimate, but OG claimed the Baron, and despite IP's high damage output during the ensuing team fight, they only managed to take down 2 opponents while losing 3 of their own. Subsequently, LGD could no longer withstand OG's relentless assault, gradually succumbing to their pressure during the subsequent Baron contest. So's executed a sneaky play that mirrored last year's Rumble against OG, avenging himself upon LGD. Although the Stone Man attempted to thwart him upon his return, a single Stone Man could not possibly halt the vampire's advance on the tower. Furthermore, LGD's front line had completely collapsed. Even if the vampire had not stolen the tower, OG would have ultimately flattened Su Ling's side upon witnessing the conclusion. Reminiscent of the previous season, LGD remained unchanged. Poor draft decisions and lackluster performance. The critical issue was that many players seemed lost, far from the caliber expected of professional players. Recently, the transition to new formats has intensified our motivation, prompting us to update more swiftly. Please, kindly exit reading mode with a simple gesture. Thank you. Su Ling had no time to linger, for the imminent match between SKT and BKT awaited, followed by EDG's match. Thus, Su Ling needed to return to the lounge for preparations. You performed excellently last time. Let AJ take the stage this time, he suggested, no problem. Su Ling replied with a smile, patting AJ on the shoulder, reassured that facing SKT would not pose significant issues. Against BKT, SKT swiftly concluded the battle. The match between EDG and H2K commenced. EDG, as the red side, faced unexpected circumstances when H2K banned the Iron Man. This delighted EDG, saving a ban slot, allowing them to eliminate the opposing jungler's favored Lee Sin. Su Ling felt fortunate for choosing EDG initially. Regardless of their future reputation, they had claimed the SI Championship in S5 and were the only LPL team to reach the top 8. This indicated that EDG had put in considerable effort, such as researching their opponents and selecting bans against powerful champions of the current patch. Unlike LGD, who bizarrely banned the captain simply because they lacked proficiency with him, or ignored the fact that the opponents had already selected 3 AP champions while still opting for Stone Man despite the opposing top laner's preference for AP champions. On the blue side, H2K's composition included top lane, Fiora, jungle, Gragas mid lane, Lulu, AD carry, Tristana, support, Brown. In contrast, EDG's red side comprised top lane, NOC jungle, Rek'Sai, mid lane, Kassadin, AD carry, skateboard shoes support, Annie. The match proceeded without dramatic fluctuations. H2K initially attempted to invade EDG's jungle, but ended up being stunned by Annie, resulting in Braum's death. The subsequent gameplay saw the jungle and support duo continuously hunting down the enemy support and jungler, while Pawn exhibited overwhelming dominance in the mid lane. Ultimately, EDG secured a steady victory in this match. With the conclusion of the second match, EDG boasted a 2-0 record, yet had yet to face SKT. On the third day, following scrims, Abu reflected and addressed Su Ling. Su Ling, our first match tomorrow is against SKT. I still think AJ should take this one. He's more reliable. Your gameplay tends to be too aggressive. Su Ling remained silent, inwardly cursing. The implication of his words suggested a fear that he might not win his lane against AR, hence the preference for a steadier AJ, someone who could simply survive and rely on the double carry for stability. However, perhaps he was overthinking. They were up against SKT, not any lesser team. Aiming to stabilize the top lane and rely on the double carry to win was futile, especially when their opponent's carries were even more formidable. And the top lane was not guaranteed to hold steady. Alright, I have no objections. I'll defer to your judgment. T1 p.m. Paris time on October 3 RD. The match between EDG and SKT officially commenced. AJ took the top lane, and SKT facing the opponent that had previously defeated them in SI, opted not to substitute an easy rune, instead fielding Faker directly. Both teams placed great importance on this match, fielding their starters without substitutions. Indeed, Su Ling remained a substitute. As the match began, EDG played from the blue side while SKT occupied the red side. In terms of draft, EDG held an advantage, yet against a team like SKT. This bore little significance, particularly in S5 that EDG initiated by banning Wolf's signature Ollie Star. While SKT countered with a ban on Pawn's recently impressive captain, EDG continued to target the mid lane by banning Azir. SKT executed a clever strategy by first banning Lulu, gauging whether EDG would reveal their lack of proficiency with Iron Man. If they banned him, it would indicate they were unfamiliar with him. If not, they could either play him themselves or choose to ban him later. EDG banned Benji Spider, and SKT ultimately banned Iron Man. The draft concluded with the following compositions. EDG on the blue side featured top lane, NOC, jungle, Rek'Sai, mid lane, Echo, AD carry, skateboard shoes support. Adhered SKT on the red side included top lane, Crocodile, jungle, Rek'Sai, mid lane, Twisted Fate, AD carry, Will Mother support. Brown, but I recall AJ being singularly outmatched by the opposing Crocodile, resulting in a dismal performance that significantly contributed to their defeat. Thus, Su Ling specifically warned AJ not to allow the Crocodile to trade a dragon for a tower. In this current patch, the dragon was essentially a negligible asset, soon to be replaced by elemental dragons next season if they exchanged a tower for a dragon, granting the warrior an early economic advantage. The ramifications would be substantial, especially for a top laner like AR, who had teammates to support him, leading to an overwhelming advantage if they were already struggling to win their lane. Allowing the opponent to secure a tower would exacerbate their difficulties. As the match commenced, SKT invaded the jungle. Following a trade of buffs, they opted for a lane swap. By the 4-minute mark, SKT swiftly pushed down EDG's upper tower while EDG chose to secure the dragon. Su Ling could not comprehend why they had not heeded his advice. Was he perhaps considering sacrificing AJ slightly to grant the other teammates a more comfortable position, relying on them to take control of the match? Would they then simply disregard the top lane and watch it crumble? At 7 minutes and 20 seconds, EDG successfully dismantled SKT's bottom turret, after which both teams engaged in a skirmish in the mid lane, where the Excavator's timely arrival forced Echo to use his flash. By the 10-minute mark, Su Ling glanced at the top lane, noting that Nox had only amassed 49 minion kills, while the Crocodile had already secured 85, nearly doubling the gap. Furthermore, the Crocodile had also claimed the first blood turret, netting 275 gold. The estimated economic deficit in the top lane stood at 1100. Su Ling pondered who could possibly compete against the Crocodile once he unleashed his ultimate and charged into the fray. Aside from a certain number of top laners who could withstand the onslaught, would one truly expect AR to endure the same fate? At 11 minutes, EDG's mid-jungle synergy came into play as Echo's W maneuver blocked escape routes, allowing Annie to secure first blood against Rise. However, this kill bore little significance, as it was merely the support who achieved it. The score stood at 1-0, yet SKT maintained a slender economic lead of just over 1,000 gold, primarily due to the Crocodile's presence. At 11 minutes and 40 seconds, AEG initiated a dragon attempt, but Rise had just respawned and, having been caught previously, did not have flash available, although he did possess teleport. Meanwhile, EDG's Annie had already expended her summoner spells, and mid-lane Echo was without flash as well. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to contest the dragon? As anticipated, SKT opted to engage in a dragon fight. Rise teleported in, and the Crocodile, activated his ultimate, seemed unstoppable. SKT emerged victorious from the encounter, achieving a 3-for-4 trade while claiming the dragon. The Crocodile secured 1 kill, while Nox garnered another. However, the Crocodile also racked up 3 assists, in stark contrast to Nox's solitary assist. Subsequently, Deft made a misstep, greedily attempting to farm minions beneath the turret while 2 opponents loomed nearby. As a result, SKT's Rise and Crocodile executed a decisive kill on Deft's Lucian under the turret, with the Crocodile claiming yet another kill. From this moment onward, the crocodile became an insurmountable challenge for Nox. Even standing nearby would be deemed disrespectful. Even if Jarvan attempted a gank, he might inadvertently gift the crocodile a double kill. At 14 minutes and 40 seconds, SKT dismantled Edg's mid lane turret, thereafter continuously encroaching on Edg's jungle resources. At 16 minutes and 40 seconds, Ling observed AJ's Nox using Q to clear minions in the presence of the crocodile, realizing the inevitable doom that awaited him. True to form, upon witnessing Nox's Q, the crocodile charged in with his double E, unleashed his ultimate, and followed up with W to stun Nox, subsequently utilizing Tiamat and landing another Q. Although Nox dispelled the stun and managed to inflict a W that slowed the crocodile, the effect was minimal, as the crocodile possessed a red buff, ensuring he could maintain his relentless pursuit. Nox attempted to regain health with his Q, but the crocodile remained steadfastly at his side, denying him any chance of recovery. The crocodile continued to auto-attack while waiting for his fury to reach 50 points. Executing a red anger Q followed by an auto-attack to claim Nox's life. At 18 minutes and 50 seconds, the crocodile left Nox in a precarious state, compelling him to abandon his turret defense. Before demolishing Edg's top lane tier 2 turret and securing the second dragon, at 21 minutes and 20 seconds, SKT swiftly eliminated Def's Lucian and then set up an ambush for the Baron. By 23 minutes and a half, SKT claimed the first Baron, establishing an 8k economic advantage in the ensuing match, although EDG struggled and managed to execute a few somewhat acceptable team fights. The disparity was insurmountable. The crocodile stood invulnerable, while his damage output was nothing short of devastating, compounded by the fact that SKT's other lanes were equally prosperous. At 34 minutes and a half, SKT obliterated Edg's mid lane inhibitor turret, subsequently executing a team wipe against EDG, leading to a flawless victory in the group stage of the S13 World Championship. Edg's third match culminated in a defeat against SKT, leaving their record at 2-1. The recent rampant issues with transcoding have only fueled our motivation to update more swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. After teammates returned to the lounge, Ling immediately approached AJ, asking, "Why do we trade the top turret for the dragon?" AJ remained silent until the coach arrived, stating, "It was my decision that we need to secure an advantage in the bottom lane. We intended to withstand pressure in the top lane." Ling said nothing, but he was no fool. Observing Deft with his head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, Ling quickly deduced that this was Deft's decision. Abu then approached, saying, "All right, we've learned a lesson from this loss. Now that we have time, let's analyze and prepare for the next round." The group stage of the S13 World Championship consists of 2 rounds, where each team faces every other team in their group once in the first round, and then again in the second round. Ultimately, the 2 teams with the most victories in each group will advance to the quarterfinals. The first round matches take place from the 1st to the 4th, while the second round occurs from the 8th to the 11th. At EDG has already faced 3 opponents in their group, with 2 wins and 1 loss. The next match, scheduled for October 9th, is against SKT, allowing for 6 days of analysis and targeted training. "Coach, let's review the matches before heading back," Ling suggested. "There are many intriguing elements in this World Championship. We should learn from them." "Very well. We will watch the matches before returning for training. Pay close attention and see if you can glean any insights," the coach replied. The following match featured H2K against BKT, which was a foregone conclusion, with H2K emerging victorious. Next came the match between the LPL team LGD and LCK's KT. Observing Ling's grave expression, the coach inquired, "What do you think? KT is bound to W.I.N.S.O. certain. Just look at it. Their draft is atrocious. First of all, there's the ban issue. Wei Shun cannot play Gangplank and even banned it last game, which makes no sense. Even if he can't play, the opponents won't know that. If they don't ban it, the chances are low they LL pick it, but having banned it last game, the opponents are aware he can't play it and will likely let it through. By not banning it, they open the door for the opponents to select it, wasting a ban. Moreover, LGD has been thoroughly studied by the opponents. Gangplank is still in the meta against Malphite, and if you can't play Gangplank, you probably can't play Malphite either, hence the absence of a Malphite ban. This leaves a ban slot open for TBQ's jungle picks. You know TBQ's junglers are Excavator, Barrel, and Blind Monk. I can ban you too and secure one. And you'll be left without a viable option. Also, the mid lane pick of Varus against the opponent's Malphite is flawed. They faced 4 AP champions last game and opted for Malphite. Do they think the opponents are on the same level? They are fielding a team composition that relies on physical damage. Do they assume the opponents would shy away from picking Malphite? Just wait until Malphite has Sunfire, Iceborne Gauntlet, and Ninja Tabi. I can't fathom how they plan to deal with that. From a draft alone, LGD has already lost. This version of the game differs from previous World Championships. It's not merely a matter of brute strength to secure victories, especially against a team that is not weak, but rather formidable. After hearing Su Ling's words, the coach appeared equally grave as expected. Once the game commenced, KT outperformed LGD in every aspect: landing, ganking, supporting, and team fighting. Particularly notable was the opposing Malphite, who stood resolutely at the forefront, making it impossible for LGD to inflict damage, while every ultimate was cataclysmic, contributing significantly to their success. For T25 minutes, Wei Shen's Varus unleashed his ultimate on the nearly dead Brown, only for it to backfire. While Su Ling believed that even if the Q had hit, it wouldn't have resulted in a kill, the reverse Q would undoubtedly invite scorn from enraged fans. Ultimately, mistakes are part of the game. The critical issue lies in the lack of pre-match training, opting instead to indulge in other games, displaying an unprofessional attitude, and believing the World Championship would be a breeze, even boasting about winning champion skins in advance. The result was a dismal performance at the World Championship, which was rightly met with criticism. Finally, at 30 minutes and 20 seconds, KT secured the Baron and executed a decisive 1-4-5 trade, smoothly clinching the match. The kill ratio stood at 4-22, a clear testament to their dominance. Next up was the match between IG and C9. IG was positioned as the blue side, while C9 was also blue side. The champion bans were unproblematic, as Gangplank and Malphite were left for the opponents to ban, thus saving some ban slots to target the opponent's preferred champions. This draft seems solid now. Which team do you favor? Still C9. Why is that? I have a feeling IG's bottom lane is likely to falter. The factory manager cast a dubious glance at Su Ling, remaining silent. Subsequently, as Su Ling had predicted, the duo in the bottom lane continued to falter. They were first unable to hold their ground in lane, then were slain, and for no apparent reason, were forced to unleash their ultimate abilities. The Dragon team fight, which should have been a guaranteed victory, saw IG's support bard transform into an international savior, using his ultimate to preserve 2 opponents who had already been caught in Nar's ultimate, thus buying time for the adversaries. Although the skirmish concluded with a 3-4-3 exchange, C9 secured the Baron. In fact, the mid, jungle, and top lanes performed commendably, yet the incessant blunder from the bottom lane overshadowed their efforts, be it bizarre maneuvers or inexplicably succumbing to death, or of course providing assistance to the opposing team. At the 37-minute mark, C9 decisively demolished IG's primary crystal. Su Ling let out a sigh. Indeed, Rookie's Echo in the mid lane, Kakao's Gragas, and Zeta's Gnar in the top lane had all played remarkably well, particularly Echo and Gnar. Gnar had even come perilously close to executing a solo kill against his opponent, had it not been for the timely assistance from the enemy team. Turning inadvertently, Su Ling was startled to find the factory manager gazing intently at him. A grave expression on his face. "Factory manager, what are you doing? You gave me quite a fright. How did you know? How could I not? It's simply from having observed it in a previous life," he replied. Although the memories were somewhat hazy, he could still recall certain details. First and foremost, IG as a team is predominantly strong in the mid and jungle roles. They seldom falter. Thus, it was evident that the issues lay within the top and bottom lanes. The opposing top laner was not formidable, not a Huni. Zeta should be able to maintain his composure. Hence, it was undoubtedly the bottom lane that would falter if the bottom lane did not falter. Could it be the mid lane? Rookie remains exceptionally strong in the LPL. Rookie has no blemishes on his record, the sole exception being the National Day surrender, which was not initiated by him. The locals were indifferent to the surrender on that day, so it was unjust to blame the Koreans for agreeing. Moreover, when he arrived in the LPL during S5, he was initially a bonus, earning less than cacao, yet he propelled the team to the World Championship, performing admirably in every match. Later, he even served as a headmaster of an orphanage, and in S8, he triumphed over his compatriots, his former team KT, securing the first championship for the LPL. There was no need for any disparagement here. The factory manager nodded, choosing not to speak further. Thus concluded today's matches, with all three LPL teams facing defeat, a day marked by disgrace. Originally, the LPL teams were considered frontrunners for the championship in this World Championship, especially since EDG was the SI champion, and both LGD and IG had previously crushed EDG with ease. However, following today's matches, apart from EDG's loss to SKT, the other teams fell to their Western counterparts, making it painfully clear that this World Championship was slipping away from them. The hopes for an LPL championship had dwindled significantly. Recent severe encoding issues have only fueled our motivation to update more rapidly. Please take a moment to exit the reading mode. Thank you to EDG's first round of matches concluded, but on the 4th, LGD and IG would face off against each other. LGD versus TS. The Divine Draft allowed the enemy to secure Malphite, rendering their bottom lane invincible, as they led by 10,000 gold within 20 minutes. The support and top laner's inexplicable positioning resulted in constant harassment. Had it not been for the ADC's Kane, who managed to salvage the situation, they would have faced utter annihilation. Although they managed to recover some ground thanks to the ADC's prowess. In the final team fight, the fully healthy Kane was ultimately slain by Malphite's third hammer, followed by a Q and an E. Malphite's skills were utterly unreasonable. His Q dealt 1x damage on the first strike, 3x on the second, and a staggering 9x on the third, inflicting terrifying damage that defied all logic. Furthermore, his W allowed the support to share experience, enabling them to outlevel their opponents in lane. The E was relatively benign, but his passive could control dragons, allowing for the loss of a mid-tower if he secured one early on. Ling could not fathom why they would let Malphite through. The opposing team's raw power did not match LGD's. Why then offer them such a variable? Following this, IG faced off against the Taiwanese team, HQ. The draft from both sides was fairly standard, but the issues with Kid's performance were considerable, resulting in numerous mistakes. Zeta shone brightly this match, securing a solo kill against the opposing tree in the top lane. Zeta performed admirably against his counterparts, managing to hold his own against three top laners, though he could not best Huni. After a grueling 40-minute battle, Zeta's Gnar executed a taunt with his E that caught the enemy ADC. Tristana, off guard, Rookie dashed in to follow up with damage, ultimately eliminating the enemy ADC. They then clinched the team fight and won the match. However, Ling remained apprehensive. IG's victory felt precarious, as Tristana had both a QSS and summoner spells, yet chose to use only the QSS, lacking the confidence to employ her flash. Had she done so, IG could have been obliterated. Advancing was proving to be an uphill battle for IG, while LGD, having lost 3 consecutive matches, found itself with only a theoretical chance of progression. Unless they won all their upcoming matches and KT suffered an unexpected loss in 3 games, they would all revert to the same starting point, as if no matches had been played, and a tiebreaker would need to be organized. However, such a scenario seemed implausible, given KT's overwhelming dominance in their matches. In the days that followed, EDG commenced rigorous analysis and targeted training. The previous loss to SKT had finally made the coaching staff realize that in this version, where the top lane was particularly strong, relying solely on their duo carries to secure victories was utterly untenable. Perhaps it was feasible against weaker teams, but against formidable opponents, the disadvantages of a weak top lane would be magnified. Moreover, the enemy's duo carries were not inferior, and in fact, were likely stronger. Victory was simply unattainable. Hence, the coaching staff decided to adjust the lineup, promoting Ling to a starting position and reallocating resources towards the top lane. After more than a year of professional play, Ling finally ascended to the starting roster. It had taken considerable time and effort. This was likely the first instance of a protagonist in a system narrative taking so long to become a starter. In comparison, characters in novels often join SKT as starters right from the outset, making Ling seem rather lowly by comparison. Setting aside his phone, Ling found that after such a long duration, Riot had finally returned his device. Thus, he took the opportunity to browse the forums. As anticipated, be on the forums or Weibo or any other platform, the LPL teams were being heavily criticized at LGD. In particular, faced the brunt of the backlash, having lost all 3 matches without a single victory. Among those receiving the most condemnation was Wei Shun, who had boasted the loudest before the matches, displaying a decidedly unprofessional attitude, neglecting training and ranked play to indulge in other pursuits. Moreover, his ill-timed cue had ignited public outrage. While EDG also faced some criticism, Ling received relatively little, particularly since he had made a strong debut, securing 5 kills. However, AJ bore the brunt of the ire on October 9th, the second day of the second round of matches. The first game featured EDG versus SKT, that a notification chimed. New task released. Top lane dominance. To claim the championship, one must establish an advantage in the top lane through strong kills. Only the top lane dominator deserves to win this game. Task requirements. Secure a strong solo kill against AR and win the game, with a reward of 8 free attribute points. This meant that winning this match was imperative, as Ling allocated the 16 attribute points gained from their previous group stage victory, distributing them between operations and landing, as high operational skills and the ability to secure kills were essential. Opening the attribute panel, he saw name, Ling, age, 16 ID, LG operations, 86 landing, 84, 86 equipment, short sword 2 output, 80 team fight, 80 support, 80 survival, 78, 80 equipment, red crystal 2 development, 80 awareness, 80 version understanding, 91. This attribute cannot be improved through points. Points, 0 free attribute points, 0 runes. Storm Gathering Enhanced Beginner Version, gains 1 free attribute point monthly. 10 annually, time-limited experience card for 12 months, with 1 month remaining. Joy, participate in enemy hero kills once per game, temporarily increasing operations by 0.5 points, max increase of 5 times. Conqueror, in the first game of each day. The attributes remain unchanged. Thereafter, each game sees a temporary increase of 1 attribute point up to a maximum of 4 times. Aftershock, after immobilizing an enemy hero, each attribute in the current game receives a temporary increase of 1 point. Bone plating, each time damage is taken from an enemy hero, a temporary increase of 5 survival attribute points occurs, lasting for 1 minute. This effect cannot stack, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Storm Gathering. As the game progresses, output attribute points can be continuously gained. 1 at 10 minutes, 2 at 20 minutes, 4 at 30 minutes, 6 at 40 minutes. Future Market allows for an advanced withdrawal of points, with a maximum overdraft of 1,600 points, which must be repaid with 3,200 points by the end of 2015. Otherwise, deductions will occur in attribute points, and the player will be placed on a dishonesty list, rendering this rune permanently unusable. Note: 1,600 points have been overdrafted, with 120 points repaid, leaving a debt of 3,080 points. Equipment. Short sword automatically equipped. Increases lane attributes by 2 points. Red crystal. Enhances survival attribute points by 2 points. Overall evaluation. Your strength in this World Championship is commendable, yet securing the championship remains a daunting challenge. At noon on the 9th, all members of EDG had an early lunch before heading to the venue at 1 p.m. The first match featured EDG against SKT. Recent severe encoding issues have fueled our motivation to update more swiftly. Please kindly exit reading mode. Thank you. In this match, Ling was granted the opportunity to play. SKT was positioned on the blue side, while EDG took the red side, which posed a disadvantage for EDG. As a weaker team facing a stronger one, the added burden of the red side's bans exacerbated their situation. The match commenced. SKT began by banning the previously effective Rek'Sai from the last game, while EDG dutifully banned Malphite. Subsequently, SKT banned Annie, who had previously executed excellent initiations, continuing to thwart EDG's tactical champions. With no other options, EDG decided to ban Gangplank, reasoning that whether banned early or late, a ban was necessary to prevent SKT from selecting it. SKT then banned Lulu, leading EDG to deliberate over their final ban. Should they ban Azir, a champion well within the enemy's wheelhouse? Sure, I think that is a viable option. One suggested, as Ling interjected. No, I disagree. Since they banned Rek'Sai, they will undoubtedly prioritize the jungle pick of Elise, that if we ban Azir, they will relentlessly pressure my lane. No matter how skilled I am, I cannot face two enemies alone. Moreover, given the opponent's mid-lane champion pool, banning anything will not hinder their performance. Abu pondered this before asking, then what do you propose we ban? Let us ban Elise to ensure I won TB forcibly tower dived in the early game. If they get Elise, they will surely funnel resources to AR from the get-go, giving him an advantage to dive my tower. If that happens, I want to be able to play my game. And we will face a repeat of the last match. After reflecting on AR's strong performance with that champion, Abu ultimately concurred with Ling's suggestion, alright, we'll ban Elise. Thus, Edgy's final ban was Elise. Meanwhile, on SKT's side, Coach Koa, resembling a certain pop star, furrowed his brow, perplexed by Edgy's choice to ban Elise. They should have sacrificed top lane for mid and bot. Banning Elise was unexpected. Coach, it's fine. I can secure an advantage in the top lane, AR reassured, confident in his abilities. Following the latter stages of the summer season, AR had surpassed Faker, becoming SKT's most reliable carry, though the opposing top laner appeared proficient with warrior champions. His previous opponents were weaker teams, and the LPL squads he faced lacked combat efficacy. Performing well did not necessarily indicate true strength. Okay, Qingwan, I entrust this match to you, Koa stated as SKT confidently selected Darius. Ling chuckled, thinking, are they mistaking me for AJ? Let us face off and see who is truly superior. EDG, having banned 3 junglers, opted for the currently prioritized Gragas, while their AD selected Tristana. SKT responded with Twisted Fate and Jhin, solidifying their double carry. EDG quickly followed suit with the selections of Thresh and Tristana. SKT concluded with Morgana as their support, while Benji ultimately chose Lee Sin for the jungle role. The crowd erupted in cheers as Lee Sin, a highly popular champion, entered the fray. Ling, have you decided on your champion? Yes, I'll use Renekton. Are you certain you wish to face AR directly? Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Abu acquiesced, reasoning that losing a bit of control early on would not be insurmountable. Ling turned and confidently declared, no worries, I can secure a kill. Abu was taken aback. What? Ling reiterated firmly, I will secure a kill. Only after confirming Ling's determination did Abu manage a wry smile, saying, understood, just hold your ground. Although Abu harbored doubts about Ling's capability, he appreciated his confidence that I am the final selection. Ling chose Renekton, setting the stage for a direct confrontation in the top lane. AR glanced at the screen, seeing Ling's choice of Renekton, and smiled. The lineups were finalized. Blue side escaped top, Darius, jungle, Lee Sin, mid, Twisted Fate, ED, Jhin support, Morgana, red side EDG top, Renekton, jungle, Gragas mid, Twisted Fate D, Tristana, support, Thresh and as the game commenced. Both top laners arrived at the upper river for vision control over the jungle. However, it wasn't too long before the mid and bot lanes clashed in the lower lane. Engaging in mutual probing, that SKT's bot lane placed a ward, which was swiftly taken out by Tristana and Thresh lurking in the brush. Tensions rose as the atmosphere suggested an imminent clash, prompting the jungler Gragas to rush towards the lower lane. No, Gragas, where are you going? Another jungle path to the bottom, a level 2 gank. You've used this tactic countless times. SKT is all too familiar with it that if you proceed this way, I will be forced to endure a dive in the top lane. Yet, time was of the essence, and Gragas had no choice but to initiate in the lower lane, assuring Ling, hold steady. I'll come up to assist you shortly. Ling could only lament the lack of faith in his own abilities, doubting his capacity to outmatch AR and believing it prudent to safeguard the greater benefits. With no other options, Ling complied with Gragas's plan in the bottom lane. With assistance from the bottom lane, Gragas opted for the blue buff, which resulted in Ling inevitably losing experience upon his arrival on the lane. Additionally, he would miss a teleport, placing him at a disadvantage from the outset. Gragas, could you at least let me have the small ones and the Gromp, or I'll lose minions upon my return to lane, perhaps feeling a sense of obligation to Ling. Gragas agreed, Thus, Su Ling and Gragas finished the blue buff and then took the Gromp, after which Su Ling did not return to base, but decisively teleported to the top lane. Meanwhile, Darius had cleared the blue buff and the Gromp before heading to the top lane. Though Su Ling was considerably farther away, the assistance from the bottom lane in hitting the blue buff allowed him to teleport without losing lane position. Su Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Maintaining lane position was paramount, as sometimes minion waves hold more significance than kills. Initially, Benji had intended to invade Edgy's jungle. However, upon noticing Su Ling's timely arrival to lane, complete with rage, he hesitated, pondering whether Renekton had assisted Gragas in the jungle. Gragas, delay your appearance. Otherwise, our jungle will surely be countered, and I will find it challenging to play. No, the enemy bot lane is pushing, and there are no wards. This is an opportunity. What more could Su Ling possibly do? Soon, the barrel found an opportunity in the bot lane, as the opposing Morgana and Tristana pushed the wave across the river, while the river's triangular bush on the enemy side remained unwarded, a detail that had been detected by EDG. Thus, the barrel maneuvered to the blue side's lower triangular bush, executing a roundabout gank. Despite EDG's bot lane, consisting of the Rumble and Thresh, attempting to hold their ground, a skirmish ensued. Ultimately, however, Morgana managed to flash away. While the junglers collided with her, yet she had already retreated to the safety of her turret. Thus, the junglers' efforts bore no fruit. EDG had merely expended Thresh's Ignite, while SKT's support Morgana had used both summoner spells. And Tristana had also burned her heal. Meanwhile, upon noticing the jungler's presence in the bot lane, the blind monk hastened towards EDG's red jungle. Su Ling quickly switched screens, observing that the jungler was inexplicably returning to his own jungle. Almost reaching the dragon pit to feast upon the crab, that he hastily exclaimed, "Jungler, do not turn back. Head straight to the enemy's bot jungle. Do not waste any time." The upper jungle was already out of reach. If he returned to farm there, they would suffer substantial losses in their own jungle. At this juncture, Su Ling began to play more cautiously, refraining from unnecessary trades with the enemy, as the level 3 blind monk, having completed his red buff, might opt for a tower dive. Nevertheless, Su Ling remained relatively untroubled, given that he had arrived on the lane early, not being pressured in terms of minions or experience. Both he and the opposing Renekton were on the verge of reaching level 4, and he still had his flash available. As Su Ling and Renekton were peacefully farming, suddenly, a sonic wave struck the crocodile from the triangular bush. Just as Renekton unleashed his ruthless predator, Benji, with his seasoned experience, refrained from executing a direct follow-up with the second Q of Resonating Strike. Instead, he utilized his W, Safeguard, to position himself onto Renekton, who then caught the crocodile with his ruthless predator, immediately following it with his Q for a devastating assault, inflicting bleed damage and applying his W for a slow. Maintaining composure, Su Ling activated the system's bone plating, which temporarily increased his survivability upon receiving damage from enemy champions. Consequently, Su Ling advanced slightly towards the enemy, executed an E with deftness, and performed a seamless double E to dart back beneath the turret. However, the blind monk still had his second Q available and swiftly pursued with it. In this critical moment, Su Ling's 86 points of skill and the activation of bone plating, which provided an additional 85 points of survivability, came into play. Within mere tenths of a second, he flashed to evade the damage from the blind monk's second Q. Su Ling displayed remarkable bravery, as such maneuvers are challenging even for professional players. Observing the evasion of his second Q, the blind monk flashed in an attempt to secure the kill on the wounded crocodile. Yet, the crocodile retaliated with a furious W, ensnaring the blind monk, and followed up with an auto attack, combined with turret damage, severely depleting the monk's health. Renekton, witnessing the failure of the blind monk's second Q, realized that the crocodile was unlikely to be slain and that the monk might even fall victim to a counterattack. He therefore flashed forward, prepared to finish off the bloodied crocodile at this moment. Renekton also flashed in, and as the blind monk regained control, the crocodile unleashed another furious Q, striking both opponents. The level 2 Q, still empowered by fury, allowed the crocodile to recover a significant amount of health while simultaneously eliminating the turret-attacking blind monk. The dangerous game had restored some health, and with the Q's healing, Renekton could not finish off the crocodile. In contrast, the blind monk had been slain, and the turret had shifted its focus to Renekton. The subsequent auto-attack from Renekton was insufficient to kill the crocodile, forcing him to retreat. Fortunately, Renekton's health remained robust enough to withstand 2 turret hits without succumbing. However, Ling was now filled with a thirst for blood. No one could stand in his way. Armed with the double buff gifted by Benji's blind monk, he relentlessly pursued Renekton. Both champions were low on health, but Renekton had a slight advantage. Yet, Renekton had exited the turret's range. And since his skills had been used first, their cooldowns had reset. Meanwhile, the crocodile's abilities, having been cast second, were still on cooldown but benefited from the double buff's power. Renekton assessed the situation, noting his E was still on cooldown. While his W and Q were ready, he calculated the distance and launched a Dominus. Unexpectedly, the crocodile anticipated Renekton's intentions, turning back to avoid the incoming Q to Renekton retreated, and his E, Ruthless Predator, had also cooled down. He aimed to pull the crocodile with an E and follow up with an auto attack and W for the kill. However, he underestimated the crocodile's E cooldown, which was faster than his own. Thus, the crocodile dashed through the minions, sidestepping Renekton's. The crocodile then swiftly edged towards Renekton, engaging him in a brief exchange of W abilities. Both champions unleashed their W, but Renekton was stunned. However, it was not a Furium-powered W. Thus, the control duration was brief, allowing the crocodile to land a few additional auto-dash attacks. In the end, both champions were left with a sliver of health, poised for a decisive blow. Yet the crocodile had accumulated 50 Fury points and, with his cooldowns refreshing rapidly, he executed a Q, restoring health through the fury of the Nile. Renekton was dispatched, but the crocodile emerged victorious, albeit with a bleeding effect still lingering. That Ling chuckled with delight, swiftly dispatching a nearby minion and successfully reaching level 5, ensuring he would not succumb to the bleeding effect. You little rascal, you think you can take me down? Do you have any idea just how slippery Huang Dalu is? In the broadcast studio, the commentators welcomed everyone to the second round of the group stage match, EDG versus SKT. Indeed, in the previous round, EDG had faced disappointment after losing to SKT, leaving one to wonder if they had any special strategies prepared for today. Oh, we have just received news from the organizers that EDG has substituted in their backup top laner, LG, to face SKT. That it appears that EDG has recognized that AJ's shield could not withstand AR's sharp spear, thus opting for a weapon equally sharp and aggressive in LG. The two teams would clash once more, testing whose spear proved more formidable. As it stands, since the prior strategy had faltered, EDG swiftly adapted their tactics. One hopes that LG can withstand the onslaught from the opposing AR in the top lane. However, I believe that LG's character is not merely to endure the enemy's aggression. Indeed, based on previous matches, LG is the type who won't coddle you. If you wish to engage, he will engage right back. It is for this reason that EDG's coaching staff may find LG to be somewhat unpredictable, leading to his role as a substitute. Now, the ban phase has commenced. Recently, the competition has intensified, motivating us to update more rapidly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. SKT immediately locked in a ban against the excavator. EDG followed suit by banning the Iron Man SKT, then banned Annie, a champion that had proven effective for EDG in past matches. Indeed, Annie's stun remains remarkably potent, although the combination of Rumble and Kennen offers a similar effect. Kennen's stun requires a moment to activate, while Annie's lands instantly without any reaction time, providing a continuous form of crowd control. Furthermore, to counter Kennen, one could select the Blind Monk, Beryl, or Tristana, all of whom can effectively thwart Kennen's initiation. EDG, knowing the stakes, also banned Gangplank, which is a standard approach to the draft phase. Are you hinting at someone? No, not at all. I fear the audience's backlash, yet there are indeed significant issues at play. In this version, the red side inherently wastes 2 ban slots on champions like Iron Man and Gangplank. If you dare leave them open, the opponent will surely select them. Moreover, The blue side proactively banning Gangplank clearly signals to the enemy that they will not play him, allowing other teams to face you while potentially saving a ban slot even in the red side. Indeed, the ban phase lacks rationale. In the blue side, even if you do not ban, the opponent would not know you wouldn't play those champions, and they would dare not let them through. Now, let us return to the current match's draft phase. SKT proceeded to ban Lulu. Let us observe the final ban choice of EDG in the previous match. They opted to ban the Emperor, a commendable decision indeed. Let us see how they proceed this game. However, it is certain that the opposing team will select the Spider if EDG does not ban it. EDG has indeed banned the Spider. This is splendid news. Had they not banned it, SKT would undoubtedly have chosen the Spider as their first pick, which would have posed a significant challenge for EDG's top laner. LG, given the Spider's formidable early game prowess and ability to dive LG's tower. Now, we await SKT's first pick. After a prolonged deliberation, it appears SKT did not anticipate the ban on the Spider by their opponents. Ultimately, SKT has no choice but to select the hand of Noxus. Indeed, they exude confidence. Meanwhile, AR swiftly chooses the barrel. Both teams are engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of champion selections. SKT ultimately settles on the Blind Monk for their jungle role, indicating a strategy aimed at early dominance and targeting the top lane, that we turn our attention to EDG and LG's choice. The Croc, indeed. As I speculated, LG is not one to show leniency. If you wish to be aggressive, I shall select a formidable champion to match you. Observe the camera capturing LG's resolute gaze as he engages in discussion with Abu.ar. Having selected the Croc, challenges, "Dare you test the sharpness of my blade?" To which LG retorts, "My blade is no less keen." Upon hearing this, Wawa chuckles and remarks, "Your comedic skill from Diyun, she have truly flourished." Modesty indeed. With the compositions finalized, it is evident that SKT intends to focus on EDG's top lane early on, aiming to rapidly accumulate advantages for AR, rendering him invincible in the early stages and allowing them to establish a rhythm that leads to victory. Yes, this match will determine whether AR's blade is sharper than LG's. The game commences. Both teams assume defensive positions along the river. The bottom lanes are positioned closely. What are they planning? The barrel is making his way down, but with this movement he undoubtedly aims to invade the lower jungle, requiring a swap of jungle areas. Indeed, this will be detrimental for the Croc, as his return to lane will be delayed, necessitating a teleport, and with the jungle swap in play, the Blind Monk may well head straight to the top lane after clearing his red buff. In the bottom lane, SKT has placed a ward. Can they secure it? They have. Deft has taken down the ward, gaining a slight economic advantage of 15 gold. Both teams retreat to their respective jungles. The Croc, left with no choice, aids the barrel in jungle farming, while the bottom lane assists the jungler in farming as well. LG decisively clears two small monsters before proceeding to the magical claw. SKT mirrors this action, with EDG's pace slightly quicker, thanks to assistance from the bottom lane. LG, having collected jungle monsters, does not return home, but instead makes a swift and audacious teleport to the top lane. Earlier, SKT had no knowledge of the jungler's location. Now, they are unaware that LG has used teleport. Might SKT assume that the Croc is assisting the barrel in the upper jungle? It is possible. The Croc and the hand of Noxus have now crossed paths in the top lane. The Blind Monk is in a quandary. He had ventured to the river, but now must retreat. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the minion wave is favorable, and the jungler makes his way down without any wards in sight, presenting a significant opportunity. The jungler sneaks into the tri-brush, launching a gank from behind SKT. EDG's bottom lane engages with SKT's, leading to a fierce clash. The skirmish intensifies as the jungler arrives. Who will he target? The distance favors the cannon, while Morgana flashes away. The barrel charges in with a body slam. But Morgana retreats to the safety of the tower, resulting in minimal damage dealt. Thus, we gain a slight advantage, having forced 3 summoner spells from the opponents while sacrificing only one of our own. What is the jungler doing? Is he not heading to the opposing bottom jungle? Is he considering a more harmonious approach? The Blind Monk, noticing the blue buff on the jungler, heads directly to EDG's upper jungle. If he returns now, it would equate to a loss of half the jungle's resources. He turns back, opting not to engage the river crab, but instead charges into SKT's lower jungle in an attempt to exchange jungle resources. To be honest, while this exchange may appear to have yielded summoner spells, it is ultimately a loss because the blind monk is now farming the upper jungle and is aware that the croc lacks teleport. Thus, they will likely attempt to gank the croc shortly, as they know the barrel will not be able to reach in time. Taking down the croc would be a significant gain, even if they fail to secure the kill. Forcing him back to base would disrupt the minion wave. However, with no summoner spells available in the bottom lane, they must play cautiously and stabilize the situation. Indeed, we shall see how LG responds and whether he can successfully thwart this impending assault. In the top lane, both champions have merely exchanged tentative blows, with health levels remaining relatively equal. The blind monk has finished his red buff and is heading toward the top lane. The croc has not retreated to the tower. Could it be? No, he placed a ward upon his arrival in the top lane. Both champions are now level 4, while the blind monk remains at level 3. The blind monk has reached the tri-brush. At this position, the croc is inescapable. The hand of Noxus initiates the attack, landing an E onto the croc, followed by the blind monk's successful Q strike. The hand of Noxus follows up with a W, and the outer Q strikes the croc. The blind monk remains cautious, opting not to engage with his second Q immediately. Instead, he uses his W to connect with the hand of Noxus, reserving the second E for a chase to secure the kill. At this point, the croc has no means of escape. Despite having vision, why does the croc not retreat? His health is critically low. Initially, he moves slightly toward the duo before executing a graceful double E to escape. However, it is futile, as the blind monk has his second Q ready to pursue. The blind monk lands his Q on the croc. The croc flashes to evade the second QS damage. Narrowly avoiding death, in a stunning turn, he retaliates with an auto attack, utilizing his red buff W to stun the blind monk under the tower. The level 3 blind monk is suffering significant damage from the turret. The hand of Noxus flashes in, attempting to deal additional damage. Yet the croc swiftly delivers a red buff Q, striking both assailants and recovering substantial health. The blind monk is slain, and the croc secures both buffs, replenishing some health in the process. Realizing he cannot finish off the croc, the hand of Noxus must retreat, having already taken 2 hits from the tower. However, the hand of Noxus finds himself slowed by the croc's red buff, who appears to be in hot pursuit. Is he truly going to chase? This seems illogical. Although he possesses both buffs, he has exited the tower's protection, and the opposing team's abilities are likely to be off cooldown shortly. The hand of Noxus regains his abilities, landing a Q, prompting the croc to deftly retreat. Such a swift response. This is unlikely to be mere instinct. He has calculated the cooldowns of the hand of Noxus abilities. The duel resumes, with both champions exchanging auto attacks. Has the hand of Noxus E returned from cooldown? It has. He unleashes it upon the croc, but the croc dashes toward a nearby minion, leaving the hand of Noxus ability wasted. The croc retaliates with his own E, charging back. The hand of Noxus is left with no choice but to trade WS with the croc. However, the croc gains the upper hand, as his W provides a stun, enabling him to land an additional auto attack. Both champions find themselves at similar health levels, but the croc's Q is ready. With a red buff Q, he takes down the hand of Noxus. The latter's final auto attack is executed. But at this health level, the croc is unlikely to succumb. With the dangerous game passive active, he should survive. The croc dispatches a minion, leveling up to level 5, ensuring his safety. What an incredible display of skill from the croc. Indeed, this moment exemplifies LG's exceptional prowess, showcasing quick reflexes and mastery of the game. While everyone is aware of the blind monk's second Q, who can guarantee evasion every single time. To avoid it is a gamble not to be taken lightly. My word, LG's performance is truly unparalleled. The barrage of comments reads, is this fool in the top lane not going to retreat when he sees an enemy approaching? Is he deliberately offering his life? Is it possible that he was aware of the insurmountable challenge posed by SKT and thus intentionally sent in a substitute to take the blame? Indeed, I have perused several novels of this nature, where knowing they cannot prevail, they deploy a substitute to bear the consequences, and it always seems to be ADG. Good heavens, is this Aatrox truly so skillful. He evaded the second Q of Blind Monk with a flash, then executed him beneath the tower. Now he is pursuing Nasu's. Isn't that a bit irrational? It would be wise to retreat while ahead. Astonishingly, he actually killed Nasu's. How naive I have been. I spoke ill of LG, and I now offer my apologies and bow in respect. Upon closer inspection, I suspect LG may be utilizing cheats. What sort of cheats? A lock health counterattack cheat. Pure luck. Do they really think they can triumph over AR? KRD is merely boastful. In a 2-on-1, both were slain, and they still call it victory. Let us wait until the game concludes and see how EDG emerges victorious as the gameplay progresses. Ling Ping last hits minions to reach level 5, ensuring his survival, and quickly retreats to base to maintain the wave near the center. The opposing Nasu's possesses teleport, making it imperative to return home swiftly and rejoin the lane, lest they lose a significant number of minions when Nasu's teleports back. Remarkably, Ling accomplishes a double kill. Even the two Korean players can only commend him with a nice. Basic skills must not be underestimated. All observe and silenced. It seems you're trying to play it cool. The two Korean players are utterly confused. Subsequently, Ling purchases a pair of boots, a pickaxe, and a replenishing jewel, while Nasu's can only afford a pair of boots and a Doran's blade upon his return. The economic disparity between the two stands at approximately 800 gold. Nasu's teleports back into the lane, hastily pushing the wave toward EDG's tower, but Aatrox has returned early, equipped with boots, and utilizes his E ability to traverse swiftly, losing merely one melee minion in the process. With Ling as Aatrox enjoying a substantial equipment advantage, AR's line has become significantly more cautious, or rather, much steadier, denying Aatrox any opportunities. However, the minion wave is firmly under Aatrox's control. At the 7-minute mark, Aatrox successfully reaches level 6, while Nasu's has only just attained level 5. In terms of last hits, Aatrox has secured 52, whereas Nasu's has only 31. This gap means Aatrox is now capable of handling two opponents single-handedly, leading to a lack of challengers willing to confront him. The two sides engage in a peaceful farming phase, during which Blind Monk redirects his focus, and the roaming mage flashes in with a W to secure a stun on Cardmaster, successfully collaborating with Blind Monk to eliminate him. However, the opposing team opts not to contest the dragon, as SKT is well aware that Aatrox's teleport is on cooldown, while their own Nasu's is available. A 5-level Nasu's, underdeveloped, stands no chance against a 6-level, well-farmed Aatrox. The risk is far too great. Meanwhile, Ling continues to expand his upper lane advantage at the 10-minute mark. Aatrox is already level 9, while Nasu's is only approaching level 8. Both sides' summoner spells are on cooldown. Just as Ling focuses on maintaining his pressure, he hears the voice of the team leader, Pawn, mid lane, Blind Monk on the opposition. Ling quickly switches screens to assess the mid lane situation. Where Cardmaster is certain to perish, the opponent will undoubtedly make a move for the dragon. Consequently, Ling hastens his wave-pushing efforts before returning to base, where he purchases Tiamat and Mercury's treads. As expected, the opposing team swiftly eliminates Cardmaster, and their members begin to converge on the Dragon Pit. Meanwhile, the opposing Nasu's clears the tower minions before heading back to base that I have teleport. I can join. Both teams move toward the dragon, but ultimately, EDG is outnumbered, allowing SKT to initiate the dragon. Find a good spot to place a ward. I need to teleport. However, the opposing team holds the advantage in numbers and has secured the terrain, leaving IKO unable to find a favorable position. Ling realizes he cannot afford to wait any longer. Although his boots were enchanted for homeward warding, this teleport could expedite his arrival. However, without a suitable ward, even with the speed boost post-teleport, he would still be unable to reach the opposing team, prompting him to enchant his boots with distortion to reduce summoner spell cooldowns, as he would surely need both flash and teleport shortly. Ling swiftly enchants his boots and begins his teleport. This moment, Aatrox, level 9 with 2 kills, deserves a modicum of respect. Consequently, SKT's formation retreats slightly, but soon realizes that Aatrox lacks a homeward guardian and returns to their original positions. Ling surveys the battlefield, noting one good piece of news and one bad. Nasu's has reached level 8, but the good news is that Cardmaster has respawned, possesses his ultimate, and will soon arrive on the scene. Therefore, he must endure the enemy's output despite being a man down. Observing the dragon's health, he determines he must engage, or it will be too late. A barrel rolls in. Blind Monk flashes in to engage the roaming mage. But the mage, equipped with Mercury's treads, evades the barrel's ultimate, allowing him to escape. Yet Callista's ultimate ensnares Thresh, hurling him into SKT's ranks, colliding with Nasu's and Blind Monk. Meanwhile, Aatrox unleashes his ultimate, but refrains from charging in recklessly. His teammates rush forward, while Aatrox hangs back, assessing the situation. After Thresh lands, he attempts to chain control with an E followed by a Q, but Morgana shields Callista, allowing her to withdraw and unleash a barrage of damage. The roaming mage also unleashes a flurry of attacks. Aatrox surges toward Callista, but is repelled by Blind Monk's ultimate. The barrel charges forward, only to be thwarted by Callista's ultimate as well. Subsequently, Aatrox flashes in, sinking his fangs into Callista, unleashing a series of attacks. A Red Rage W, a basic attack, a Red Rage Q, followed by another basic attack, and the Hydra's Cleave, culminating in a swift execution of Callista. However, Aatrox finds himself ensnared by both the roaming mage and Morgana, who rain down relentless assaults. Meanwhile, the team leader's barrel meets an untimely demise at the hands of Nasu's ultimate, while Nasu's and Blind Monk eliminate Thresh, then charge toward the fleeing EDG members. Though Aatrox is restrained, his Mercury's treads and substantial farm allow him to recover health after a brief skirmish, despite losing some health in the process. Yet, Faker's roaming mage executes a flawless combination, unperturbed by Aatrox's potential escape, especially with Morgana nearby, allowing Nasu's and Blind Monk to confidently pursue EDG's fleeing members. Just then, Cardmaster finally arrives on the scene with his ultimate, stunning the roaming mage with a yellow card, while Morgana's E remains on cooldown, rendering her unable to assist. Thus, Aatrox breaks free from control, moving forward with a Red Rage W, followed by a basic attack and AQ. Swiftly dispatching the roaming mage .AS for Morgana. She was already low on health, fittingly embodying Aatrox's words, who will be the next piece of meat on the chopping block. In a swift turn of events, the card and the crocodile fell upon their foes, securing a kill for the card. The duo rushed to aid their comrade, the skateboard shoe, who was under siege. However, the Blind Monk and the Hand of Noxus pursued them and successfully claimed the life of the skateboard shoe. Fortunately, the crocodile and the card arrived just in time, resulting in a tense 2 versus 2 standoff. Yet the crocodile was significantly ahead in terms of resources. Despite Nox's blood rage, the card still held control, and the Blind Monk had already expended his ultimate ability. The crocodile lunged into the fray with an E ability, followed by a Red Rage Q to regain some health and prevent being swiftly eliminated. Nox could only apply his W to activate Blood Rage on the crocodile, and then unleash his ultimate, aware that failing to do so would invite the card's yellow card, which would deal considerable damage due to his 5 stacks of Blood Rage. However, Nox's ultimate did not slay the crocodile, and just after Nox unleashed his attack, the card's yellow card ensnared him. The crocodile retreated slightly before executing a second E, targeting both Nox and the Blind Monk. Nox fell victim to the card's versatile card, and the crocodile followed up with a W, complemented by an auto attack and the Hydra, to dispatch the Blind Monk as well. Both adversaries were eliminated, allowing the crocodile and the Blind Monk to turn their attention to the dragon. Ultimately, EDG emerged victorious with a 3-for-5 trade, triumphing in the team fight despite being outnumbered initially and securing the dragon. Nox claimed 3 kills, but the crocodile matched him with 3 of his own, further solidifying his already substantial lead, transforming him into a prehistoric behemoth. Barring a late-game miracle, it seemed unlikely anyone could contend with him. Meanwhile, the card achieved a double kill, allowing him to bolster his development. Regrettably, the skateboard shoe did not manage to secure any kills, nor did the enemy's artillery champion. Upon returning home, the crocodile purchased a large belt and a longsword, then ventured to the top lane to continue his farm. The opposing Nox, equipped with dual Doran's blades and a black cleaver, proved no match for the crocodile. The blind monk attempted a few incursions, but was consistently repelled by the crocodile, who showed no fear. Thus, the crocodile successfully destroyed the top tower, marking the first tower of the match. 15 minutes in, only one tower had fallen. In this World Championship, lane swaps and rapid pushes are the norm, making such a delay in taking a tower rather uncommon. The crocodile pocketed the gold from the tower while generously sharing some with his teammates. He then pushed several waves and chipped away at SKT's top inner tower before contentedly recalling under Nox's watchful gaze, who dared not intervene. Should the crocodile have caught him, he would have faced certain death. Back at base, the crocodile procured a bloodthirster and a red crystal, amassing an opulent array of items that re-entering the top lane. He faced Nox, who had a black cleaver, dual Doran's blades, and a burning gemstone. Meanwhile, the enemy's artillery champion, skateboard shoe, and Thresh were pushing the bot lane, while the roaming champion contended with the card in the mid lane. Ling instinctively sensed something was amiss with the enemy Nox, realizing he was being targeted. The jungler rushed to assist, confident in their ability to prevail. Perhaps due to Ling's prior stellar performance, the jungler placed his trust in him. "I am on my way," he declared. Of course, the jungler might also have feared losing the most fed crocodile to a gank, disrupting their rhythm, especially with the Baron now respawned. Should the crocodile fall, the enemy would seize the opportunity to claim it. Just then, the enemy Nox approached, while the blind monk emerged from the top lane as tribe rush, with Morgana also closing in from the enemy jungle near the second tower. Three formidable foes were poised to commit an unspeakable act upon the unsuspecting crocodile. Was this a manifestation of humanity's depravity or a lapse in morality? The crocodile initially retreated towards his team, but the blind monk swiftly placed a ward, followed by a decisive ultimate that sent the crocodile tumbling toward Nox. "That you force my hand, I shall eliminate you all," declared the crocodile as he activated his W. Preparing to sink his fangs into Nox with his empowered W to Morgana, quick on the draw, ensnared Nox with her E and hurled a Q at the crocodile. Should the crocodile use his W to latch on a Nox, he would not only fail to ensnare him, but also find himself trapped, leading to a cascade of control effects that would result in his demise. Even with his substantial lead, it would merely be a matter of time before he perished unless he could delay it just a bit longer. Unfortunately for the crocodile, his flash was on cooldown due to a distortion from the enchantment, but he managed to blink right in front of Morgana, biting her with his empowered W. It turned out he had cleverly feigned a bite at the last moment, successfully misdirecting his opponents. The crocodile's empowered W latched onto Morgana, and as he activated his ultimate, Nox desperately attempted to pull him in with his E ability. Yet the crocodile executed a swift E to evade and maneuver behind Morgana. She could only activate her ultimate, but a simple auto attack, coupled with an empowered Q, was sufficient to dispatch her. The crocodile was simply too far ahead, while Morgana was equipped with mere boots of speed and a support item. Ling believed that even without the empowered Q, he would have been able to slay Morgana. Nox charged in, unleashing an outer circle Q, but the crocodile deftly dodged to Nox's side with his second E. The two began exchanging blows. Although Nox still had his W, the blind monk had also arrived, unleashing his full arsenal against the crocodile. Perhaps sensing the precariousness of the situation, the roaming champion initiated a teleport. "Pawn, do not engage. He will outmaneuver and eliminate you," Ling communicated, drawing on his stellar English skills from middle school. "Harassment is acceptable. Simply prevent them from canceling the teleport, but do not engage. They possess a flash and have already acquired the timepiece, capable of obliterating the card." Okay, Pawn evidently understood Ling's refined Oxford accent. "What? You're asking what Xiao means? You don't even know the English word for flash. The lack of education is truly alarming." If Ling was lying, how could Pawn comprehend him? The card activated his pick a card ability and approached Faker. Gazing at the shimmering gold card, Faker opted to cancel his teleport, then flashed in hopes of securing a kill on the card. However, Pawn was prepared, executing a simultaneous flash to evade Faker's control. The mid lane teleport was cancelled. Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of the three opponents, but Faker was a genuine threat with his control and damage. Meanwhile, the crocodile had activated his bloodthirster, but Nox had also entered Blood Rage. Assessing the crocodile's fury, Nox knew that the crocodile's Q would soon be available. If he did not strike now, the enemy would heal and potentially eliminate his teammates. However, should he engage, he might not kill the enemy, but the blind monk would surely slay the crocodile. Thus, Nox executed his Noxian guillotine, leveraging the 5 stacks of bleed for significant damage. Yet, he failed to kill the crocodile, who retaliated with an empowered Q, reclaiming some health. However, the crocodile was left with critically low health, and the blind monk managed to affix a Q onto him. This time, the crocodile had no flash to escape the blind monk's second Q. Given the proximity, Ling felt he lacked the confidence and skill to evade, estimating he would need to achieve a 95 proficiency to pull off a successful dodge. "Jungler, save me," he exclaimed, and I'm on my way. At this very moment, the factory manager resembles a legendary hero, clad in resplendent golden armor, riding on a rainbow cloud to rescue Ling, although the manager wields a barrel, being a portly figure and a notorious drunkard. Ling still perceives him as quite dashing. With a mighty blow, the barrel sends Benji's blind champion flying. Yet Benji is not deterred, utilizing a second Q to approach. However, he is interrupted by another E from the barrel. The crocodile joyfully strides forward, stunning the blind champion with a W, followed by a basic attack and Q to secure the kill, ultimately achieving a triple kill. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the skateboarder and Thresh spot Misfortune all alone, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. Thus, the Shadow Island duo decides to exploit this vulnerability. The skateboarder launches his ultimate, hurling Thresh towards her, although Misfortune deftly dodges with a flash. Undeterred, Thresh follows up with a flash of his own, executing an E-death sentence that yanks the unsuspecting Misfortune from her intended escape via double rocket jump. Subsequently, he lands a Q death sentence to firmly ensnare her. The skateboarder then advances, relentlessly poking with his spear, leaving Misfortune in a state of utter dismay. Despite breaking free from the control, Misfortune promptly activates her ultimate, but the skateboarder has already initiated his E to withdraw his spear, leading to her demise. At this juncture, Faker roams the mid lane, engaged in a delicate dance with Pawn's twisted fate, advancing and retreating in a tactical tango. Yet as all 4 of his teammates fall, Faker can no longer remain passive. He glances left and right at his fallen comrades. The camera captures this poignant moment, revealing Faker's bewildered expression alongside that of his teammates, eliciting a roar of excitement from the crowd. It is a rare sight to witness a team dismantling SKT in such a manner. This expression of confusion, typically reserved for Faker after Season 7, recalls a time when he would order 3 dishes and a soup from a waiter without a care, while the opposing team consisted solely of Faker, unable to mount any significant resistance. Thus, the EDG squad gathers around the newly spawned Baron and swiftly slays it, eliciting pity for the Baron, who barely lasted a minute before meeting its end. With Baron slain, EDG returns home to replenish their resources. SKT, resigned to their fate, seizes the opportunity to claim the dragon, attempting to mitigate their losses. However, EDG has already established a considerable economic advantage, leading by a staggering 5,000 gold. With a 3,000 gold lead in the top lane alone, that if not for Faker's slight edge over Pawn in the mid lane, the disparity would have been even more pronounced, with the Baron buff in their possession. EDG's combat prowess surges. As the economic gap widens to a daunting 5,000 gold, SKT opts for a strategy of avoidance, refraining from initiating skirmishes with EDG, thereby preventing them from capitalizing on their advantageous position. Under the pressure of the Baron buff, EDG demolishes 3 of SKT's outer turrets. Nevertheless, SKT, renowned for their resilience, tirelessly seeks opportunities to farm and recover. Soon, the duration of the Baron buff expires, and EDG only manages to secure a 2,000 gold advantage during that time, less than the average of 2,500 to 3,000 gold gained from a Baron, but still understandable given the formidable opponent they face. After claiming a second dragon, Ling observes that EDG struggles to make further progress, their defenses resembling an impenetrable fortress. Dismayed, he hopes they do not become a template for the disastrous Season 7, where they fell behind by 10,000 gold. He proposes, if we cannot advance, let us split push. I will take the bottom lane, while Pawn handles the mid. However, be cautious and engage in team fights at the top lane. With the Baron about to respawn, he instructs his team to keep a watchful eye, contemplating whether he can push down the enemy's bottom inhibitor. Should anyone attempt to ambush him, they should immediately commence the Baron. If no one comes, they should gradually wear down the enemy's turrets and seek an opportunity to secure the Baron. With no other options available, the team reluctantly agrees, recognizing that a significant portion of their economic advantage resides with the crocodile. Yet, as time passes, the crocodile will inevitably weaken while Noxus champion grows increasingly formidable. This holds true not only for the top lane, but also for the mid lane, where the roaming champion grows stronger, and misfortune requires only levels to become a substantial threat. EDG's composition is simply unsustainable in a drawn-out contest. Upon reaching the bottom lane at the 22-minute mark, the crocodile, now level 16 and the highest level on the field, boasts a complete build of items, including the Ravenous Hydra, Bloodthirster, and Sterix Gauge. In stark contrast, the opposing Darius languishes at level 13, equipped solely with a Black Cleaver, a Giant's Belt, and dual Doran's items, without even a Spirit Visage to speak of. Thus, Ling methodically chips away at the health of the enemy's inhibitor turret, while Darius, unable to match the crocodile's strength, retreats to regain health with the aid of the Home Guardian. Despite Ling's effective turret damage, he recognizes that waiting any longer is unwise. Coincidentally, the Baron has just respawned. Consequently, SKT is compelled to divert their attention to thwart EDG's Baron attempt. With teammates occupying the enemy, it becomes increasingly difficult for them to catch the crocodile, who is pushing the lane. Time appears to be shifting unfavorably for EDG, and the opposing AR has made significant strides, acquiring a Spirit Visage, thus enhancing his armor and health. Aware that the enemy's Home Guardian and Flash are still on cooldown, Ling devises a plan. You all head to the Baron Pit and prepare to engage. I will attempt a solo kill. If they come, retreat, and if they focus the Baron, disrupt them to prevent anyone from aiding Darius. Following this directive, the factory manager responds affirmatively. Ling assesses Darius, then uses his E to dive beside him, executing a devastating Red Rage W while activating his ultimate. The moment Darius breaks free from the crowd control, he seamlessly transitions into a second E, piercing through Darius's defenses. AR, a skilled player, predicts the crocodile's maneuver and attempt to counter with an E, but if he manages to hook the crocodile, Darius would likely escape with the Home Guardian's aid. However, the crocodile has already unleashed his ultimate, forfeiting any chance of killing Darius, leaving SKT with favorable choices between pursuing the crocodile or engaging the Baron. Yet, Ling reacts swiftly, dodging Darius's E with a flash and relentlessly attacking him. Darius, left with no options, resorts to a crippling strike against the crocodile. Yet the latter, brimming with 50 rage, retaliates with a Red Rage Q and the Ravenous Hydra to finish off Darius, who can only respond with his ultimate. As Ling maneuvers the crocodile out of the turret's range, he shouts, "Engage the Baron." Fortunately, this version features laser beam attacks from the inhibitor turret, otherwise the danger would be immense. Watching the turret's health steadily diminish, EDG initiates their Baron assault, prompting SKT to make a decisive choice: to engage in a team fight at the Baron and eliminate 4 EDG members. Although this strategy may cost them an inhibitor, securing the Baron is paramount, especially with the crocodile's health critically low and without his ultimate, making it improbable for him to teleport back for assistance. However, should they disregard the enemy's Baron attempt and choose to defend the inhibitor, time would be against them, and the inhibitor would certainly fall. Moreover, the enemy needs send only a single champion to disrupt their recall, allowing EDG to claim an uncontested Baron. Regarding the Baron fight itself, SKT retains confidence. Despite EDG's economic lead, SKT's power spike has arrived, and the majority of EDG's gold rests with the crocodile. Without hesitation, SKT launches their engagement. The blind champion lands a Q on the barrel, skillfully evading the barrel's E, and executes a W, followed by a flash, successfully kicking the skateboarder towards Thresh. Although the skateboarder retaliates by throwing Thresh to disrupt the roaming champion's spellcasting, the roaming champion has already expended his W and unleashed 2 abilities, allowing misfortune to dispatch the skateboarder and commence a series of jumps. The enemy's momentum becomes overwhelming, and the barren fight seems lost, Su Ling urgently calls out, "Pawn, come." Pawn executed a formidable ultimate ability, joining forces with the crocodile to assault the high ground of SKT, demolishing the turret with unwavering determination. That moment, the crocodile successfully took down the high ground. SKT swiftly seized the opportunity to claim the Baron. Yet the barrel's ultimate detonated upon the blind monk, ultimately allowing the monk to secure the Baron with his smite. However, the barrel fell victim to the onslaught of the Tristana. SKT initiated their retreat. Eco's Thresh advanced to disrupt their escape, interrupting both Tristana and Morgana's return. Although Thresh was swiftly eliminated, only the Wandering Mage managed to escape successfully. Meanwhile, the Crocodile and Cardmaster commenced their assault on the outer turret. With the Crocodile's vitality nearly restored due to the effects of the Sterix Gauge and the Titanic Hydra, the Wandering Mage returned home without purchasing any items, intent on halting the Crocodile and Cardmaster. But by then, they had already dismantled an outer turret. Just as the Wandering Mage burst forth from the fountain, the Cardmaster's yellow card effectively deterred him. Faker understood the peril. Should he be immobilized? The Crocodile could swiftly eliminate him. Yet, the other outer turret continued to suffer damage. Finally, as the duration of Cardmaster's yellow card dwindled, it was relinquished to the outer turret, resulting in its destruction. The Wandering Mage had amassed 4 stacks of his passive and activated his ultimate to charge forward. Fortunately for Su Ling, a minion wave had just spawned in SKT's base. The Crocodile immediately executed a second heat to position himself in front of the Wandering Mage. Despite being ensnared, the Crocodile retaliated with his W, stunning the Wandering Mage, whose W merely restrained him. Consequently, the Wandering Mage soon found himself reduced to a sliver of health. At this juncture, Bang and Wolf had returned to base. Upon witnessing Faker in dire straits, Tristana unleashed her ultimate to propel the Crocodile away, saving Faker. However, the Cardmaster's universal card swiftly arrived to eliminate the Wandering Mage. At this moment, Nocturne had respawned and charged forth. The Crocodile and Cardmaster disregarded Tristana, Morgana, and the Noxian Guillotine, initiating their assault on the turret. Although Tristana was the most affluent member of SKT, the Crocodile was exceedingly prosperous, boldly withstanding the onslaught of 3 adversaries, albeit ultimately succumbing to a well-timed execution from the Noxian. Nevertheless, Pawn's Cardmaster managed to secure a blue card to dismantle SKT's base. Recent encoding issues have only intensified our motivation to update more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you, broadcast room. Ultimately, EDG executed a remarkable 3-4-5 exchange, triumphing in the team fight despite the initial disadvantage in numbers, and subsequently claimed the dragon, although the Noxian secured a kill. The Crocodile amassed quite a few as well, maintaining pressure on the Noxian in the top lane. The Crocodile single-handedly took down a turret. Remarkably, the last turret to fall in the World Championship. Wow, the Crocodile's equipment was utterly invincible. The Noxian lacked the means to contest him, and I felt capable of achieving such equipment as well. Both sides returned to a state of peaceful farming. However, was there an attempt to ambush the Crocodile? Did he sense the impending danger? It seems he did, as the Crocodile began to retreat, but time was of the essence. The blind monk emerged from the tri-brush, utilizing a vision ward alongside his ultimate to kick the Crocodile back. The Crocodile could only activate his W, attempting to bite the Noxian. Yet Morgana ensnared the Noxian with her E and threw out her Q, sealing the Crocodile's fate. Alas, the Crocodile flashed, narrowly evading capture by dashing in front of Morgana and biting her with his W. That Nocturne sought to pull the Crocodile with his E to rescue Morgana. But the Crocodile deftly evaded, while Morgana activated her ultimate. Despite being immensely robust, the Crocodile was soon vanquished. The Noxian delivered an outer circle Q, but the Crocodile's second E enabled him to slip back into safety. However, the Wandering Mage had teleported in, and the Cardmaster advanced to interrupt him. The Wandering Mage canceled his teleportation and flashed, putting Pawn in a perilous situation, at risk of being entirely controlled. Pawn also executed a synchronized flash. The Wandering Mage failed to restrain the Cardmaster, whose sole purpose was to force the Wandering Mage to forfeit his teleportation. The crocodile had triggered his blood well. Yet the Noxian had also accumulated 5 stacks of bleed that a decisive ultimate descended, dealing substantial damage, though it did not kill the crocodile. Alas, the crocodile was now vulnerable to the blind monk's assault. Just then, the factory chief arrived, unleashing an ultimate that exploded the blind monk. Yet the crocodile was ensnared by a Q, and this time he had no flash to evade the impending demise. Fortunately, the barrels interrupted the blind monk's E, allowing the crocodile to approach and stun the monk with his W, claiming the kill and achieving a triple. Wow, this crocodile has now secured 3 kills. This prehistoric behemoth may soon prove insurmountable even for 3 opponents. What transpired in the bottom lane? Did Tristana fall? Consequently, SKT found themselves down 4 members, while EDG emerged unscathed, poised to claim the Baron. The Baron had just respawned. Let us review the replay. What occurred in the bottom lane? What was Tristana thinking? She was all alone down there, flaunting her presence, believing the adversary would not dare to challenge her. This was indeed the work of LG, but how could his flash be ready so swiftly? A close-up of the Observer S camera reveals LG's equipment. The enchantment was Distortion, which reduces the cooldown of summoner spells. It appears that in the previous Dragon Skirmish, LG had opted for Distortion. Such audacity! Typically, only carries would choose Distortion. Now EDG could finally catch their breath, boasting an economic lead of over 5,000, along with the Baron buff. However, I still feel uneasy, as most of the advantage lies heavily with the crocodile. While other teammates also possess leads, they are minimal, and from a compositional standpoint, SKT's lineup is more favorable and excels in team fights. Moreover, the Cardmaster and Crocodile will gradually weaken, while Tristana and the Wandering Mage will grow stronger. It remains to be seen how EDG will navigate this situation. EDG capitalized on their single lane advantage, successfully dismantling SKT's 3 outer turrets, thanks to the Baron buff and the opposing team's composition. SKT refrained from forcing a confrontation at EDG, extended their economic lead, which now reached 8,000, yet the Baron buff had expired, hindering their ability to push further. EDG opted for split pushing once again, but the opposing team's equipment would slowly catch up, and their power spikes would also converge. A decisive action was imperative. The Baron had respawned. Except for the Crocodile, everyone else made their way to the Baron. The Crocodile, being extraordinarily wealthy, possessed equipment more formidable than the Noxian by at least 1.5 items, and had begun to relentlessly chip away at SKT's bottom high ground. However, the Noxian had placed a home guard, and after a brief skirmish, retreated to the fountain to replenish. The tension in this match was palpable, with both sides facing significant challenges. EDG chose to initiate the Baron. Could they truly engage in a fight? It seemed more like a tactic to stall, allowing LG's Crocodile to dismantle the bottom high ground. At this pace, LG could indeed take down SKT's bottom high ground. Alas, the Noxian was slain by the Crocodile. EDG aimed to stall SKT, preventing them from returning to provide support. What would SKT do? They would likely opt to fight, as retreating would result in a lost Baron and high ground. Indeed, SKT chose to engage. The blind monk landed a Q on the barrel, followed by a series of exceptional maneuvers, sending the skateboarder back. This time, EDG was in peril. The skateboarder was eliminated. However, Pawn activated his ultimate, teleporting to SKT's high ground to join the Crocodile in dismantling the outer turret. At this juncture, EDG's goal was to delay SKT's return, preventing them from re-entering the base. Yet would they succeed? SKT claimed the Baron, with the barrel's ultimate exploding upon the blind monk, followed by an E for the smite. However, the blind monk managed to secure the Baron before being blown apart. The barrel, in turn, was felled by Tristana. SKT began their retreat, but EcoS Thresh moved forward to disrupt. Tristana and Morgana were interrupted, yet the Wandering Mage had already returned home. Simultaneously, the Crocodile and Cardmaster had dismantled an outer turret. The mighty Thresh has fallen, yet the wandering soul of the support cannot impede the advance of the opposing team. Renekton stands resolutely, while Twisted Fate lurks behind, brandishing his yellow card, should one attempt to intervene. They would be swiftly incapacitated and eliminated in an instant. As the duration of Twisted Fate's yellow card concludes, He is left with no choice but to employ it to dismantle the final outer turret. Meanwhile, the wandering support has amassed 4 layers of passive ability and has activated his ultimate, charging into battle. Though Renekton has regained substantial health due to his Hydra and Spirit Visage, the Wandering Soul, bolstered by the Baron buff, still possesses formidable damage. Indeed, and with Misfortune and Morgana soon returning, it appears Renekton SE ability may not reach the Wandering support. Renekton lunges forward, utilizing the newly spawned minions. And with a second E, he closes the distance to the Wandering support, ensnaring him. The two engage in fierce combat, yet Renekton's W ability inflicts a stun. Misfortune arrives, unleashing her ultimate to push Renekton away and rescue the Wandering support. But Twisted Fate's versatile card ultimately strikes down the support. Simultaneously, SKT's base has dwindled to half health. Renekton and Twisted Fate disregard Misfortune and Morgana, who are powerless to intervene as Aatrox resurrects. He charges forth, but Renekton stands firm. SKT manages to slay Renekton, yet the base falls to Twisted Fate's final blue card, EDG. Through strategic split pushing and opportunistic base rushing, triumphs over SKT. Truly, LGD displayed unparalleled prowess in this match, effectively dismantling AR through their advantages, followed by a pivotal dragon skirmish, and capitalizing on the enemy's aggressive play to secure the Baron, widening their economic lead. Ultimately, another split push ensued, drawing the attention of the enemy team, leaving SKT perplexed and unable to respond effectively. I can only commend LGD's Renekton with a score of 82. Such a formidable Renekton, yet not a perfect score. The remaining 18 points shall be distributed among LGD. Indeed, this Renekton truly embodies the essence of a prehistoric behemoth, exhibiting flawless performance in landing, mechanics, team fights, support, and decision-making during split pushing. The chat is abuzz. Do we still possess such a dominant top laner? EDG's coaching staff appears to be underwhelming, as a talented top laner should not be hidden away, but rather utilized effectively. This match genuinely shattered AR. I doubt they have ever faced such collapse in SI. One commentator muses, did they not claim EDG could not win this match? Why the silence now? Another retorts, what is there to boast about? Merely a single victory, not a championship. Had they faced LGD, would they not have won? Not only did they win, but they also left AR in utter disarray. LGD and IG seem unreliable. It appears this World Championship will rely on EDG's strength. What good is LGD's individual prowess if their teammates falter? Observing the performances of their allies, does it seem they are striving for victory? Indeed, one player may shine. Yet if the opponents are uniformly strong, a failure to secure a successful steal could lead to a reversal of fortunes. Precisely, the praises sung by the commentator sound as though they have already secured the championship, selling bamboo rats, 3 yuan each, 10 yuan for 3, not buying, leave, do not hinder our debate. Watching a match v. This is still worth viewing. EDG has triumphed, deserving a personal reward. If you wish to reward yourself, simply state it. Do not use EDG as an excuse. Recent encoding issues have been severe, spurring us to work harder and update more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Ling removed her headphones, stretching wearily before taking a sip of water, finally exhaling in relief. To be honest, it has been exceedingly challenging. This victory was entirely reliant on attribute points and the runes I selected, along with a stroke of luck and being in prime form. Additionally, the opposing team's coordination faltered at times, of course. I must also express gratitude to the freshly spawned minions that allowed me to E-dash right in front of Faker. I admit, your SKT is indeed formidable, but if I had chosen Renekton and executed a full combo, how would you respond? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Congratulations on decisively defeating AR and securing victory in the game. Reward: 8 free attribute points. Ling refrained from hastily allocating the points, opting instead to assess the upcoming rewards in equipment and runes before making her decision. Furthermore, this match was arduously won, and SKT may not have exerted their full effort. Should the game progress further, they would undoubtedly deny me such opportunities again. Therefore, I must carefully consider how to distribute the points. What are you daydreaming about? Go shake hands. Ling snapped back to reality, realizing it was the team captain who had patted her, prompting her to smile and rise to greet him. Without a doubt, today's interview will feature Su Ling, the recipient of the MVP accolade. This prehistoric behemoth, who single-handedly led the lane to victory, cannot belong to anyone but the MVP. Su Ling first participated in an interview in Chinese. Meanwhile, the defeated SKT AR and Faker were engaged in a Korean-language interview to an AR player, reflecting on their match against EDG, lamented their poor performance, which allowed the enemy Renekton to gain a significant advantage, ultimately losing the game. It was evident that they had attempted several ganks against Renekton early on, yet they failed to succeed. Could you elaborate on the reasons? AR appeared somewhat disheartened, as this match truly marked a significant defeat. Our early game strategy was sound, yet LGD's individual mechanics were exceptional, successfully averting the crisis. Do you believe you can defeat LGD in the upcoming matches, despite feeling a lack of confidence from Su Ling's performance in landing? AR responded with assurance. I can do it. I will definitely succeed in defeating him, and my teammates are strong enough to ensure victory. Nearby, Faker observed the concerned and sympathetic gaze of Eunjing directed at AR. Feeling a pang of discomfort, a bitter cup of wine flows down my throat. Why do you not inquire about my plight? I am the true victim here. His top lane faltered, and my mid lane suffered collapse as well. My performance was impeccable. Fortunately, Eunjing, embodying the qualities of seasoned host, turned to Faker and asked, "What are your thoughts on this match?" Upon finally receiving an interview, Faker donned a cool demeanor, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "Well, we made some errors during the match, but it was merely one mistake that we will not repeat such errors. In the upcoming overtime, we will surely secure victory and advance as the top seed from our group." Previously, LGD players expressed a desire to face you in lane during an interview with an English host. What are your thoughts on that? And not so. With that, Faker glanced at AR. Fortunately, Eunjing clarified the confusion for Faker, explaining that the LGD player had originally been a mid laner before transitioning to top lane after joining EDG. Indeed, Faker delivered a response fitting for an interview that I will not offer any opinions. Many aspire to challenge me each year, but time will reveal that they will ultimately be defeated by me, and I shall remain standing here. Such confidence from you. Faker remained silent, maintaining his aloof facade. Yet the corner of his mouth betrayed a subtle smile, indicating that Eunjing's praise had brought him joy. That we wish SKT a swift return to form as they prepare for the upcoming matches. Following her interviews in Chinese and English, Su Ling was also approached for a Korean language interview. The renowned host, Zhao Eunjing, was someone Su Ling had often heard about, particularly in connection with Faker. The phrase "the Demon King" ultimately dreams of the disc. You are both Eunjing and the Reaper. Teammates are lost in confusion, forgetting the 3 crowns. What does it matter? While Faker had garnered 3 crowns, or rather, it was 4 crowns by the time Su Ling traversed back. She felt it was due to Eunjing's influence. Were it not for Eunjing marrying another, Faker's foundational skills would not have been compromised, and winning the game would still be a possibility. Regarding Faker's feelings for Eunjing, although there may be an element of jest, the gaze he directed at her undeniably conveyed affection. Could it be that a professional esports player possesses a greater talent for acting than an actress herself? Greetings, everyone. Today we have the honor of interviewing the LG player. Let us first allow him to greet you all. Hello, I am LG from EDG, Su Ling announced while addressing the camera, then turned to Eunjing and remarked, "You are truly beautiful." Eunjing blushed instantaneously, for no player had ever offered such a candid compliment during an interview. Su Ling, however, found himself in a conundrum. Despite Eunjing's undeniable beauty, he did not wish to appear overly eager, particularly as he was only 16 years old and still needed to focus on his personal development, honing his gaming skills, and earning a livelihood. There were many days ahead. Su Ling's actions were, of course, a strategic psychological tactic. Long before the S13 finals, some netizens had suggested that those attending the event should hold up a sign proclaiming that Eunjing had given birth to twins, with one child belonging to the top laner Zeus and the other to the AD carry Xiao LV. This was intended to undermine Faker's resolve, thereby granting WBEG a competitive edge in the match. While such tactics might be deemed somewhat unscrupulous, Su Ling had no desire to resort to them, yet he felt the palpable disparity between EDG and their opponents. Naturally, This was all in jest. Su Ling could not genuinely expect to win the game based on such antics. Thank you for the compliment, LG player. I am pleasantly surprised to learn that you speak Korean, and Jing responded, Our team includes 2 Korean players. I took the initiative to learn a few phrases in Korean, though my vocabulary is rather limited. In this match, LG's performance on the champion crocodile was nothing short of dominant. What do you believe was the reason behind this? The reason is akin to what Li Yunlong stated. It stems from the opponent's ignorance of my prowess. They perceive me as merely an AJ player. Although my prior performances were impressive, they were against weaker teams, leading SKT to underestimate me, thinking I was just a substitute without significant skill. However, during an interview, one must exude confidence. There is no other rationale. My abilities simply surpass those of my opponents. Wow, the LG player exhibits great confidence. The AR player has expressed that they will undoubtedly defeat you in the next match. How do you perceive this upcoming encounter? Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should finish the group stage with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss. And we will have to face a tiebreaker. Let us see who prevails during that match. All right, thank you, LG player, for participating in our interview. Su Ling paused for a moment before inquiring, Is the interview over? The translator replied, Yes, it has concluded. Miss Jing, may we exchange contact information? This query left both Jing and the translator momentarily speechless. However, it seems we utilize different communication platforms, and no worries. I have already had Pawn assist me in downloading Kakao. Eventually, unable to evade the situation, Jing acquiesced and exchanged contact details with Su Ling, for he was indeed quite handsome. Besides, it was merely an exchange of information, nothing too excessive. Faker, oh Faker, I will support you for a lifetime. Do you still wish to win games? You wouldn't want Jing to. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Faker observed the animated interaction between Su Ling and Jing, his teeth clenched in frustration. Recently, the tension had escalated, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Having triumphed over SKT, EDG had 2 more matches to contend with today. Upon returning to the lounge, Abu gazed at Su Ling with eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Su Ling felt compelled to protest. Coach, I am not interested. I am straight. Su Ling, why did you take so long to return? The manager immediately exposed Su Ling's previous interactions, saying, After I finished an interview with Wan, I noticed you chatting quite animatedly with that Korean female host. It appeared you were exchanging contact information. Is that so wild? Impressive, Su Ling. She's quite lovely, is she not? What do you know? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would disregard everything for beauty? Everyone wore expressions that seemed to suggest otherwise, including the 2 Korean players. Su Ling defiantly retorted, Let me tell you, in battle, intelligence is paramount. Why do we lose? Have you only reviewed the match footage? What more is there to analyze? The practice match videos? We have analyzed those too. I refer to the interview footage. Did you not see how Faker looked at that host with delight? It is clear he harbors feelings for her. Now, I have exchanged contact information with this host. If Faker were to find out, would he not feel anxious? His anxiety could very well lead us to victory. As he spoke, Su Ling glanced at the others. After listening to the translator's words, EDG's 2 Korean players exhibited expressions of astonishment, with Def's eyes widening in disbelief. First, get off the chair before you continue. Your boasting has reached new heights. Su Ling was pulled from his seat, exclaiming in exasperation, I told you wouldn't understand. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of swan? Stop boasting. I saw her. And indeed, that female host is beautiful. You are merely lusting after her. You are shameless. What do you mean, shameless? I'm only 16. What do I know of lust? It is merely about having more friends and more opportunities. Who knows if I succeed? I might even end up in LCK one day. Stop dreaming. Go home and wash up, then sleep. We must focus on securing this championship first. This time, it feels particularly challenging as the strength of the LCK teams is formidable. What is there to fear? We will just go for it. Regardless, losing a game means only losing in the game, not in reality. In fact, in many instances, LPL teams have managed to defeat LCK teams. However, after years of losses to LCK, it seems we have developed a fear of them. Even when we hold a significant advantage, we hesitate to engage. Even when we have a favorable lineup or terrain, we still refrain from taking action. Learning from the opponent's strategies is beneficial, but one must develop a level of skill. Otherwise, after learning, we end up being too fearful to act. Abu sighed and approached Su Ling, patting him on the shoulder. Su Ling, you performed admirably today. Now that we are in the Warriors version, you shall continue as the starter for the upcoming matches. This will be for the best. Su Ling shook his head. Responding, coach, there is no need. During the group stage, I won't need to step in against BKT and H2K. Moreover, if I play too often, SKT will study my habits and target me, which would not be ideal. It is better to let AJ take the stage. Besides, should we win the championship, having AJ participate in more matches will facilitate skin selection. Abu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. AJ, you must strive hard. Do not let us down. AJ solemnly nodded and smiled at Su Ling, expressing gratitude. The upcoming match between H2K and BKT unfolded as anticipated, with H2K effortlessly securing victory. The current wildcard teams remain relatively weak, unlike next year when wildcards are expected to reach the top 8, even a renowned fan of the legendary player, known as the Brazilian Saint, delivered a formidable kick to the player, leaving quite an impression. Following this was the clash between EDG and BKT, where expectations of a secure triumph were dashed as EDG found themselves at a disadvantage in the early stages. However, a common flaw among wildcard teams is their inability to capitalize on early advantages, ultimately leading to EDG's comeback. Next was the encounter between SKT and H2K, featuring EasyHan as the mid laner. The audience was deprived of witnessing the much-anticipated revenge of Ling. Given the strengths of both teams, a one-sided affair was expected, akin to the previous round. Yet, AR seemed to have succumbed to psychological issues stemming from the prior match against Su Ling, resulting in numerous operational blunders. Coupled with Yulun's impeccable performance on Twisted Fate, SKT ultimately faced defeat. It is noteworthy that AR had never before been so dominantly outplayed in a solo lane. Then came the match between EDG and H2K, with Su Ling still absent from the lineup. Nevertheless, EDG executed their strategy with precision, possibly buoyed by their previous victory over SKT, which revitalized the team that had clinched the SI Championship. Their flawless rhythm led to a comfortable win against H2K. The final match of the day pitted SKT against BKT, with EasyHan once again in the lineup. Although AR's form remained questionable, SKT's choice of Spider in the jungle and Twisted Fate in the mid lane allowed for multiple opportunities to establish an advantage. Given the weakness of their opponents, even missed chances did not prevent them from clinching the game. Initially, Su Ling had anticipated a rematch with SKT prior to entering the top 8, but unexpectedly, SKT faltered against H2K. Consequently, EDG advanced to the top 8 as the group leader. Su Ling expressed his disappointment, lamenting the missed opportunity to enhance attributes and runes before facing SKT. Meanwhile, General MacArthur, stationed far away in the United States, remarked, "I never imagined that SKT would not emerge as the group leader. I had hoped my children could return to Korea before Christmas and enjoy a warm army stew made from the leftovers tossed by our troops. Oh, it turns out Europe also has our forces. They can source their materials locally. In Edgy's locker room." Teammates began to celebrate, while Su Ling sat quietly, expressionless. It is essential to remember that the internet has a long memory. The infamous two-segment laugh associated with reaching the top 8 can wield significant power. Should they fail to secure a victory or experience a setback, the backlash could be severe. That if so many fans of Shun faced harsh criticism, one can only imagine the scrutiny Su Ling would endure. The results of Group C have been finalized. EDG finished with 5 wins and 1 loss, securing the top position. SKT recorded 4 wins and 2 losses. Placing second, H2K ended with 3 wins and 3 losses, thus exiting, and BKT concluded with no wins and 6 losses, also eliminated. Furthermore, EDG received favorable news. Their opponents in the group stage would not be in the same half of the bracket, meaning EDG would not face SKT before the finals, assuming both teams advance to that stage. Additionally, the first match of the top 8 for the group leader will be against the second-best team from another group. Apart from SKT, the other two Korean teams are expected to emerge as group leaders, suggesting that EG's initial match in the top 8 may not be against a Korean team, potentially allowing them to avoid conflict until the finals. However, this necessitates a draw, and Ling fervently hoped that Captain Dragonfly and Genshin Brother could work their magic soon. As the confirmation of entering the top 8 arrived, so too did the system's rewards. Ding! Task settlement initiated. Group stage Slayer reward. The host team achieved a record of 5 wins and 1 loss in the group stage, with 2 rounds of rewards already settled. Remaining reward attribute points, 24 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and entering the top 8 rewards. New rune. Cloak of Luminescence. Increases all attribute points by 1 after using a summoner spell. New equipment. Radiant Light. Increases output by 1 after casting a skill, enhancing both lane and operational attribute points. Point 12 free attribute points. Ling had never been so affluent before. The 2 missions collectively rewarded him with 36 attribute points, supplemented by an additional 8 points from a solo kill of AR, culminating in a total of 44 attribute points. This could potentially elevate one of his attributes to a remarkable 100. However, it was evident that surpassing 90 would necessitate a greater allocation of free attribute points. Ling remained patient, biding his time for the subsequent lottery draw, intending to allocate points judiciously when the moment arrived. On the 10th, the match for Group D would determine which team advanced. Yet for LGD, the outcome was inconsequential, having suffered 3 consecutive losses in the first round, thus rendering their chances of progression nearly impossible. The only remaining significance of LGD's matches was to ascertain which team from their group would secure the first place. Their advancement existed solely as a theoretical possibility, contingent upon KT losing to the other 2 teams, while LGD achieved a flawless victory in this round. In the first match, LGD faced KT. And once again, LGD's perplexing draft strategy allowed them to pick Malphite. Ling could not fathom this choice. If they struggled to counter Malphite against weaker teams, how could they hope to contend with a formidable opponent like KT? Furthermore, given KT's considerable strength, even a standard lineup would pose a challenge, let alone when they had secured a powerful composition. Consequently, KT decisively opted for Malphite, and LGD suffered another devastating defeat. Curiously, TBQ's Widowmaker, facing only an AD opponent in the form of Renekton, chose to build a locket of the Iron Solari. Yet this decision had little impact on the match outcome. It was merely a single item that could not alter the inevitable result, reflecting a lack of proper attitude. Subsequently, LGD confronted their first opponent at the World Championship, OG. This time, LGD, positioned on the red side, finally demonstrated prudence by diligently banning Captain and Malphite, and they triumphed over OG thanks to their sheer strength. In the final match, LGD went up against TS, with a game transformed into a showcase of individual prowess from IP, with the rest of LGD also performing admirably, ultimately securing victory. The contrast in performance between these 2 matches and their previous outings raised suspicions that a different roster might have taken the stage. Had they approached their drafts with sincerity and played earnestly, LGD could have feasibly emerged victorious against KT and advanced as the Group S first seed. But regrettably, they concluded their journey at the World Championship with a sense of disappointment. On the 11th, the only group yet to determine its top 8 was Group B, which included IG. However, after their previous round, IG's record stood at 1 win and 2 losses, casting a bleak shadow over their prospects. The first match featured IG against HQ, prompting Ling to attend the live event to cheer for his good friend. The draft for this match was relatively standard, though Ling noted with disapproval that tape, seated in the commentary booth, speculated on the roster IG might select. Despite HQ's ignorance, as a commentator with ties to IG, such conduct was unprofessional. Even the white commentators nearby subtly urged him to refrain from speaking further. Yet he persisted that, in the early game, the opposing jungler gifted IG 2 kills, granting them an early lead, but subsequently, Feng Nu squandered a crucial opportunity. Having the chance to eliminate the enemy's Tristana, she instead blew them away with a gust. And even with a flash and ultimate available, the enemy would have undoubtedly escaped regardless of her actions. Next, Su Ling's good friend, Zeta, engaged in a duel against the enemy S13 in the top lane. Although Zeta initially held a health advantage, he was countered by Renekton's full combo, leading to Zeta's retreat via flash as Renekton was left with no skills. Consequently, he was swiftly executed by the pursuing Nocturne. In the bot lane, despite an economic and kill lead, the AD carry inexplicably fell behind in farm, regardless of champion choice. They continued to present opportunities for the enemy to claw back into the game. Eventually, Kakao managed to seize a chance and initiated a promising team fight, just as the enemy seemed on the brink of collapse, with Jinx poised to capitalize. The young player, seemingly lost in thought, chose to pursue an enemy on the opposite side instead of coordinating with Lulu, and Feng knew he even ventured into a bush, only to be ensnared by Renekton's E and swiftly dispatched by the spider. Renekton's rage was unleashed, and he proceeded to decimate the remaining IG members. Following this, IG's mid and jungle duo appeared to falter, their rhythm disrupted, leading to their downfall at the hands of the top and bottom lanes. Ultimately, IG succumbed to defeat. Ling shook his head. With this loss, IG's chances of advancing were extinguished. Facing FNC next, Zeta had no hope of overcoming Huni, and even if they managed to secure a point against C9, it would only amount to 2 victories, rendering advancement impossible as Su Ling had anticipated. IG faced FNC, enduring a relentless onslaught throughout the match. Zeta's Olaf in the top lane fell victim to a gank from Rumble and Riven. Had Kakao not cleverly deduced the position of the enemy jungler and skillfully evaded their detection, Zeta would have faced yet another tower dive. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, the matchup of Tristana and Annie against Kennen and Braum should have been overwhelmingly advantageous. Yet they failed to capitalize and even fell slightly behind in farm. A skirmish erupted in the bot lane, with both top laners teleporting down to assist. This encounter became infamous for propelling Huni's wealth, as IG, despite having numerical advantage, found themselves outmaneuvered by Huni's flawless execution, resulting in a 4-kill turnaround. The IG's morale plummeted, and the enemy's victor single-handedly took down a turret in the mid lane. Although Huni was eventually caught in the jungle and eliminated in a 4v1, Kakao managed to claw back a kill on the enemy support in mid, yet the gap remained insurmountable. It was evident that Principal Wang's investment in Kakao had paid dividends. Kakao was the key player who secured IG's qualification for the World Championship, and he showcased the best performance among them. Meanwhile, Rookie appeared to be a supplementary asset to Kakao during this tournament. Following this, FNC swiftly claimed the Baron, with IG unable to intervene, resulting in 2 of their players being eliminated. IG could no longer withstand the pressure, ultimately succumbing to a 4-kill from the enemy's Kennen. And had it not been for Huang Xing's Braum snatching a kill, it could have been a clean sweep. With 2 teams already having achieved 3 victories, IG's journey at this World Championship came to an end. Even in their final match, IG fought valiantly for 46 minutes to defeat C9, yet it was too late to secure advancement. The LPL teams were left with only EDG remaining. Su Ling silently vowed to avenge Zeta against FNC when the opportunity arose. Determined not to suffer a similar fate as before, especially not to endure a humiliating 0-3 defeat. Recently, the urgency for change had intensified, fueling their drive for quicker updates. He implored readers to exit reading mode with a gentle nudge. Thank you. Following the emergence of IG, the remaining teams commenced overtime to finalize the standings of Group B. Ultimately, the competitions across all 4 groups concluded, determining the qualifying teams and their respective rankings. The team advancing from Group A is QFW. Unlike the previous era, the anti-Korean hero, FW, failed to achieve a double victory over Q. Consequently, due to identical points but superior records, they advanced as the first in their group. The team qualifying from Group B is FNCHQ, which secured first place in the overtime. The team from Group C is EdGSKT. SKT lost to EDG in the second round and subsequently suffered an unexpected defeat against H2K, finishing with a record of 4 wins and 2 losses, thus placing second. The team advancing from Group D is 2G, with KT achieving 5 wins and 1 loss, while OG concluded with 4 wins and 2 losses. After confirming the 8 teams advancing to the quarterfinals the following day, Riot Games held a drawing ceremony, which Ling and his teammates, including the coaching staff, attended. During the process of determining matchups for the quarterfinals of the 2015 World Championship, two fundamental principles were established. The opponent of the team qualifying as group first must be the team qualifying as group second, and no two teams from the same group can be in the same half of the bracket. Based on these principles, the teams entering the quarterfinals were divided into two pools. Those qualifying as group first, A1, B1, C1, D1, and those qualifying as group second, A2, B2, C2, D2. The matchups were determined through the following procedure. First, all teams from Pool 1 would be drawn at random, filling the left side of the bracket from top to bottom. For instance, if B1 is the first team drawn, it will occupy the topmost left position in the bracket. The next draw being A1, it would then be sequentially placed in the next available left position, and so forth. Once the draw for Pool 1 is complete, it will be the turn of the teams from Pool 2. During the draw for Pool 2, due to the restriction that no two teams from the same group can be in the same half, a team may find itself unable to fit into a matchup, in which case it will be assigned to the next feasible matchup. If A2 is drawn from Pool 2, this team must occupy the first available position, E, facing C1, and if the subsequent draw is C2, it must face B1. As this position is the first available for C2, the process continues in this manner. After the quarterfinals, the teams advancing to the semifinals will be determined based on their respective halves. The individual conducting the draw bore a striking resemblance to Captain Dragonfly, presumably a staff member from Riot or a representative from the European region. As the draw progressed, the entire venue was captivated. All eyes fixed on the stage, with many attendees hardly daring to breathe. Teammates nearby, along with numerous players present, began to hold their breath in prayer. Ling even overheard some Western players and spectators offering prayers, hoping that divine intervention would grant their team a favorable draw. The first task was to determine the order of A1, B1, C1, and D1. The first team drawn was FNC, the European team competing on home turf, prompting a round of applause from the audience. Thus, FNC secured the first position on the left. The second draw yielded EDG, placing them in the second position on the left. The third draw revealed Coup, which took the third position on the left. The fourth slot was not drawn, but was automatically filled by KT, the final team to qualify as the top seed. The left side was now confirmed with FNC, EDG, Coup, and KT. The first opponent for FNC was initially drawn as AHQ, but due to the stipulation that teams from the same group cannot appear in the same half, AHQ was moved to the first position on the lower side. The first matchup confirmed was Coup against AHQ. Next, the second draw on the right yielded OG, which posed no conflict, thus confirming FNC's matchup against OG. The subsequent third draw revealed SKT. However, as SKT and EDG were from the same group, they were automatically assigned to the last position in the lower half. KT would face SKT, resulting in an internal conflict within LCK. With the other three BO5 matches already determined, EDG's opponent could only be the Flash Wolves, leading to yet another internal conflict, as they too belonged to the same region. The final 8 matchups were thus established: FNC versus OG, EDG versus FW, Coup versus HQ, and KT versus SKT. This draw could be considered the most favorable for LPL viewers. It could hardly get better than this. SEDG would not encounter any LCK teams until the finals. Provided they made it that far, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Conversely, for the LCK teams, this was arguably the worst draw, as all three found themselves in the lower bracket, necessitating a brutal internal struggle, ultimately resulting in only one LCK team making it to the finals, while AHQ remained. No one believed they could reach the finals. A BO1 might allow for mistakes, but in a BO5, it was utterly implausible. Compared to the agony faced by the LCK teams, EDG's path appeared considerably easier, requiring only to defeat one Taiwanese team and one European team. The absence of American teams in the top 8 was noteworthy. Following the conclusion of the top 8, the European audience expressed their delight, continually chanting, EUNA. They recognized the near impossibility of claiming the championship, so simply proving their superiority over American teams brought them immense joy. Teammates and coaches nearby began to celebrate upon witnessing the draw. as it essentially paved the way for Edgy's advance to the finals. Ling refrained from smiling, wary of potential repercussions. Ling, are you not the least bit excited about this draw? What is there to be excited about? It's a pity that we can only face a Korean team in the finals. Even if we were to win the championship, there would still be those who claim it lacks prestige. Upon hearing Ling's pretentious remarks, those around him fell silent. Moreover, we are likely to face FNC in the semifinals, which will serve as a perfect opportunity for vengeance on behalf of Zeta. It will be splendid. We can defeat them 3 o'clock and showcase the IG logo. In truth, Ling was overjoyed. During the draw, he had already begun praying to Captain Dragonfly and the brother from Genshin Impact. Invoking the favor of deities, he even offered a prayer to God, considering he was on European soil. To his surprise, the outcome of the draw indeed proved most advantageous for EDG. This was an unavoidable circumstance. It was widely acknowledged that the BO1 SKT and BO5 SKT were two entirely different teams. Not only SKT, but nearly all Korean teams exhibited this characteristic. Their quick reflexes and rapid tactical adjustments meant that while they might lose in a BO1, they could swiftly adapt in a BO5. Ling's attribute points were still low, making it essential for him to enhance his stats and runes through competition, alongside gearing up. Additionally, facing SKT required the team to practice some unconventional strategies. All of this necessitated time to achieve if they were to confront a Korean team right off the bat. Even if they did not get eliminated, they would expose their strategies, leading to certain defeat against SKT in the finals. However, Ling was not entirely disingenuous. When he sent Zeta home today, he had promised to avenge him by defeating Hyuni. Recently, the competition had intensified significantly, motivating them to update and improve at a faster pace. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. After the draw, EDG promptly resumed their training. Ling is currently facing SKT, having secured a victory, which has consequently elevated his reputation. The suggestions he puts forth are now being heeded by both the coach and teammates. Therefore, Ling is analyzing the hero pools and tendencies of the teams he is likely to encounter next. He has even prepared some unconventional strategies for the finals against SKT. The quarterfinals are being held at Wembley Stadium in London, England, prompting EDG to make their way to the UK. Upon arrival, Ling's first impression is that the once mighty empire on which the sun never set is now lacking vitality, resembling an aged man nearing his end. On October 16, the first BO5 match of the upper bracket of the quarterfinals commenced, featuring FNC against OG, both of which are European teams, resulting in an internal clash, given that both teams are from Europe and playing on home ground. The audience turnout is substantial. After a fierce battle spanning 4 matches, in the first game, mid laner Victor dominated the field in the second match. Reckles on Tristana repeatedly utilized his ultimate to save his support and initiated team fights that dealt massive damage. The third match saw OG's team come alive, particularly mid laner Oriana, who executed a spectacular ultimate, allowing them to secure a win. However, in the fourth match, Hyuni showcased his prowess, decisively overpowering Soz in a solo lane, leading to a victory in the fourth game. The first BO5 of the quarterfinals concluded with FNC triumphing over OG with a score of 3-1, successfully advancing to the semifinals. The outcomes of the quarterfinals may have been influenced by Edgy's position as the group leader or perhaps due to Ling's presence, creating a significant butterfly effect. The matchups are notably different from Ling's previous experiences. In his past life, EDG had advanced as the second seed, facing FNC, while OG contended with FW, resulting in both European teams reaching the top 4. Although the teams in contention have changed, reaching the quarterfinals ensures that the caliber of competition remains high, with at least a sensible ban strategy in place, such as the prohibition of champions like Aatrox and Gangplank. Nonetheless, compared to LCK teams, their ban phase still leaves much to be desired. Following the FNC versus OG match, EDG is set to battle FW. Notification rings. Mission released. Semifinals. The championship is drawing nearer. Hasten towards the path of victory. The task requires advancing to the top 4, with rewards including a new rune and 8 attribute points. Ling smiled, recognizing through the system that the challenge was manageable. especially since the rewards were modest and less substantial than those from the group stage. For this first match, in a bid for stability, Ling took to the field. Ever since his remarkable victory over SKT, where he single-handedly carried the team, Ling has shed the title of substitute and become a starting player. Though Ling feels that there is little need for him to intervene against FW, he considers that letting AJ take the stage could lead to an exciting clash. Even if they were to lose, it would be a contribution towards national peace and stability, promoting unity to end the first game. Ling opted for Darius, successfully outmaneuvering his counterpart Nar in a solo kill, then teleporting to the bot lane to quickly set the pace, ultimately leading to the systematic dismantling of the opposing team. In the second match, the enemy top laner surprisingly selected Katarina. Intrigued, Ling chose Fiora to engage in a duel among the sisters. This choice led to a complete domination over the enemy top laner. And despite the arrival of LPL's Karsa, who attempted to turn the tide by ambushing Pawn, Ling's Fiora became exceedingly formidable, effortlessly dispatching the opposing AD carry in team fights. Ling's prowess was akin to slicing through vegetables, resulting in another straightforward victory in the second game. In the third game, Ling chose not to participate, preferring to limit his appearances to avoid being scrutinized. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure from earlier matches, even with AJ in the game, the opponents were still unable to secure a win, allowing EDG to triumph effortlessly in the third match. Ultimately, EDG defeated FW, advancing to the semifinals where they would face FNC. A notification chimes. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and advancing to the top 4. The rewards include a new rune, water walking, which enhances operation, output, and support attributes while in the river, along with 8 attribute points. With a surge of power, Ling now possesses 52 free attribute points that he first allocated 16 points to enhance his landing and operational skills to 90 points, leaving him with 36 points. He then distributed the remaining points evenly across other attributes, depleting his total. Opening the attribute panel reveals: Name, Ling. Age, 16 ID. LG Operation, 90 Landing. 88, 90 Output. 83 Team Fight. 83 Support. 83 Survival. 81, 83 Development. 83 Awareness. 83 Version Understanding. 94. This attribute cannot be enhanced through points. Score: 0 points. Free attribute points. 0 Rune. Storm Gathering Enhanced Beginner Version. Grants 1 free attribute point per month. 10 points annually. Limited trial card for 12 months. 1 month remaining. Joy. Increases operation by 0.5 points for each enemy hero killed in a game, up to 5 times. Conqueror. Attributes remain unchanged in the first game of the day. Thereafter, each game increases every attribute by 1 point, stacking up to 4 times. Aftershock. After immobilizing an enemy champion, grants a temporary increase of 1 attribute point for each category. Bone Plating temporarily increases survival attribute by 5 points upon taking damage from enemy champions. Lasting for 1 minute. Cannot stack. Cooldown of 3 minutes. Storm Gathering accumulates output attribute points over the course of the game. 1 at 10 minutes, 2 at 20 minutes, 4 at 30 minutes. 6 at 40 minutes. Future Market allows for early borrowing of points, up to 1,600 points. Subsequent repayment of 3,200 points is required to be completed by 2015, otherwise points will be deducted as attributes. Inclusion in the dishonesty list, rendering this rune permanently unusable. Note: 1,600 points borrowed, 250 points repaid, 2,950 points remaining. Water Walking enhances operation, output, and support attributes by 1 point while in the river. Nimbus Cloak increases all attribute points by 1 after using Summoner Spell. Equipment. Radiance increases output, landing, and operation attributes by 1 point after casting a skill. Short Sword, automatically equipped, increases landing attributes by 2 points. Red Crystal enhances survival attributes by 2 points. Overall evaluation. Your strength in this S tournament is already remarkable, undoubtedly capable of competing for the championship. However, securing the title is no trivial matter. You will still require some unconventional strategies and a touch of luck. On the 17th, the matches in the lower bracket commenced. First up was Ku against AHQ, with Ku, the former S5 runner-up, decisively defeating their opponent with a clean sweep of 3. Following that was the clash between SKT and KT, an internal battle between two LCK teams. As this could potentially be EDG's future opponent, the members of EDG also attended the venue to watch the match. Ling. Who do you think will win? Is there any doubt? It's obviously SKT. But KT is strong too. They swept LGD in Group D and emerged as the first seed. Come on, LGD's condition and ban phase were so poor that even wildcard teams could defeat them. Although SKT advanced as the second seed, they have no weaknesses. Every lane is formidable, and their performance in the LCK League speaks volumes about their strength. Ultimately, as Ling predicted, SKT achieved a dominant 3 o'clock victory. The teams advancing to the top 4 have been confirmed. FNC will face EDG in the upper bracket, while KU will face SKT in the lower bracket. Recent encoding issues have intensified our motivation to update more swiftly. Kindly exit reading mode. Thank you. The semifinals are set to take place at the Brussels Expo in Belgium, prompting the EDG team to board a flight to Belgium. Ling feels quite vexed, as this not only wastes valuable training time but also requires air travel, which is quite bothersome. Occasionally, Ling envies Zitai, who has already returned home. In just 3 months, it will be the new year, allowing for a joyful reunion with family. The notification chimes. Mission issued. Advance to the finals. The distance to victory is narrowing, so hasten your steps towards the finals. Mission requirements. Defeat FNC to reach the finals. Mission rewards. 1 new piece of equipment and 12 attribute points. Another notification sounds. Mission issued. Bonds of friendship. As a friend of Zitai, how could one not assist him in avenging his grievances? Mission requirements. Achieve multiple solo kills against Huni in the match and dominate the opponent to secure victory. Mission rewards. A special reward, Miracle Walker, which enhances attributes when no allied heroes are nearby, increases operation, landing, output, and support by 1 attribute point each. Indeed, Zitai is a true brother, even offering me a special reward upon his departure. This Miracle Walker is akin to a broken ship. On October 24th. At 3:30 p.m. local time in Belgium, 10:30 p.m. domestic time, the semifinals match between EDG and FNC officially commenced. In the first game, FNC took the blue side while EDG occupied the red. Ling chose to take the stage, seeking revenge for Zitai. The ban phase began. FNC promptly banned the previously effective champion, Rumble, utilized by EDG in the group stages. EDG's ban was less strategic, opting to ban the mandatory red side champion, Malphite. FNC followed by banning Lulu, effectively blocking EDG's protective AD strategy. However, Ling perceived that the opponent's reaction might have been somewhat slow, now that he had entered the fray. The focal point of the game would undoubtedly shift to the top lane that EDG banned Gangplank, a champion boasting a 100 ban rate in this World Championship, while Malphite stood at a mere 98. The third ban from FNC targeted Tom Kench, aimed at protecting their AD carry. With Rumble banned, alongside Lulu and Tom, it was clear that FNC was gearing up for an aggressive strategy against the bottom lane. Considering the multitude of choices available to the opponent, Ling decided to ban Elise, allowing for a more comfortable experience in the top lane. Abu's reasoning was valid, with only 1 ban slot. But so many options for the opponent, it might be wiser to target a jungler to ease Ling's experience. Ling, do you have confidence? Huni is quite formidable. What confidence? If I can't crush him in these 3 games, I would be too embarrassed to return to LPL. How dare he bully Zitai? Such audacity. Huni, since Zitai has raised your value, let us help each other out. It's a give-and-take situation. Just play along and help me elevate my worth. With that, EDG finalized their ban on Elise. The picking phase commenced, and the opponent swiftly selected Rek'Sai, the optimal choice in the current meta. EDG responded by locking in Thresh and Gragas, both renowned for their defensive and initiation capabilities. FNC, after some deliberation, ultimately chose a bottom lane duo of Kennen and Alistar. Oh no, Ling had almost forgotten. Both AD carries were opting for unconventional picks, with Reckles selecting Kennen and Deft choosing Jace. They even participated in an official recording together prior to the match. As a result, the entire game was completely outmaneuvered, yielding no benefit, and even resulted in the classic scene known as the Golden Lantern. Just as Ling was about to voice a protest, Deft had already locked in Jace. Brother, why don't you operate that quickly in-game? Is this Jace meant for the AD position? Indeed it is. What on earth? Focus on playing well and avoid making mistakes. Although Su Ling felt an urge to scold, he recognized that this was not the time to escalate tensions with his teammates. One cannot simply assume that raising pressure on teammates, as depicted in novels, would lead to victory. That is mere fiction. Moreover, the opposing system thrives under pressure, while their own system is reliant on grinding. The stark reality is akin to being godlike. Applying pressure to teammates leads to their mental breakdown and an inevitable defeat. With no other options, Su Ling chose to play Riven as planned. FNC quickly selected Jarvan 4 and Victor, indicating they had a strategy in mind. However, Su Ling grew somewhat irritated. Did Hyuni not regard him as a worthy opponent? Choosing Jarvan 4 to face off against his Riven was quite a slight. In the end, Pawn opted for Twisted Fate, allowing for early support and potential split-pushing synergy with Riven in the mid to late game. The picks were finalized. Blue side FNC. Top, Jarvan 4. Jungle, Rek'Sai mid, Victor D. Kennen, support. Alistar, red side, IDG. Top, Riven, Jungle, Gragas mid, Twisted Fate, D. J support. Thresh AS. The match commenced. Both teams adopted a defensive stance, merely positioning themselves in the river for protection. After the jungle monsters respawned, Su Ling assisted the jungler in clearing the Krugs, while Jarvan 4 pushed the top lane early on. The opposing jungler began in the bottom lane, after marking the location of the opposing Krugs. Su Ling helped the jungler finish off the Krugs and proceeded to assist with the red buff, reaching level 2 before heading to the top lane. Due to his early arrival, Jarvan 4 also reached level 2. In the bottom lane, Def's Jace and Thresh managed to secure the Gromp, with Def tanking its damage to reach level 2 before returning home to teleport back in a lane. This was not a significant issue, as it was unrealistic to expect Jace to provide assistance so early in the game. Regarding the possibility of being forced back by Kennen, the likelihood of losing lane was minimal. Back in the top lane, Jarvan 4 was equipped with a Crystal Flask, while Riven wielded a Doran's Blade. Hyuni played aggressively, continually seeking opportunities to trade blows with Riven. However, Su Ling's Riven was no novice. Moreover, Jarvan IV's attempts to engage in trades only revealed his reliance on his Crystal Flask for sustain, likely hoping to force Su Ling to use his teleport. Yet, this was an opportunity for Su Ling. He was not intimidated by Jarvan IV's advances. Attempting to trade blows with Riven was akin to a mouse confronting a cat, an invitation to disaster. Jarvan 4 initiated with a Q, aiming to whittle down Riven's health, but Su Ling deftly sidestepped with a Q of his own, evading the attack with ease. Seizing the moment, he pressed forward to chip away at Jarvan 4's health. However, Jarvan 4 was astute, providing no openings and retreating instantly. Hyuni was overly cautious, leaving no opportunities for engagement. Su Ling could only wait until both champions reached level 3 to see if an opportunity would arise. As both champions hit level 3, Su Ling executed a swift maneuver. As Jarvan 4 stepped forward, he unleashed a Q followed by W, stunning Jarvan 4 the extreme ranged. He then proceeded with a series of auto attacks. Just as Jarvan 4 broke free from the stun, he attempted to knock Riven up with EQ, but Su Ling's skill had reached a level of finesse, allowing him to evade the attack with his E. Jarvan 4 was left dealing only a minor passive hit on Riven. Activating W to slow Riven, he made his escape, but was met with Riven's third Q, sending him flying by the end of this exchange. Jarvan 4 was left with barely half his health, while Riven had only sacrificed a small amount of health. Su Ling chuckled softly, filled with confidence. How bold was Hyuni to face him with Jarvan 4? Who granted him such courage? Was it Liang Jingru? In the subsequent landing phase, the prince became notably more subdued, for through his probing, he had discerned that this Riven was not the same as the previous top laner he had encountered. She was not someone to be trifled with. Although Riven occasionally seized opportunities to chip away at the prince's health, he was equipped with a Crystal Flask, providing him substantial regenerative capabilities. Moreover, the prince adopted a much more cautious playstyle, resulting in no fatalities. However, it was inevitable that he would fall behind in experience and minion kills due to Riven's pressure. At the 4-minute mark, Pawn marked the opposing victor. Su Ling swiftly switched screens, only to discover that Victor was in possession of a blue buff. Quite a gamble. Granting the first blue to the mid lane at level 3. This indicated that the jungler's attempt to gank him would likely be a fool's errand. After pushing the wave, Riven made her way to the river's brush, lingering for a few moments before returning to the top lane. Meanwhile, Huni had marked the river and indicated that Riven had placed a ward that Ling was well aware that the opposing Victor was currently at a disadvantage in levels and had yet to return home for items. While the prince's crystal flask was nearly depleted, leaving him with only a single health potion, if the jungler were to attempt a gank in the top lane, he would likely meet his demise. Furthermore, should the barrel be lurking, the situation for the opposing top and jungler would become dire. Thus, it was clear that the enemy jungler would not come. The optimal choice would be to return home for some equipment, replenish his state, and reassess the situation for potential ganks. The captain, evidently, also anticipated the enemy jungler's intentions, seizing the opportunity while the adversary returned home to consume the opposing F4 camp. Before departing, he placed a ward near the river's edge. Sure enough, within a mere 10 seconds, the jungler arrived, making his presence known within EDG's vision. Ling noted that the enemy jungler had purchased a sightstone, that Ling had diligently studied the enemy jungler as pathing and ganking routes. Both the top and jungle of the opposing team were Korean imports, facilitating their communication and resulting in a more aggressive playstyle, which favored ganking the top lane. The earlier ward placement was a ruse to mislead the enemy jungler. With the ward revealing the enemy jungler's position, Pawn had already become alert, rendering any potential gank ineffective. Subsequently, the jungler sought to reclaim the F4 camp that had just been stolen, but the captain would not yield easily. It was well known that his F4 was sacrosanct. The two junglers exchanged cautious maneuvers while Su Ling's Riven had already made her way to the river. The card master joined in to provide support, activating a yellow card, but the opposing Victor was quick to respond and moved to assist. The enemy prince also initiated his teleport, intending to arrive at the river. FNC decided to prioritize dealing with the card master, prompting the jungler to tunnel beneath him. However, Pawn deftly flashed away, countering with a yellow card that immobilized the enemy jungler. The captain then struck with a W ability, landing squarely on the jungler's head, followed by an E to body slam into the opposing mid and jungle. The jungler was compelled to flash, landing on the mid lane minions, just as Riven rushed over from the river, executing a combination of E and the third segment of Q to launch the jungler into the air, before swiftly delivering a basic attack to claim the kill. Meanwhile, the prince had landed, utilizing an EQ combo alongside Victor to secure the card master's life, while the nearby barrel, lacking skills, could do nothing to intervene. The two players considered turning their attention to Su Ling's Riven, but he noticed that he was on the brink of reaching level 6, needing only 2 minions to do so, and he couldn't help but chuckle. The enemy prince had sacrificed his wave to teleport, having previously been under pressure from Su Ling, ensuring he would not reach level 6, although the opposing Victor was similarly close to level 6. He had already expended his W, while Su Ling had been carefully stacking his Q, which was about to come off cooldown. As they approached, intent on attacking Riven, she maneuvered to position herself beside the minions and executed a W, immobilizing both enemies along with the minions. "Captain, let us go. I am about to hit level 6, Su Ling urged. Hearing this, the captain, despite lacking skills, moved forward. Riven managed to secure the last hit on a minion with her W, choosing not to attack the enemy mid and jungle just yet. While the opposing mid laner quickly dispelled the stunned eye in an instant, a flash of golden light signaled Riven's ascension to level 6. With swift reflexes, Su Ling activated his ultimate, and as his Q came off cooldown, Riven unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the two foes. ADG's minions fell, and Victor too reached level 6. But in terms of close combat damage, he paled in comparison to Riven. The prince's EQ had just come off cooldown. He attempted to launch Riven into the air and focus her down, but she deftly evaded the EQ with her E. Meanwhile, the captain's E ability, having just refreshed, collided with both enemies. Riven then executed the third segment of her Q, sending both opponents into the air, although her W was still on cooldown. Realizing they had no choice but to escape via flash, the two enemies cleverly split their retreats, one heading up and the other down. Consequently, even with her ultimate, Riven could only secure one kill. However, as the saying goes, children make choices, while adults take everything they can get. Although Ling had yet to reach adulthood in this life, he had certainly experienced it in a past life. Thus, Riven adjusted her position with a flash and unleashed her ultimate. Ha! With a resonant voice, Riven swept through the foes, claiming the lives of both the prince and Victor. Ultimately, Riven tallied 3 kills, the barrel secured 3 assists, and the card master contributed 1 assist. While the most crucial detail was that the captain preserved his F4, in contrast, the opposing team only managed to secure a single kill on Victor, while the other 2 players merely garnered 1 assist each. Recently, the encoding has been quite severe, which only serves to motivate us further to update more swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Director's Room. Alright, dear viewers, we are now witnessing the LPL clash between EDG and the EU representatives, FNC, in the semifinals. Yes, the LPL region is now solely represented by EDG, while the EU has only FNC remaining. The draft phase is underway, and we see that LG is taking the top lane. I find this to be a favorable choice, as the opposing top laner is Huni, known for his aggressive playstyle. Yet LG is equally formidable, having previously achieved commendable results against SKT. Indeed, the draft has commenced, so let us observe the selections made by both teams. That FNC occupies the blue side, while EDG is on the red side. The draft thus far has been rather unremarkable. EDG has banned the Iron Man and the captain without question. However, their third ban is the Spider. This is unexpected. Previously, EDG's strategy focused on shutting down the opposing mid and bot lanes. But this time they have opted to ban the Spider, while the opponents have banned the Skarner and Tom Kench, indicating a desire for an aggressive composition. My assumption is that EDG is already aware of the enemy's intentions. Yet with only 1 ban available, they cannot sufficiently counter all the aggressive champions. Hence the decision to ban the Spider in order to provide LG with a more comfortable experience in the top lane. Indeed, past matches have demonstrated that FNC's jungler has a penchant for early ganks in the top lane. This Kennen and Jay selection reflects both teams' strategic thinking, indicating a high-stakes game. The opposing top laner has chosen the Prince, while LG has opted for Riven. This composition demands an early advantage, as the enemy becomes increasingly formidable in the late game. Their SA pre-match VCR interviewed. It turns out both teams previously mentioned their intention to showcase something different, which is evident now. Alright, as the match commences, both teams are starting with a standard opening, devoid of any bloodshed. The primary focus of this landing phase will be on the top lane to observe how LG performs and whether they can suppress Huni. The Prince attempts to whittle down Riven's health, but she skillfully evades several of his QS. Indeed, Riven seizes opportunities to deplete the Prince's health considerably. LG's choice of a strong champion truly leaves no room for error, as the Prince has already utilized his crystal flask to regain health. A confrontation about to unfold in the mid lane. Riven has already made her way there. The jungler intends to counter, aiming to displace the card master, but he narrowly evades the jungler's advance with a flash. The card master then immobilizes the jungler with a yellow card, while the barrel follows up with a W, landing a body slam that connects with both enemies. The excavator attempted to escape with a flicker, yet Riven had already arrived, with a swift E followed by the third segment of her Q. She swiftly eliminated the excavator. Concurrently, Jarvan executed an EQ combo alongside Victor to take down Twisted Fate. Now, it was a 2v2 scenario. However, Gragas found himself at a distance, prompting Riven to confront the odds of a 1v2 engagement. Riven immobilized Jarvan and Victor with her W, then proceeded to auto-attack, but her focus shifted to a minion instead. Wait, Riven had just hit level 6. The fleeing Gragas also made his way over, presenting an opportunity for a counterattack. Victor reached level 6 as well, yet Riven's power at this stage was significantly greater, especially at such close range. As Riven navigated towards the fray, she executed a well-timed Q. Engaging with her opponents, Jarvan and Victor's health diminished rapidly, considering neither had acquired substantial items, with Jarvan still relying on a crystal flask. Jarvan attempted to control Riven with a double EQ, but she evaded it with her E. Wow, Riven's combo execution was impressively rapid. Gragas charged in, yet Riven employed her third Q, causing a slight overlap in crowd control. Victor and Jarvan flashed in opposite directions. Riven unleashed her ultimate, determining which foe to eliminate. With a flash in her ultimate, she dispatched both Victor and Jarvan. Wow, Riven showcased exceptional prowess, securing 3 kills in quick succession. This narrative feels familiar. You wouldn't be referring to that match against SKT, would you? That game also allowed LG to claim early kills before steamrolling through the top lane without restraint. It remains to be seen if LG can replicate that performance in this match. The chat comments, is that it? Hyuni doesn't seem to measure up. How could he be outclassed like that? A little known fact. Ztao was also overwhelmed by LG.1 LG equals 10 ties. Haven't you heard? Hilarious. This Riven isn't merely there to collect kills in mid lane. Yet she somehow surpasses Hyuni in skill. That if Hyuni is so skilled, why couldn't he achieve a triple kill? Critics are delusional. Do you need to wait for a solo kill to believe? What is this stubbornness about acknowledging others' excellence? Riven has already secured 3 kills, and yet you're still comparing duels? Why not simply equip Riven with the best items? In the ensuing match, with the enemy team expending numerous summoner spells, Jarvan even used his teleport, while Twisted Fate possessed both his ultimate and teleport. Riven also had her teleport available. Consequently, the greatest pressure fell upon the bottom lane, where they dared not engage, with Def's Jace failing to make any significant impact. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Riven had truly asserted her dominance over Jarvan, first forcing him back to base before commencing the wave manipulation near the first and second turrets. One side featured Riven with brutal force, cooldown boots, and a small wooden mallet, while Jarvan, equipped only with a pickaxe and 2 healing orbs, had yet to create a Tiamat. Not to mention, Jarvan was at a disadvantage, lacking the resources for a direct confrontation. Any attempts by others to ambush were futile, as Twisted Fate still had his ultimate and teleport, and Gragas' position remained uncertain. The 10-minute mark, FNC attempted to ambush Riven, with the excavator seizing an opportunity to bypass Riven's ward in the river. While Jarvan initiated an engagement prematurely, Jarvan's EQ lifted Riven, yet the excavator failed to follow through, mistakenly believing that Riven's ward was in place, only to discover she was merely standing there for a few seconds. With the ward actually placed in the red team's triangle bush, Twisted Fate activated his ultimate and rushed over, as Gragas from the red jungle also arrived, promptly eliminating the excavator. Meanwhile, Jarvan, eager to engage with Riven, expended his EQ without a flash, leading to his inevitable demise at Riven's hands. Riven acquired her 4th kill, while Twisted Fate claimed 1 for himself. The kill count now stood at 5-1. And Riven swiftly demolished the top lane's first turret, by the 11-minute mark. EDG's economic advantage soared to 2,800 gold. Ling, observing this advantageous position, recognized the substantial lead they had established, unless Deft managed another miraculous gold transfer. He couldn't fathom a potential loss. At the 15-minute mark, Gragas arrived in the top lane to assist Riven in taking down Jarvan. FNC's other members were unable to converge, but Alistar had made his way to mid lane, while the excavator lingered there. Realizing they couldn't catch Riven and that a forced engagement might cost them 2 members, they decided to target Twisted Fate instead. Once Twisted Fate was eliminated, he would undoubtedly teleport back to lane to farm, at which point they could strike the top lane, given that Twisted Fate's ultimate had a shorter range than teleportation. Alistar maneuvered from the blue buff area of the red side, executing a 2-hit combo to knock Twisted Fate into the air. The excavator followed up with crowd control, and Victor began to deal damage. However, Thresh had already sensed Alistair's movements, rushing over to provide assistance. With a well-timed lantern, he rescued Twisted Fate from certain death. FNC's attempt to ambush mid-lane resulted in failure. In the bottom lane, Jace and Kennen found themselves in a duel, both lacking their supports. They exchanged blows, but Kennen retreated into the bush, while the bloodied Jace hesitated to venture in. Having narrowly escaped danger, Twisted Fate chose not to return home, instead teleporting to the bottom lane. Yet Kennen still had his Q, and Twisted Fate was cautious not to overextend into the bush, lacking vision. Activating his ultimate to scout for vision, Twisted Fate located Kennen's position. Advancing forward, just as Kennen unleashed his Q, Twisted Fate flashed and stunned him with a yellow card, allowing Jace to secure the kill. Meanwhile, in the top lane, good news arrived as Riven and Gragas executed a tower dive to eliminate Jarvan, even under the second turret. It's worth noting that in this version, friendly champions receive a shield when near the second turret. However, Riven was far too fed, while Jarvan remained fragile. This moment, Jarvan had yet to complete a Guardian Angel, possessing only durability boots and a Tiamat. Even though Jarvan's maneuvers were commendable, encapsulating both Riven and Gragas with his ultimate before attempting to escape with an EQ, he ultimately fell victim to Riven's Blade Surge, handing over another kill. EDG flourished across all lanes, with their economic lead ballooning to 5,000 gold. The only unfortunate event was when Gragas encountered Alistar, who latched onto him, while Victor arrived as well. Riven was compelled to teleport to safeguard Gragas, wasting a teleport that could have been utilized to control the wave more effectively at the 19-minute mark. Riven single-handedly dismantled the top lane's second turret, while the remaining 4 members of EDG secured the first dragon of the match. Riven returned home to purchase items, enhancing her abilities with the Distortion enchantment, and her flash was ready, allowing her to reduce cooldowns. She then acquired a Black Cleaver and a Tiamat, demonstrating her wealth and confidence. There was no need for installment payments, given her evident prowess. At this juncture, attempting to breach the high ground alone was overly ambitious. Thus, Su Ling shifted his focus to the bottom lane, preparing to chip away at the enemy's second turret. The other 4 members congregated in the mid and top lanes, intent on establishing vision in the Baron area. The enemy team mirrored this strategy, so EDG maintained a level of restraint, especially since Riven's teleport was still on cooldown. Meanwhile, the Excavator managed to maneuver into EDG's red jungle, positioning himself behind the EDG members without detection. The enemy's Alistar found himself isolated in the river, prompting Thresh to seize the opportunity to attempt to Q him, aiming to eliminate one opponent and gain leverage over Baron. However, Alistar deftly sidestepped Thresh's Q and swiftly turned to confront the EDG members. Kennen had already arrived from the upper river, while Victor approached from mid lane, and Jarvan prepared to teleport into the river's bush. Riven's teleport had just a few seconds left, and the enemy was aware. Seeking to exploit this timing, Su Ling's mind raced as he considered the positioning of Jace and the potential for a gold transfer. Indeed, the bull-headed champion executed a double strike, landing the fateful picks of Thresh and Gragas, while the Excavator stealthily maneuvered from behind, delivering a swift flash to ensnare Jace. Prince's teleportation had already concluded, and he promptly initiated an EQ combo into his ultimate, effectively trapping Jace within its confines. Although Jace managed to unleash the iconic golden transmitter, he quickly recollected himself, heeding Su Ling's advice, mocking the teleportation before flashing away towards the river. However, his health was critically low, rendering him nearly incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, Kennen and Victor had arrived, unleashing a relentless barrage against the unsuspecting Thresh and Gragas, who were caught off guard at that moment. Card's ultimate descended, but due to the distance, only a yellow card could immobilize the Excavator. Thresh and Gragas fell swiftly, and just then, Riven's teleportation came off cooldown, initiating her arrival at a ward placed beside the enemy's blue buff. A last-second placement after pushing the top lane. This ward remained undetected. However, the front line for EDG had already erupted in chaos. With Thresh and Gragas eliminated, the enemy prepared to assault Card and Jace. Riven activated her ultimate, dashing forth while unleashing her Q upon nearing the wall by the river. She flashed down into the river and executed a third-tier Q, Blade of the Ruined King, launching 4 opponents into the air, with only the Excavator remaining unaffected. Riven followed up with a W, Spirit's Wrath, and a basic attack, combining with Tiamat for substantial AoE damage. With a decisive E, she repositioned herself and unleashed her ultimate, Blade Surge, striking the enemy's 5 champions, directly eliminating both Victor and Kennen, leaving Huangzi and Bullheaded with but a sliver of health. At this juncture, the Prince and Bullheaded were rendered powerless. Their inadequate development left them without skills to retaliate, as Riven relentlessly pursued them for the kill. Outside the river, beyond the F4 wall, the Excavator had been defeated by Jace and Card, with Jace claiming the kill. due to Card's yellow card immobilizing the excavator and his tanky build. He failed to eliminate the already weakened Jace, just as Riven sought to secure a kill on the Prince and bullheaded with a Q and basic attack. A surge of energy manifested as an energy cannon flew toward her. Had Riven possessed a flash or an E, she might have instinctively evaded it. Ultimately, the Prince and Bullheaded's heads were claimed by Jace. In the end, despite being caught off guard, EDG achieved a remarkable 2-4-5 exchange, with Riven securing a double kill and Jace amassing a triple kill. The dragon. The kills were snatched, yet Su Ling remained unfazed, for his own bounty was substantial and the prowess of Jace was undeniable. It was evident that they had fallen into the enemy's trap. Their claim of playing an unconventional AD was rooted in their familiarity with such tactics, frequently employed by EU. There was no justification for selecting Jace in this manner. Furthermore, should the top laner witness Jace's performance, despair would surely ensue, as his cannon and acceleration gate were consistently misaligned, showcasing a lamentable level of proficiency. With 5 enemies fallen, EDG still boasted 3 champions, all positioned advantageously, particularly the exceedingly farmed Riven, unhindered by enemy interference, allowing EDG to effortlessly claim the dragon. With Thresh and Gragas revived, it meant all 5 members of EDG were now endowed with the dragon buff. Upon returning home to purchase equipment, Riven's arsenal was nothing short of extravagant, featuring the Brutalizer, enchanted with distortion boots, alongside a black cleaver and a Hydra. Jace, equally prosperous, had accrued 2 assists and 3 kills. Upgrading his gear to include a Manamian, Brutalizer, and a black cleaver, complemented by enchanted boots. Recent encoding issues had invigorated a sense of urgency, prompting a quicker pace. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. At the 24-minute mark, the kill count stood at 10-3, with EDG enjoying a significant economic lead, bolstered by the acquisition of both a small and a large dragon. That IT was a commanding advantage. Following this, EDG consolidated their forces and swiftly dispatched the small dragon, Su Ling, wary of separating from his teammates. Wasn't he concerned about being ambushed in a solo lane? With his current equipment, the enemy would struggle to eliminate him, even with 3 attackers. However, he was more apprehensive about his teammates being caught off guard, especially since he lacked teleportation and flash. Moreover, replicating such a dramatic moment seemed implausible. IT would be foolish to underestimate the enemy, regardless of their potential vet. Subsequently, EDG united to demolish the mid-tier 2 tower and the lower tier 2 tower, which had already been significantly weakened by Riven. The economic advantage continued to expand, with EDG consistently plundering resources from the jungle. During this period, they also caught the enemy Bullheaded and Excavator while they were attempting to ward, although they chipped away at the health of a few inhibitor towers. EDG ultimately failed to secure a single inhibitor tower at the 31-minute mark. Just as the Baron respawned, EDG approached without hesitation, having already prepared their vision while clearing that of the enemy. The positions of their opponents were entirely clear. Riven opted not to engage, instead lurking behind the wall by the blue buff, causing FNC to hesitate. Jace unleashed a shockwave, depleting nearly half of Kennen and Victor's health, effectively dissuading FNC from advancing. After returning to purchase new equipment, EDG regrouped in the mid lane, with Riven and Card taking separate lanes. The mid lane fared reasonably well, giving Kennen's decent wave clear. The lower lane was also manageable, as Victor possessed formidable wave-clearing capabilities. However, Thresh wealth allowed him to purchase a Banner of Command, enhancing the cannon minions. Coupled with the Baron buff, the efficiency of the cannon minions demolishing towers was remarkable. As they relentlessly bombarded the lower inhibitor tower from a distance in the top lane, Riven boldly absorbed the Prince's damage while dismantling the tower. With the Prince building tanky, Riven's lifesteal rendered him incapable of halting her progress. Swiftly, under the onslaught of EDG, both the top and bottom inhibitor towers crumbled simultaneously. Card and Riven then commenced the destruction of the enemy's inhibitors. FNC was utterly powerless to intervene, and the mid lane was similarly pressured by the crumbling inhibitors, causing significant health loss and resulting in their retreat. With FNC returning home, EDG began dismantling all three inhibitors concurrently. Riven and Card finished off the opposing top and bottom inhibitors. The enemy S5 champion surged forth, heading straight for the mid lane. Observing this, Riven activated her ultimate. However, the enemy pressed forward, undeterred, as this wave had obliterated all three inhibitors. In the following skirmish, the enemy's 5 champions returned with fortified equipment, bolstered by the super minions from all lanes, rendering their defense nearly impossible as they charged toward Jace. Thankfully, Jace had no golden transmitter this time and decisively flashed to safety. Riven leapt into action, commencing her slaughter, while Card utilized the yellow card to immobilize the casting cannon. Although FNC initiated their assault with conviction, their economic disadvantage proved too great. Despite their coordinated efforts, they failed to eliminate Jace, ultimately only managing to take down Gragas, leaving the world in which only the factory manager was wounded. Nevertheless, FNC's entire team was wiped out, with Jace claiming 4 kills and Riven merely securing her first. This led Ling to question whether Deft had opted for the Collector, given his remarkable ability to snatch kills. With the enemy team annihilated and EDG controlling the lane, even a poor wave positioning could not prevent them from dismantling the enemy's nexus. Display the IG emblem. Quickly display the IG emblem. In an instant, the EDG team illuminated the IG emblem above FNC's nexus. Ultimately, FNC's nexus succumbed to EDG's relentless assault, securing victory in the first game and taking an early lead. In the broadcast room, both teams returned to their lanes, and the prince found himself in a dire predicament, utterly unqualified to face Riven. Indeed, unless someone could provide assistance, it would be a challenge, and even with assistance, they might struggle against Riven's overwhelming strength unless executed flawlessly. However, that remained a tall order, as Card possessed both teleport and ultimate, and Jace was equally capable of rapid support, unless the enemy could force the skills of both champions. The situation appeared grim. Meanwhile, observing the positioning, Gragas was poised to ambush the prince. With no one nearby to assist, the prince, lacking a flash, faced imminent demise. This prince was indeed having a miserable game, as Riven's prowess only compounded with Gragas's interference. However, regarding the positioning of the Excavator and the Ali Star, one must venture to the mid lane to assist Pawn in capturing the card of the general. Ali Star is already maneuvered around to EDG's blue jungle, and Thresh has sensed something amiss, hastening towards the mid lane, yet it seems he might be a tad late. Ali Star has emerged, executing a double knock-up that sends the card flying, with the Excavator following up with control, and Victor also dealing damage. This places Pawn in a precarious situation. A lantern. Thresh has utilized the lantern to rescue the card. Meanwhile, it appears there was a skirmish in the bot lane, with both players severely injured. A teleport. Whose is it? It belongs to the card, who has not returned home, yet he is low on health. Kennen lurks in the brush, contemplating how to engage. The card activates his ultimate, gaining vision of Kennen, and then strides into the brush. Kennen unleashes his Q, but the card deftly flashes to evade the skill, subsequently landing a yellow card to immobilize Kennen and securing the kill in the top lane. The barrel has likewise successfully captured the Jarvan 4. Riven claims the kill while the barrel withstands a tower, flashing out just in time. Jarvan 4 fails to take down the barrel. Thus, this moment witnesses a flourishing of all 3 lanes, with the mid lane dodging the enemy's gank while both top and bot lanes secure kills. The Baron is about to respawn, and both teams are probing in the mid lane. However, the Excavator exhibits remarkable intuition, discovering an unwarded path and circumventing to EDG's rear. If Deft is caught, he will be in grave danger. Moreover, Jarvan 4 possesses a teleport, while Riven's teleport should still have a brief cooldown. Thresh casts AQ, aiming for Ali Star, but the latter sidesteps, ready to counterattack with a double knock-up on 2 opponents. Furthermore, the Excavator has now joined the fray, rendering the situation extremely perilous. Indeed, they are seizing the opportunity while Riven is absent. Hastily initiating combat. Has Riven's teleport not yet concluded? The Excavator executes a flash engage. Jarvan 4 follows with an EQ combo, and his ultimate traps Jace, while Kennen activates his ultimate and rushes over. Jace finds himself in a precarious position, and Victor is also approaching. Will Jace flash? What about the teleport? The lantern? Jace reacts just in time, flashing to the river. Oh, how perilous. Had Kennen and Victor arrived a second sooner, Jace would undoubtedly have perished. The card activates his ultimate and arrives, but hesitates to engage, only managing to immobilize the excavator. However, Riven's teleport has now completed. Riven has teleported in, but this is a 3v5 scenario, and Jace remains low on health, incapable of contributing much more than distant cannon fire. Riven traverses with Q, flashes in with a W to stun 4 opponents, then unleashes basic attacks coupled with Tiamat. Oh. The damage is extraordinary, following up with a third Q. She sends opponents flying, then another E, culminating in her ultimate. Wow. Kennen and Victor are instantaneously eliminated. Alistar and Jarvan 4 are also on the brink of death, while the excavator has been taken down by Jace and the card. Alistar and Jarvan 4 cannot escape, destined to be claimed by Riven. Jace executes a powered cannon shot, securing 2 kills that, this moment is entirely Riven's triumph. Had she not arrived, EDG would have faced utter devastation, allowing the opposing team to swiftly secure the Baron, drastically reversing the economic balance. At that point, EDG would have been left struggling with a mid-game composition against FNC's late-game lineup. Indeed, this moment showcased LG's individual prowess, culminating in a beautifully executed team fight that salvaged EDG. Following this, EDG can confidently claim the Baron without interference, subsequently securing the dragon and significantly increasing their economic lead. Now EDG is advancing through all 3 lanes, and it feels as though the opposition cannot defend against any of them. FNC has retreated entirely, and all 3 lanes are on the verge of being breached. With no alternative, they must return home, otherwise they risk being overwhelmed. Upon returning home, FNC charges towards the mid lane, seeking to initiate a fight. They engage Deft, but the latter, having learned from past mistakes, decisively uses his flash. Consequently, FNC is poised for disaster. Riven has already activated her ultimate and is en route, while the card has also made his way over. Ultimately, EDG achieves a remarkable 1-for-5 exchange. Indeed, only the barrel sacrifice was necessary, allowing EDG to push forward. EDG is now assaulting the enemy base, and with respawn timers at 30 seconds, FNC cannot possibly intervene in time. The team banner is displayed. It is the IG emblem. Indeed, it sent a message to FNC. We are avenging our LPL brethren. Well, as we all know, LG previously belonged to IG and shared a friendship with Zeta, making this both a tribute to their former organization and a gesture of camaraderie. Quite reasonable. Indeed. Alright, the first match concludes with EDG leading 1 o'clock for the time being. Indeed, we congratulate EDG on their effortless victory in this match. Recently, the transmogrification has been severe, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. We kindly ask you to exit reading mode. Thank you. Is that all? FNC. Huni has been utterly overwhelmed. Goodness, was he not there to claim kills? Had the top lane engaged normally, he could have secured a solo kill. Why is Huni unable to claim any kills? I cannot help but question whether he simply does not wish to is Deft utilizing a mere lantern. Nonsense. It is not a simple lantern. It bears a name. Golden Lantern. It is hilarious. The netizens are all exceptionally talented, expressing themselves so eloquently. Had Uzi attended the World Championship, he would undoubtedly have clinched the title. Enough of this. How does Uzi pertain to the matter at hand? A player who has yet to even qualify for the World Championship should not be involved in this discussion. Were it not for his encounters against Uzi in the LPL, Deft might have faltered against the opposing bot lane. The classic Uzi provides immense pressure from the side. He enters the fray and is swiftly eliminated. There is a distinct lack of passion here. It is almost guaranteed to end 3 o'clock. EDG, you are somewhat undermining unity. What has transpired? Selling bamboo rats. 3 yuan each. 10 yuan for 3. Watching films v. Meanwhile, in EDG's lounge, following a brief respite in tactical arrangements, the second match commences, with the EDG team stepping onto the stage once more. In this game, EDG has taken the blue side, granting them 2 fewer bans to manage. The ban phase begins, and Ling promptly bans the excavator. It is evident that the excavator was quite formidable in the previous match, had it not been for Su Ling's Riven being exceptionally fed in the top lane. The Excavator's flank with the Golden Lantern would have sealed EDG's fate in the first game. Additionally, the opposing team's strong jungle options are limited to the Spider. On the red side, they possess only one ban slot. Should they utilize it, it would not be problematic for EDG, who can rely on the barrel, which had previously yielded favorable results. However, if they dare not ban it, the Spider will wreak havoc in conjunction with Su Ling in the top lane. As for FNC, there's nothing more to say. They have banned the captain first. Following this, EDG continues to ban champions such as LeBlanc and Lulu, who performed admirably against OG at FNC. Not being foolish bans Malphite, as both Captain and Malphite are essential bans for the red side. Failing to do so would be akin to foolishness or sheer obstinacy. In the final hand, FNC bans the Spider to prevent EDG from acquiring it and unleashing its strength upon Huni. Shall we secure the bot lane first? Perhaps a skateboard shoe composition? We previously found it quite effective, especially when paired with Tahm Kench for mutual protection, that Su Ling believes it best for Deft to choose a more stable champion this time, avoiding any risky maneuvers. Moreover, he specifically requests a Tahm Kench for protection, ensuring that even if Deft missteps, he could be saved. Thus, EDG swiftly secures the skateboard shoe, and the opposing team remains unaware. After all, the skateboard shoe can be paired with numerous supports, such as Annie, which EDG has frequently employed at IT. Would be rather irrational to jeopardize their strategy for the sake of securing an uncertain support. Therefore, FNC opts for the Scorpion and the Chick, aiming to solidify their mid-jungle duo, as the Chick is still exceptionally strong in this patch. Does Su Ling intend to seize a champion from you? No, let's first go for the mid lane. Very well, the captain will continue with Gragas. His ultimate can interrupt Scorpion's ultimate. Spawn going to play cards? No, Victor, just trade with the opponent. We have assurance for the late game. Our composition in the last match was simply too aggressive. Did you not hear what Zeta said? I, Victor, am the carry, even surpassing Zeta. Why not choose Victor? Ultimately, under Su Ling's suggestion, EDG selected Gragas and Victor. The opposing team chose Riven and Alistar. Are they looking to engage in a direct confrontation with me? Su Ling, what do you wish to play? Perhaps Fiora. Let's clash head-on with him. Let's keep things civil. Since the opposing team has opted for the top lane triad, how can we not engage with them? Let us not forget it's a quartet. In the following years, Riven was nerfed into the ground, and Gwen took her place. Yet for years to come, it remained a trio. Very well. Maintain your composure. Huni's Riven is still formidable. Although Su Ling's Riven performed admirably before, Huni's Riven during the group stage, achieving that quadruple kill, left a deep impression, thus causing some concern. Fear not. I assure you he shall have no desire to play Riven afterward. Amusing, with 3,000 disciples, would I fear the opposing Riven? Could it be they too are adept at teaching rapid Q aiming? Thus, in the final two picks, EDG successfully secured Fiora and Tahm Kench. The draft phase concluded. Both teams' compositions were finalized. In the blue corner, EDG, top lane, Fiora, jungle, Gragas, mid lane, Victor, AD carry, Rumble, support, Tahm Kench in the red corner, FNC, top lane, Riven, jungle, Scorpion, mid lane, Azir, AD carry, Ashe, support. Alistar, AS. The match commenced. Neither side opted for lane swaps. Both junglers commencing their clear in the upper half of the jungle, while the bot lane farmed the Stonebug alongside the Magic Swamp Frog. Fiora arrived at the top lane, closely followed by Riven. Upon their first encounter, Su Ling noticed Riven had overextended. What fortunate timing. Fiora executed a Q strike, swiftly retreating after landing a hit. The sensation of pretending to be in control while still being able to escape is delightful. Huni's Riven played quite well, swiftly chaining skills, aiming to land a Q followed by a W to stun Fiora. However, Su Ling reacted promptly, blocking the stun with a W, while Riven prudently used her E to evade potential retaliation. Fiora refrained from pursuing further. Although she still had her Q and E skills, Riven possessed 2 charges of Q, one of which could knock her up, and Fiora was in a precarious position amidst minions, unable to land a strike. Nevertheless, in the ensuing moments, Su Ling seized the opportunity to strike twice at Riven's vulnerabilities, causing the latter to consume a health potion due to the damage taken, while Fiora remained comfortably near full health, not requiring any healing to the 4-minute mark. Hyun's Riven, now at half health, opted to return home. Su Ling, without hesitation, mirrored this decision, as the wave was already positioned before the enemy turret, ensuring a slight advantage in minion count. Upon returning, both players activated their teleport, both equipped with double Doran's items, harboring intentions for aggression. You wish to engage me in the top lane? Young lad, you are still too green. Have you heard of the 3,000 disciples? Upon re-entering the lane, Riven began pushing with her Q, observing the experience bar. Su Ling quickly deduced the opponent's strategy. They aimed to exploit a level disparity. Leveraging minion damage to tempt me into engagement, Riven deliberately executed a third Q towards Fiora, with a vulnerability perfectly aligned. Thus, Su Ling did not hold back, employing a W to block the third Q of Riven's Dance of Blades, stunning her, followed by an E to reset the auto attack. Swiftly retreating, by the time Riven regained her senses, Fiora had already distanced herself. You think I am unaware of your intentions? You believe that a vulnerability combined with such an obvious Q would surely lure me into a trap for your counter? Do you think I am oblivious to such trivial temptations? Which officer can withstand such a test? A sugar-coated bullet is met with a return of the shell. Although skirmishes occurred in other lanes, no significant casualties were reported. Recently, with severe transcoding issues, we find ourselves more motivated to update swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you to the 6-minute mark. Riven, having pushed the lane effectively, likely approached level 6. Both sides experienced minor clashes, yet health remained around 70%. Su Ling recognized the opposing team's intention to replicate the previous maneuver, having observed them attempting to bait a Q. Noticing his own experience bar nearing level 6, he decided to engage in a direct confrontation. Fiora stepped forward, seemingly in sync with Riven's baiting. Riven wasted no time, unleashing a third Q upon Fiora, who opted against blocking with W, instead attacking a nearby minion. Seeing Fiora's lack of defense, Riven activated her ultimate, stunning Fiora with W, followed by an auto attack, preparing to unleash a rapid Q assault. However, Fiora had just reached level 6, prompting Su Ling to swiftly activate his ultimate. The duelist challenge was cast upon Riven as Lawrence Blade was initiated, striking the first vulnerability. Utilizing the acceleration, he dealt damage to 2 vulnerabilities with E Flash. And finally, a Q strike dispatched the last vulnerability. In an instant, Riven found herself unable to evade the swift execution, as Fiora's 4 vulnerabilities were unleashed in rapid succession, compounded by the slow effect from Lawrence Blade. At the moment the healing zone emerged, Su Ling could almost hear Fiora's voice urging him to strike swiftly and decisively. Realizing that he could not overcome this Fiora, Hyun chose to flee. Yet he remained oblivious to how quickly she had executed her 4 vulnerabilities. Hyun flashed to escape, but the damage from the real damage inflicted by the 4 vulnerabilities had left his health too low. And with Fiora possessing the speed boost to strike, she claimed him with a Q. First blood. Ultimately, Su Ling's Fiora secured a solo kill against Hyun's Riven. After defeating Riven, Fiora hastened to push the wave, ensuring Riven, lacking teleport, would miss valuable minions. Have you witnessed the prowess of my Fiora? My skills are not merely for show. If only I possessed the skin of a legendary blade, my combos could be even swifter. In the production room, the opposing team has selected Riven. Indeed, it appears FNC has recognized Hyun's strength as a player, aiming to allow him to fully unleash his individual prowess in the previous match. The choice of Jarvan in the top lane proved too ambitious against a Riven, who possessed superior landing capabilities. Yes, from the onset, it was evident that Jarvan had been overwhelmed. Indeed, during the mid lane support, Riven secured 3 kills, having arrived early and leveled up while Jarvan teleported in, missing numerous minions and falling behind in experience. Consequently, this level disparity led to FNC's collapse in that team fight. With Riven securing 3 kills, becoming even more formidable in the top lane, though we shall see how LG responds in this match. Given LG's nature, they are likely to engage head-on. We all know LG's gameplay is characterized by fearlessness. Fiora has LG chosen Fiora, aiming to lock her in? Oh, they have locked her in. LG exudes confidence, seeking to confront you directly, showcasing their skill. The audience erupted in cheers, eager to witness this thrilling clash in the top lane. Indeed, from a spectator's perspective, a duel between assassins or warriors is far more captivating than two mages merely farming or two tanks teleporting for support. Alright, let us enter the game. I in this match. Both top lanes engaged in standard lane matchups, with no swaps in sight. This top lane matchup promises excitement, as we await to see whether LG's Fiora or Huni's Riven will emerge victorious. Indeed, during the group stage, Huni's Riven delivered a spectacular performance, executing a timely teleport to assist the bottom lane. Although Fnatic was on the brink of collapse, his remarkable maneuvers resulted in a stunning quadra-kill. Furthermore, LG has demonstrated a remarkable proficiency with warrior champions. Their previous performances with champions like Dr. Mundo and Renekton in the group stage were commendable, particularly in their match against SKT, where they also showcased exceptional skill. In the previous game featuring Riven, LG achieved excellent results as well, indicating that their Fiora is likely to be formidable. Both players possess considerable individual prowess, and it now remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. As they entered the lane, both champions began to cautiously test each other's limits. That LG was fortunate, as the first weakness appeared right in front of Riven. Fiora was unrelenting, immediately dashing in to exploit the opening and then retreating. Riven initiated her Q and basic attacks, but failed to find a favorable opportunity. Fiora struck again, exploiting another weakness in Riven's defense, while Riven's W missed, failing to stun her opponent. Thus, in the early exchanges, Fiora came out ahead. Riven had consumed her potion, whereas Fiora's health remained comfortably secure, not necessitating any healing. Upon reaching level 4, Riven found herself at a disadvantage, having been gradually whittled down. She opted to recall, while Fiora swiftly moved into the brush to do the same. Both champions had acquired double Doran's items, suggesting they were intent on engaging in combat, clearly harboring ambitions for a showdown. Riven began to push the wave with her Q, allowing her to surpass Fiora in levels. However, Fiora was not overly concerned, as her W provided her with robust defensive capabilities, rendering Riven's attempts to secure a kill implausible. Fiora's SW absorbed Riven's third Q, stunning her in the process. Would she engage? She hesitated, perhaps judging the minion wave too overwhelming and recognizing that Riven was on the verge of cooldown on her abilities. The two champions appeared poised to develop their strengths until they both reached level 6, at which point further actions would likely unfold. They began to farm peacefully, with Riven clearing minions. Using her Q. Riven was on the cusp of level 6, and Fiora needed to exercise caution, as both champions were currently at approximately 70% health, with Riven capable of executing Fiora in one fell swoop. Riven's third Q connected with Fiora, yet surprisingly, Fiora opted not to use her W for defense. And with Riven attaining level 6, calamity seemed imminent for Fiora. Riven unleashed her ultimate, initiating a deadly combo that rapidly depleted Fiora's health, placing her in a precarious situation. Fiora, now also at level 6, found her health alarmingly low. She managed to apply her ultimate onto Riven, followed by her W, only for the ultimate to be activated, triggering a healing field. How could this ultimate have been executed? Once the healing field activated, Fiora began to recover rapidly, while Riven, having been struck by 4 successive weaknesses, found her own health diminished. It became evident that Riven could not overcome Fiora. Ultimately, Riven attempted to flash away, but Fiora, empowered by her passive, caught up to her, delivering a precise blade surge that claimed Riven's life. The first blood was secured by LG, confirming it as a legitimate solo kill, with neither jungler having intervened in the top lane. Fiora's exploitation of weaknesses was executed with remarkable speed. Initially, when Fiora was knocked into the air and Riven hit level 6, many anticipated Riven would secure the kill. However, Fiora's rapid succession of strikes was astonishing, likely completed in less than half a second. Did you catch the sequence of Fiora's combo? No, but surely there will be a replay. Let us examine the replay to clarify how Fiora executed her combo with such incredible speed. The replay has been slowed down, yet it remains difficult to discern the intricacies. All that is visible is that she initiated with her ultimate, followed by a W to break the first weakness. Then a series of swift strikes culminating in the destruction of the remaining 3 weaknesses. Astonishingly swift, even the professional observers struggled to capture the moment, necessitating multiple replays to fully appreciate the sequence. Now, Fiora has pushed the minion wave to the enemy tower, resulting in significant losses for Riven, not only in terms of the kill, but also potentially over 20 minion kills if LG manages to capitalize on this advantage. Even 30 minions would not be out of the question. The replay has been revisited, slowed down considerably. T was indeed an R, followed by a W to eliminate the first weakness, then a deft maneuver to strike the second weakness, culminating in an E flash to breach the third weakness, and finishing with a Q to destroy the final weakness. The velocity of this sequence was unprecedented, warranting multiple replays, an occurrence rarely seen on the world stage. The speed was simply astounding. Riven's Q and basic attacks had barely concluded when Fiora had already dispatched all 4 weaknesses. Thus, even the professional observers failed to capture the moment adequately, necessitating 2 replays for clarity. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting LG's ID in admiration of their remarkable play. Indeed, spectators were left in awe of LG's execution. The naysayers remarked, "Wasn't the previous match merely about picking up kills?" Surely, this was not just a casual kill. It was a bona fide solo execution. Others, in their hubris, declared that a single kill was insignificant, urging caution until the match was won. The critics insisted that the previous match did not yield a true solo kill, while this one undeniably did. Should this match also result in victory for LG, they would likely find themselves devoid of excuses. The critics would likely claim that the venue's conditions were unfavorable, lacking the presence of kimchi to bolster performance. Otherwise, they would have secured victory long ago. Such stubbornness was evident in their discourse. Why rush? Winning against a European team is trivial. True prowess would be demonstrated in defeating SKT. Had they not faced defeat previously? The critics continued to bicker. Even if EDG were to claim the championship, they would attribute it solely to the contributions of Korean players. The critics remained obstinate, their rhetoric as flimsy as a Korean male's physique, short and lacking substance. While the Han River flowed with vitality, I too wished to take part in this action, opting for Fiora as my champion. In this moment, a confident player launched the game, selecting Fiora. 20 minutes later, a disheartened Fiora, with a score of 0-16, angrily exited the game. Recently, the transformation of the game has intensified, fueling our motivation to update more rapidly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Fiora logged back in, and the minion wave had returned, positioned near the river close to EDG's tower, yet the tower was unable to strike the minions. Riven found the minion wave troublesome. Pushing was perilous, yet failing to do so would allow Fiora to control the lane. However, Huni is certainly not one to passively await defeat. After a prolonged stalemate of over a minute, he recalled the 4 words that resonate in top lane. Top lane calls for assistance. Summoning the Scorpion, who had just reached level 6, he prepared for a tower dive. Riven accelerated her wave clear, even at the cost of incurring 2 weaknesses from Fiora's Q. Was she truly attempting to dive my tower? Ling lacked vision, yet with an awareness surpassing 80, he keenly grasped the opponent's intentions. Having only secured 1 solo kill on Riven, and with a slight minion lead of over 10, the equipment disparity remained minimal, approximately a 600 gold difference. The opposing duo possessed sufficient capability to execute a tower dive on him. Glancing at the map, he noted that the jungler's barrel was busy farming his favorite F4 in the mid lane, rendering him unlikely to arrive in time. "Jungler, they're diving me. Please push the bottom lane and see if you can gank or secure a dragon." Acknowledging that he could not arrive in time for assistance, he recognized that exchanging resources was the optimal choice, and thus the jungler did not object. "All right, hold your ground." Upon concluding his remarks, the factory manager hastened towards the lower lane. Scorpion 9 emerged from the brush behind the blue tower, launching a slowing E at the duelist, yet refrained from using her ultimate to avoid being countered by the duelist's W, the Lawrence I blade, which could negate her control. Instead, she found herself stunned beneath the tower. Riven then executed a 3rd Q to strike down upon the duelist, aiming to send her flying T that moment. Ling's bone plating rune activated, granting him an additional 5 points to his survivability attributes. While his Intel 80-core brain operated with remarkable speed, he opted not to use W to block Riven's Q and counterstun her. Fully aware that Riven could evade his stun by dashing aside at the last moment, leaving them free to unleash their fury upon him. Moreover, Scorpion Ainai still possessed her ultimate, which would surely seal his fate. Thus, the duelist unleashed her W, Lawrence I Blade, towards Scorpion Ainai. Although Riven evaded the counterstun with her E, the unsuspecting Scorpion Ainai was caught under the tower's assault, enduring its wrath. Yield, fools, for you have already lost. Simultaneously, the rune Aftershock activated, increasing his attributes upon immobilizing an enemy champion. The duelist swiftly inflicted her ultimate upon Scorpion, and before she could even complete her fourth strike, Scorpion was slain by Riven and the turret. Despite Riven's attempt to hinder the duelist with her W, and Scorpion's use of flash, the turret's energy ball ultimately claimed Scorpion's life. With the blood well emerging, it was naive for Riven to think she could single-handedly slay the better-equipped duelist beneath the turret. Such aspirations were mere folly. Instead, Riven found herself on the run from the duelist, yet ultimately managed to escape by leaping over the wall with her third Q. The duelist chose not to pursue further, for Riven's skills would be on cooldown outside the tower, and she had exhausted her W and ultimate, making victory uncertain. Concerning health, one could never place faith in the Noxian's vitality, nor in the health of the Darkin and the top lane's four sisters. Furthermore, having controlled a substantial wave of minions, the economic advantage gained from these minions and kills was comparable, yet devoid of risk. Thus, retreating to the tower to farm was the wiser choice. Observing Riven's hasty retreat, Ling chuckled with satisfaction. Was this truly a challenge? Both sides returned to the top lane, yet Riven found herself struggling under the weight of the minion wave. Indeed, at this rate, Riven would undoubtedly fall behind and farm to the duelist. The minion wave was firmly controlled by the duelist near the river, leaving Riven in a precarious position, hesitant to push the lane aggressively. However, Scorpion was nearby, seemingly heading in this direction. The duelist needed to tread carefully. Although she had previously slain Riven, her lead was not substantial, and Scorpion had also reached level 6, allowing them to potentially burst the duelist down. Indeed, the factory manager was far too distant to provide timely assistance. Meanwhile, the duelist remained oblivious, lacking vision to detect Scorpion's approach at She marked the area. It seemed she had sensed something amiss. The factory manager proceeded towards the lower lane, likely aware of the situation and aiming for a resource exchange. Though it remained uncertain whether he would choose to ambush the lower lane or secure the dragon, Scorpion had exited the brush, observing how they would engage. Should the duelist manage to stun one of them, she would undoubtedly have the capacity to retaliate, especially with her healing triggered. We had already witnessed LG's duelist dismantling opponents with remarkable speed. Scorpion initiated with an E, slowing the duelist. Riven struck first with a Q, landing a hit on the duelist. The duelist countered with her W, though its trajectory was directed at Scorpion. Lawrence I Blade ensnared Scorpion, who was tanking the turret. Thus, the duelist prepared to retaliate. Indeed, she activated her ultimate and began exploiting Scorpion's vulnerabilities. Riven stunned the duelist, while Scorpion attempted to escape with flash. Yet the turret's assault had already been unleashed, leading to Scorpion's demise. The Bloodwell was triggered, prompting Riven to make her escape. Despite her efforts, Riven found it challenging to flee. She ultimately vaulted over the wall, while the duelist chose not to pursue, as there were still numerous minions beneath the tower, allowing her to farm for ample economic gain. Wow, LG's duelist executed her maneuvers flawlessly. The opposing team had attempted a clever ploy, using an E to bait the W, yet she remained unfazed, reaching the position for her ultimate without being deceived. In the end, Riven's third Q forced the W out, but it was still directed at Scorpion, thus cleverly turning the tables and successfully retaliating against Scorpion. Indeed, it seemed LG had mastered the art of warfare, employing diversionary tactics and countermeasures with precision. Moreover, it was as if they had meticulously prepared, feigning ignorance of the enemy's approach while signaling the factory manager to take action, all the while readying themselves for a counterstrike. However one might view it, LG's display was undeniably impressive. Without skill, strategy would be futile. The audience erupted with comments praising the spectacular play that a duelist executing a double kill beneath the tower. Truly, LG was remarkable. Laughter ensued as critics questioned whether it was even possible to lose in such a manner. The Roaring Celestial? A tidbit of knowledge. The Roaring Celestial retired due to the soundproofing of the studio. Why the excitement? White? Winning doesn't amount to much. Even if they do win, it's not for a championship that a professional player, not playing the game, but studying tactics instead. How tragic. The recent encoding issues have only fueled our motivation to update more swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Meanwhile, the lower lane successfully secured the dragon. Yet how did this kill occur? Ashe was unexpectedly slain. Concurrently, while chaos unfolded in the upper lane, a battle erupted in the lower lane. This was illogical. The upper lane was engaged, so the lower lane should have remained stable, especially as it was not a turret dive. The director provided a replay for our analysis of the lower lane's happenings. We observed that upon realizing Scorpion had moved to the upper lane, and with the mid lane Emperor unlikely to assist, the factory manager arrived in the lower lane, aiming for an ambush. If they could catch an enemy, they could then proceed to secure the dragon, which would be ideal that if they failed to catch anyone, they could assist the lower lane in pushing the wave, forcing the enemy back before proceeding to the dragon. This was also a viable plan. The factory manager approached the lower lane, unleashing an ultimate. However, the enemy was alert. Thus, Ashe evaded the barrel's ultimate. The factory manager and his team did not pursue further and instead diverted their attention to the dragon. Yet, what was Reckl's thinking? Why was he heading towards the dragon? This made no sense. He had just used Flash, and the barrel, the skateboard, and Tom all still had theirs. Yes, and Ashe's arrival posed no threat to the dragon. The barrel held Smite, the skateboard had E, and while Kinks and Ezreal might have a chance to secure it, Ashe could not possibly claim it with just a W. Moreover, FNC had no vision in that area. The skateboard activated his ultimate, and Tom hurled himself forward, striking Ashe. Yellowstar's Ollie Star executed a double knock-up on the skateboard in an attempt to save Ashe, but the barrels collided with Ashe, leaving her trapped. This was a sacrifice, as she was unable to escape. Furthermore, Ollie Star was also at risk of being eliminated, as had already been slain by the skateboard, while Ollie Star managed to flash over the wall, successfully fleeing. At the same time, EDG successfully secured the dragon. Nevertheless, one must question Ashe's illogical decision to venture here. Facing 3 opponents and without Flash, what compelled her to approach? The audience commented, "What does it mean? Is it not permissible for my ADC to fall when the top lane has already given up?" Another chimed in, "Exactly, I only fell once while you all in the jungle and top lane have fallen twice." Laughter ensued as their IDs were rather exaggerated. Were they truly overwhelmed by LG? Had they ceased to perform? Were they simply throwing the game? White's excitement was misplaced. It wasn't as if they had won. And even if they had, it wouldn't be for a championship. Ling also witnessed the perplexing maneuvers of the opposing Ashe and couldn't help but exclaim that they seemed to have lost their wits. By the time Ling logged back in, she had already crafted a Tiamat, a Gale Force, and a small wooden mallet, while the adversary Riven possessed only a Brutalizer in pursuit of maximizing her damage output. Ling opted against the conventional build of Tiamat into Black Cleaver, followed by a Hydra and Guardian Angel, which is typically favored by Fiora players. Instead, she boldly chose the Trinity Force, with such a substantial advantage. It was imperative to fully capitalize on it, to ride atop the heads of her opponents and assert her dominance, if one were to attain an advantage yet play hesitantly, allowing the enemy to regroup and strategize. It would be better to concede outright to avoid a potential comeback. Even when leading by a significant margin to present, Fiora was enjoying a notable economic lead over her foes, having accrued several waves of minions, nearly 40, as well as 2 kills, one of which was First Blood. She was ahead by approximately 1,500 gold. Upon re-entering the fray, Ling's Fiora faced no pressure at all. She seized opportunities to strike Riven with a simple Q, enhanced by the Gale Force Burst, alongside Fiora's passive, which dealt true damage. A single Q inflicted nearly a quarter of Riven's health. Even if her W failed to block Riven's 3rd Q and W, it mattered little. The disparity was so vast that Riven dared not retaliate. for the risk was too great, and she likely could not withstand Fiora's onslaught. Moreover, Fiora was not in a position where she could be easily countered, which rendered Riven reluctant to engage. Ultimately, Riven could endure only so much from Fiora's relentless Q strikes and was compelled to retreat to base for healing. Meanwhile, Su Ling's Fiora chipped away at the turret's health but refrained from demolishing it entirely. Recognizing that they were in a standard landing phase and that their bottom lane had recently dispatched the enemy Ashe, with the turret's health already in their favor, she opted to preserve it, allowing for additional minion farm from the enemy side. Confining Riven to defending the turret would place her in a precarious position, as she risked being picked off, while abandoning the turret would grant Fiora free access to it, creating a dilemma for the opposing player. Yet Fiora's economic advantage had widened by over 200 gold. The enemies hesitated to retaliate, leaving Su Ling yearning for worthy adversaries. She sighed, reflecting on the loneliness of invincibility. How chilly it was at the top. A shiver coursed through Su Ling, and she realized that the end of October in Belgium had turned quite cold, prompting her to zip up her jacket. The subsequent stages of the match unfolded with relative ease. Upon returning to lane, Riven, despite the presence of a defensive turret behind her, faced imminent doom as Fiora could dismantle it in just 2 or 3 strikes, far from a secure position. The equipment gap between Riven and Fiora had grown significantly, rendering tower diving a non-issue. Jungle, come to top lane, let's invade their jungle. The flowers in our garden cannot compare to the wildflowers in the field. Su Ling remarked. Scorpion, Lele, come assist me. Earlier, the jungler had passed through the river and had his mouth watering at the sight of the enemy's F4 camp. Now, with backup on the way, he felt emboldened to feast on the enemy's resources. As Fiora cleared minions beneath Riven's turret, she ventured towards the enemy's first turret, initiating a split push. Meanwhile, the jungler was brazenly devouring jungle monsters in FNC's upper jungle. Indeed, the allure of homegrown resources paled in comparison to the wild. Su Ling and the jungler moved like marauders, unabashedly pillaging the enemy's territory for gold, while the opposition dared not intervene. Riven could not contend with Fiora, nor could the enemy jungler withstand the combined might of Fiora and the barrel-wielding champion. As for the mid lane Azir, he was still in the growth phase, and Victor's wave-clearing speed was commendable, possibly even quicker than his ability to assist teammates. In fact, Azir had to tread cautiously, wary of a sudden barrel E-flash or a cataclysmic ultimate that could send him reeling. The Scorpion, having already failed twice in attempts to gank Su Ling, was beginning to feel apprehensive, especially with the barrel champion serving as Fiora's bodyguard. Ultimately, Su Ling and the jungler feasted in the enemy's jungle and top lane, even stealing a red buff from their opponents before the barrel champion departed. Su Ling as Fiora proceeded to demolish the enemy's first turret, claiming the economic bounty for herself. Riven, disheartened, dared not interfere, as she was already at a significant economic and equipment disadvantage. Just moments ago, Fiora had secured a freshly acquired red buff, a threat that Riven could not afford to confront, should she be struck by AQ. The combination of Gale Force, cooldown reduction, and the red buff slow would likely seal her fate. Thus, Riven fled in fear before Fiora could reach the top lane. As the game progressed, the urgency of the situation intensified. Let's swap lanes. I will head to the bottom lane in a few minutes. The Baron will respawn, Su Ling declared. Sure, hold the bottom lane steady. Oh, not worry. The enemies are not yet numerous enough for me to fell. This was not mere bravado. With Fiora's current equipment, she could likely outmatch even the combined forces of FNC's top and jungle. By the 19-minute mark, Riven could no longer withstand the relentless assault from Fiora in the bottom lane and was compelled to retreat, conceding the first turret in that lane. Unperturbed, Su Ling allowed the minions to push the turret while she turned her attention to the dragon alongside her jungler. Not a single enemy dared to approach. Recognizing the overwhelming disparity in power, any attempt would surely lead to disaster. After finishing off the dragon, Su Ling glanced at the top lane through her screen and noticed an opportunity due to the enemy overextending. Eco, I'm heading to the top lane for a gank. Let's go, she called, marking her intent before activating her teleport. Eco, controlling the Tahm Kench, advanced and casually landed a Q on the enemy Ashe, while the slippery champion began to glide forward. Realizing that teleportation was occurring behind them, the enemies dared not retaliate. leaving Ash to unleash her ultimate in a desperate attempt to escape. Although the slippery champion was briefly immobilized, he managed to cast his ultimate before being stunned. "It's you, chubby catfish," he declared as Tahm Kench began to engulf both enemies, licking them mercilessly. "Brother, lick her! Brother, lick her!" At that moment, Fiora landed her teleport and approached, while the bull-headed champion attempted to disrupt Fiora, but was met with her parry, leaving him stunned instead. The slippery champion regained his mobility and moved in to deal damage. Fiora refrained from using her ultimate, for the positioning suggested no reinforcements were forthcoming, and the enemies in the bottom lane were doomed. Aware of their inevitable demise, the opponents refrained from using any summoner spells. Ultimately, the two enemies fell prey to the slippery champion S.E., swiftly dispatched. The moment Fiora's teleport landed, Su Ling knew the fate of the enemies in the bottom lane was sealed, prompting her to call out in the voice chat, quickly, to the Baron. "Let us head straight to the Baron." Thus, the jungler, having just finished off the dragon, hurried to the Baroness location, and Victor had already made his way there. After eliminating the FNC duo in the bottom lane, the EDG team quickly regrouped at the Baron pit. "We shall engage. Eco, go clear the vision, but be cautious." With the exception of Tahm Kench, the rest of the EDG team began the Baron assault. The Scorpion positioned himself above the Baron pit, near the upper lane's tri-brush, while Eco tossed out a fake ward, only for it to be swiftly detected and removed by the Scorpion scan. Meanwhile, the Azir and Riven lay in wait behind the red buff. Noticing Tahm Kench approaching, Azir summoned Sand Soldiers, relentlessly attacking him, while Riven initiated a flurry of QS and auto attacks. Tahm Kench activated his E to generate a gray shield in an attempt to escape. But Azir's drift, followed by his ultimate, pushed him back. Just in time, Tahm Kench activated his flash to evade danger. With the Baroness health dwindling, and with the team still unaware of the Scorpioness position, Su Ling grew anxious for the jungler. Should the enemy snatch the Baron, it would be catastrophic. "I will seek out the Scorpion. You all continue attacking. Jungler, be wary of your abilities. Do not let them steal it." Upon concluding her remarks, Su Ling promptly exited the dragon pit. However, as she ventured into the triangular brush, she found no trace of the Scorpion. It seemed the enemy had already vacated the area. Currently, there were two potential locations for the opposing Scorpion, one slightly further towards the armored beetle, and the other within the river's foliage. Yet the notion of brazenly seizing the dragon from the river's brush seemed rather far-fetched. Thus, the duelist took a few steps towards the armored beetle, and indeed, she spotted the Scorpion, poised for action and calculating the timing as it advanced towards the dragon pit. This was a mutual approach between the duelist and the Scorpion. Upon noticing the duelist's arrival, the Scorpion acted decisively, activating its W ability, Crystal Scorpion Armor, and swiftly maneuvering past the duelist into the triangular brush. The factory manager immediately unleashed his ultimate ability, sending the Scorpion flying. Just as he finished his sentence, the Scorpion decisively flashed into the dragon pit, only to be met with the factory manager's explosive barrel, which sent the Scorpion hurtling back. "Why are you running, Scorpion? The more you flee, the more exhilarated I become." Seeing the Scorpion return, the duelist quickly ensnared it with her ultimate ability. Realizing escape was futile, the Scorpion opted to ascend, avoiding drawing the duelist towards the Emperor and Riven. Meanwhile, the skateboarders securely claimed the dragon for their team. In truth, Su Ling was uncertain of the enemy's strategy. With their skateboarder in play, the likelihood of successfully stealing the dragon from them was virtually non-existent unless the Scorpion could perfectly time a steal amidst the skateboarder's ultimate, which was a slim chance. However, the Scorpion's damage could never rival the skateboarder's prowess. Of course, there existed a remote possibility, as evidenced during the group stage when IG faced AHQ, where IG's Spider and Skateboarder were both present and yet still allowed the enemy to steal the dragon. Perhaps FNC had drawn inspiration from that match, believing they could replicate such a feat ultimately. The dragon was securely claimed by EDG, and the Scorpion fell victim to a long-range Q from Deft. Isn't this kill also up for grabs? Su Ling marked 2 question marks on the map. With the dragon firmly in their grasp, EDG returned home and collectively stocked up on supplies. The skateboarder, having just secured 3 kills and reaped the rewards from the dragon, acquired the standard 2-piece build of Blade of the Ruined King and Luana's Hurricane, along with a Mercury's Treads, rendering the Scorpion significantly less effective against him. In the ensuing minutes, bolstered by the dragon's buff and a substantial economic lead, EDG overwhelmed FNC, toppling 3 outer towers in rapid succession. At the 27-minute mark, the economic disparity ballooned to 10,000. The duelist had crafted the Spring Brothers armor, essentially a resurrection item. With the dragon about to respawn, the members of EDG pushed their minion waves forward before converging on the dragon's location to establish vision and prepare for the objective. Only Su Ling, as duelist, lingered in the bottom lane, equipped with a teleportation ability for swift relocation. At this juncture, the duelist had assembled a trio of items: the Ravenous Hydra, Trinity Force, and the Spring Brothers armor, complemented by a pair of unenchanted Mercury's treads. Conversely, the enemy Riven boasted commendable gear, including a Ravenous Hydra, a cooldown reduction boot, and brutal force alongside a pickaxe, while Riven's equipment appeared respectable. Su Ling's items were notably more expensive, particularly the Trinity Force, which was the priciest item in this version. This disparity placed considerable pressure on Riven as she defended the tower. Typically, the duelist was ill-suited for team fights, making the Black Cleaver a more prudent choice for higher survivability. However, in pursuit of optimal split pushing and lane damage, Su Ling opted for the Trinity Force, should Riven be struck by the duelist's empowered Q. Enhanced by the Lightbringer and weakness effects, she could lose 1/3 of her health in an instant. Let us preemptively place wards and establish vision. This will allow us to seize the initiative. With that, the remaining members of EDG arrived at the dragon's lair to set up vision, while Su Ling slowly chipped away at the high ground, though not without difficulty given Riven's formidable damage output and agility. Coupled with her lifesteal, upon checking the tab, Su Ling was startled to discover that Riven had constructed the Black Cleaver, a clear indication that her teammates had lost numerous minion waves. Hyuni, are you perhaps from the land of pickled vegetables? Or from the hometown of that fellow who enjoys playing graves? It seemed the enemy had recognized the necessity of allocating some resources to Riven. Otherwise, EDG's 4-to-1 split push would prove insurmountable for Riven, potentially leading to a scenario akin to their match against SKT, where Su Ling's split pushing secured victory. Upon assessing Riven's gear, Su Ling concluded that while she could surely win in a duel, the risk of tower diving remained too great. Thus, it was prudent to seek an opportunity for a team engagement. Let us engage. I am capable of executing my strategy. Su Ling dispatched a minion wave and, as Riven cleared half of it, positioned herself in the enemy jungle to return home. Previously, the duelist had often employed this tactic, catching Riven off guard, so Riven remained oblivious, assuming the duelist was merely repeating past strategies. However, the duelist had quietly begun her recall. A ward had been placed in the brush adjacent to the dragon pit near the red buff, and, as it had been scanned by Tom, there was no enemy vision present. Thus, Su Ling decisively activated her teleport. I am teleporting. Look for an opportunity to engage at the dragon. The members of EDG were establishing vision when Huang Xing's Alistar found a position, executing a flash into a double knock-up, immediately followed by Ash's ultimate, the enchanted crystal arrow. With Tom not nearby to protect the skateboarder, he hurried over, using his flash to attempt to devour the skateboarder. However, just as Tom activated his flash and was about to devour the skateboarder, the latter instinctively used his ultimate to pull Tom towards him for protection. In this twist of fate, Tom was ensnared within a spirit blossom. While the skateboarder was brutally slain by the enemy Emperor, Su Ling's teleport landed. She beheld this chaotic scene. Although Tom managed to knock up Ash and the Emperor, the skateboarder had already fallen, and Tom now faced imminent defeat as well. With little time for contemplation, Su Ling realized that if they sacrificed Tom, they would lose 2 champions without contesting the dragon, which would result in a significant disadvantage. Let us engage. I can maneuver effectively, as the Scorpion advanced, seeking to ensnare Victor. The Barrel Master unleashed a devastating ability that obliterated the Scorpion. Simultaneously, Tom was methodically eliminated by the enemy's dual carries. Just as the opposing duo was preparing to engage both the Barrel Master and Victor, Fiora emerged from the grass behind them. Her speed, granted by the Guardian's blessing, was astonishing upon witnessing Fiora's arrival. Hyuni's Riven promptly activated her teleport, The immense acceleration provided by the Guardian left Azir with little reaction time, forcing him to unleash his ultimate. However, during Fiora's Q, she executed a well-timed W, the Grand Challenge, stunning Azir in the process. Subsequently, Fiora ensnared Azir with her ultimate and swiftly began to exploit his vulnerabilities. Although Ashe was consistently dealing damage from the sidelines, her performance was lackluster, leaving Fiora largely unaffected. The Scorpion, initially intent on capturing Victor, was compelled to flash back to rescue Azir, aiming to separate the already committed Fiora, anticipating Riven's imminent arrival. A 5v3 scenario would surely guarantee victory. Yet with a deft A-flash, Fiora successfully shattered Azir's vulnerabilities, preventing the Scorpion from reaching her. After dispatching Azir, Fiora redirected her assault towards Ashe, but Alistair's skills were on cooldown, resulting in a Q that sent Fiora airborne, while Riven had already landed. Commencing a concentrated attack on her. In that moment, the Barrel Master executed an E-flash, sending both Riven and Alistar flying, while Victor advanced, unleashing an E and his ultimate, instantly obliterating the weakened Ashe, although Riven. The Scorpion and Alistar combined to swiftly eliminate Fiora. She possessed a Guardian Angel, allowing her to resurrect. Meanwhile, Alistar and the Scorpion had already fallen to Victor's assault. At this juncture, FNC was left with only Riven. While EDG still had the Barrel Master, Victor, and a soon-to-respawn Fiora. Riven could only flee, but was slowed by the Barrel Master, and upon Fiora's resurrection, she executed a Q to claim Riven's life. Ultimately, EDG emerged victorious, achieving a 2-4-5 exchange, with Victor securing a triple kill and Fiora obtaining a double kill. Following the skirmish, Ling exhaled in relief, casting a wary glance towards Deft. "Coach, I wish to play ADC." Ling finally comprehended why, during S7, Faker held such regard for Bang. To be frank, Deft often finds himself in precarious situations, frequently succumbing to unfortunate fates. Last game it was the Golden Lantern, and this time it was a bowling ball leading to his demise. Was this technique dubbed the Golden Spirit Ball? In a past life, EDG's primary carry was Pawn. Whenever he was injured, EDG's performance faltered. Thankfully, they faced FNC, had it been Escati, or if they had a different top laner. The previous Golden Lantern might have turned the tide, and this Golden Spirit Ball could also have led to a reversal. Should they encounter SKT next, and continue in this manner, Ling was at a loss for how to secure victory. Even with a system in place, it would be futile unless it could induce errors in the opponent's gameplay. The Baron Pit. The broadcast room captured Fiora alone in the bottom lane, while the rest of EDG congregated near Baron. They executed a 4-to-1 split push, a strategy EDG had seldom employed before, but given LG's players' exceptional individual prowess, it had become viable. Indeed, this was the very tactic that had secured their victory against SKT previously. As Fiora commenced her siege on the enemy's inhibitor tower, her efficiency was lacking. During this time, Riven roamed to farm minion waves and jungle camps. They were acutely aware that if Riven was not sufficiently economically bolstered, she would struggle to fend off Fiora. After pushing a wave into the tower, Fiora retreated, seemingly attempting to lure Riven out. Suddenly, Fiora initiated a recall. Was she preparing to engage? Perhaps LG had realized that Riven had accumulated significant farm during this period. Thus, one-on-one pressure was insufficient. Fiora had already begun her teleport, and as EDG maintained their composure, FNC remained oblivious to Fiora's impending arrival. However, the positioning of the slippery shoes was compromised, as they were caught by Alistair's flashing headbutt, immediately followed by Ashe's ultimate. The slippery shoes found themselves in peril, devoid of Tom's support. Could he rescue them? Tom flashed in for the save, but the slippery shoes activated their ultimate, rendering Tom unable to reach them, resulting in their demise at the hands of Azir's sand soldiers. This ultimate seemed unjustifiable. Tom had flashed in for assistance and was attempting to disrupt the enemy to protect the ADC. Now, Tom could not escape either. This predicament could cost EDG the Baron. Fiora circled back, intent on continuing the fight. Riven initiated her teleport, albeit perhaps a tad too late. Fiora, having just acquired the Guardian's blessing, charged towards Azir, but Azir had his ultimate at the ready. Could she withstand his onslaught? As Azir unleashed his ultimate, Fiora responded with her W, successfully blocking the attack, subsequently ensnaring Azir with her ultimate and beginning to exploit his vulnerabilities. Only Ashe lingered nearby. Lacking her ultimate, thus posing minimal threat, the Scorpion flashed back, attempting to catch Fiora, but she deftly flashed away, eliminating Azir and evading the Scorpion's ultimate. She then turned her attention to Ashe. Riven landed, joining forces with Alistar and the Scorpion to focus down Fiora. However, Ashe succumbed to Victor's onslaught. Although Fiora was swiftly dispatched by the trio, she had the Guardian Angel, allowing her to resurrect, while the Scorpion and Alistar had already fallen to Victor. Riven was left with no choice but to flee. But Fiora, upon reviving, executed a Q to eliminate Riven to end this sequence. Despite initially losing 2 members, EDG triumphed in a 3v5, achieving a remarkable 2-4-5 outcome. Indeed, the pivotal factor lay in LG's Fiora, who, taking advantage of the enemy's lack of vision, disrupted their rhythm, stunning Azir before claiming his life, subsequently drawing enemy fire away, thereby enabling Victor to deal damage unimpeded. Consequently, EDG seized the opportunity to secure Baron, further extending their lead. Following this skirmish, General Pawn's Victor had claimed 3 kills and had risen to prominence. The broadcast room even highlighted LG's reactions. Was LG casting their gaze towards Deft? Indeed, LG's expression was rather ominous. It was undeniable that Deft's earlier blunder had been grave. His risky positioning resulted in 2 unnecessary deaths, nearly jeopardizing his teammates and jeopardizing Baron, which could have allowed FNC to overturn the economic disparity. Fortunately, LG's Fiora and General Pawn's Victor had performed admirably, ultimately leading to a victorious team fight and the acquisition of Baron. In the barrage of comments, viewers questioned why Deft had been targeted. What a foolish ADC, delivering himself to the enemy, they remarked. Tom had even flashed in to save him, only for Deft's ultimate to inadvertently draw Tom into danger. Last game it was the Golden Lantern, and now it's the Golden Spirit Ball? The moniker seemed fitting, as Deft consistently found himself embroiled in memorable situations. That LG's Fiora is simply phenomenal. What remarkable mechanics. Indeed, I'm curious how to replicate such combos. For those seeking to learn Fiora, come join the livestream at Sheeman's channel, 200 per session, with over 3,000 already registered. Let us not criticize Deft. He remains a formidable player. Absolutely. Do you have any idea how hard he works? Last year he was brought to tears by IP, and this year he nearly brought his teammates to tears as well. Indeed, last game it was the Golden Lantern, and now it's the Golden Spirit Ball. What will the next game bring? Not to criticize or praise, but Deft's professionalism is commendable. He exerts considerable effort and possesses impressive damage output, though he occasionally succumbs to inexplicable blunders. What's next? Golden Fertilizer. Laughter erupted. Golden Fertilizer. If Che Guevara were to witness the comment from netizens, he might reconsider entering. The outside world seems far more entertaining and eloquent. Look at LG's expressions. They appear ready to eliminate Deft. Indeed, relying on their own efforts to carve out an advantage, they nearly succumbed to their teammates' misjudgments. That I have encountered this gaze from LG before. It was reminiscent of the moment when EDG faced SKT, as Faker cast a similar look upon his 4 teammates. When the restaurant inquired about our meal choices, 3 dishes and 1 soup were settled upon. Securing the Baron, EDG subsequently captured the Dragon, creating a significant economic disparity. After the Double 11 festivities, the entire EDG squad commenced their assault on the FNC base. Empowered by the Baron buff and bolstered by a considerable economic lead, EDG's offensive unfolded seamlessly. Notably, Victor's ability swiftly depleted a substantial portion of Ashe's health, rendering FNC's defense untenable. Capitalizing on this momentum, EDG claimed 2 towers, yet FNC's defense remained commendable, particularly due to Azir's formidable wave-clear capabilities. With Fiora lacking the Spring Brothers armor, her aggressive maneuvers were somewhat restrained. Hence, EDG retreated to regroup, preparing to seize the next opportunity to conclude the match. Although FNC managed to withstand this onslaught, it was evident to all that their chances of a comeback were minimal, with 2 lanes breached and a substantial economic gap within less than 30 minutes. The situation appeared dire. Moreover, as the Baron respawned, FNC's 2 lanes remained dormant, and EDG had already secured 3 dragons. Unless FNC could miraculously claim the Baron and 2 more dragons, they would need to triumph in 3 consecutive team fights. And not merely relying on their defensive towers. Outside, the production team provided a professional observer's perspective, revealing that apart from FNC's high ground, the surrounding areas, including the jungle and lanes, were shrouded in darkness. Should they venture out, they would likely fall victim to an ambush by EDG, potentially sealing their fate in this match. The Baron respawned. EDG entered FNC's upper jungle to establish vision, deeming it unnecessary to place wards in their own upper jungle, opting instead to maintain 1 or 2 wards at critical locations. Given that FNC had scarcely ventured into this area for approximately 8 to 9 minutes, they were incapable of establishing vision. After clearing the minion wave, Fiora advanced to the brush near F alongside her teammates for an ambush. However, FNC spotted EDG's presence with her E ability. Undeterred, EDG shifted positions and continued their wait. Ashe, with 2 charges of her E, once again revealed their location. Yet, EDG chose not to engage the Baron, confident in their ability to withstand the opposition's attempts, while super minions had already breached the high ground. Despite Riven's efforts to clear the waves, her efficiency was lacking. FNC's Ashe deployed a final scout, confirming that EDG had yet to commit to the Baron at this juncture. FNC had exhausted their means of obtaining long-range vision. With super minions leading the charge, FNC faced a critical decision. Ultimately, they resolved to stand their ground and fight valiantly. Cautiously advancing from the mid lane to the river, they aimed to secure at least 1 tooth before the impending team fight. Despite the overwhelming economic pressure, FNC's Azir maintained high damage output, and while the super minions posed a significant threat, they had also expedited FNC's gold acquisition. Azir attempted to gain vision with his sand soldiers, but the enemy Skarner unleashed his ultimate, sending Tom Kench crashing beneath Azir's feet, yet Azir's quick reflexes allowed him to evade. Meanwhile, the jungle's Gragas emerged from the F4 brush, unleashing a barrel that sent Azir flying back. With Skarner and Victor following up with crowd control, Azir was swiftly eliminated, leaving FNC bereft of their primary damage dealer. In an instant, it appeared that Su Ling's Fiora was rendered ineffective, adhering to the philosophy of not letting others enjoy while he himself could not. Su Ling activated his teleport and materialized at FNC space, commencing the dismantling of their structures. Ultimately, FNC managed to escape with only Riven, while EDG achieved a remarkable 0 for 4 exchange. They proceeded directly to dismantle the base. In the end, EDG opted not to engage the Baron and instead focused on demolishing structures, leaving FNC with merely Riven, utterly incapable of thwarting EDG's advances. EDG near the destruction of FNC space. They proudly displayed the IG emblem once more. The recent transition has invigorated us, prompting quicker updates. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. EDG emerged victorious in the team fight, claiming the Baron and 2 lanes of high ground, establishing a significant advantage. Indeed, throughout this World Championship, no match has seen a team seize 2 lanes of high ground and still manage a comeback. However, let us not dwell on that. Let us witness how EDG concludes this match. As the Baron respawned, EDG pushed the minion waves and positioned themselves near the Baron for an ambush. In my opinion, EDG could have directly engaged the Baron. FNC might not have dared to contest. However, it is plausible that EDG was wary of being countered, given FNC's late-game powerhouse in Azir, thus opting for a stealthy approach. Indeed, Ashe fired her E, spotting EDG. EDG waited for the vision to fade before shifting positions. Ashe launched another E, yet EDG remained patient, continuing their ambush. Those super minions. EDG could afford to wait. It was evident that Riven struggled with wave clearing. That FNC deployed their final scout, but failed to locate EDG, necessitating a decision: retreat to clear waves or engage in a desperate gamble. The super minions were closing in on their structures. FNC chose to send everyone to the Baron, opting for a final confrontation. Allowing the Baron to remain uncontested posed a significant risk, especially with another dragon on the horizon. The boost from 4 dragons and 1 Baron would be formidable, although lacking the 5-layer Dragon Slayer buff. It was still potent that FNC advanced from the mid lane toward the river, yet EDG lay in wait in the brush. Azir utilized his sand soldiers to scout, but Skarner was tossed out by the enemy's Skarner. Azir managed to flash away, but Gragas charged in from the F4 brush, detonating his ultimate and sending Azir flying backward. Skarner and Victor followed up with crowd control, swiftly eliminating Azir, with their primary damage dealer gone. FNC's chances of victory evaporated. In the end, FNC fell apart, with only Riven surviving among the 4 who were slain. Meanwhile, LG found themselves without a single kill, growing somewhat frustrated, and opted to teleport to dismantle the remaining structures. The tooth was breached, and FNC had, but Riven left, unable to prevent EDG's onslaught. EDG displayed their team emblem once more, proudly showcasing the IG insignia. Indeed, the camaraderie between LG and Zeta is commendable. So, you are the one who caused my brother to taste defeat. In the final moments, EDG successfully dismantled FNC space, and we congratulate EDG on their victory in the second match, leading 2-0 and securing match point. Congratulations to EDG. The barrage of comments reveals, did you see that? In the final team fight, wasn't our def providing the damage? Indeed, observe how LG merely loiters on the sidelines, contributing little that IT seems he's become a scapegoat for your criticisms. Had it not been for LG, 2 consecutive losses would have ensued. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the game would not utter such claims. LG did not dictate the tempo, nor could he achieve such an impact alone. Most of the rewards stemmed from team synergy that I have come to realize that IG has profited the most from this situation. Even after more than half a month, their emblem remains that I suspect that EDG might genuinely contend for the championship. It is amusing to think that defeating one FNC is a feat. Can they best SKT and KO? Moreover, they Haven T yet triumphed over FNC. Are they prematurely celebrating? Did they not falter against SI? Did they not win a single group stage match? Are the Korean teams choosing to turn a blind eye? What is by Z so agitated about? If they possess the prowess, let them secure the championship in S5. The critics will wait and see who ultimately claims the title. After a brief respite, the third match of the semifinals between EDG and FNC officially commences. During the band pick phase, the arena reverberates with cheers for FNC, which even Su Ling, wearing headphones, can discern. Shout all you want. Let us see how FNC will crumble under pressure later. The band pick begins that FNC occupies the blue side, while EDG takes the red that FNC's first ban targets Fiora. Su Ling chuckles, finding it utterly nonsensical that in the current meta, there are numerous formidable top laners. Can you truly ban them all? Are you still haunted by last match's defeat? If there were 5 ban slots, perhaps it would be feasible. EDG, with little to contest, opts to ban Gangplank. With a 2-game lead, they cannot afford any unexpected setbacks. Subsequently, FNC bans Tahm Kench, a wise choice considering his impactful performance in the previous match. Repeatedly rescuing Ezreal and excelling in team engagements with his tankiness and crowd control, EDG responds by banning Thresh, which is quite standard. FNC's final ban is Gragas, evidently shaken by the previous match where Gragas wreaked havoc. Su Ling, however, believes the opposing team has lost their composure. Their rhythm is clearly disrupted. Banning Tahm Kench, who performed admirably, seems misguided, as he synergizes with Ezreal to provide mutual protection. Although the Spirit Blossom exists, one cannot overlook Ezreal's contribution. Failing to ban him merely necessitates a different support, albeit less effective. It appears this match should be a straightforward victory for FNC. EDG concludes their bans with a final removal of Elise. The selected compositions are as follows. FNC blue side, top. Riven jungle. Rek'Sai mid. Orianna AD. Jhin support. Thresh EDG, red side, top. Sejuani jungle. Rek'Sai mid. Lulu AD. Ashe support. Alistar upon entering the game. Su Ling senses that Riven is already plagued by psychological issues that in the first match. Riven faced a champion disadvantage, so she chose Riven in the second to prove herself, only to be dismantled by her own choice of Fiora. In this match, her confidence is utterly shattered. Her execution and combos reveal a stark decline, almost as if she is not playing at a professional level. The 4-minute mark. Rek'Sai finds an opportunity to gank top. Yet Riven mismanages her combo, allowing Sejuani to escape. By 7 minutes, Riven, having reached level 6, attempts to engage Sejuani, but is instead outmaneuvered and killed. Following this incident, Riven's gameplay becomes increasingly erratic, resembling that of an amateur rather than a seasoned pro. At 11 minutes, FNC's trio converges on the top lane to suppress Sejuani, yet she, leveraging her item and level advantage, manages to kill Riven and escape unscathed. After eliminating Riven, EDG now leads by 3 kills. Perhaps influenced by this skirmish, the other FNC players' performance also deteriorates, leading to frequent blunders. Only the jungler and mid laner avoid being solo killed, as Thresh and Jhin fall victim to Ashe and Alistar in the bottom lane. Initially, as this is Europe, FNC's home ground, the audience's support is palpable. However, as the match progresses, the cheers wane, with many recognizing that FNC's form is completely off. Even if they cannot triumph over EDG, their fighting spirit should not be this feeble. They should not be so thoroughly dominated. IT is evident to all that. Given this state, FNC is destined to lose this game at the 29-minute mark. With a staggering deficit of 14 kills, FNC still opts for a counterattack. Yet the economic gap exceeds 10,000, and EDG boasts 3 dragons and 1 baron. FNC's decision is akin to a futile endeavor, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. Ultimately, EDG sacrifices only Alistar, achieving a 1-for-5 exchange before demolishing FNC space. Notably, Ling alone raises the IG banner. At this moment, the last remaining European team is eliminated, leaving the audience despondent. Thus, Ling refrains from calling out to his teammates to raise the IG banner. While one person may be seen as seeking vengeance for former teammates, should the entire team adopt this stance, it comes off as taunting. This situation mirrors a past football match between China and South Korea in Shenzhen, where allegiances should reflect national pride. Yet some, lacking such sentiments, cannot be coerced into compliance. Regarding claims of someone being Korean, how could they access the area designated for Chinese fans, which operates under a real name ticketing system? If one identifies as a spiritual Korean and supports Korea, why not attend the match in the Korean section? To intentionally provoke in the Chinese fan area while donning their jersey is disrespectful. I can only say that the friends in Shenzhen are overly tolerant, focusing on economic development. Ling and his compatriots feel let down. Can such individuals safely leave the stadium should they return for the new year? It is not that Ling cannot bear the loss. After all, the national team's defeats over the years have become routine. However, such behavior is undeniably inappropriate. In international contexts, spectators would never engage in such conduct. In contrast, the audience in Europe and America exhibits far more fervent emotions. These passionate fans, while capable in gaming, would falter in real-life scenarios, even if Ling were as formidable as Xianyu Reborn. Facing a crowd of tens of thousands would be daunting. Therefore, to prolong his career and aid LPL in securing championships, Ling chooses to remain discreet, raising the banner solo while planning to address the media later for clarification. Recently, the transition has been intense, providing us with greater motivation to update more swiftly. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Welcome back to the S13 World Championship semifinals, where LPL's EDG faces off against EU's FNC. Indeed, both teams are the last representatives from their respective regions, with EDG currently leading 2-0 in the previous matches. It can be said that LG achieved a significant advantage in the top lane, swiftly capitalizing on it to extend their lead across the team, ultimately securing victory. From FNC's performances in the group stage and quarterfinals, it is evident that their strongest assets lie in the synergy between their top and jungle players. However, once they are stifled in the top lane, FNC's combat effectiveness diminishes significantly. The edgy substitution of LG has effectively countered FNC's aggression, leading to a complete dismantling of their rhythm. This World Championship has showcased that the top laners of the quarterfinalists are predominantly strong contenders. Whether KT Someday, KO's Smeb, or SKT's Acorn, all being offensive-oriented top laners. Conversely, teams that favor conservative, team-oriented top laners have not fared well. That EDG has made timely adjustments by deploying LG, resulting in their current success. It is evident that this meta favors top lane dominance, as strong teams consistently allocate resources to bolster their top laners, allowing them to dictate the game's tempo and secure victories. The disparity between strong and weak teams transcends player skill. It also hinges on their understanding of the meta. Teams failing to adapt to the current version and executing poor drafts were eliminated during the group stage. Now, the ban pick for the third match has commenced. Wow, FNC's performance seems rather uncharacteristic. Perhaps it is due to the psychological impact of consecutive overwhelming defeats, leading to some mental strain among the players. Particularly, FNC's top laner, Huni, is making significant errors. It is quite outrageous for Riven to be solo-killed by Sejuani in the early game. Moreover, there have been mismanaged combos that resulted in Riven being left vulnerable. Caution is warranted on the part of LG. FNC has sent 3 individuals to ambush the top lane. Huni has preemptively stationed himself, and LG has not retreated, which may lead to their being ensnared. Indeed, the members of FNC have now emerged, and it appears LG may have no means of escape. However, remarkably, LG has managed to execute a counterkill on Riven and has successfully evaded capture. The prowess exhibited by LG is truly impressive. In this sequence, one might say FNC has faltered, expending considerable effort to apprehend LG, yet losing one of their own in the process. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, EDG has seized the opportunity to claim the dragon and the next tower. The other members of FNC seem to be affected by this turn of events as their performance begins to deteriorate. EDG has commenced their assault on the base, and FNC is powerless to halt them. LG continues to display the IG emblem, while the other members of EDG proudly showcase their team insignia. Thus, we extend our congratulations to EDG for their victory in the third match, simultaneously announcing the conclusion of this best-of-5 series, with EDG emerging triumphant and advancing to the finals, while FNC faces the disappointment of elimination. The barrage of comments reads, EDG is incredible, a 3-on-1 counter kill. What game are they playing? May I inquire whether you are the legendary Roaring Celestial? Indeed, since the advent of soundproof rooms, I have been compelled to retire. My lifelong adversary, the soundproof room. Did not the critics claim victory was unattainable? What say they now? This is hilarious. Winning against the West means nothing. Prove your worth by securing the championship. What is Z so excited about? The critics are merely stubborn. LG is astonishingly dominant, having rendered Huni despondent. Just look at the camera. Huni is in tears. LG is formidable. As the match concludes, Ling remains seated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the task, defeating FNC and advancing to the finals. Task reward. New equipment extraction increases development attributes by 1 point, and after achieving 100 last hits, grants an additional 2 points, 12 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Bonds of friendship. Multiple solo kills against Huni during the match, resulting in a decisive victory. Task reward. Special bonus. Miracle Walker remains in the jungle when no allied heroes are nearby, increases operation, landing, damage output, and support by 1 attribute point each. Despite the substantial rewards, Ling is still apprehensive about the upcoming match against SKT. Previous best-of-1s were mere strokes of luck, and it is well known that the SKT of a best-of-5 is a different beast altogether, especially in the context of the World Championship. Until Ling's time travel, no LPL team had ever triumphed over SKT in a best-of-5 at the World Championship. The issues within his own team remain significant. Despite his confidence in being superior to AR, their bot lane has been utterly overwhelmed, and the mid lane is also underperforming. Particularly concerning is AD Deft, who frequently falters. His performance in 3 matches against FNC serves as a testament. The first 2 matches featured one with a golden lamp and the other with a golden spirit orb, while in the third match, Ash nearly fell victim to a face check in a brush. Had it not been for FNC's faltering mentality, this would have been another golden face check. Go extend your hand. What are you doing standing here in a daze? Ling turned around to find it was Clear Love interrupting his thoughts. As the victor, Ling followed his teammates to shake hands with the defeated FNC. Witnessing Huni weeping in despair resonated with Ling profoundly. Had he not traveled through time or possessed a system? The original fate would have seen EDG sent home by FNC. However, since he has arrived, bearing the hopes of the vast LPL audience, defeating his opponents to claim the championship has become a necessity. With a handshake and a brief keep it up, he took his leave. Esports is merciless. History shall remember only the victors and not the vanquished, unless one is named Yulin. How many players from the LPL have not wept on the battlefield in their past lives? Although Su Ling believes that some attitudes and performances render losing unjust, the image of Faker glancing back after his defeat in the S7 finals, with SSG celebrating their victory behind him, has moved countless souls. To quote Xiaoshun. That year in the finals, SSG faced SKT. The final score being 3-0. When I saw Faker sitting in his chair, weeping inconsolably, that image is etched in my memory forever. In that moment, I thought if I could become a professional player, I would strive to win all. Now, with the trophy within reach, he must consider whether this may be his only opportunity in this lifetime. Likewise, having reached the finals, Su Ling must seize the championship. Shoaker aims to restore LCK's glory. It is our duty to do the same for LPL. Although Xiaoshun has another adage. After the match concludes, my mind feels blank. Let us reflect. Failure is an enduring theme throughout life. Yet Su Ling disagrees and refuses to accept this notion. After all, Genshin Brother has proclaimed that success is a constant throughout one's life. With 2 championships in 3 years, had it not been for EDG's poor performance in S11, they would have achieved 3 consecutive titles. Su Ling seeks not to emulate Shoaker, but to embody the essence of Faker and Genshin Brother. Persisting with effort, ensuring that success persists throughout life. Recently, the conversion has been severe, fueling our motivation to update more rapidly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Upon arriving at the venue, he bowed to the audience present. The members of EDG returned to their lounge. The first match undoubtedly belonged to Su Ling's Riven as the MVP, the second to his Fiora, while the third was somewhat ambiguous. As Clearlove's pacing was commendable and Pawn's output in the mid lane was substantial, albeit primarily due to the opposing team's shattered mentality. Nevertheless, Su Ling's performance was commendable, achieving 2 solo kills, one of which occurred in the face of 3 opponents. Thus, the MVP was ultimately awarded to Su Ling as the MVP of the 3 matches. Su Ling was naturally called for an interview. Other teammates would also participate, as there were segments in English, Korean, and even Mandarin, as well as interviews from Taiwan that Su Ling had to rotate through. Since it is the language of Riot Games and the host nation, he began with an English language interview. Before heading to the interview, Abula stopped Su Ling, advising him to be modest and to handle sensitive questions with care. Su Ling nodded. Though he was merely 16 in this life, he had lived for 25 years in his past life and certainly understood the gravity of the situation. In the English interview, hosted by the tall, blonde beauty shocks, following a brief exchange, the interview commenced. Unlike the LPL matches, where specific questions were discussed, here at the World Championship, the communication only covered camera angles and positioning. The questions would be genuine and not scripted. This is precisely why Abula had emphasized caution, to prevent Su Ling from being led into making unfavorable remarks, which could jeopardize the team's image and adversely affect the player's mindset in future matches. Hello, dear audience. We have with us LG, the top laner from EDG. In the match against FNC, LG utilized 3 different heroes, each showcasing unparalleled dominance throughout the games, and has been awarded MVP in all 3 matches. Now, please, LG, greet the audience. With a smile, Su Ling waved at the audience below. Hey guys, the crowd erupted in cheers. Hey, this is your first time participating in the World Championship. How do you find the experience here? Well, I find it quite different and incredibly enjoyable. I have the opportunity to meet diverse teams from various regions and compete against them. Each region possesses its own unique characteristics, which have greatly enriched my experience. What do the LG players perceive as the distinctive characteristics of each region's teams? In truth, we can discern these traits from the ranking matches of each region. For instance, the hallmark of the Korean server lies in its strategic gameplay, while the North American server is characterized by development and team fights. Recently, I have also noticed that the European server players exhibit remarkable creativity and innovation. But what about the characteristics of the Chinese server? Fighting, it seems that Su Ling's answer was unexpected, prompting Shocks to inquire further. What? Fighting. Observing the astonished expression on his counterpart's face, Su Ling elaborated. The essence of the Chinese server is indeed fighting. From the moment one enters the game, one is perpetually in a state of conflict, particularly in the top lane, which is referred to as the confrontation lane. Only those who survive are deemed worthy of farming minions. Everyone is preoccupied with battling, rarely considering hero matchups. So this is how the LG players' landing abilities are honed. Indeed, my landing style is greatly influenced by this environment. Just joking, my current prowess is the result of gradual and relentless effort. Deep Blue. Add points. I have another question. In the 3 matches, we observed that the LG players displayed the IG team emblem. What is the reason behind this? It's quite simple. I was a substitute player for IG last season, but I did not meet the required standards to take the stage. Moreover, the top laner of IG is a close friend of mine. They were eliminated by FNC, so I chose to showcase the IG emblem during our victory. I see. So what does LG think of the atmosphere in European competitions? It is splendid. The audience is incredibly enthusiastic, the cheers within the arena are resounding, and they extend their warmth even towards teams from other regions. When I put on my headphones during the draft phase, I could still hear the cheers for our EDG. Upon hearing this, Shocks fell silent, realizing that there were hardly any cheers for EDG. Just a few international students. That level of noise could easily be overshadowed by the shouts for FNC. Even if you weren't wearing headphones and other sound weren't drowning it out, you might not have heard it. However, the European audience does seem to appreciate Su Ling's personality. After translating his words, the European crowd began to chant loudly. EDG, EDG, a cheeky remark ensued, challenging them not to shout EDG, asserting that they would defeat their team, thus forcing them to cheer. Congratulations to EDG for advancing to the finals. Tomorrow, SKT will face KO. Who does LG believe will be their opponent? Well, there are numerous uncertainties in competition, so I hesitate to declare who will definitely advance. But I have a stronger inclination towards SKT. How does LG predict the outcome? I foresee SKT triumphing over KO with a score of 3-1 to advance to the finals. Does LG believe they could defeat SKT or KO in the finals to secure the championship? Seizing such an opportunity for growth, how could Su Ling let it slip? Thus, he requested to borrow your scriptures once more. When I witnessed the tears of the Royal Club players after their defeat in the finals of S3 and S4, that image has etched itself in my memory forever. In that moment, I resolved that if I were to become a professional player, I would strive to win every match. Now that the trophy lies within reach, I must contemplate whether this may be the only opportunity of my lifetime. To forge the glory of LPL is a duty I must uphold. This response is commendable, expressing confidence without being overly arrogant. Even in defeat, it won't invite scorn like prematurely selecting a skin only to be thoroughly defeated. Furthermore, the eloquence of this statement elevates the speaker's image, distancing it from the typical remarks of gaming addicts, thus enhancing their standing in the audience's eyes. Truly, it seems Su Ling has outdone himself, unaware of how he could possibly lose. The facade of not incurring losses. The commentary surrounding LPL often refers to yielding towers, dragons, high grounds, and bases, all while proclaiming that it is not a loss, but a modest loss, achieving some success, and then claiming it was never my responsibility. If you disagree, then just go ahead and flame me. While I receive support from fans, retire, and stream, raking in millions annually, a genuine loss. Actively shaping one's persona, diligently putting in effort, maintaining a positive attitude, becoming an iconic figure in League of Legends, and reaping substantial long-term benefits. Thank you, LG, for participating in our interview. Once again, congratulations to EDG for successfully advancing to the finals. Recently, the transformation has been intense, spurring us on to update more rapidly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you, indeed. When it comes to stirring up excitement, LG truly excels. It is evident that those Europeans were not cheering for EDG, yet they were compelled by LG to shout their support. Indeed, on the Chinese server, it is purely about fighting from start to finish, regardless of the advantage or disadvantage. The fights persist without consideration for hero matchups. It turns out LG's strength is due to their daily encounters in the confrontation lane on the Chinese server. I have a bold idea. Not only do I possess a bold idea, but I also have a mature mindset and a comprehensive plan to TS time to venture into the Zon top lane. Today, I shall play Riven, Fiora, and Hecarim. Please keep your bold ideas to yourselves. Do not mislead others. They engage in fighting because they are capable, after all. Regarding Zon, your ID seems somewhat familiar. Are you not the one who went 0-16 on Riven last match? You surely intend to mislead again, don't you? Yet LG demonstrates a cultured demeanor. Their speech is simply unparalleled. Indeed, from this day forth, I declare myself a fan of LG's do I. Their eloquence, upright attitude, and impressive skills provide no reason to dislike them. Indeed, while one may not explicitly say they admire them, it is impossible to harbor any disdain. Their positive attitude and hard work, coupled with exceptional skill, are commendable. That's so. Isn't Faker even more formidable? Spare me. We're discussing LPL here. What relevance do Koreans have? Koreans? Aren't there 2 Koreans in EDG? And they were indeed the ones leading the game. My goodness, if you had been attentive during the matches, you would surely know that these were LG's matches all along. The match against FNC has concluded, and the team has exhaled a sigh of relief before promptly resuming their rigorous training regimen. The following day, SKT faced off against KO. The members of EDG gathered once more at the venue to watch the match, as regardless of whether KO or SKT advanced, they will be facing EDG next. Both teams are formidable opponents. Although KO may struggle against SKT, they could still extract valuable insights that would allow EDG to prepare in advance. Observing the audience on site, it became evident that many spectators regarded this match as the true finals, resulting in a packed venue with no empty seats. As the first game commenced, the band phase began with SKT on the blue side and KO on the red. For this match, SKT fielded Faker, indicating their particular respect for KO. SKT's initial ban targeted Tom Kench, a champion KO frequently employs. KO responded by banning Ars Renekton, a champion that showcased dominative prowess during both the group stages and the subsequent quarterfinals. Renekton, particularly strong between levels 6 and 10, poses a considerable threat in the early skirmishes, especially when wielded by a player of skill. That SKT's second ban was aimed at Rumble, a champion KO has shown proficiency with, leaving the door open for potential counter-strategies. KO's final ban was directed at Gangplank, a sensible choice given that SKT might not utilize Rumble, but Gangplank had previously been effective in Faker's hands. Maintaining his status as a premier pick, Gangplank boasted a 100 ban rate in this World Championship. SKT then selected Rek'Sai for Benji, ensuring he had a reliable champion. Reflecting on memories from the past, Ling recalled that during S5, Benji's champion pool was considered a weakness, primarily consisting of Rek'Sai, Elise, and Lee Sin. Why banning Rumble? Perhaps SKT intended to exploit this particular vulnerability in Benji's champion pool, as other lanes had formidable picks. The top lane featured R's powerful champions, while Faker's prowess in the mid lane was unquestionable. Meanwhile, the bottom lane duo of Bang and Wolf provided additional strength, making it difficult for KO to find advantageous matchups. KO then locked in Lulu and Alistar. Lulu's strength in the current meta is undeniable, and her flexibility allows her to adapt to various matchups effectively. KO's mid laner, Kuro, is known for his anxiety towards certain champions, making Lulu a prudent choice for stability. Alistar serves as both a robust support and an aggressive initiator. SKT subsequently secured Janna and Shun, with Shun primarily serving a supportive role at the World Championship, as his effectiveness in the top lane appears diminished in the current meta. Notably, Wolf had never previously utilized Shun, indicating the depth of SKT's preparations. KO continued their selections, initially revealing Twitch to ensure an advantage in team fights, particularly with Alistar initiating and Lulu providing protection. However, they later opted for Jinx instead. For the jungle position, they selected Lee Sin, a fan-favorite champion that elicited cheers from the audience. Although Hodge's Lee Sin is competent, it does not match the dominating presence of his Elise, Rek'Sai, or Kha'Zix in the final selections. SKT appeared somewhat indecisive, oscillating between picks, ultimately settling on R's signature champion, Rumble. Despite the inherent risks, as they had yet to see KO's final pick. Leaving room for potential counter-strategies that, of course, SKT may have deduced that KO had banned Elise, prompting this choice to in the mid lane. Faker bypassed Rise in favor of Kassadin, but KO's final pick was Riven, leading to a composition featuring two strong early-game champions capable of executing dives against Rumble. Thus, the lineups are as follows. SKT, blue side top. Rumble, jungle. Rex side, mid. Kassadin, D. Janna, support. Janna.KO, red side top. Riven, jungle. Lee Sin, mid. Lulu, D. Jinx, support. Alistar. From a compositional perspective, SKT's lineup appears somewhat lacking, particularly in damage during the early game and vulnerable to counterattacks in the top lane. Nevertheless, SKT's experience in best-of-5 series suggests that their drafting and performance capabilities surpass those of other teams. It remains to be seen how they will navigate this challenge. The recent surge in viewership has invigorated our motivation to deliver updates more swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you for entering the game. The crux of the matter lies in whether KO can effectively target AR's Rumble in the early stages. SKT's tactics remain significantly stronger, successfully swapping lanes, with Rumble and Jinx assisting the Excavator in the lower jungle, while Shun harasses the opposing lower jungle. Meanwhile, KO's bottom lane is situated in the top lane, with Riven merely aiding the Blind Monk in jungle clearing. Consequently, the Blind Monk's jungle is successfully disrupted by KO, followed closely by the arriving Excavator and Rumble, alongside the Jinx already visible in the lower lane, and Kassadin, not far from mid lane. SKT's 5 members are in proximity, while KO's bottom lane duo is stuck in the top lane, unable to respond in time. This maneuver forces the Blind Monk and Riven to forfeit the blue buff. Although this results in a jungle trade, it allows Rumble to be quite comfortable as he shares farm and jungle with his allies, evenly distributing resources without facing early game pressure. Notably, AR's Rumble exhibits keen foresight by opting for a small dictionary instead of the typical Doran's items, ensuring an earlier power spike. However, this choice is a double-edged sword, presenting both risks and rewards, as it renders him more susceptible to ganks. Should he become the target, it could spell disaster. This reflects a profound confidence in both the team's strategy and individual prowess, believing they can navigate the early game successfully and secure lane swaps. Subsequently, both teams engage in peaceful farming, with SKT having a slight advantage in the lower lane and the Blind Monk and Riven's rhythm being disrupted in the early game, leading to SKT ultimately taking the lead over KO, as Jinx in her machine gun form demolishes the first tower. However, within mere seconds, KO retaliates by taking down SKT's top tower, although KO's subsequent lane control improves. Rumble pushes the minion wave directly to the second bottom tower before returning home. Objectively speaking, Rumble's minion wave is not in an ideal position moving forward, yet having navigated the early game so comfortably is already a significant gain. Following this, Riven continues to control the lane, but SKT had already anticipated this, clearing the bottom jungle camps. The Stone Beetle had respawned, preserved for Rumble's benefit, ensuring his uninterrupted development. Meanwhile, the Excavator and the Blind Monk head to the top lane, preparing to ambush Alistar and Jinx. However, KO's response is swift, utilizing double teleport, leading Riven and Lulu to teleport to the top lane, creating a 5v3 situation. In the end, SKT support, the Blind Monk, is slain, with a kill credited to the Blind Monk himself. On the surface, KO appears to lead SKT by 800 gold at this juncture. However, this situation yields no substantial advantage. KO's 5 members have congregated, while SKT's Faker and AR remain focused on their own development, allowing Rumble and Kassadin to farm freely in the early game, a questionable decision. Additionally, KO expended numerous summoner spells during this exchange. Riven, the Purple Garlic, and Alistar all used their summoner spells, whereas SKT's only expenditure was the Blind Monk summoner spells and a single flash from the Excavator. Rumble is on the cusp of reaching level 6, poised to dominate the first dragon fight with ease. Of course, this is from Su Ling's godlike perspective. When it comes to their own match, the reality may differ, and they might find themselves in a predicament akin to KO's, perhaps even worse. Even though Alistar and Lulu promptly sought to trouble Rumble, he is safeguarded by the Excavator, who senses the impending gank through his ability, Observing the excavator's presence, Su Ling is even more inclined to target Benji during the finals. This awareness is telling. It is no wonder Benji is regarded as not necessarily the strongest jungler, yet undoubtedly the most suitable for SKT. In S3, he played a pivotal role in their championship victory, and in S5 he quietly contributed behind his teammates. Had it not been for Benji during that moment, Rumble would have been obliterated in S6. After trailing 2 games in the finals, Benji's reintroduction led to an extraordinary comeback. With Benji's departure in S7, SKT was subsequently toppled by Samsung. While numerous factors contributed to their failure to secure a championship that year, it is undeniable that Benji's absence was the most significant. Many previously viewed Faker as a 3-time champion, but Benji deserves similar recognition. Although Su Ling traversed time before Faker became a 4-time champion, this moment saw AR's Rumble surpass SB's Riven in experience and gold. In the following moments, SKT capitalized on Ku's bottom lane engagement, successfully ambushing Jinx in the top lane. Although Faker made an error by stepping into a trap and was ultimately slain by the tower. Yielding a kill to Jinx, the early game weak Kassadin acquiring a crucial kill is a considerable boon for SKT, not to mention that both Jinx and the Blind Monk secured assists, while Jinx lost a wave of minions. While SKT still trailed by 200 gold, strategically, they incurred negligible losses, even reaping benefits. Additionally, Rumble had reached level 6, equipped with a small mask and boots, while Riven was still at level 5 with merely a Doran's blade, a long sword, and a cloak of magic resistance. Remarkably, Kassadin's farm was slightly ahead, affirming the efficacy of his fear of flying. Observing this scenario, Su Ling realized that Ku had likely strayed too far ahead. Indeed, at the 10-minute mark, with the bottom duo in a standard lane, SKT suddenly struck, initiating combat. Jinx activated her ultimate, while AR employed teleportation. What ensued was a spectacular dive with Jinx's ultimate, causing Ku's bottom lane to hemorrhage health. At this critical juncture, Rumble, possessing a small mask, exhibited tremendous combat prowess. Despite Lulu's timely arrival via teleport, Bang's Jinx managed to escape with a flash, while Wolf's Blind Monk evaded the 3 opponents with his own flash. However, Rumble had already arrived, unleashing devastating damage upon Ku's trio with his empowered Q, while Faker's Kassadin hastened towards the fray using his ultimate. The excavator had also tunneled into the action, while Ku's Blind Monk had only just emerged from base. And Riven, despite having teleportation, was too late to intervene, choosing not to use it. Ultimately, Ku's mid lane Lulu, along with the bottom lane Jinx and Alistar, were all slain. SKT emerged victorious with a 0-for-3 exchange, with Jinx claiming a kill and AR's Rumble securing a double kill, rendering his next ultimate all the more formidable. Following this, SKT seized the opportunity to take the first dragon, achieving a gold lead of 1,000. This play showcased SKT's brilliance. They exploited the timing difference in Riven and Lulu's teleportations, with Riven arriving a few seconds late, which SKT astutely capitalized on. Lulu's teleport was executed perfectly, albeit slightly delayed. Riven, on the other hand, faced an inevitable defeat in the team fight due to her teleport cooldown, rendering her presence unnecessary. This sequence of events exemplifies SKT's strategic acumen, keenly seizing upon the teleport timing discrepancy. Upon returning home, Rumble procured an Explorer's Arm Guard, making it improbable for Riven to secure a solo kill on Rumble. Rather, Riven must now be wary of the possibility of being incinerated by Rumble. Recent changes have significantly impacted the meta, fueling our motivation for quicker updates. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. In just 11 minutes, the mid lane Kassadin had already acquired the Zhonya's Hourglass. At this juncture, it can be asserted that KO's early strategy aimed at 2 key points. However, one was overlooked, and the remaining point was executed exceptionally well. Kassadin arrived in the mid lane first, leaping directly onto the head of the purple-skinned Garlic, and audaciously began to unleash his power, swiftly reducing the Garlic's health by half in the bottom lane. Both teams were engaged with their duo and jungler, while KO attempted to create opportunities during the early game, suffering a death in the process. Otherwise, the initiation of shield from the ultimate ability would have provided an advantageous moment, as Alistar had reached level 6 first. Under the tower, he managed to repel the excavator and capitalized on the early strength of the blind monk, who, armed with a warrior jungle item, dealt significant damage to the excavator. Regrettably, the kill was again claimed by the blind monk. At the 12-minute mark, Rumble unleashed his ultimate in the top lane, aiming to eliminate Riven. However, the execution was lacking, resulting in insufficient damage. Fortunately, Faker had already made his way from the mid lane. Moreover, the blind monk had also reached level 6, promptly granting his ultimate to Kassadin, who ultimately taunted Riven under the second turret, leading to her demise at the hands of Faker's Kassadin at T13. 30. Rumble returned home to procure a useless large rod, initially intended for a defensive lane, but instead transformed into an overwhelming advantage. He boasted a record of 2-0-2 with 98 minions at the 15-minute mark. They pressured the opposing team under the tower. Upon returning home, Rumble astonishingly acquired the Zhonya's Hourglass, with this item combined with a small mask. Rumble was, at this point, nearly invincible. By the 16th minute, after clearing the minion wave, SKT swiftly secured the second dragon, and KO, recognizing their inability to contest, relinquished the 20-minute mark. Rumble had already constructed a Zhonya's Hourglass and a large mask. KO failed to present SKT with an opportunity to initiate a team fight, successfully defending against their onslaught. By the 23rd minute, KO identified an opportunity, with Rumble and Kassadin ambushing Riven while expending Rumble's ultimate. They attempted to secure the dragon. However, SKT's power surge had arrived, and AR's Rumble was too affluent, while Kassadin's combat prowess was formidable, allowing him to leap from the top lane with his ultimate. Additionally, Wolf's blind monk provided Kassadin with his ultimate, resulting in a taunt that ensnared 3 opponents. Ultimately, while KO secured the dragon, SKT executed a flawless 0-4-3 exchange, marking a resounding victory. Following this skirmish, SKT's economic lead surged to 4,000 gold. Subsequently, both teams engaged in a tactical stalemate. KO was not entirely without counterplay, seizing the opportunity to reclaim a turret from SKT in the mid lane. The score remained stagnant at 8, with no further kills exchanged. It wasn't until 31:30 that SKT discovered an opening, initiating a team fight. AR's Rumble unleashed a magnificent ultimate. Although it did not ensnare 5 adversaries, it did catch 3, while simultaneously pressuring the enemy's positioning. Ultimately, SKT executed a flawless 0-4-3 exchange before lying in wait at the Baron Pit, subsequently ambushing Riven. In this brief span, SKT achieved an astonishing 0-4 exchange. SKT opted not to pursue the Baron, instead returning to base. Ling could not help but admire SKT's strategic acumen. Any other team would have faltered in such a scenario. Yet, the blind monk from KO and the bottom lane had just revived, while their own forces were severely weakened. Nonetheless, they held a numerical advantage, and the opposing team would require time to regroup. Moreover, the previous skirmish was textbook in execution. Initially, both teams were probing, and amid the pursuit, Faker suddenly turned and unleashed his ultimate, applying a slow, while Benji rushed back into the fray. Ling glanced at his teammates. "My life feels like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side?" At 34 minutes, SKT found another opportunity. With Faker's agile Kassadin, supported by the blind monk, they cornered Riven. KO was left with no choice but to intervene to save Riven. Sacrificing a teammate at this juncture would spell disaster in the face of a potential Baron loss. SKT successfully executed a 0-4-3 exchange and subsequently secured the Baron. At this point, SKT's economic lead had ballooned to 10,000 gold. At 36 minutes, KO retaliated, seizing an opportunity to ambush Faker. However, Faker's skillful maneuvering allowed him to evade Riven's blade surge with the use of his Zhonya's Hourglass, ultimately escaping unscathed. In contrast, Riven fell victim to SKT's converging teammates. Following this, SKT capitalized on the situation, claiming KO's lower high ground. At 38 minutes, SKT pushed towards a mid-high ground. KO, in a desperate counterattack, managed to eliminate Benji's excavator. Though the mid-tower was inevitably breached, SKT, wary of overextending, retreated, allowing KO a moment to breathe. However, the tide had turned, and it was evident to all that this match would soon conclude, likely within mere minutes. At the 42-minute mark, AR's Rumble executed a sudden ultimate in the mid lane, targeting Jinx. Despite the protection of Lulu and Alistar, the economic disparity proved insurmountable, leading to the demise of both KO's purple-skinned Garlic and Jinx. SKT advanced towards the mid lane, and although KO's remaining trio fought valiantly to resist, they ultimately succumbed to SKT's assault, resulting in the elimination of Alistar and Riven, thereby equalizing the economic score at T42-36. With a kill count of 20, 5, and an economic deficit of 4, 1 in Dragons, KO ultimately fell victim to SKT's formidable tactical decisions, from their adept avoidance of vulnerable lanes in the early game to their subsequent developmental strategies, as well as their control during power spikes and the decisive execution in team fights. KO remained a step behind SKT. Point 1 could assert that SKT was the strongest team of Season 5. And by Season 6, the gap between the two teams had narrowed considerably. Ling turned to his nearby teammates, noting their somber expressions. They had previously brimming with confidence, particularly after their group stage victory against SKT, followed by triumphs over European and Taiwanese teams that felt almost effortless. The first match between SKT and KO had illuminated the reality. Their previous victories against SKT had been heavily reliant on fortunate circumstances. Facing Ling for the first time, they had underestimated his prowess, allowing him to grow excessively strong. Furthermore, Edgy's eventual victory had been facilitated by fortunate tower steal, and were it not for the timely respawn of minions at their base, Ling would not have been able to eliminate Faker's roaming champion. Had that not occurred, the outcome would have been dire, especially with the impending arrival of SKT's formidable composition and the waning power of Ling's crocodile champion. As for their subsequent encounters against FW and FNC, despite both teams reaching the top 8 and FNC finishing first in their group, the disparity in skill was evident to those who truly understood the game. Observing the match between SKT and KO, it was clear to anyone with a genuine understanding of the game that the difference in caliber was akin to that of a master class versus a diamond class. Recently, the shift in meta has intensified our resolve to update more swiftly. We kindly request that you exit reading mode. Thank you. What truly concerned Ling was AR's current form, in his previous match. AR had been thoroughly outplayed in the solo lane. Subsequently, they had suffered an unexpected defeat against H2K. Thus, SKT advanced from the group stage with a second-place finish. However, it now appears that AR has made a complete recovery and is in particularly fine form, even stronger than before. Previously, AR displayed some inconsistency, but now they exhibit remarkable steadiness, with excellent rhythm and skillful maneuvers. Coupled with 4 other formidable teammates, SKT undoubtedly stands as the most powerful team at present. Ling has once again begun to rack his brain for strategies to break the deadlock that in the second match. The sides were switched. KO took the blue side and banned Renekton, Tom Kench, and Echo, while SKT opted to ban Gangplank, Malphite, and Elise. This indicates that SKT is still keen on playing Rumble, likely to prevent the opposing team from training with him. Ultimately, the team compositions were finalized. KO selected Fiora for top, Rek'Sai for jungle, Victor for mid, Kennen for AD, and Thresh for support. At SKT chose Rumble for top, Jarvan 4 for jungle, Lulu for mid, Tristana for AD, and Alistar for support. In terms of composition, KO's split pushing potential is relatively strong, and their lineup would be more formidable in the early game. However, should the game extend into the late phase without effective countermeasures against Rumble, the combination of Jarvan 4 and Rumble would prove powerful in team fights. Moreover, Tristana's damage output and combat environment would become exceptionally potent in the late game, unless KO can execute a flawless split push, as no champion can effectively handle Fiora in a one-on-one against SKT. As the match commenced, SKT seemed to perfectly replicate the strategy of the previous game, allowing Rumble to farm safely. Alistar ventured into the enemy jungle to disrupt, forcing Rek'Sai to use his smite on the Gromp, which was initially intended for Fiora. Subsequently, KO was pressured to forego the blue buff and instead tackle the 3 wolves. Rumble and Jarvan 4 from SKT soon arrived, with Jarvan 4 reaching level 2 without KO's notice. Unfortunately, the coordination among SKT's top, jungle, and support was somewhat disoriented, leading to an unfavorable exchange of 1 for 2. Following this, SKT experienced a stellar early game, but without flash, Rumble became an easy target, ultimately falling victim to a tower dive. At this juncture, the situation appeared favorable for KO. However, KO soon faltered, allowing SKT to claw back some advantages. Despite Victor's commendable support in the mid lane, which further extended their lead, Faker emerged as a crucial player, with Lulu executing a solo kill on Victor. Thus, the two teams entered a stalemate. Yet, from a compositional standpoint, a prolonged standoff would be detrimental to KO. Even though KO had established a commendable lead and allowed SB's Fiora to achieve some success in split pushing, they ultimately squandered too much time during the Baron engagement, and given that Kennen is not a true ADC, their Baron takedown was sluggish. Gradually, they became entangled in their own strategy that in the end, KO lost the team fight, allowing SKT to secure the Baron. Furthermore, at the 37-minute mark, Tristana's output and combat conditions became invincible. Ultimately, KO was defeated in a disastrous exchange of 0 for 5, thus losing the second match. After witnessing this match, Ling became increasingly resolute in his intention to target Benji. Although Jarvan 4 is not Benji's favorite champion, his selection still resulted in a victory. Nonetheless, it was evident that Benji's effectiveness with the champion was lacking. Their success largely relied on the synergy between Rumble's ultimate and Faker's prowess, along with Bang's late-game carrying potential with Tristana. In the third match, the sides were switched once more, with KO returning to the red side. Over the course of 3 matches, both teams maintained identical bans. Regardless of who was on the blue side, they banned Echo and Tom Kinch, while on the red side, they banned Elise and Gangplank. The distinction was that SKT opted not to play Malphite, hence banning him even while on the blue side, while KO consistently banned Renekton out of fear of AR's prowess with him. SKT's lineup was largely similar to the previous game, with the only change being Rek'Sai replacing Jarvan 4, and Tristana swapped out for Sivir. KO, facing match point, had no choice but to fight with all they had, as each player selected their most favored and proficient champions. Top laner SB chose Fiora once again, while jungler HOJ selected Lee Sin. Kuro opted for Kassadin, and the bot lane comprised Ashe and Thresh. Champions cherished by the duo, as the game commenced, SKT successfully executed a lane swap, ensuring Rumble's early game stability. Alistar sought to replicate the interference strategy from the previous 2 games, as the earlier match's mishaps stemmed solely from coordination errors, with the decision-making being sound. Unfortunately, KO had prepared for this, and SKT's efforts were thwarted. Subsequently, Benji caught Thresh near the KO jungle, and Alistar followed up with a 2-man combo, but for reasons unknown, he made a misstep, pushing Thresh away. Soon, Lee Sin arrived, as did Kassadin and Lulu. From mid, the ensuing 3v3 battle saw no combatant rival the power of a Lee Sin with 2 buffs. Moreover, having just secured a kill on Rek'Sai, KO's Ashe even flashed over the wall from blue buff, turning the skirmish into a 4v2. Ashe eliminated Faker's Lulu, and Lee Sin dispatched Alistar. Rumble and Sivir arrived late to the fray, but regrettably, both were slain, although they managed to take down Thresh in the process, with Sivir claiming the kill. Within roughly 5 minutes, Lee Sin had amassed 4 kills and 1 assist, with Ashe also acquiring a kill. Was KO truly disregarding SKT? The prowess of SKT is simply astounding. The victories in the previous 2 matches have already underscored the considerable disparity in strength between the 2 teams, justifying SKT's confidence. Subsequently, KO's jungle support synergy was on full display as a well-placed Q maneuvered past the minions to strike Faker's Lulu, allowing Lee Sin to secure yet another kill. With an impeccable record of 5-0-1, Hodge was in a frenzied state. The relentless collaboration between the jungle and support continued, as Lee Sin and Thresh executed audacious ganks on their opponents, yielding a plethora of kills, along with the destruction of 3 outer towers. 1 top lane tier 2 and 2 dragons. KO then strategically utilized Baron to lure the opposing team into a confrontation. Although they failed to secure the dragon, they successfully eliminated 3 adversaries. Faker seemed momentarily disoriented. Flashing into a walled, in a subsequent mid-lane skirmish. SKT seized an opportunity, but the economic gap proved insurmountable, resulting in a disheartening 2-4-5 exchange against them. KOO claimed Baron and subsequently their third dragon, boasting a kill score of 5-21, an economic deficit exceeding 10-0-0-0, and the advantage of 1 Baron and 3 dragons. The team must be acknowledged that SKT's ability to capitalize on opportunities is remarkable, perhaps a product of their buff triggered by trailing by such a substantial economic margin. Later, Ashe and Thresh became overly ambitious during an advance, leading to their demise, while SKT pressed forward in the mid lane, catching Lee Sin and Kassadin off guard. Following this, KO attempted another advance in the mid lane, seeking to eliminate Alistar. However, he was fortified by Lulu's ultimate. Consequently, KO suffered losses of their bottom lane duo and the mid lane Kassadin. Nevertheless, KO's lead was substantial, and the subsequent kills might have led Benji to misjudge the situation. In a reckless move, Benji's Rek'Sai and AR's Rumble ventured out of tower range to confront SB's Fiora. Both champions possessed 2.5 items, yet Rek'Sai lacked sufficient damage, and although Rumble's damage was commendable, he had just expended his ultimate in a team fight. Fiora, equipped with Thornmail and Mercury Treads, had the advantage against tanky foes, utilizing true damage to turn the tables and eliminate both Rek'Sai and Rumble simultaneously. While SKT successfully destroyed the mid lane inhib tower, they failed to demolish the Nexus. As KO's other members had respawned, SB took down SKT's bottom inhib tower. KO's players pursued the remaining SKT members, with Alistar sacrificing himself to protect his teammates. The arriving KO members, in conjunction with SB, dismantled the mid-lane Tier 2 tower. Subsequently, KO secured their 4th dragon, further enhancing their power. Relying on SB's formidable Fiora, they advanced with impunity, while Ashe's arrow struck Faker's Lulu, and Kassadin collaborated with teammates to eliminate her. Kassadin then claimed a double kill by dispatching Alistar. Ultimately, KO, at the cost of Thresh's life, wiped out SKT's entire team, with Kassadin achieving a quadruple kill. They then proceeded to demolish SKT's Nexus to end the decisive match. KO managed to equalize the score, dragging the series into a 4th game. However, Ling discerned numerous issues. KO had seemingly exhausted their trump cards, deploying their most proficient champions, despite gaining a substantial early game advantage. They nearly succumbed to a reversal. Had it not been for Benji and AR's ill-advised decision to engage a split-pushing Fiora, SKT would likely not have faced defeat. Thus, in the upcoming match, SKT is undoubtedly poised for victory. Reflecting on the 3 preceding matches, Benji's performance has not been impressive, necessitating a focus on him. Targeting Benji indirectly implies a focus on AR and Rumble as well. It is no wonder that, although Benji secured 3 championships in his previous life, many do not remember him, only recalling Faker, primarily due to Faker's dazzling performances. Yet, Benji's contributions have, at times, failed to inspire confidence. Aside from his heroics in S6, where he salvaged SKT, his performances in S3 and S5 were less than stellar, particularly in S5, where his play was notably subpar. The first match was largely won through AR's efforts, while the second was secured by Faker. In the third match, Benji became the focal point of aggression, with KO's strategy centered on him, while they relentlessly pressured AR and Faker. After a series of missteps, SB re-emerged as a pivotal force. Ling now harbors confidence, believing that split pushing will yield results. However, will EDG be able to execute jungle support synergy? That may prove challenging. As the 4th match commenced, the team switched sides once more, with KO returning to the blue side, which bodes well for them. Though they had previously failed to conquer SKT from this position, KO's first ban targeted AR's Crocodile, while SKT eliminated SB's outstanding Fiora from the last game. KO continued to restrict AR's Rumble, banning the champion that had performed admirably before SKT. Meanwhile, removed Gangplank and Thresh. In a predictable turn of events, KO selected Tahm Kench, while SKT promptly chose Alistar and Elise, both signature champions for Benji and Wolf. Elise had previously been unavailable, impacting AR's early game momentum. thus necessitating her selection. The KO quickly locked in Rek'Sai and the previously magnificent SKT, then picked up Nar and Lulu. KO's final two selections were Lulu and Kassadin, while SKT reserved the last counterpick for Faker, who, in this crucial match, confidently chose to play the most assured champion, Galio, given the absence of Azir on the opposing side. With the rosters confirmed, blue side KO, top, Lulu, jungle, Rek'Sai mid, Kassadin, ADC, Ashe, support, Tom Kench, red side SKT, top, Nar, jungle, Elise mid, Galio, ADC, Lulu support. In this match, SKT displayed their true capabilities, demonstrating such formidable operational prowess that KO struggled to find any opportunities. Benji recognized who the real powerhouse behind SKT was. Faker illustrated why he is regarded as the best player in League of Legends, executing multiple solo kills with Galio. In the mid lane, he faced a 2-on-1 assault, managed to eliminate Rek'Sai, and after dispatching Kassadin in the bot lane, teleported back to mid lane to take down Ashe. He single-handedly withstood an onslaught from 4 opponents. It could be said that Faker single-handedly dismantled KO in this match. Observing the outcome, his teammates fell silent, their faces etched with despair. Meanwhile, SKT on stage erupted in jubilant celebrations, as many regarded this match as the true final. They effortlessly dispatched such a formidable KO, raising hopes for their match against EDG. To be candid, the prior loss to EDG was heavily influenced by fortune and mindset, and that was a BO1 match. This is a BO5, a distinction that is monumental. Abu glanced at the silent EDG members, concerned for the morale of his players, and declared, "Let us head back. We need to review our performance and strategize for the next matches on October 31st. The final took place at the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Berlin, Germany. Both EDG and SKT players had arrived nearly a week in advance. During this week, EDG engaged in training their strategies, while Ling proposed numerous plans. Now was the moment to test whether these strategies and innovations would bear fruit. At 1:30 p.m. local time, equivalent to 8:30 p.m. in China, the match commenced, featuring EDG from the LPL region facing off against SKT from the LCK region. This was the grand finale of the S13 World Championship, and after a best-of-5 series, the victor would be crowned the Global Champion of the Year, although the match was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. Many spectators had arrived early, eager to partake in the celebratory activities, performances, interviews, and pre-match banter that preceded the main event. It was evident that this year's World Championship final was far more extravagant than in previous years, with unprecedented attendance both online and offline. Even the renowned BBC, known for fabricating domestic narratives, broadcasted the match for the first time, marking a historic moment for this esteemed network in covering League of Legends competitions. As the host called out, the players from EDG and SKT ascended the stage, witnessing the arena filled to capacity, with fans waving EDG lightsticks and international students who had traveled from China to witness the match. Ling vowed to secure victory. Following a brief program, the participants moved to the competition area for final preparations. At this juncture, the big screen began airing pre-match interviews, a segment often referred to as the trash talk phase. The comments from the factory director were, as usual, provocative, declaring, "I will prove who the world's #1 jungler is." As the tournament progressed, Ling's performance improved remarkably, naturally earning him a spot as a starting player for EDG. In the previous match against Fnatic, he had single-handedly dismantled their team, ensuring that he would not be overlooked in this interview. My team, and I will reclaim the championship, just like in the last SI, he asserted. Indeed, at that time, Ling had just joined EDG as a substitute, without any chance to play, yet a substitute is still a member of the team. One should never underestimate their contributions. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Champion.as, someone determined to rejuvenate the LPL and secure a championship title. How could he not strive for the throne of victory? Mission requirements. Win the S5 Global Championship. Mission rewards. System upgrade to version 1.6, and all loan points will be repaid by the system. Are there only 2 rewards for the championship? One is assistance with repaying points, and the other is an upgrade to the new system version. While the rewards may seem modest, Ling understood that they were of tremendous significance. His current prowess was reliant on the system. Without it, he would merely rank among the skilled players in the casual player pool. Not even a true master, let alone a professional capable of competing against top-tier players like AR and Faker. Moreover, his operational attributes were already at 90, with a maximum of 100. However, as time progressed, so too did the skills and strategies of others. Necessitating continuous improvement, the ceiling for scores would inevitably increase. Thus, without system updates, his professional journey would face limitations. Perhaps he could still be considered a decent professional player in the next season, but certainly not a standout. He would likely fade into obscurity after a season or two. As for the points, there were numerous points to manage, and without the system's assistance and repayment, he would need to engage in relentless ranked matches post-finals to clear his debts. Any moment of complacency could result in an insurmountable deficit, risking attribute point deductions, which would diminish his professional caliber. Hence, Ling had no choice but to win. Victory was imperative, while Zeta faced failure. With ample family assets to fall back on, Ling's father worked as a security guard, and his mother farmed in the countryside. Thus, Ling had no alternative but to succeed. Recently, the pressure from the transition had intensified, fueling their motivation for swifter updates. Ling also reviewed his attribute points, which currently totaled 12 free points. Thanks to the Miracle Walker bonus, his operation and lane attributes stood at 91. With the extraction enhancement, his development was at 85, while other attributes hovered around 84. Ling opted not to allocate points to operation and lane, as reaching 90 required 5 free points for a mere incremental increase. Moreover, after observing Faker's performance in matches against SKT and KOO, he realized that Faker's attributes were also around 90, similar to his own, that he could continue to leverage runes for further enhancement to surpass his opponents. However, other attributes, while relatively high, were crucial for supporting teammates during skirmishes and team fights. Relying solely on his teammates without augmenting their abilities would leave Ling lacking confidence. Thus, he prioritized enhancing other attributes to bolster his team's chances of victory. League of Legends, after all, is not a solitary endeavor, but a collective effort of 5 players. Ultimately, Ling distributed the 12 attribute points across all attributes, excluding operation and lane, elevating them to 85. While development surged to 86. Moreover, thanks to the red crystal, his survival attribute also reached 86. With multiple attributes and rune triggers, he could surpass 90 points. Pleased, Ling regarded the system's evaluation. Comprehensive assessment. Your strength in this tournament is notably formidable. Should you trigger your runes, you would undoubtedly be the best, possessing the capability to alter the course of battles. However, victory is not an individual achievement. If your teammates maintain stability and preparation is sound, the championship is within reach. Unlike previous evaluations that merely attributed success to luck, implying minimal probability, the system's assessment now approached approximately 50, a commendably high figure. As all pre-match activities concluded, the first game officially commenced. In this final, due to Abu's fortunate streak, EDG was granted the first choice in the draft. Thereafter, teams would alternate sides in subsequent matches. In the first game, EDG unequivocally opted for the blue side, conserving 2 ban slots, as SKT would likely ban out the Iron Man, a champion they were either unskilled with or simply did not perform well. Let us follow our prior strategy and focus on banning Benji's hero pool. They concurred. Regarding Benji's performance during the earlier semifinal match between SKT and KOO, it was evident to all, and many concurred with Ling's perspective of utilizing Benji as a focal point. In contrast to KO's strategy, which commenced with a ban on Aatrox's Crocodile, EDG opted to eliminate Benji's Spider as their first ban. Moreover, EDG had never intended to ban Crocodile. Ling's rationale was that in the group stage, he had previously selected Crocodile and performed comparably, if not superiorly, to his opponent. Thus, he was confident that KO would refrain from selecting a SKT, without hesitation, ban Gangplank as their initial ban from the red side. Subsequently, EDG targeted Benji's choices further by banning Rek'Sai, deliberately striking at his strong points. That SKT continued with a ban on Malphite. Although EDG had not previously employed him, it did not imply that they were incapable of doing so. As for EDG's third ban, they deliberated and decided not to target Benji any further. After all, Benji's primary champions were Spider, Rek'Sai, and Lee Sin. but given his current state, Lee Sin seemed to pose significant issues. And Jarvan would require synergy with Rumble, which they likely would not select, while Su Ling was still undecided on his champion. As for Benji's earlier performance with Nidalee in S6, that champion was not an optimal choice in this version, as it had not been utilized in any matches during the World Championship. Observing the previous match between SKT and KO, it was clear that the jungle picks were predominantly either Spider or Rek'Sai, with the occasional Jarvan to complement Rumble. Ultimately, Su Ling had appeared too infrequently, and the limited champions he had played made analysis challenging. However, R was different, having showcased a wealth of strategies against formidable opponents. For the final ban, EDG chose to eliminate Rumble, a champion that had proven formidable in this World Championship, particularly known for his initiation and protective capabilities in every encounter between KO and SKT. Rumble had never been left unbanned. SKT's last ban was Fiora, indicating their apprehension regarding Su Ling's previous performance with her. Nevertheless, Su Ling swiftly deduced SKT's likely picks based on their stylistic tendencies, concluding that they would either select Rumble or Gnar. The likelihood of Rumble seemed minimal. Gnar, however, was a strong possibility. EDG's first pick was Tahm Kench, a champion that had been left unselected, alongside Thresh and Shun. EDG promptly selected the notoriously frustrating Tahm Kench to safeguard their AD carry, preventing Deft from making any reckless mistakes. In response, SKT opted for a conventional composition with Nami and Gragas, which, while standard, had potential in team fights. EDG, without hesitation, picked Jarvan and Lulu. To be candid, when the head coach expressed his intention to select Jarvan, Su Ling felt a twinge of fear, anxious that the coach might resort to a KDA-focused playstyle. However, the training during that period had been quite fruitful, and Su Ling ultimately chose to place his faith in his teammates. Jarvan indeed proved to be an excellent choice, dissuading the opponents from selecting Rumble and also securing a champion that synergized well with his own pick. After all, League of Legends is a game involving 5 players. Even with a perfect system and stats, one cannot single-handedly defeat an opposing team of 5, unless one's sheets reside not within their own body, but rather within the tournament's computer. Upon seeing EDG select Jarvan, SKT promptly abandoned their plans for Rumble and instead chose Gnar and Gragas. In the final picks for EDG, they selected Tristana, while Su Ling directed Deft to lock in Yasuo. The crowd erupted in cheers as Yasuo was chosen. After all, he had not appeared in any matches during S5, yet in casual games, Yasuo and Lee Sin were beloved champions in professional matches, the appearance of unexpected champions, particularly those as captivating as Yasuo and Lee Sin, invariably enhances the spectacle, promising a match filled with excitement and bloodshed. Often, it becomes unclear whether the blood spilled belongs to oneself or the adversary. Whether it's a montage of skillful plays or merely entertaining clips, Akati could be a minor point here or a reference to a popular streamer. Regardless, it undoubtedly adds to the intrigue, making the match all the more engaging. However, the chat exploded with reactions to Su Ling's choice. Is he really going to play Yasuo in the finals? What can a Yasuo do? They exclaimed, this is a sign of defeat, opting for a fun pick instead. Ridiculous! Can you possibly understand the game better than professional players? A bunch of keyboard warriors, so what's the issue? Are you their master? Why the hostility? SKT found themselves in a conundrum regarding their final champion selection. After all, Lulu and Yasuo could both be classified as ultimate flex picks. Put it plainly, in an earlier match against KO. While KO may not have matched SKT's prowess, they certainly exposed some of SKT's vulnerabilities, making them a target for EDG. Su Ling, with knowledge from future matches, understood that SKT's greatest fear lay in teams that played aggressively without regard for the rules, such as IG's 1557 or G2, who had decisively bested SKT through ultimate flex picks, selecting a peculiar champion to confound SKT. Now, the viable options were limited to Kassadin, Twisted Fate, or Azir, but EDG's flexible strategy proved troublesome, complicating their response. Both Kassadin and Azir were too weak in the early game, while the opposing composition was robust, risking significant losses early on, and they were uncertain who the enemy would select for mid lane. Although Su Ling had not previously observed Kassadin or Lulu in his repertoire, Lulu was a popular choice in the current meta, and it was improbable that he would be unfamiliar. However, Pawn had utilized both champions numerous times throughout his career. In the end, SKT chose to opt for Twisted Fate, placing their trust in Faker's understanding of the champion. With the champion selections finalized, the lineups were as follows: EDG, blue side top; Yasuo, jungle Jarvan mid DC, Tristana, support, Tom Kinch. SKT, red side top; Gnar jungle Gragas mid, Twisted Fate, Xiaomi support, Alistar. From the draft phase, SKT appeared somewhat disadvantaged, having revealed some strategies. However, their composition was not devoid of potential, and the outcome would hinge on the performances of both teams. Recently, the transition has been quite severe, providing us with greater motivation to update more rapidly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Prior to entering the game, Su Ling was engaged in a continuous positioning dance with Pawn, exerting psychological pressure on the opponents, as well as influencing their rune and talent selections. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and they could not afford to swap positions indefinitely. Otherwise, both players could have continued to interchange. Once the game commenced, both teams swiftly exited their respective fountains. Su Ling opted for a Doran's shield on Yasuo, while Pawn selected a Doran's ring for Lulu. However, this choice did not definitively indicate that Su Ling would head to the top lane. Observing SKT's previous encounters with KOO, as well as other matches, it was evident that they relished the opportunity to harass the enemy jungler right from the start. They thrived on disrupting the rhythm of the opposing jungler, casting the other team into disarray, thereby seizing control of the pace of the game for themselves. Consequently, EDG chose to employ a similar strategy against them. Yasuo and Jarvan 4 initiated their assault on the frog in the upper jungle, while Tom Kinch lay in wait near the river, prepared to strike at the enemy's bottom jungle at a moment's notice. However, facing SKT, EDG anticipated the possibility of an invasion into their jungle, prompting the bottom duo and Gnar to commence their own jungle clear at the bottom, allowing Gnar to secure a level advantage. Meanwhile, Gragas was undoubtedly clearing the stone crab in the upper jungle, ensuring that when he transitioned to the lower jungle, the frog would have respawned, preventing any waste of jungle resources. Tom Kinch attempted to harass the opposing team, but with 3 enemies present, including Thresh, the risk of being overwhelmed was too great, leading to his retreat. After consuming the frog, Su Ling assisted the jungler in securing blue buff before making his way to the top lane, opting against an invasion into the enemy jungle. Engaging in an invasion post-blue buff would have left insufficient time. Conversely, if he had gone straight after the frog, it would have been unwise, as Gnar, aided by his bottom lane, had already reached level 2, and a teleport could lead to a disadvantageous 2v2 scenario for EDG. Therefore, it was prudent to refrain from aggression. From a god's eye view of SKT's matches, one might have thought they had discerned certain strategies to counter them. However, many of these approaches proved ineffective. In the first-person perspective, devoid of foresight, SKT could adeptly evade being caught off guard by employing tactical maneuvers. Upon reaching the top lane, Gnar teleported into the fray, with both sides at level 2. Notably, Gnar opted for a Doran's shield rather than a Doran's blade, reflecting a conservative approach. Nevertheless, Su Ling managed to assert some pressure, securing a few last hits. For this match, EDG had already strategized to first target the roaming champion, followed by Gnar. Thus, after achieving some degree of success, Su Ling refrained from excessively pressuring Gnar, instead choosing to push the minion wave before exchanging health with the opponent and heading towards the river. Previous analysis of SKT revealed that they meticulously studied the jungler's route, making it exceedingly challenging for other teams to find opportunities for ambushes. As such, many teams did not shy away from engaging SKT, but rather were cautious due to the latter's preparedness. Attempting to engage could potentially lead them into traps or result in wasted efforts with little reward. Based on Faker's positioning during this period, it was evident that upon learning of the jungler's route, they were likely focused on the lower river. Meanwhile, Su Ling's Yasuo was low on health, making any foray into other lanes too perilous. Yet, Su Ling resolved to act contrarily. Simultaneously, after finishing his red buff, the jungler Jarvan 4 arrived at mid lane, choosing not to venture into the lower river, but rather to wait the threshold near the F4 camp. Yasuo has become somewhat reckless this time, initially performing admirably against Nar, yet now he has dived the turret, necessitating a return home for replenishment. However, Yasuo chose not to return home. Instead, he ventured into mid lane, indicating intentions against the roaming champion. Jarvan 4 had also arrived at mid lane, positioning himself for a potential opportunity, depending on how EDG coordinated their efforts. Prepare to freeze, with a command, Lulu caster Q, to slow the roaming champion, followed by a W to transform him into a helpless state, rendering Faker unable to utilize his abilities, while Su Ling emerged from the brush near the upper river. Oh dear, oh dear, Su Ling playfully mimicked the voice of a character from a few years hence. Yet alas, Faker remained oblivious to Su Ling's antics, or he might have been startled into an immediate flash. Nevertheless, Faker, seasoned and composed, did not venture into the lower river, suspecting that the jungler might be flanking from that direction. Recalling previous instances in the group stage where EDG had executed similar strategies. However, the distance was such that the roaming champion could not escape. With a flash, Jarvan 4 initiated a sequence of abilities, successfully launching the roaming champion into the Su Ling's execution was flawless as he seamlessly followed up with an E and a basic attack, inflicting considerable damage upon the roaming champion. In this fateful moment, Faker opted not to expend his flash, recognizing that survival was improbable. Yasuo had yet to use his flash, and the roaming champion's health was perilously low, facing the onslaught of 3 formidable adversaries, with the risk of a death flash looming. Ultimately, the roaming champion fell to Yasuo, granting him the first blood. Su Ling's timely support as Yasuo was nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, no one could have anticipated that Yasuo would appear mid lane at such a critical juncture. This maneuver was a psychological tactic, as Su Ling capitalized on the opponent's tendency to position themselves close to vision, engaging them in a trade while in a weakened state, and arriving in mid lane without utilizing teleport for assistance. Furthermore, the enemy Nar, having commenced his jungle clear at the lower frog camp, had already used his teleport to ascend to the upper lane, rendering him unable to provide support. Few would have expected Su Ling to be so audacious, risking an encounter in mid lane while low on health. Yet he had the confidence to do so, bolstered by the presence of his ally Lulu, who could shield him and incapacitate the roaming champion. After dispatching the roaming champion, the trio swiftly pushed the minion wave towards the turret, ensuring Yasuo would claim the majority of the minions, while Lulu, as a support, would not benefit from the minion bounty. As for Jarvan 4, his role was merely to provide the effects of his EQ and ultimate abilities. Moreover, having traversed such a considerable distance from top to bottom lane, Su Ling deserved to reap the rewards of his efforts. Witnessing the birth of First Blood, the audience erupted in excitement. Oh my, how devious. This LG. What is this? I demand to see my lawyer. This is a scheme. Heavens, LG is quite the trickster. I declare this championship undoubtedly belongs to EDG. With just a single First Blood, those unaware might assume EDG had already clinched the championship, inciting undue excitement. The naysayers are simply eager for their team to falter, relishing in being critics. Recently, the transition has been severe, fueling our motivation to update more swiftly. We kindly ask you to exit reading mode. Thank you. Upon returning home, Yasuo cheerfully retrieved a greed blade. This equipment is priced at 800 gold, crafted from a 400 gold critical strike gauntlet combined with a 400 gold synthesis cost. Its effects include 10 critical strike chance and unique passives. Greed, which grants 2 gold every 10 seconds, and Greediness, which awards an additional 2 gold for each killed. IT is particularly suitable for champions that rely on critical strikes, especially AD champions like Yasuo, making it an essential item for early game dominance. The Greed Blade accelerates gold accumulation, akin to acquiring a passive from a Card Master or Essence Reaver. Furthermore, it synergizes seamlessly with the Frenzy to create a Blade of the Ruined King, eliminating the need for a discounted sale that in Yasuo's case. Due to his passive, Way of the Wanderer, the initial 10 critical strike chance is elevated to 25. Theoretically, for strikes can yield a critical hit. Although the mechanics of critical strikes in League of Legends do not adhere to this calculation. Hence, The Greed Blade can be deemed the most fitting item for Yasuo in the early game. Yasuo joyfully teleports back to lane, despite losing a few minions, which is inconsequential given the presence of Cannon Wave, as the enemy minions have not been significantly affected by the tower. Both teams appear to have returned to a normal lane phase. However, in the mid lane, Faker is experiencing considerable discomfort after having his rhythm disrupted. Additionally, the jungler Clearlove's Jarvan 4 boldly ventures to the mid lane after clearing a couple of camps, while Yasuo remains poised to roam towards the river. Having witnessed the S7 match between Samsung and SKT, Ling is well aware that a triumph over SKT, they must keep Faker firmly contained in the mid lane. Crown utilized 3 Malzahar picks to effectively stifle Faker, leading to victory. Unfortunately, the current iteration of Malzahar has yet to be reworked, although his ultimate retains its suppressive effects. Landing is challenging and wave clearing is slow. From a God's Eye view, one can observe frequent ping signals in the river near SKT's top lane and mid lane, indicating Yasuo's imminent threats. In response to these incessant signals, the production team wisely grants Faker a dedicated camera shot. At this moment, Faker, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and styled with curls, still exhibits a furrowed brow, continuously murmuring to himself that it is amusing how EDG is determined to keep Faker uncomfortable. The frequency of those signals is excessive. Typically, such alerts only occur in ranked matches when someone is feeding. Why is this Yasuo so irritating? Can't he face his opponent openly? Indeed, such relentless psychological warfare against the opponent's mindset renders any potential victory hollow. It's laughable. Faker is your father. After all, but if the game is played this way, then what's the purpose of junglers and ganks? Why not simply stand still, trading skills to see who prevails? Let us not complicate matters. According to Hanja's philosophy, surrendering is the simpler option. Returning to the top lane, AR seems to have regained composure. Yet Ling perceives a certain steadiness in AR's demeanor. Put positively, they appear stable. To put it negatively, they seem timid, likely due to the earlier match's collapse instilling hesitation. In this state of equilibrium, Yasuo successfully reaches level 6 concurrently. The blue buff in the upper jungle is about to respawn, prompting Lulu to head toward the blue buff area in preparation to claim it. Observing that the opposing Gnar is about to transform back, Ling seizes the opportunity to suggest a tower dive. "Stop attacking. Let us go top, dive Gnar," he declares, marking Gnar as the target. With 3 champions converging to eliminate Gnar, the enemy Twisted Fate lacks teleportation, and although the barrel may also be in the upper jungle, EDG is unperturbed by a potential 3v2, even if they lose one champion. Disrupting Gnar's rhythm is acceptable. In summary, they must constantly seek out engagements. A.S. Pengyan from Changsha stated in an interview. Do not fear. If you can win, fight. If not, return tomorrow and try again until he is daunted. Ling has commenced pushing the minion wave, while Jarvan 4, initially positioned to assist Lulu with a blue buff, shifts towards the top lane. Lulu prepares to teleport as Ling pushes the wave to the turret. The moment the minions reach the turret, Jarvan emerges from the side, while Lulu activates her teleport to summon a tanky minion to absorb turret shots. Benji's barrel, unable to assist, must abandon his red buff and rush to the scene. Yasuo charges forward, executing a quick EQ on a Gnar, absorbing a turret shot before retreating behind the tower. Jarvan follows suit with an EQ combo, but Gnar opts to flash away instead of using his E for safety. However, Lulu has already descended, transforming Gnar into a harmless creature, followed by a well-timed ultimate that successfully launches him into the air. Just as Yasuo emerges from behind the turret, he spots a faint line and promptly unleashes his ultimate, executing a stylish last breath. The combined damage from the 3 champions proves sufficient, allowing Jarvan to land a basic attack that triggers his passive, martial cadence, before moving to the edge of the turret. Although Benji's barrel attempts to disrupt Jarvan with an E, allowing him to endure an extra turret shot, Jarvan remains shielded by Lulu's ultimate and receives another E for protection. Additionally, Jarvan possesses his W, Golden Aegis, ensuring his survival even after enduring several turret hits. Meanwhile, Gnar has fallen to Yasuo beneath the turret. With no option left, Benji must flee to avoid being eliminated himself. It is not that Benji lacks awareness. He simply did not anticipate EDG's decisiveness. In previous matches, EDG would never have taken such risks. Had Benji not completed the crew camp and instead engaged with it, EDG would have likely lost a champion in that encounter. However, Benji has already finished with the Krugs and is now heading toward the red buff, arriving a bit late in his haste. Historically, when the enemy jungler is in that quadrant without clear vision, EDG would have refrained from tower diving. This transformation in EDG's tactics can be attributed to Su Ling's outstanding performance during the group stage. Solidifying his position, they have shifted from focusing on protecting the mid and bot lanes to prioritizing assistance for the top lane. This change reflects Su Ling's prowess. Only with such strength will others heed your strategies. Conversely, it also stems from the evolving meta, as even a player as formidable as Faker now witnesses his team prioritize the top lane. Thus, the S5 matches demonstrate significant changes within EDG, leaving many teams and players struggling to adapt. Heard you got another kill? One commentator quips. Yes, a tower dive kill. Your jungler could only watch in frustration, right? The other responds, why the excitement? This match isn't won yet. Just wait and see. Thank you. I end the subsequent match. Both teams maintained a state of tranquility, save for Su Ling's occasionally vanishing Yasuo and the prince who strode boldly before them. The signals from the opposing side far outnumbered those from EDG. In essence, they adopted a contrarian approach. Typically, the jungler would seek to execute surprise ganks outside the enemy's vision, yet EDG opted for an audaciously overt strategy. Believe it or not, if you don't, I shall indeed dive the tower. And I am not outnumbered at 2-1, but rather 3-1, leaving you unable to maneuver at all. However, if you do believe, then you have already lost, as I aim to disrupt your rhythm. Despite the exceptional prowess of Faker in the mid lane, who managed to withstand pressure and even sought opportunities to counterattack, EDG had previously scrutinized SKT's match against KO. That roaming champion was indeed a formidable foe. How could he possibly allow you to seize an opportunity? To put it simply, losing a few minions is inconsequential. If you desire them, I shall grant them to you. Yet I may not even engage you with 2. I am coming at you with 3. After all, I am merely playing Lulu, a support champion, while this match features both Yasuo and Jinx, 2 high-output heroes. All I need to do is quickly level up, employ my cute charm, and hasten my pace. That I suggest a swift glide will suffice. That it is improbable that, at this juncture, a roaming champion could dive the tower to eliminate me. A Lulu equipped with her ultimate, shields, and the ability to transform foes into sheep. Subsequently, it appeared that EDG had successfully seized the rhythm of the match, particularly as Yasuo in the top lane secured 2 kills, putting significant pressure on Gnar. At the 11-minute mark, Su Ling's Yasuo single-handedly demolished the top lane's first turret, claiming 275 gold. Upon returning home, Yasuo acquired a blade of the Ruined King, along with a pair of boots and a critical strike glove, an impressive array of equipment. By now, he was assured that every second strike would be a critical hit. Having returned home, Yasuo prepared to venture down to the bot lane, eager to uncover an opportunity to ambush the enemy while also securing the dragon. At this moment, Yasuo's equipment was overwhelmingly powerful, ensuring victory in team fights. However, the opposing team was highly alert and retreated immediately. Ling had no choice but to assist the jungler's prince in slaying the first dragon of the match before teleporting back to the top lane. Although the top turret had recently lost some health, Gnar was facing severe targeting, and with Yasuo's bountiful resources, Gnar was under immense pressure. His first item was a Warden's Mail, resulting in a sluggish turret-pushing capability. Upon returning to the top lane, Yasuo defended the turret, which still had a small portion of health, and happily farmed the minions. However, his joy was short-lived as cries for help emerged from the bot lane. Unfortunately, there was little he could do. The bot lane was unguarded, and Lulu had just used her teleport to alleviate the pressure at her lane. Turned out the enemy had discovered an opportunity, exploiting the timing of Yasuo's teleport to take action in the bot lane. Jinx had pushed too far, and with a swift E-flash, the enemy's Gragas executed a perfect barrel, knocking her back, due to being knocked back. Even if Tahm Kench attempted to devour her, he would be too far away. Moreover, the vision in the brush had been illuminated, and Ryze had also teleported in, leaving Jinx with no possibility of escape. Not only was Jinx in peril, but so was Tahm Kench. Fortunately, Tahm Kench decisively used his flash to evade the grasp of the newly arrived roaming champion, but Jinx was secured by the relentless onslaught of Wheel Mother, who also burned her flash and heal. While the other three enemies received assists, Ling could not fathom how, despite teleporting back to the top lane and Lulu having also utilized her teleport, no one could safeguard the bot lane. Furthermore, during the earlier offensive on the bot lane and Dragon, the enemy's Gragas was undoubtedly positioned in the bot lane to protect it. How could they dare to push so aggressively? Nearing the enemy turret? Was this not tantamount to courting death? Not only SKT, but even other teams would seize this opportunity, let alone a team as adept at capitalizing on chances as SKT. The more Ling pondered, the angrier he became. He glanced at his own equipment, then at Nar's gear, and considered the positions of the enemy's roaming champions and the minion wave. Thus a sinister thought blossomed. Today, I shall make an example of you, so you may understand my prowess. Utilizing the minion wave, Yasuo executed a fluid combination of abilities, dashing forward to strike Nar with a blade of the ruined king-enhanced basic attack, then swiftly retreating to lower Nar's guard. Despite the damage from the blade of the ruined king, Nar had built armor and could endure in retaliation. Nar landed a Q on Yasuo, yet Yasuo evaded it by dashing through the minions. The boomerang failed to connect. The boomerang returned. Yasuo deployed a wind wall, effortlessly intercepting Nar's projectile. What are you doing with those darts, child? Uncle shall keep them safe for you. Following this, Yasuo approached Nar from behind. But at that moment, Nar transformed into Mega Nar and sensed Yasuo's murderous intent. Therefore, upon seeing Yasuo approach with the wind, Nar unleashed his ultimate. However, Yasuo did not engage Nar directly. Instead, he elegantly EQ'd a nearby minion, rendering Nar's ultimate a complete miss. Yasuo quickly executed a flash, performing an EQ flash to successfully knock Nar airborne. This EQ flash not only left Nar's ultimate wasted, but also sent him flying. After knocking Nar up, Yasuo executed a basic attack, then swiftly edged toward another minion. And just as Nar was about to land, Yasuo unleashed his ultimate, Soriak, Pain. As Yasuo landed, he swiftly followed up with a Q, striking with Steel Tempest. At this moment, after the ultimate, Yasuo had gained additional armor penetration, and his damage was distinctly different from before. Nar attempted to retaliate with a W to stun Yasuo, yet Yasuo had already edged behind Nar, evading his skill and positioning himself strategically. Now in Mega Nar form, Nar's mobility was severely limited, forcing him to flash away, waiting until he reverted to Mini Nar to escape. After creating some distance, Nar attempted to throw a Q, hurling a rock. Yasuo, undeterred, boldly took the hit on his forehead, as there were no minions left to use as a displacement platform, and he had already utilized his wind wall. Finally, at this moment, Nar shrank back down. Yet for him, there was both good and bad news. The good news was that he could use Mini Nar's E to jump to the minions that had just arrived, executing a second jump to create distance. The bad news was that Yasuo was in hot pursuit, far more delighted than he was about the minions, and even with 2 E's, escape was futile. While Nar managed to create some distance with his second jump, Yasuo executed seamless E's, closing in on Nar and landing a basic attack enhanced by the blade of the Ruined King, triggering a critical hit. Following this, he unleashed AQ, resulting in yet another critical strike. Nar was left with but a few dozen health points, and the mark from Yasuo's earlier attack had faded, ensuring Nar could not escape. In a last-ditch effort, Nar threw a freshly refreshed Q, but remained stationary, revealing SKT's emblem. Ling's Yasuo paused, displayed Edg's emblem, and then calmly executed a basic attack to secure Nar's life. In truth, prior to making his move, Ling had surveyed his minion wave, assessed the enemy's minion positioning, and concluded that as long as he could unleash his ultimate on Nar, there would be no escaping for him. Recently, with severe encoding issues, we are more motivated than ever to update swiftly. Kindly take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. This Yasuo is having a splendid time, dodging numerous skills. The joy of the Wind Demon. Who said our Yasuo cannot shine on the stage? Indeed, who is it that labeled us as If my memory serves me right, it was you lot who were the most vociferous in your criticisms just moments ago. How embarrassing to be discovered that LG is exceptional. Yet another solo kill. Are they treating AR like a mere monkey? This Yasuo champion is truly formidable. I shall take a turn playing him. Could it be that LG is the powerhouse? Not Yasuo. 20 minutes later, a 0-17 Yasuo lamented and initiated a surrender vote. Once again returning to the online battlefield, facing Yasuo, Nar has become utterly reticent, opting solely to evade confrontation. However, a nearby barrel-wielding ally stands guard, while Nar remains cautious, leaving Su Ling with little opportunity to secure a kill. Now, the game has progressed to the 14-minute mark, yet the advantage for their side remains rather ambiguous. Thus, Su Ling is eager to seek out further opportunities. Eco, cease lurking in the bot lane. Activate your ultimate and accompany the jungler. Let us converge in the mid lane to ambush Faker. Deft, pray do not meet your demise again. When faced with indecision, quantum mechanics applies. In League of Legends, it is equally true. When in doubt, target Faker. Thus, a grand scheme begins to unfold, as Su Ling has already made his way to the river, while in the bot lane. Eco's Tom Kinch, while establishing vision, has joined forces with the junglers Jarvan4.com. Come, let's flank them. I shall arrive shortly. With a swift use of his ultimate, Tom Kinch transports Jarvan directly into the fray, speeding towards the SKT tower in mid lane. Severing Faker's escape route to a S13 engage, Jarvan unleashes his ultimate, but upon seeing three foes converge, Faker activates his ultimate and makes a hasty retreat. However, he is swiftly ensnared by Lulu's E, followed by a prolonged sparkling lance that slows him further as Tom Kinch and Jarvan land. The latter immediately casts his ultimate towards Faker, yet the latter reacts with remarkable speed, flashing away just in time to initiate a counterattack. Remarkably, Jarvan's EQ combo can still be executed while imprisoned, resulting in Faker's Rise being knocked airborne. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. Rise has managed to return to the tower, equipped with a catalyst and a tear of the goddess, rendering him relatively resilient. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Rise is airborne, a phantom line streaks across. Su Ling's Yasuo ascends in an instant, delivering an unexplainable soul reaver strike that AS the most affluent Yasuo on the field. And with Rise lacking any defensive items, Yasuo's ultimate strikes at the very heart of Rise, who is left unable to retaliate. After being felled by Jarvan, Rise's airborne state is extended by Yasuo's ultimate, followed by Lulu's ultimate that transforms Jarvan, sending Faker once more into the sky. Throughout this ordeal, Faker's Rise remains suspended in the air until his demise. Su Ling's Yasuo claims yet another kill, and the four champions depart triumphantly. Meanwhile, the tardy barrel wielder finds himself at a loss against four formidable foes, although Nar seizes the opportunity to push the tower in the top lane. Which is left with only a sliver of health, the four members of EDG reciprocate by demolishing SKT's mid-lane tower. This holds significant implications. With the mid-tower down, securing Rise becomes an easier task. The importance of the mid-tower far surpasses that of the outer towers, as it allows for control over both sides of the jungle. Without it, establishing vision or engaging in other activities in the jungle becomes exceedingly perilous. How astutely they target Faker. The strategy is clear. Relentlessly pursue Faker until he is incapacitated to secure victory. This the world's top mid laner, the Demon King, despite my role as the underdog. Faker's prowess remains undeniable. The underdog boasts again, as though a championship is already in hand. Why? A few of you slay but one. Why not speak of it? Subsequently, Su Ling continues to stir the pot, utilizing the power of the electrocute alongside Yasuo's inherently rapid wave clear to roam through the enemy jungle, instilling dread in their hearts. For one can never predict when a Tom Kinch, accompanied by Jarvan, or Yasuo ready to unleash his ultimate, might appear at the 16-minute mark. EDG secures the second dragon and pushes down the next tower, yet the second tower proves too formidable to breach at this juncture. At 18 minutes, Su Ling shifts to the bot lane, where Faker has been dispatched to counter him. In comparison, Su Ling's Yasuo boasts 4 kills and luxurious items, including the Electrocute, Liden's Echo, and Rylai's Crystal Scepter. with a critical strike chance soaring to 95, nearing guaranteed crits. Meanwhile, Faker S. Rise, having fallen twice, suffers from poor development, wielding only a locket and basic boots alongside a tier. Thus, even if Faker plays exceptionally well, he cannot afford to confront Yasuo given the substantial economic disparity. However, Rise's ultimate allows for rapid wave clear, thwarting Su Ling's attempts to capitalize. Yet who is Su Ling? Remember the 4 words. Top lane is father. Eco, bring the jungler around. T Su Ling's command. The jungler emerges from the dragon pit, riding Tom, Kench's transport. They arrive directly beside Rise, who has just utilized his ultimate to clear minions, rendering him unable to escape. However, the opposing team has learned from their previous encounters. The barrel wielder stands behind Rise, casting his ultimate, while Nar channels his teleport and Shun activates his own ultimate. The enemy team can arrive in mere moments, setting the stage for a potential 3v4 reversal. Unfazed, Su Ling recognizes his Yasuo's overwhelming strength. If he can restrain Rise, he will undoubtedly secure a kill before the opposition arrives. With Rise eliminated, the remaining foes, underdeveloped, would be rendered incapable. Fear not. Charge forth. Once airborne, I can finish him. Jarvan's ultimate descends upon Rise, while Shin's ultimate ensnares him as well. Yasuo plunges in, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The critical hits inflict considerable damage, albeit diminished by Shun's shield. Jarvan executes his EQ, yet Rise evades with a deft maneuver. Relying on others is unreliable. Su Ling must take matters into his own hands, executing his own EQ to send Rise skyward. Following up with an auto attack, then E into ultimate. The Gale Force Slash strikes true, delivering a devastating blow. While Yasuo's damage is substantial, Rise's locket and the presence of Shun protect him from immediate demise. At that moment, Shun descends, utilizing his E to ensnare both Jarvan and Tahm Kench, while Yasuo skillfully dodges with his E, executing his EQ on Rise. Yet, Rise flashes away, prompting Yasuo to follow suit, deploying his W Wind Wall to successfully intercept the barrel wielder's ultimate, then unleashing a Steel Tempest to slay Rise. Faker, what has happened? You are a champion mid laner. How is it you lack the gank avoidance skills of an S9 champion mid laner? More practice is required. Meanwhile, Nar teleports in, and a chaotic melee ensues. Realizing they have lost Rise, the remaining 3 recognize they cannot contend with the burgeoning Yasuo of EDG, prompting Nar to use his ultimate to push away Tahm Kench and Jarvan. The barrel wielder attempts to flee, yet finds himself ensnared, ultimately falling to the relentless onslaught at the 21-minute mark. Su Ling's Yasuo boasts 6 kills and has reached level 15, while both Rise and Nar languish at level 13. Yasuo's arsenal now includes the Trinity Force, Electrocute, a small hammer, and Mercury's Treads, rendering him nearly invincible. Even should SKT dispatch 2 champions against Yasuo, victory remains elusive unless 3 engage simultaneously. The dragon has respawned, and EDG approaches to establish vision, preparing to engage SKT in a dragon fight. Yet, SKT proves tenacious, and with only Yasuo flourishing on EDG's side, they ultimately relinquish the dragon, returning both teams to the phase of development. At the 26-minute mark, Su Ling is in the bot lane, pushing the wave, when unexpectedly, Pawn falls victim to a lapse in positioning, succumbing to Rise's control in an instant. Shortly thereafter, the mid lane is compromised as the barrel wielder emerges from the river, executing a well-placed ultimate that sends the ADC flying, further displacing Tahm Kench. Shin advances with a flash E, but Deft reacts swiftly, evading with a flash of his OW, and Su Ling began to teleport to support the mid lane. Otherwise, the impending team fight there would spell disaster for his side. Meanwhile, to everyone's astonishment, Faker, after eliminating Lulu, teleported directly to the F4 location and emerged to swiftly dispatch Jhin. However, upon landing, Yasuo pursued both Janna and Gragas. But Gragas managed to escape with a well-timed flash, while Janna activated her ultimate and retreated safely. Fortunately, Su Ling had managed to reduce both Gragas and Janna to a sliver of health. Otherwise, SKT's sudden onslaught could have resulted in the loss of 2 members from EDG, inevitably leading to a direct assault on the Baron. By Z remarked, Now you can truly see Faker's prowess. What's with the excitement? Isn't it clear that the Korean duo is dedicating themselves wholeheartedly? Indeed, Faker showcased his exceptional skill, having just secured a solo kill in the top lane before teleporting to the mid lane to claim yet another life. With such a performance, how could they hope to defeat SKT? This turn of events left EDG at a considerable disadvantage. Although the opposing team hesitated to contest Baron due to their low health, they seized the opportunity to demolish EDG's outer mid turret and subsequently took down the dragon. This sequence of events can only be described as a significant setback for EDG, as they allowed their opponents to reclaim momentum. And Ling's teleportation usage hampered his ability to split push effectively. The two teams then fell into a farming phase, which was acceptable for both sides. However, Ling found this unacceptable, despite their composition being stronger in the late game. They risked losing their early lead to SKT's formidable capabilities, ultimately leading to a potential reversal. The principle of one surge leads to decline, and repeated efforts can exhaust encapsulates this reality. The 30-minute mark. Ling was diligently chipping away at the second turret in the bot lane, which was on the verge of collapse, while Yasuo had reached level 18, equipped with an Electrocute, Trinity Force, and Bloodthirster. Along with Azonia's Hourglass, Yasuo was undeniably a force to be reckoned with, facing virtually no opposition. Meanwhile, 4 of his teammates were probing the mid lane against several opponents. Jhin had also reached level 15, boasting impressive range. At times, a mere basic attack could potentially deplete half of an enemy's health. As Ling continued to assault the turret, he glanced at the screen and noticed Gragas had vanished from the mid lane. Be cautious of Gragas, he warned, and sooner had he spoken than a well-aimed ultimate was launched from the edge of the wall. Ling was caught off guard and was immediately knocked back between the second turret and the inhibitor turret. Simultaneously, Ryze landed a W that rooted Yasuo in place, while Janna activated her ultimate, leading the remaining teammates towards Yasuo, intent on eliminating the most formidable threat. Come save me. I can withstand their damage. They won't be able to take me down. Hold on. I'm almost there. EDG's teammates understood that relinquishing their most powerful Yasuo at this critical juncture would be catastrophic. Thus, they rushed to his aid. It was now a race against time to see if SKT could eliminate Yasuo before EDG arrived. In that fleeting moment of being knocked up, Yasuo refrained from activating his wind wall, as the enemy numbers were still manageable, and Ryze had yet to unleash his ultimate. Wasting the wind wall now would prevent him from blocking more damage later. Gragas executed an E, crashing into Yasuo, while Ryze SW kept Yasuo in a state of control. Although Yasuo's health appeared precarious, he soon triggered the Bloodthirster effect. That moment, Janna arrived and instinctively threw her Q towards Yasuo. Ling recognized the perfect opportunity and deployed his wind wall, effectively blocking both Janna's Q and basic attacks, as well as Ryze's spells. By now, EDG's teammates and the remaining SKT players had also converged on the scene. Jarvan attempted an EQ combo to knock up Ryze, but Ryze evaded with a flash. Shun sought to E and taunt Yasuo, knowing that if he could successfully taunt him, Yasuo would surely fall. However, Tahm Kench dashed in with a flash, swallowing Yasuo and negating Shun's taunt. Meanwhile, Jarvan's ultimate fell upon Janna and Ryze, although Janna used her E to mitigate the damage from Jarvan's ultimate. Both she and Ryze dealt heavy damage to him. Lulu, however, bestowed a timely ultimate upon Jarvan, lifting both Ryze and Janna into the air. Freed from Tahm Kench's belly, Yasuo saw the two opponents suspended in midair and did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate, delivering massive damage with his last breath onto both Ryze and Janna. Then unleashed his ultimate upon Jarvan and Yasuo, stunning both, while simultaneously releasing Janna and Ryze from their control. However, at that moment, Jhin had already begun to leap around, first dispatching Gragas before ignoring the now harmless Shun. Without he leaped forward, delivering a basic attack enhanced by the Electrocute onto Ryze, eliminating him, and simultaneously obliterating Janna nearby. Nar aimed to trade blows with Yasuo and Jarvan, but found himself thwarted by Lulu's E, which granted Yasuo a shield, allowing him to survive while only Jarvan fell. Soon after, he was slain by Jhin. As for Shun, he was inevitably unable to escape the relentless pursuit of Jhin, who had been bolstered by Lulu's W. In the end, EDG successfully executed a remarkable 1-4-5 exchange, eliminating all 5 members of SKT, with Deft claiming a pentakill. After the team wipe, Ling was exhilarated, shouting, "Quick! One push! The enemy's respawn timer won't allow them to intervene. Hurry up! Let us finish this." The late-game efficiency of Jin and Yasuo in demolishing towers was evident, especially with the presence of a supportive Soraka in the mix. The EDG team swiftly pushed down SKT's nexus, securing their first victory. This Yasuo is a gem. What a waste. Trash LG. What was the point of securing so many kills early on? They should have given the kills to Deft. Those early kills were earned by LG themselves. Besides, if Deft and Pawn hadn't been killed earlier, SKT wouldn't have had a chance to turn the tides. Incredible. LG has survived, and their teammates have arrived. You were the one who was most vocal just now. Deft is too powerful. He just secured a pentakill that in crucial moments. We must rely on Deft. Come on. The enemy used all their abilities on Yasuo. If he can't output damage, what's the point of playing professionally? If nobody focuses on him and he still fails to deal damage, he might as well go home and raise pigs. Recently, the code has been significantly improved, motivating us to update faster. Please take a moment to exit reading mode. Thank you. Although they secured victory in the first game, Ling did not feel at ease. In this match, their team was positioned on the blue side, allowing them to save 2 ban slots, effectively targeting SKT. However, in the next match, they would shift to the red side. Moreover, facing SKT, they could not afford to be careless. This time, EDG thoroughly analyzed SKT's previous match against KO, enabling them to devise strategies against their opponents. Yet in the subsequent match, SKT would undoubtedly not grant EDG such an opportunity again. Even with their meticulous targeting of SKT, they nearly allowed the enemy to find an opening. First, Pawn's Lulu was solo killed, followed by Deft Jinx being eliminated through a teleport. If they allowed SKT to drag the game on for 10 more minutes, the outcome would become uncertain. Later, when SKT attempted to ambush them, they realized that the Bloodthirster item was exceptionally overpowered, and the subsequent nerfs to it were certainly justified. With the shield and health provided by Bloodthirster, they withstood countless attacks. Without it, they would not have been able to hold out until their teammates arrived. Nevertheless, this game was still won with great difficulty. After a brief respite, the EDG team returned to the stage to commence the second match. In the second game, both teams switched sides, with SKT on the blue side and EDG on the red side. The SKT's first ban was directed at the Yasuo that had performed exceptionally well for Ling in the previous match. Ling's Yasuo not only dominated the lane, securing a solo kill on AR, but also frequently disappeared, exerting significant pressure on the opponents. Furthermore, Yasuo's ultimate ability extended the airborne duration, greatly assisting EDG in executing tower dives and team fights. Banning such an unpredictable champion was undoubtedly beneficial for SKT. Meanwhile, EDG began their internal discussions. They anticipated that SKT would ban Thresh, so they decided to ban Gangplank, saving 2 ban slots for further considerations. They opted to ban Elise first, targeting Benji, and would assess the next steps based on SKT's response. Ultimately, EDG's first ban was indeed Elise. SKT's second ban was quite decisive, removing the troublesome Tahm Kench from the previous match, who had repeatedly collaborated with the jungle and successfully eliminated several of EDG's mid and top champions. Moreover, during the final team fight, Tahm's flash to save Yasuo turned the tide. Without Tahm, they would have surely secured the kill on Yasuo and won the team battle. They considered banning Echo, expecting SKT to prioritize that pick. However, Ling disagreed, believing the enemy would likely prioritize Rek'Sai. No, they will definitely let Benji have Rek'Sai. But what if they take Echo instead? Their composition is quite strong. That won't happen. They banned Tahm Kench right away. There were other viable options, as Echo synergized well with various supports, enhancing their capacity to seize opportunities. Indeed, and Benji's recent performance has been lackluster. Banning Elise means you should be comfortable in the top lane. Alright, let's finalize the ban on Echo. Ling felt somewhat helpless, but chose to heed his teammates' advice and banned Echo. Benji's struggles were largely due to being surrounded by exceptionally skilled teammates, making him appear less capable in a different team, he would undoubtedly be the engine of the squad, and if he were given champions he excelled with, he would perform markedly better than before. SKT, displaying their decisiveness, utilized their last ban on Aatrox, unwilling to gamble on EDG's proficiency with him. Consequently, EDG's final ban fell upon Gangplank. With the bans concluded, SKT, as Su Ling anticipated, promptly locked in Rek'Sai. No worries. His rhythm hasn't been great. Following suit, EDG selected the previously successful Lulu and snatched away Alistar from SKT. In response, SKT chose the duo of Jhin and Nami for their bot lane, as their previous bot lane had performed admirably. Hindered only by the mid and jungle pair being overwhelmed by a snowballing Yasuo, in the absence of Echo, EDG opted for Jinx, a champion that deft excelled with .as for the jungler. Naturally, it was Gragas. The final pick was reserved for Su Ling to select for the top lane. On the SKT side, Faker engaged in an animated discussion with AR and coach Wang Lihong. Ultimately, SKT's last two picks were Cassiopeia and Rumble from mid and top, respectively. Feeling confident, they openly selected Rumble, knowing that EDG had chosen Gragas and Lulu, allowing them to be audacious in their choice. Su Ling, what will you play? Riven or Fiora? Fiora, though Riven synergizes better with the jungler. The enemy likely won't allow us to exploit lane opportunities. Picking Fiora guarantees some late-game, split-pushing potential. Alright, stay steady. In the end, Su Ling locked in Fiora. With the draft phase concluded, the lineup stood as follows. Blue side SKT. Top, Rumble. Jungle Rek'Sai, Cassiopeia, ADC, Nami support, Jhin. Red side ADG. Top, Fiora, Jungle Gragas, mid, Malzahar, ADC Jinx support, Alistar. From the composition, it appeared that EDG had an advantage in early skirmishes, while SKT would excel in mid-game team fights and seizing opportunities in the late game. EDG seemed to hold a slight edge as the game commenced. It was noteworthy that significant alterations had been made to the finals map. Particularly, both teams' fountains bore their respective logos and names, creating a striking visual effect. It's worth mentioning that the S5 map served as the foundation for future maps, with subsequent iterations merely refining certain details, such as adding fruits and restrooms near the lanes in this match. SKT's primary objective was to successfully execute lane swaps early on, ensuring Rumble's optimal development without being targeted. Thus, EDG needed to swiftly ascertain SKT's jungle path and effectively counter their movements. Based on SKT's previous match against KO, it was highly probable that they would initiate their jungle route from the bot lane, with the support interfering with EDG's jungle path, subsequently gathering 4 members to push down the bot tower. This strategy would allow Rumble to consume the Scuttle Crab and gain experience before heading to lane, enabling him to reach level 6 and significantly bolster his team fighting capabilities. EDG had indeed contemplated this scenario. Their plan was to invade the enemy jungle at level 1. While eliminating SKT's champions was unlikely, they could disrupt their rhythm that if they could force SKT to swap jungles, it would be a considerable advantage. After all, this would waste SKT's time, allowing EDG to push down the first tower while SKT would need to travel to the top lane, consuming valuable time. Thus, as the game began, Su Ling made his way to the river's brush in the top lane to place a ward before heading towards the bot lane. Let's go, disrupt their jungle, and ensure Rumble doesn't have an easy time early on. After stating this, Su Ling began marking his intended path, with the destination being the Scuttle Crab in the enemy's bot jungle. At 1:40, all 4 members except Lulu rushed into the enemy jungle, where they encountered the invading SKT support, Nami. Due to their proximity, Wolf decisively used his flash. It wasn't that Wolf couldn't escape with E, but the likelihood was that he hadn't yet leveled his skill. To save time and ensure safety, he opted to flash to avoid being caught by EDG. If Gragas managed to land a flash E, it would lead to a knock-up, and with the pursuit capabilities of Fiora, it would be challenging to escape, especially considering the absence of Malzahar's presence in the vicinity. Although the possibility of Malzahar arriving was slim, one could never be too certain. That moment, launching an acceleration would undoubtedly lead to one's demise. Thus, Wolf executed his flash with remarkable decisiveness. From the perspective of the observers, however, it appeared rather comical. Witnessing EDG's 4 players charging boldly forward, while Yazzie turned tail and flashed away without a moment's hesitation, one might think this Yazzie was merely a sacrificial pawn. How resolute! It seemed he had awakened some ancestral skill, reminiscent of the speed at which the Korean forces fled from the volunteer army back in the day. Alas, SKT lacked an American player. Otherwise, Wolf might have managed to take one down. After all, the weight of the situation was palpable, not regrettable, not at all. Though devoid of Walker, there was still Faker, Faku, which was essentially the same, wasn't it? It's hilarious how creative netizens can be E.is by Z not repulsive. In this game, what purpose does such discourse serve? If one cannot triumph in the game, must they resort to such trivial jokes? Are the critics merely obstinate? Did they not win the previous match? What is all the excitement about? One might assume they had already claimed victory thrice and secured the championship. EDG didn't particularly expend any significant skills in pursuit, deeming it unworthy, and besides, Yazzie still had his E-skill at his disposal. The flash from the barrel was indeed more valuable than the opponent's. Charge forth. With one less flash on the opposing side, it was likely we would invade their jungle, just as Ling anticipated. Upon entering the enemy's jungle, they only found a recently placed fake ward by SKT, while the opponents had already retreated. With one less flash and an inferior level 1 team composition, the enemy was no match for EDG and thus had no choice but to withdraw. In the following moments, EDG's 4 members regrouped and strolled through SKT's jungle, ensuring they placed wards in critical areas. Otherwise, a surprise counterattack from the enemy could prove troublesome. The timing of EDG's offensive was quite astute. Commencing their assault at 1 minute and 45 seconds, the jungle monsters respawned at 1 minute and 55 seconds, forcing the opponents to rush to their upper jungle before refreshing EDG's upper jungle, resulting in a significant time loss for SKT. Subsequently, EDG collectively took down the stone shellbug, granting economic advantages to Ling's Fiora. Meanwhile, EDG's bottom lane duo, Deft and Eco, proceeded to farm the bottom lane. Ling and the jungler continued to clear the remaining jungle monsters in SKT's lower jungle to AS. Ling assisted the jungler in farming. He kept an eye on the minimap, noting that the enemy's bottom lane had arrived at the upper lane to push, trailing behind their own bottom lane by 15 seconds. This indicated that the opponents had squandered valuable time. After clearing SKT's lower jungle, Fiora and the Barrel moved from the F4 camp to the river, returning to their jungle to continue farming .as for the mid lane. Neither of them had any intentions there. The positioning of their side was predictable, and even the timing of their jungle clearing was estimable, with Faker's Kassadin stationed closely by the upper river. Moreover, Pawn had already indicated that Faker had placed a ward. Upon returning to their jungle, the jungler and Ling quickly finished clearing the monsters. The 4 players then regrouped and advanced towards the bottom lane, commencing their assault on SKT's next turret. At this point, the turret had no plating, allowing for a swift push. Typically, during such instances, both sides would not overly concern themselves with who secured the first turret. However, due to their successful invasion of the jungle, forcing the opponents to swap lanes, EDG's turret push accelerated significantly, especially since EDG's AD carry was Jinx, which further expedited the process. "Let us go, go, go. I'll solo it," Ling declared, pushing away his teammates. With a flourish, his Fiora crossed over the turret, arrogantly positioning herself between the first and second turrets to begin cutting the minion waves, given that the enemy had delayed their time. Their own first turret still retained half its health. Thus, it was feasible to take it down, and it was advantageous to allow the turret to absorb some of their minions to maximize economic gain. Ultimately, Ling successfully demolished the first turret, earning 275 gold, while also disrupting some minion waves, securing a lead of over 300 gold in the solo lane. Rounded up, that equated to 500 and further rounded. A staggering 1,000, essentially a monumental sum. Fiora returned home to purchase a longsword and a pair of boots before heading to the bottom lane. In contrast, the enemy's Rumble, equipped merely with a dictionary as starting gear, managed to acquire a ruby crystal. Upon arriving at the bottom lane, due to the earlier disruption of the minion wave by Fiora, they found themselves pushing deep into enemy territory. AR's Rumble could not replicate the strategy employed in the previous match against KO. where he quickly pushed the wave before returning to the jungle to farm the freshly spawned stone shell bug. In essence, EDG's adept handling of the level 1 jungle invasion had wasted significant time for the enemy, resulting in a considerable delay for Rumble's lane transition, compelling him to face Su Ling's Fiora directly in the bottom lane. Otherwise, without the next turret, EDG would be unable to exhaust SKT's minions. And should Su Ling gain control over the minion wave, AR's only source of income for the ensuing minutes will be those 2 lonely stone shell bugs at BY then. AR could very well pull out their phone to scroll through TikTok. Oh, but at that time, TikTok had yet to exist. Perhaps AR could take a moment to play Skiing Adventure or Temple Run. Life in the bottom lane was decidedly uncomfortable for AR, especially when faced with a Fiora who had also acquired a pair of boots. As 5 minutes elapsed, the bottom lane duo and the jungler encountered each other in the upper river brush. Hiko's Alistar delivered a devastating Q, sending Wolf's Yazi and Benji's excavator flying. At that moment, a teleportation signal from SKT illuminated the battlefield. TP ganked the upper lane. There are 4 of them. Pawns Lulu had already activated her teleport, leaving Su Ling with no choice but to follow suit. After all, if he refrained, a 4v4 confrontation could lead to a disastrous defeat, placing the blame squarely on him. However, if he did join, Rumble would enjoy a carefree time in the bottom lane, happily pushing the minion wave into the second turret and feasting on a substantial amount of minions. Followed by several waves and a return push. The enemy's Kassadin landed first, but his early game combat prowess was weak, rendering him nearly ineffective. The Wolf's Yazi executed an E over the wall, while Benji's excavator burrowed through the summoner's rift, creating a tunnel that led to SKT's upper river brush. Let us take down Yazi. He has no flash, the barrel exclaimed. With a swift E, it charged forward, and Pawns Lulu successfully arrived, flashing out of the river to unleash a dazzling lance upon the 2 foes, applying a slow effect. Simultaneously, Benji's excavator, caught in the slowing effect, instantly flashed into the upper lane brush. Meanwhile, Su Ling's Fiora also teleported into the fray, as